Before dawn breaks, the vast expanse of the wilderness remains shrouded in darkness, yet the sunlight graces the peaks of Jianmen Mountain. Amidst the ethereal mists and drifting auspicious clouds at its midsection, the sun first illuminates the golden pinnacle. The resplendent golden hall at the mountaintop radiates beams of golden light, casting its brilliance across the sea of clouds, a sight truly captivating. Nestled among the mountains enveloped in clouds, magnificent, ancient halls appear to float above this celestial sea, exuding an aura of sanctity and solemnity. This is Jianmen, a revered sanctuary shared by the 3,000 tribes of humanity across the vast wilderness. The disciples of Jianmen, skilled in the art of qi refinement, stand as guardians of this realm, and for the tribes, to become a qi refiner of Jianmen is regarded as the utmost honor. In this harsh wilderness, where humanity is frail, without Jianmen's protection, one fears that the 3,000 tribes would have long since been reduced to mere ashes. The towering gates of Jianmen lead to the living quarters of the outer disciples, where tens of thousands reside. Many young men and women from the tribes are sent here to learn the craft, with only those of considerable background often attaining direct mentorship under the esteemed qi refiners within Jianmen. Zhongyu rises early, standing by the well, pouring a bucket of water over his bare shoulders, shaking off the remnants of slumber. The cool water cascades down, splattering onto the stone floor beneath him. His physique is robust and well-proportioned, skin taut over his muscles, exuding strength. Yet, 3 deep claw marks mar his chest, remnants of some ferocious beast, now scarred over. Turning, one can see similar marks on his back, and his left arm bears scars from beastly bites, totaling over a dozen scars, a sight uncharacteristic of a mere 15-year-old boy. With a medicinal basket slung over his shoulder, Zhang Yu silently exits the mountain gate, making his way down the slopes. The status of outer disciples is notably lowly, granting them access to only the most rudimentary techniques of Jianmen. Only upon mastering the spirit can one aspire to become a named disciple of the inner sect, under the tutelage of the inner sect master, thus receiving the genuine teachings of Jianmen. However, for those without a notable background, the path to becoming a named disciple is fraught with challenges. Among the 3,000 tribes of humanity, smaller tribes boast populations of merely thousands, while larger ones can reach millions. Countless individuals vie to enter Jianmen, aspiring to become named disciples of the inner sect, thus the competition is fierce. Jianmen enforces strict regulations. Those who fail to cultivate their spirit by the age of 16 are expelled. Naturally, the children of tribal leaders possess access to various spiritual herbs and elixirs to enhance their cultivation, ensuring their children achieve spiritual mastery before the critical age of 16. Even those of ordinary aptitude can, with sufficient resources, rely on herbs and elixirs to attain the status of qi refiners. In contrast, the children of the impoverished lack such privileges, relying solely on their diligence and perseverance. From the humble Zhongshan tribe, Zhang Yu hails from a minuscule clan, having dwindled to a mere 100 souls due to years of famine, rendering it one of the smallest tribes in the wilderness. Such a tribe struggles to ensure its own survival, let alone produce a qi refiner. His early descent from the mountain is motivated by the quest for spiritual herbs in the depths of the forest to concoct feather spirit pills for soul nurturing. The feather spirit pill, while ordinary, requires common herbs that he cannot afford, compelling him to gather and refine them himself. Thus, the time and toil he invests far exceed that of others. Having traversed approximately 2 hours from Jianmen Mountain, the dawn has fully arrived, and both inner and outer disciples have risen, each engaged in their practices. Suddenly, a series of urgent tolls resound from the mountain, as powerful qi refiners descend from the summit, calling out, "The demonic soul miasma is imminent. All disciples of Jianmen, heed my command. No one is permitted to leave. Everyone is forbidden from stepping outside Jianmen Mountain. The demonic soul miasma is perilously dangerous. Only Jianmen can safeguard this realm. Anyone who dares to depart shall meet their doom." A flurry of commotion ensues at Jianmen, as the grand gates are abruptly sealed. Above the mountain, amidst the swirling mists, palatial structures shine brilliantly, the golden pinnacle erupting with streams of resplendent light, illuminating the void with unparalleled brilliance. Such a formidable display is a first for the outer disciples, yet the inner disciples are no strangers to it. The demonic soul miasma erupts once every decade, posing immense peril. Even qi refiners face harrowing fates when confronted by it. Each occurrence of the miasma results in a bloodbath, leaving desolation in its wake. How can the demonic soul miasma have erupted prematurely? It was supposed to manifest in 5 days, murmurs an inner disciple. At that moment, a deep rumbling emanates from below, akin to a monstrous being wreaking havoc beneath the earth. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist surges forth from a nearby valley, gushing upwards like a fountain, enveloping the sky. In no time, this column of darkness looms higher than Jianmin Mountain, reaching straight into the clouds, as the black mist disperses in all directions. The scene resembles a colossal, shadowy umbrella unfurling slowly across the sky. The world is engulfed in darkness, save for Jianmin Mountain, which radiates a brilliant light, illuminating the encroaching black mist. As the swirling darkness descends near Jianmin Mountain, it is repelled by the radiant glow, as if an invisible barrier safeguards Jianmin from the malevolence. Within that black mist lurks a terrifying presence, emitting bone-chilling roars that send shivers down one's spine. Occasionally, entities within the mist collide against the luminous barrier of Jianmin, producing thunderous echoes that astound all. Zhongyu ventures toward a location known as Gathering Cloud Mountain, rich in spiritual herbs, situated to the southeast of Jianmin. During his years as an outer disciple, though he has not mastered profound techniques, he has honed his physique, allowing him to traverse great distances with ease, scaling mountains and valleys without effort. Upon entering Gathering Cloud Mountain, the sun has fully risen, and the echoes of beastly roars resonate through the air. This remote area is devoid of human presence, with no tribes hunting nearby, leading to an abundance of wild beasts. Zhongyu treads cautiously through the woods, diligently searching, and soon gathers several spiritual herbs. While other herbs are relatively easy to find, the five-spice herb is elusive and requires a stroke of luck, he reflects. As he traverses the terrain, he suddenly catches a whiff of a peculiar fragrance wafting through the air. This scent, faint yet growing stronger as he approaches, bears the distinct aroma of 5 unique fragrances: sweet, fragrant, refreshing, fiery, and rich indeed, the scent of the five-spice herb. Following the aroma, he arrives at the edge of a cliff, peering down into the abyss below, steep and rugged, with the valley shrouded in darkness, its depths unfathomable. Near the cliff's edge, a large stone juts out, with a trickle of water seeping from the cliff face, nourishing a few rare plants. Five-spice herb. Zhongyu's heart leaps with joy as he carefully descends the cliff. Though steep, his agility minimizes the risks involved. After a brief moment, he reaches a spot close to the stone, gazing down into the dark valley, where a chilling wind rises, biting through to his bones. Cautiously, he ascends the stone, ready to harvest the five-spice herb, when the sky suddenly darkens. Startled, he looks up in alarm. A magnificent golden bird, resplendent in its glory, descends upon the cliff. This avian creature boasts a wingspan of over 10 feet, possessing 4 wings. As it swoops down towards him, its talons glinting menacingly in the light. What kind of fierce bird is this? Before the 4-winged golden bird reaches him, a powerful gust of wind rushes forth, stinging his face and nearly toppling him from the stone. The 4-winged golden bird swooped down with great urgency. At the moment it lunged, Zhongyu hastily grasped several sprigs of fragrant herbs and leaped from the massive rock. The colossal bird missed its target, flapping its 4 wings and soaring upwards, scanning the surroundings. However, Zhongyu had not plummeted off the cliff. Instead, he clung to a green vine over a yard away beneath the rock. The 4-winged golden bird screeched angrily and descended into the sky, preparing for another assault. Gritting his teeth, Zhongyu slid down the vine into the abyss. Just as the 4-winged golden bird reached midair, a dense black mist rolled in, enveloping the entire valley in an instant. Zhongyu looked up, as if the sky had been draped with a dark shroud. Faint light flickered at the valley's bottom, the source indistinguishable. Suddenly, a deafening rush of wind announced the descent of a massive skeleton, which plummeted past him into the depths below. Alarmed, Zhongyu realized it was the very skeleton of the 4-winged golden bird. In the blink of an eye, the majestic creature seemed to have been devoured by some entity within the black mist, leaving only its bones behind. A chill ran down Zhongyu's spine as he glanced upwards, witnessing the black mist rapidly approaching along the cliffside. In a flurry, he continued his descent, but a series of sharp snaps echoed as several vines broke free from the cliff, sending him tumbling down along with them. In his panic, he reached out desperately and finally grasped a sturdy branch protruding from an ancient tree, halting his fall. Peering up, he saw the black mist encroaching, mere yards away. Beside the thick trunk of the tree was an opening, the size of a water barrel, from which rustling sounds emanated. A colossal triangular head emerged from the aperture, lifting itself high, curiously observing Zhongyu. It was an unimaginably large python. The serpent hissed, showing keen interest in him. Such a colossal constrictor possessed terrifying strength, and was a king among the beasts of the wild. Even seasoned cultivators found it a formidable foe, let alone him. Determined, Zhongyu released his grip on the branch and fell once more. The python, flicking its long forked tongue, was poised to strike when suddenly the black mist enveloped it entirely. With a crash, a 10-long snake skeleton tumbled from the mist, descending into the valley just ahead of Zhongyu. The cold valley was deep, strewn with a thick layer of dead branches and foliage. When he landed, the impact was not severe. Using the faint light, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering a pile of bones at the valley's base, remnants of beasts that had perished at the hands of the giant python and the monstrous bird. That python has perished too. What on earth is this black mist? Oh no. Zhongyu's expression shifted drastically as the black haze finally reached the valley floor, swirling around him, extinguishing the ghostly flames one by one. As he scanned the area, he noted the mist surging closer, mere inches away, and couldn't help but lament. This strange fog has consumed the golden bird and the python. Surely, I am doomed as well. Wait, why has the mist stopped moving? The black mist halted a yard away from him, as if an invisible force was barricading it, forming a hemispherical protective barrier. Zhongyu observed a massive skeletal claw reaching from the mist, attempting to grasp the protective sphere, producing a cacophony of creaks, yet failing to break through. What is this? Zhongyu noticed, at the center of the small protective circle, a seated skeleton. Its right arm was raised, holding a lantern, seemingly illuminating the path for those lost in darkness. The light flickered dimly, barely brighter than the ghostly flames, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Strange, this figure has been dead for so many years, reduced to bones, yet this lantern still shines? Filled with curiosity, Zhongyu approached for a closer examination and soon realized the anomaly. The skeleton could not merely be classified as human. It was not sitting cross-legged, but rather coiled, lacking legs and possessing a long serpent's tail that wound around itself, while its upper body retained a human form, complete with a head, neck, arms, and hands. This was the corpse of a creature with a human head and a serpent's body. Could it be that this lantern is what wards off the strange black mist? Zhongyu bowed respectfully to the skeletal figure and carefully lifted the lantern. As the flame flickered precariously, he shielded it with his hand. Suddenly, a languid voice resonated. Countless autumns have passed in slumber. What year is this, Eve? Young one, in which dynasty does Fuxi reign now? Chapter 2. The Legacy of the Flame. Zhongyu stood in a daze, realizing that the voice he had just heard was not a figment of his imagination. Beyond himself, the only presence in the vicinity was the grotesque corpse. Could it be even someone as fearless as Zhongyu? Felt a chill run through him, his complexion paling as he shivered uncontrollably. Where should he look? I am here. The voice echoed again, tinged with annoyance. Young man, I am inquiring about the current era under the reign of Fuxi. Zhongyu stared blankly at the lamp in his hand, stammering and unable to articulate a response. The voice had emanated from within the lamp. The four-winged golden bird was already peculiar enough, but the ravenous black mist was even more bizarre. Yet, the most astonishing of all was this lamp, this strange lamp that could speak. Your lineage has diminished to a point where I can scarcely perceive it. Has the Fuxi divine clan truly fallen to such depths? The voice in the lamp lamented. The Fuxi divine clan? Is it referring to me? Suddenly, Zhongyu's gaze fixated on the flame of the lamp, which he soon realized was not a flame at all, but rather a doll the size of a finger. This doll had fair skin, donned a golden garb, and possessed a head of fiery red hair that truly resembled flames upon closer inspection. Such extraordinary beings still exist in this world? Fuxi? No. Zhongyu was taken aback, recalling tales from the older generation at Jianmen, who spoke of Fuxi as the singular emperor of earth and heaven from ancient times. Yet, this peculiar little being within the lamp claimed there were as many as 9. The little doll wandered about on the wick of the lamp, mumbling to itself, How long have I been in slumber? How is it that this little one does not even know of Fuxi? He is clearly of the Fuxi divine lineage. Though his bloodline may be thin, he insists on identifying as a human. What sort of race is the human tribe among the myriad of beings? I have never heard of it. The flame doll leaped from the lamp on Zhongyu's arm, traversing his bicep and imparting a sensation of warmth. It murmured, Something must have transpired here. Something I am unaware of. What evening is this? How long have I slept to awaken in this era? Zhongyu interjected. I have heard that Shi Huang was a saint emperor from the ancient times, and now we are in the era of the human emperor. But what exactly are you? Scratching his head, he found it difficult to address this tiny creature. The flame doll replied languidly, I am called Xinhua. In the past, I was known as the Emperor of Fire, but alas, given your meager understanding of Fuxi, it is futile to elaborate further. Take me away from here. I seek a successor to carry forth the legacy of the flame. In exchange, I shall grant you certain benefits. Suddenly, the little doll vanished without a trace. Zhongyu was puzzled when he heard its voice resonate within his mind. Is this your method of soul visualization for cultivation? For a noble Fuxi divine clan descended to practice such a humble technique is truly a disgrace to the lineage of Fuxi. Stop looking around. I reside in your sea of consciousness. Simply concentrate your spirit, envision a vast ocean of stars within your brow, and you shall see me. I shall teach you. Just follow my lead, visualizing the sea of consciousness. This required a profound level of mastery, and among the outer disciples, few could achieve it. Can the method you impart truly allow me to perceive the sea of consciousness? Zhongyu questioned, skepticism evident in his demeanor. He tentatively followed the method prescribed by Xinhua. Suddenly, the world before him shimmered, and he found himself floating above a remarkable lake. This lake shimmered like jade, spanning over 10 zhangts, with a sword gate hovering above its surface. Zhongyu was astonished. He had truly glimpsed his sea of consciousness. Though he had practiced for years, he had never actually seen it, primarily due to his insufficient cultivation. Yet, under the guidance of this flame doll, he had achieved it in an instant. Such a speed of cultivation would surely be met with disbelief. Before Zhongyu, Xinhua flitted about like a little flame, soaring within the sea of consciousness. This sword gate. Is it not your method for visualizing and cultivating your soul? How pitiful. A descendant of the Fushi clan, yet lacking a proper cultivation method. Resorting to such a base technique. Furthermore, you have cultivated for quite some time, yet your sea of consciousness remains so small, revealing the inadequacy of your practice. Zhang Yu's face reddened as he retorted, this is the sword gate out-of-body visualization technique. Though it may not be the pinnacle of soul-refining methods, it is by no means crude. It is the best I have been able to learn. To become a Qi practitioner, one must first refine the soul. The sword gate treats all outer disciples equally, yet the methods imparted are merely the sword gate out-of-body visualization technique. Cultivating this soul-refining method will form a sword gate in the sea of consciousness. Once the spirit breaks through the sword gate, it can exit the body and soar freely. The best soul-refining method? Xinhua scoffed. Practicing this method leads to a state of ignorance regarding the essence of the soul. A mere gust of wind disperses the spirit, sunlight dissolves it, and a strike of lightning reduces it to ashes. This form of soul is the weakest, dissolving in water, igniting in fire, and petrifying upon contact with earth, dangerous in every regard. The true method of soul refinement involves envisioning the sacred, strengthening the spirit, remaining unscattered in the wind, undissolved by light, unyielding to lightning, impervious to water, unburned by fire, and untransformed by earth. This is the authentic path. Zhongyu was taken aback. Xinhua's words resonated with truth. The Qi practitioners from the outer disciples of the Baikong Hall had echoed similar sentiments, warning that reaching the stage of spirit departure was exceedingly perilous. One must practice in the Baikong Hall, detached from the heavens and the earth, avoiding contact with the 5 elemental substances. Otherwise, should the spirit exit the body and encounter any of the 5 elements, it would lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in the spirit's dispersion. What is the authentic method of cultivation? Zhongyu asked, unwilling to accept defeat. I shall teach you. Xinhua perched upon his shoulder, brimming with confidence. Your ability to find me signifies a connection. Ideally, you would be the next successor of the Flame's legacy. However, your bloodline is too diluted to uphold my reputation. Help me locate a pure-blooded Fushi divine descendant, and I shall guide you in your cultivation. Your spirit is not weak. You may be able to practice the Fire Era Palace's Sun Emperor visualization technique. Xinhua, I truly am not of the divine lineage. Everyone around me is just like me. They cannot all be of the divine clan, can they? Zhongyu scratched his head. Can humans also practice the Sun Emperor visualization technique? Xinhua chuckled. While I am unsure how the Fushi divine clan fell to such a state, you are indeed of divine lineage and are capable of practicing my visualization technique. Before long, Zhongyu had to concede that the Sun Emperor visualization technique surpassed the Sword Gate out-of-body visualization technique by an immeasurable degree. The Sun Emperor visualization technique refined one's essence, nurturing the spirit, making it stronger, allowing the spirit to exit the body with less burden. Moreover, a more robust spirit would be less susceptible to external forces, significantly reducing risks. The sea of consciousness represented the convergence of spirit. The stronger the spirit, the broader the sea of consciousness, making visualization increasingly feasible. Standing upon Zhongyu's shoulder, Xinhua emanated 2 beams of light from his eyes, weaving a breathtaking tapestry several feet before Zhongyu. This is the first generation of the Sun Emperor, revered as the Heavenly Emperor, who established the Fire Era and presided over 32 dynasties of Sun Emperors. To visualize the sacred, one must envision an emperor who ruled over myriad races and forged an era. Now, meditate upon yourself as the Sun Emperor, residing in the Fire Era Palace and commanding all deities and races. Zhongyu gazed intently, noting that the illustration comprised 3 layers. The first layer depicted the Sun Emperor, possessing a dragon's head, a serpent's tail, and a human body adorned with dragon horns and scales, the skin engraved with patterns resembling celestial script, seemingly imbued with profound wisdom. The mere attainment of the first layer is already exceedingly arduous, while visualization entails conjuring the essence, spirit, and aura of the divine fire sovereign, an entity revered as the celestial emperor who heralded the era of fire. This endeavor is indeed immensely challenging. The second layer pertains to the palace of the fire era, the sanctum of the celestial emperor. The fire era palace diagram projected by the fire child is exceedingly rudimentary, yet for Zhongyu, it remains overwhelmingly intricate. Moreover, envisioning such a magnificent edifice, grand and timeless, proves to be a formidable task. The third layer is represented by the fire tree before the fire era palace. Its canopy sprawling far and wide, nearly insurmountable, shrouded in swirling mists, with majestic birds nesting within. Each leaf of this fire tree is unique, making the complete visualization of the entire tree an even more daunting challenge. The difficulty of visualizing the entirety of the fire era palace and the sovereign is countless times greater than that of the sword gate diagram. The intricacy is likely to be 1,000-fold surpassing that of the sword gate. Upon contemplating this, he closed his eyes and concentrated, imagining himself as the divine fire sovereign, residing within the fire era palace. At that moment, a sudden surge rippled through his consciousness, and Zhongyu's soul expanded, his feet vanishing and transforming into a serpentine tail, while his head morphed into that of a dragon, remarkably resembling the sovereign depicted in the fire sovereign diagram. Not only that, but the tumultuous waves within his consciousness began to shape the fire era palace around him, while simultaneously, a fire tree gradually took form before the palace. The fire child perched upon Zhongyu's shoulder was taken aback to visualize the fire era palace, the divine fire sovereign, and the fire tree so swiftly. Though this divine lineage may be somewhat diluted, their comprehension is commendable, rivaling even that of the pure-blooded divine clans I have encountered previously. Chapter 3. The fire era palace of the Sun Emperor Zhongyu seemed to sense a shift in his consciousness, yearning to open his eyes. Yet the mental construct of the Sun Emperor he had forged was in turmoil, on the verge of collapse. Do not lose focus, admonished the young fire spirit. If your mind wanders, all your efforts will be in vain, leading to mental degradation and making it increasingly difficult to fully visualize the Sun Emperor's image of the fire era palace. You must gather your strength and complete this cultivation. Zhongyu reined in his thoughts, concentrating entirely, and as he did so, the fire era palace, the fire tree, and the Sun Emperor stabilized, becoming increasingly complete and solid. After a considerable time, Zhongyu felt his mental energy waning and opened his eyes, incredulous as he beheld the resplendent fire era palace surrounding him. Looking down at himself, he found it even harder to believe. Do not be astonished. This is merely an image conjured by your mind, existing solely within your consciousness. The energy expended was yours, yet what you have refined is your soul. The young fire spirit declared smugly from his shoulder. The visualization of the Sun Emperor's image is not akin to the rudimentary techniques you practiced before. Those techniques are of minimal benefit to soul refinement and utterly futile for mental cultivation. The visualization I have imparted to you will not only refine your soul, but also strengthen your mind, making your spirit ever more formidable. Just as Zhongyu was about to rise and explore the scenery beyond the fire era palace, he suddenly heard a crash. The palace crumbled, the fire tree melted away, and even the Sun Emperor's form he had conjured disintegrated, revealing the true essence of his soul. What is happening? Zhongyu pondered, perplexed. If you were to step out of the fire era palace, your soul would exit your body, the young fire spirit chuckled. Both the fire era palace and the sword gate represent portals. The interior signifies your inner self, while the exterior represents the outer world. Crossing either threshold signifies the exit of your soul. You have merely begun to engage with the visualization of the fire era palace's Sun Emperor. Achieving this is already commendable. Really? Zhongyu's eyes sparkled with delight. However, the young fire spirit's expression stiffened, hands clasped behind his back as he paced upon Zhongyu's shoulder. Descendant of Fuxi, do not become complacent. You are still far from the level of a pure-blood inheritor of the fire spirit. A pure-blood can fully visualize the image with a single glance. While you have merely grasped a rough outline, you must continue your training. Zhongyu, however, remained optimistic, laughing. Are pure-blood divine beings truly that powerful? After all, they are divine. While I am but a human, it is natural to fall short. Hard work can make up for deficiencies. I shall intensify my cultivation and prove that I am not inferior to them. The young fire spirit frowned, inwardly skeptical. Hard work can make up for shortcomings? With your aptitude surpassing others, combined with your diligence, how can others possibly compete? Zhang Yu's comprehension was, by the standards of past fire spirit inheritors, merely average. Yet the fire spirit had witnessed only pure-blood descendants of Fuxi. Zhang Yu had already exceeded the young fire spirit's expectations by reaching this point. Your mental capacity is lacking. Merely one visualization has drained you. You need rest. With further practice of the Fire Era Palace's Sun Emperor visualization, your spirit will grow stronger. Once you can manifest your spirit visually, you will have achieved a minor success. The fire spirit observed Zhang Yu's consciousness, noting that the once expansive mental realm had dwindled. Zhang Yu remained in awe. To manifest my spirit visibly, and that merely constitutes a minor success? This is something only an energy cultivator can achieve. Can I truly attain it? Suddenly, he felt dizzy, sleepiness overtaking him, and involuntarily closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Realizing that the earlier visualization had consumed an excessive amount of his mental energy, within his consciousness, his spirit began to flow like a continuous stream, gradually replenishing the mental realm. Several hours later, Zhang Yu awoke and, after a brief moment of meditation, immediately delved back into his consciousness. His heart swelling with joy upon discovering that his mental realm, which had once been merely over 10 zhang in diameter, had expanded nearly by half to over 20 zhang. To think he had spent years refining his mental realm through the Sword Gate's exit visualization, only to achieve such growth in his spirit after just one session of the Fire Era Palace's Sun Emperor visualization. What formidable technique had the fire spirit endowed him with? Regaining his composure, he once more visualized the Fire Era Palace and the Sun Emperor. With his spirit now doubled in strength, he found the visualization process much easier. Moments later, Zhang Yu's spirit opened its eyes, observing that the mental manifestation of the Fire Era Palace was notably more stable than before. Though this visualization had consumed considerable mental energy, nearly half remained for him to utilize. With so much mental energy still at his disposal, he thought, surely I can manage to step out of the Fire Era Palace now. His heart raced as he considered that in 6 years of cultivation, he had never succeeded in exiting his soul, yet now, after merely 2 sessions of the Sun Emperor visualization, he felt confident he could achieve it. Within the Fire Era Palace, Zhang Yu's spirit, manifesting as the Sun Emperor, took steps toward the palace's exit. With each step, he felt his mental energy rapidly depleting. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and the essence of his spirit within his consciousness began to diminish swiftly. Upon taking the 9th step, Zhang Yu reached the threshold of the Fire Era Palace, 1 foot poised to cross into the divine structure, yet at that moment, his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Finally, as he completed his 9th step, his mental reservoir was entirely depleted. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in his ears, akin to a roaring spring thunderclap, deafening and disorienting. Suddenly, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm. In that moment, his soul exited his body, standing before him. Exiting. Zhang Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. He had finally achieved the exit of his soul. Having entered the Sword Gate at the tender age of 9, he had dedicated 6 arduous years to his training, laboring tenfold compared to others without ever achieving this feat. Yet now, after a few brief hours of practicing the Fire Era Palace's Sun Emperor visualization, he had accomplished it. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt an urge to both weep and laugh, eager to release the elation swelling within him. Flames danced as the fire spirit flew forth from the copper lamp, meeting Zhang Yu face to face. In this moment of external emergence, Zhang Yu realized how diminutive his soul was, almost akin to that of the fire spirit. The 2 tiny figures exchanged glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously. The young fire spirit scrutinized him, remarking, "The realm of exit is still rudimentary. Your soul remains weak, incapable of even soul offerings, let alone sensing the spirit." Soul offerings? As he spoke, he felt a slight restoration of his mental energy, albeit at a pace much slower than from a deep sleep. To rejuvenate his spirit rapidly, he would still require a substantial rest. Soul offerings represent another realm. Once the soul exits, it can attach to an object, allowing that object to levitate. However, this requires a robust spirit, which is not easily attained. Those capable of soul offerings are exceptional individuals among the outer disciples. Is it truly so challenging to perform soul offerings? The fire spirit perched on his shoulder, puzzled. When you visualize next, you may attempt soul offerings. Zhang Yu's eyelids grew heavy as he murmured, how could it be possible so soon? Upon awakening once more, he immediately checked his consciousness. Noticing it had expanded even further, his heart surged with astonishment. Perhaps he could genuinely attempt soul offerings this time. Wait, Why have I lost so much weight? He looked down and realized that in just these few days, he had become remarkably thin, reduced to little more than skin and bones, which startled him. Though only 15. Zhang Yu possessed a physical constitution that ranked among the best of the tens of thousands of outer disciples in the Sword Gate. He was one of the few among the outer disciples who practiced martial arts. For energy cultivators, martial arts are not particularly significant. It is rarely heard that an energy cultivator excels in martial arts to achieve great success. Thus, the Sword Gate does not place much emphasis on it. The Sword Sect primarily cultivates sword energy, first comprehending the essence of spirit, then harnessing this spirit to refine their sword energy. Even ordinary Qi practitioners from the Sword Sect can achieve the remarkable skill of sword energy traversing the void, wielding a 3-foot blade of energy that is unyielding. However, the Sword Sect is an ancient sanctuary with a rich heritage in martial arts, and it does not prohibit external disciples from engaging in their training. Zhang Yu, an external disciple, has acquired a martial arts technique known as the Dragon Totem Envelopment Technique, a method of visualization originating from a human tribe that venerates the dragon as its totem. By envisioning a fierce dragon coiling around his body, he strengthens his physique, moving with the grace and power bestowed by the dragon, endowing him with immense strength. To date, Zhang Yu's physique has grown several times stronger than that of an ordinary external disciple. His rigorous practice of this martial art stems from his humble beginnings, as he often descends the mountain to gather herbs for alchemy to enhance his abilities, necessitating a means of self-preservation. The Dragon Totem Envelopment Technique has repeatedly aided him in evading fatal encounters with ferocious beasts, leaving only scars upon his body without claiming his life. Yet, in the past few days, the robust physique he painstakingly cultivated through the Dragon Totem Envelopment Technique has inexplicably withered, a change that Zhang Yu finds somewhat difficult to accept. Despite his leaner form, he senses no diminishment in his strength. His power remains intact. The practice of the Fire Era Palace's Solar Emperor visualization demands a vast amount of energy, which has depleted the muscles within his body during his 2 attempts at visualization. The Flame Child elucidates, "Your physique is commendable. You must possess a body-refining technique. You have performed admirably. Body, spirit, and soul must complement one another. To achieve greatness, one must maintain a robust physique. Should your body be even slightly weaker, the first visualization of the Fire Era Palace's Solar Emperor could lead to your demise from starvation." Startled, Zhang Yu exclaims, "Does practicing this technique truly lead to death?" "Indeed," replies the Flame Child. "The spirit is intertwined with the body. A strong physique will enhance the spirit, while spiritual consumption will deplete the energy within the body. When visualizing, the expenditure of spirit simultaneously drains the body's energy. An undernourished body will surely perish." With a smile, the Flame Child adds, "Fortunately, your physical foundation is still quite commendable, allowing you to endure 2 visualizations. However, should you attempt a third, you may very well become a mere skeleton. Now, you must eat abundantly and nutritiously. It is best to avoid grains, subsisting only on spiritual elixirs. Otherwise, your body will be hollowed out." Chapter 4. The Totem Pillar and the Elixir of Life. As a humble descendant of a lowly family, merely being able to fill my stomach is already a considerable achievement. To consume elixirs is far beyond my means. The young attendant within the lamp gazed upon me with admiration as I completed my tasks. Upon witnessing me hang the lamp across my chest and ascend the rocky wall, he could not restrain his words. "A dignified divine being like you cannot even fly, relying solely on your legs for movement. What a disgrace to the divine race. Pure-blooded divine beings are innately sacred. With a mere flick of their tail, they can soar through the skies." I laughed as I climbed the cliff, replying, "I lack a tail, and I am not of the divine race. Hence, I shall not fly." The young attendant leapt from the lamp, traversing my garments, and upon feeling my coccyx, he shook his head, saying, "You do possess a tail. It simply has not manifested. The Fushi divine beings I encountered before all had serpentine tails. Why is yours absent? Do you not believe me? Feel your backside and see if there are any remnants of a coccyx." As I brushed my hand behind me, I indeed felt the coccyx. My heart stirred with astonishment. Could it be that the human race is truly a descendant of the Fushi divine beings? It seems implausible. We are weak and insignificant. Arguably the most humble of all races, how could we possibly be the noble descendants of the divine? I steadied my thoughts and exerted myself to climb higher. With the flame and lamp at my side, the oppressive black mist could not penetrate. Soon, I reached the summit, surveying the surroundings, only to find the sky and earth shrouded in an impenetrable haze. Can you discern what lies within this black fog? I inquired. A dignified divine being unable to see with your divine eye. Indeed, your divine sight has also regressed. Touch your brow. Do you feel a slight indentation? That is where the Fushi divine race's third eye resides. As I touched my brow, I felt the recess, further deepening my suspicion. I pondered silently. The swearing from the fire era, depicted in the visualizations, also bore a third eye. Could it be that the human race possesses a third eye as well? The battered copper lamp began to glow brighter, casting its light ever farther. The dense black mist, while formidable, seemed to yield to this illumination. As I followed the light, my heart raced in terror. A colossal foot descended from above, landing in the abyss below. Devoid of flesh, it was merely a skeletal remnant, roughly the size of half an acre. Looking up, I saw a gigantic figure of bone standing amidst the black haze. Draped in tattered armor, corroded with rust, bearing the marks of ancient ages. The skeletal giant's bones were adorned with intricate patterns resembling totems as it strode forward, dragging a long bony tail behind it, its nature unknown. Suddenly, a tattered flag glided silently past me, billowing in the air, accompanied by more giant skeletal feet descending from above, moving stealthily through the black mist. These skeletal feet towered over me. Numerous skeletal giants began to emerge from the ground, joining this eerie legion, yet the earth remained untouched. These skeletal giants, etched with totemic designs, had withstood the ravages of time. They seemed devoid of corporeal form, passing through mountains and traversing waters, following the flag in the air, only to drain the lifeblood of living beings they encountered. More titanic beasts appeared, festooned with decaying flesh, their skulls flickering with ghostly flames. The skeletal giants rode these beasts, some adorned with the blood of various creatures, their flesh writhing in a bizarre display. In the distance, tattered flags danced in the air, and more giants and beasts emerged, though they were too far for me to discern clearly. Only the flickering ghostly flames of their eyes were visible. The once lush landscape near the Swordgate Mountain had transformed into a realm beset by phantoms. These were the souls of the damned, the lingering resentment of divine spirits that had perished, coalescing into these vengeful specters. The young attendant whispered from within the lamp. Such potent resentment suggests that a cataclysmic event must have transpired here, leaving these entities in perpetual turmoil. Moreover, what could these departed souls be seeking? Their pursuit of something significant must denote the presence of a remarkable treasure. I gasped, are they divine beings? There are both divine and demonic entities here, though most are lesser divine beings. Only the 9 great clans, such as Fushi, Niwa, Huashu, and Yinzi, can be truly considered divine royal blood. You possess a trace of Fushi blood within you, albeit faint. It pales in comparison to these deceased entities, rendering you unfit to inherit the flame. Otherwise, you would be the torchbearer of this generation. I oriented myself and made my way towards Swordgate Mountain. As I exited Gathering Cloud Mountain, the mist of souls dissipated, and after a further half-day, the haze vanished entirely. With the souls gone, the young attendant within the lamp fell silent. Having had this peculiar companion for these past days, I found the sudden quiet unsettling. I lifted the lamp's cover, only to find the young attendant had vanished, leaving only a minuscule flame. Flame, are you still with me? I inquired, shaking the peculiar lamp. Do not disturb me, came the drowsy response, revealing the young attendant's tiny head. I have expended much energy keeping the black haze at bay. I need rest. I must quickly find the torchbearer to dwell within their spirit, or I shall extinguish within a few years. I have slumbered too long, far weaker than before. With that, he drifted back into slumber. I pondered momentarily before placing the lamp into my medicine basket, covering it with herbs, and entering Swordgate Mountain. The treatment afforded to outer disciples who had achieved soul projection was markedly superior to that of those who had not. Those who succeeded resided in the upper courtyard, receiving 10 feather spirit pills each month and were taught more profound techniques. I must first visit the outer hall of Azure Sky, undergo the examination, and elevate my status. I hurried toward the Azure Sky Hall, aware that the soul projection examinations occurred only once a month, and today was the appointed day. Missing it would mean waiting until next month. With over 50,000 outer disciples, my absence for 3 days had not raised any alarm at Swordgate. As a mere figure from the humble Zhongshan tribe, my demise would likely elicit no concern. In the soul projection examination, I could not utilize the flame to access the visualization from the fire era. I could only employ the visualization method of the Swordgate. I worried whether this technique would suffice for achieving soul projection. The Swordgate placed immense importance on lineage. If they discovered I was not practicing their techniques, expulsion would be the least of my concerns. My life would be at stake. Upon reaching the Azure Sky Hall, I found over 100 outer disciples gathered, awaiting the examination. Some held totem pillars, adorned with strange patterns painted in the blood of exotic beasts. The totem pillar, a sacred column used by the tribes of the Great Wilderness for worship, possessed miraculous properties, nurturing the soul excellently and facilitating visualization. Only those of noble lineage within the tribes were permitted to wield the totem pillars. Such pillars could only be crafted by chi refinement masters. Hence, only tribes with these masters possessed them. The spirits they refined, known as tuliang, were embodiments of the totem spirit. The relationship between spirits and totems was profound. One tribe, blessed with a tuliang resembling a mystical tortoise, adopted it as their totem. The tribal worship of the mysterious tortoise totem has, to some extent, elevated the cultivation of that particular chi-refining practitioner. As for tribes without chi-refining practitioners, they naturally lack totemic pillars. The Zhongshan tribe, from which Zhongyu hails, is the smallest of them all and, of course, possesses no such treasures. Just as Zhongyu approached the biking hall, a sudden uproar erupted. With the crowd surging, someone has died. A participant has been killed during the assessment, their souls scattered. A stir rippled through Zhongyu's heart as he observed two men in white carrying the lifeless body of a young disciple who had perished during the trial. This sight tightened the hearts of many outer disciples, for the soul extraction assessment is exceedingly rigorous. Merely having one's soul leave the body is insufficient to pass. It also necessitates evaluating the strength of the soul and the awareness of combat, fraught with peril at every turn, where a moment's inattention could lead to injury. Indeed, fatalities are not uncommon. Outside the biking hall, the outer disciples awaiting their assessments felt a sense of trepidation. They had heard whispers of the fatalities that occurred during the evaluations, yet hearing of it and witnessing it are worlds apart, imparting a far greater psychological impact. Many of them felt their hearts race, contemplating retreat. Zhongyu strode forward, reflecting. The path of cultivation lies in the pursuit of valor and progress. Should one's spirit falter, all is lost. What then is there to discuss regarding cultivation? Before the biking hall, the elder in white, who presided over the assessments, appeared to be in a meditative state, seemingly oblivious to Zhongyu's arrival. He remarked coolly, "Which clan do you hail from?" "Zhongshan tribe, Zhong clan, Zhongyu." The elder lifted his gaze, appraising Zhongyu with a scrutinizing glance. Enter. Next, "Which clan do you hail from?" "Wei Shui tribe, Shui-Tu clan, Shui Qingyan." As Zhongyu stepped into the biking hall, a melodious voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Zhongyu, brother you of the Zhong clan? Is that truly you? After a few days apart, how have you become so gaunt?" Chapter 5. Profoundly stimulated. The maiden was named Shui Qingyan, hailing from the Wei River tribe, one of the 3,000 tribes of the Great Wilderness. The Wei River was abundant in alluvial plains, hence the Wei River tribe was known as the Shui-Tu clan, with its people often adopting Shui as their surname. Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan had known each other for a while. Last year, upon returning to his hometown, Zhongyu traversed the Great Wilderness alone, journeying from the Zhongshan tribe to the sacred ground of Swordgate, where he encountered Shui Qingyan. Shui Qingyan's parents held a prominent position within the Shui-Tu clan, and she was escorted by over a dozen adult hunters to Swordgate. Regrettably, they were assailed by a beast tied en route, leaving only Shui Qingyan alive. Just as the girl was about to perish beneath the fangs of the beasts, Zhongyu rescued her. The scar on Zhongyu's left arm was a testament to his act of saving Shui Qingyan, having been bitten by a ferocious beast. Zhongyu escorted her to Swordgate, and it was this experience that led Shui Qingyan to address Zhongyu as Brother Yu, a term of endearment. "Qingyan, have you already achieved soul projection?" Zhongyu was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "You've only been cultivating for a year." Here, Zhongyu abruptly ceased his words, for he thought of himself. Shui Qingyan's cultivation speed was already considered exceedingly rapid, having entered Swordgate for only a year. She was already capable of soul projection and entering the Azure Sky Hall for assessment, a feat that could be deemed miraculous compared to numerous outer disciples. However, in comparison, Zhongyu had cultivated the Fire Chronicle, a visualization diagram imparted by the Fire Discipline Palace to Sovereign, and had achieved soul projection in a mere few hours. Such a speed would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Of course, Zhongyu had already cultivated for several years prior, and his breakthrough to the soul projection realm would only be considered above average among tens of thousands of outer disciples, hardly drawing much attention. The two had already entered the Azure Sky Hall, which indeed lived up to its name. Beneath their feet lay an invisible barrier, and below the barrier was a bottomless abyss. Magnificent, undulating mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. and nearly the entirety of the vast wilderness could be taken in at a glance. Wisps of white clouds drifted past their feet. Looking out, one could behold the wondrous sights of the great wilderness. Snow-capped ice mountains, colossal trees spanning hundreds of miles, roaring, rushing rivers, and unbelievably enormous lotuses, all of which were immensely grand. Above their heads, the blazing sun hung high, and the radiant moon was suspended, as if the sun, moon, and stars were closer than ever before. At this moment, there were over a dozen individuals within the Azure Sky Hall, gathered before a high platform. This platform spanned 100 zhang in circumference, with a sword gate erected in the center, its form resembling a sword. The battle on the high platform was fierce. A youth of 15 or 16 was engaged in a duel with a jet-black demonic entity. The demonic entity's arms were akin to the forelimbs of a mantis, and its feet were bent backward. It moved with incredible speed, darting about like a gust of wind, transforming into a black blur on the platform, circling the youth while its arms, like a pair of scythes, incessantly slashed at him. The youth parried and blocked, with blood constantly flowing from his body. He was struck by the demonic entity from time to time, placing him in a precarious situation. An invisible barrier surrounded the high platform, sealing it off. The demonic entity could not escape, and being inherently bloodthirsty, it ferociously attacked the youth on the platform. On the other side of the high platform, several white-robed examiners sat quietly, awaiting the outcome of the battle. This demonic entity was a low-level demon race raised by Swordgate for the purpose of assessment. It was swift, powerful, and its arms were like blades, making close-quarters combat a certain defeat. Below the platform, several outer disciples, dressed in opulent attire, were evidently from prominent clans and possessed a deep understanding of the demonic entity. They discussed, however, the demonic entity's weakness is also significant, namely its extremely weak soul. During the duel, one only needs to project their soul, rush into the demonic entity's sea of consciousness, visualize Sword Gate, and with a slash of sword energy, its soul can be obliterated, thus ensuring victory. It sounds simple, but achieving it is difficult. Another shook his head, saying the demonic entity's attack speed is exceedingly fast, and its strength is great. Engaging in close combat will undoubtedly result in a miserable defeat. However, if one projects their soul, it will be instantly killed if the soul is struck by its arms. When the previous disciple projected his soul, it was struck by the demonic entity's arm, and his soul was scattered on the spot. Even the examiners of the Azure Sky Hall couldn't save him in time. One must seize the fleeting opportunity to allow the soul to rush into its sea of consciousness and cleave its soul with a sword. Indeed, this demonic entity's speed is too fast, and its strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. One cannot contend with it through brute force, but only through cunning. The assessment in the Azure Sky Hall tested both soul projection and combat awareness, neither of which could be lacking. Zhongyu frowned slightly, revealing a look of puzzlement. This demonic entity's speed doesn't seem that fast, and its strength doesn't appear to be greater than mine. Why do they all say that the demonic entity cannot be confronted with brute force? In his eyes, the demonic entity's speed was not particularly fast, and the force of its scythe-like arms was not that overwhelming. He could clearly capture every movement of the demonic entity, and his limbs were eager to try, which was quite strange. However, he was unaware that his spirit had become several times stronger than before. The demonic entity, whose speed was difficult to capture in the eyes of others, was not so astonishing in his eyes, and could only be described as ordinary. This was the marvel of a powerful spirit. Shui Qingyin took down the small totem pillar from her back, her eyes sparkling, and whispered, "My Shui Tu clan has seniors in Sword Gate who bestowed this totem pillar upon me, making cultivation very fast. Brother Yu, this assessment is very dangerous. Take my totem pillar for the assessment later and give it back to me after you pass. That way, we can both pass." Zhongyu was quite tempted. He looked up at the demonic entity on the platform again and shook his head, saying, "No need. I want to try it myself." On the platform, the youth was covered in wounds, yet he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a white-robed examiner pointed a finger, and the demonic entity exploded with a bang, meeting its demise. The examiner showed no expression and said to the youth, "You are no longer capable of fighting. Step down." Next, Junshan tribe, Junshan clan, Jun Xiaofei. Another youth ascended the high platform. This youth was clearly from a large clan. As soon as he stood on the platform, he immediately planted the totem pillar in his hand on the ground. Immediately, strange patterns on the totem pillar gradually lit up, emitting dazzling outward. The sword gate on the platform rumbled open, and a black shadow roared out from the sword gate, heading straight for Jun Xiaofei. Its arms were like scythes, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived 3 feet in front of Jun Xiaofei, and in the next moment, it could chop off his head, giving him no time to react. Suddenly, the demonic entity's speed suddenly slowed down, slowing down by half a beat. Although it was still extremely fast, it was no longer as difficult to capture with the naked eye as before. The totem pillar is indeed wondrous. Zhong Yu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration, filled with curiosity about the totem pillar. Refiners use spirits to refine totem pillars. I wonder how they do it. Although the demonic entity's speed had slowed down, it was still very fast for Jun Xiaofei. This battle lasted for an incense stick's worth of time before Jun Xiaofei finally seized an opportunity, projected his soul into the demonic entity's head, and cleaved its soul with a sword, finally achieving victory. Only 2 youths with totem pillars barely managed to win with the help of the totem pillars, while none of the outer disciples from humble backgrounds were able to win. Soon, it was Zhong Yu's turn. Shui Qingyin couldn't help but reveal a worried expression, took off the totem pillar on her back, and whispered, "Brother you should still use my totem pillar." Zhong Yu's gaze grew brighter and brighter, and he shook his head, saying, "No need." The battle on the platform ended, and a white-robed old man looked at the roster without raising his eyebrows. "Zhongshan tribe, Zhongshan clan, Zhong Yu. Disciple is here." Zhong Yu responded, ascended the high platform, took a long breath, and stared intently at the sword gate on the high platform. Below the high platform, many outer disciples looked towards the platform, only to see that this youth was thin and scrawny, his clothes were tattered, and he was carrying a large medicine basket on his back, not looking like he was here to participate in the assessment, but rather like he was here to gather herbs. Laughter erupted from the audience, with someone whispering, "Perhaps it is best for the disciples from humble backgrounds to refrain from embarrassing themselves on stage." Before the words had fully settled, a thunderous sound reverberated as the sword gate swung open under the urging of a white-clad examiner. An ominous roar, echoing with a chilling intensity, emerged from within, and a shadow shot forth like an arrow, racing towards Zhong Yu. 2 side-like arms glimmered in the air, slicing through the atmosphere with a dazzling brilliance, as 2 arcs of blade light descended upon him. "Coiling dragon," Zhong Yu bellowed, his voice akin to the rumble of spring thunder. At that moment, it seemed as though a deep, resonant dragon's roar emanated from the blue sky hall, and some claimed to have glimpsed a fearsome dragon, faintly manifesting around Zhong Yu's form, coiling protectively about him. As the 2 arcs of blade light struck down, a soft sound of impact was heard, followed by a spray of blood. A shadow soared high into the air, crashing against the invisible barrier of the high platform with a resounding thud before falling to the ground, motionless. On the platform, only a solitary figure remained standing. The audience fell into an eerie silence. The white-clad examiners looked up in disbelief, their eyes drawn to the ground where the otherworldly creature lay, lifeless. Its ribs had been shattered by a single punch, the fractured bones piercing its heart, resulting in its untimely demise. It was not the soul that had vanquished the creature, but rather the sheer force of Zhong Yu's fist. One examiner, in a dazed state, murmured, "Do you think this counts as passing the assessment, esteemed colleagues?" The others exchanged bewildered glances. This was an unprecedented occurrence since they had overseen the Blue Sky Hall. The speed and power with which Zhong Yu had defeated the otherworldly creature, barehanded, was astonishing, a feat that should have been insurmountable for an outer disciple. Yet, against all odds, Zhong Yu had struck the creature down with a single blow, leaving them utterly bewildered. Moments ago, they had been indifferent, but now they were invigorated with a sense of urgency, grappling with how to evaluate this extraordinary assessment. Chapter 6. A hero among men visible to the naked eye. The manifestation of one's spirit signifies a formidable strength within. The spirit of the chi refiners in the vast wilderness is exceptionally potent. It can take form, transforming into birds for flight, beasts for leaps, or weapons for combat, merging spirit and true energy into an indomitable prowess. However, that pertains to the chi refiners. Zhong Yu's spirit, though still faintly visible and far inferior to that of a chi refiner, astonished the outer disciples with its overwhelming might. The visualization of the Fire Palace's Sui Huang, which had been imparted to him, was indeed formidable. Waves of emotion surged within Zhong Yu. Having practiced the Sui Huang visualization merely twice, he not only achieved an out-of-body experience but also significantly enhanced the power of the Dragon Totem technique, surpassing the visualization methods of the Sword Sect by a considerable margin. The youths and maidens below stared in awe, captivated by his display, while only Shui Qingyin cheered with exuberance, her small fist clenched in encouragement as if she had passed the assessment herself. Yet, the examiners whispered among themselves, deliberating without announcing the results. Such a situation had never occurred in the sword sect before. Suddenly, a white-haired examiner pondered aloud. The purpose of our Bikuin Hall assessment is to evaluate the soul strength and combat awareness of the outer disciples. Since Zhongshan used physical techniques to defeat the otherworldly demon, it cannot be deemed a passing score. In my view, he should be declared unsuccessful. What do you think? Fellow brothers? What Brother Tian says is correct, another examiner concurred. If we consider this a pass, it would disrupt the principles of our sword sect. We cultivate spirit to refine sword energy to protect the vast wilderness. If other outer disciples follow his example, neglecting our orthodox sword sect techniques, it would be a minor issue of chaos. But if it jeopardizes our teachings, that would be a grave error. This assessment should be deemed a failure. Zhong Yu felt a heaviness in his heart when suddenly a young examiner rose, his dark hair billowing. Exuding an overwhelming aura as he exclaimed, "Enough. Brothers, I have tolerated your views long enough." For disciples from humble backgrounds, passing this Bikuin Hall assessment is a monumental challenge. A rare occurrence, with many suffering injuries or worse. The disciples from noble families can rely on totemic pillars, while those from humble origins have nothing. Where is the fairness in that? Since there is no fairness, how can passing through physical techniques be considered a violation? Today, Zhongshan must be recognized as having passed. The white-haired examiner furrowed his brow slightly. Brothers Wu, you are being somewhat reckless. The young examiner's spirit flared, and a portal shaped like a sword appeared above him, from which a fiery orb emerged, akin to the sun. At its center stood a foot-tall avian deity, his totem. With a cold smile, he addressed the other examiners. You all hail from esteemed lineages, controlling the sword sect. When will the humble disciples like us ever have a voice? I too come from humble beginnings. Today, I shall stand up for the disciples of the cold clans. His totemic spirit, a man with a bird's head and wings, descended like a blazing sun, filling the Bikuin Hall with scorching heat and flames. Brother Tian, you have been a chi refiner for 60 years, while I have only been training for 10. Today, I challenge you to see which of us, a noble-born or a humble-born chi refiner, is stronger. Will you accept my challenge, Brother Tian? Zhuxiangxing, you are overestimating your abilities. The white-haired elder retorted, summoning his own totem, a tree spirit. To match the height of Zhu's, it lacked legs, instead sprouting roots and a crown of leaves. The two chi refiners released their powers, and suddenly the tree spirit swayed, roots whipping through the air like dragons, ensnaring Zhuxiangxing. In an instant, his totem transformed into a towering tree, flourishing with life, overshadowing the entire Bikuin Hall. Zhu's avian totem expanded against the wind, its fire blazing as it unleashed flames upon the encroaching roots. Suddenly, the tree spirit raised its hands, summoning massive logs that rained down like a storm upon Zhu. In retaliation, Zhu's bird-headed spirit shot forth sword-like flames, fierce and searing. As the two chi refiners clashed, the air thickened with pressure, causing the outer disciples to cough and the other examiners to swiftly shield them, calling for them to cease. With their protection, Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan breathed easier, gazing up at the escalating battle that left onlookers mesmerized. The remaining examiners exchanged incredulous glances, one murmuring, a distinguished chi refiner, brawling over an outer disciple. If word gets out, our Bikuin Hall will lose all face within the sword sect. This was the first time in the Bikuin Hall assessment that someone had fought barehanded against an otherworldly demon, and the first time examiners had engaged in such a fierce battle themselves. Should we intervene? Whom should we help? Naturally, Brother Tian. He hails from an esteemed lineage, and the Tian family holds considerable influence in the sword sect. Just then, the white-haired elder let out a grunt and fell from the air, crashing to the ground, blood trickling. Fr, you have performed admirably. As a child of humble origins, it is indeed challenging for me to become a cultivator of qi. Should there be an increase in such practitioners from the humble backgrounds within the sword sect, your contributions will be monumental. His words are far from exaggerated. The sword sect does not place significant value on physical cultivation, and those from the desolate regions often falter during the soul assessment. However, with Zhong Yu passing the examination through the method of physical cultivation, a fervor for this approach will undoubtedly arise among those of humble origins, leading to more individuals succeeding in their assessments using this technique. The number of qi cultivators from humble beginnings within the sword sect is destined to grow. You must be 15 years of age this year, correct? After a moment of contemplation, the left prime minister remarked, considering your age, achieving the spirit at 16 may pose certain risks. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhong Yu expressed his gratitude, thinking to himself, This left master uncle is indeed a remarkable figure. He did not depart immediately, but chose to observe the battle of Shui Qingyan from below the stage. On the platform, Shui Qingyan's garments billowed gracefully, her feet seemingly gliding as if supported by waves, engaging fiercely with the otherworldly demon. She refrained from utilizing the totemic pillar. Yet it was evident that she had cultivated an exceptionally advanced visualization technique, matching the demon's speed, though lacking in strength. Soon, Shui Qingyan identified the demon's vulnerability. Her soul emerged, and she visualized the sword sect strike, cleaving the demon. This young lady of the Shui clan has been in the sect for merely a year. Has she? A few examiners exchanged glances, one quietly noting, though she benefits from the support of the Shui clan's Qi cultivators, her speed of cultivation is indeed astonishing. To pass the assessment without employing the totemic pillar is a rarity for such outstanding disciples in recent years. Meanwhile, they overlooked Zhongyu, who also had not used the totemic pillar. In their eyes, Shui Qingyan was following the orthodox path of the sword sect. While Zhongyu's victory through physical cultivation appeared somewhat unorthodox, Shui Qingyan received the token for the upper academy and together with Zhongyu, they excitedly departed from the Azure Sky Hall, heading toward the sword sect's upper academy. The upper academy is divided into male and female quarters to prevent inappropriate interactions among outer disciples, as they are the focus of the sword sect's training. If the atmosphere becomes too chaotic, it could hinder their progress in cultivation. As Shui Qingyan bid farewell to Zhongyu with reluctance, she said, "Brother Yu, do remember to visit me often in the female quarters." Zhongyu nodded, carrying his medicinal basket through the upper academy, attracting countless gazes. He pondered, "I wonder if male disciples are permitted to enter the female quarters. Perhaps I should first visit the Medicine Valley to procure 10 feather spirit pills to replenish my vitality. Otherwise, my frail body will impede my continued cultivation of the Fire Sovereign visualization technique." Chapter 7. The soul offering Zhongyu arrived at the Medicine Valley and received 10 feather spirit pills before seeking out the steward of the upper courtyard to move into his own residence. This abode comprised 3 courtyards. The back courtyard served as a resting place, the middle courtyard was used for receiving guests, and there was a tranquil room for contemplation and cultivation, while the front courtyard housed the servants. The steward guided Zhongyu on a tour of the premises, smiling as he remarked that some noble scions from various clans often traveled with a retinue of several servants to attend to their needs, allowing them to focus entirely on their cultivation without disturbances. The upper courtyard's token possessed remarkable functionality. When placed into the groove of the main gate, it could activate the totem pillar within the courtyard, creating an invisible barrier that sealed the area from outside intrusion. To remove the barrier, one simply needed to take out the token, which required nourishment from one's soul and spirit, rendering it inaccessible to others when placed in the groove. Zhongyu's eyes brightened at the thought. Indeed, this feature of the upper courtyard's token was quite considerate. Although the upper courtyard disciples were merely beginners, they required an undisturbed environment for their focused cultivation to avoid the risk of falling into madness. With this token, he could cultivate in peace, free from the anxiety of interruptions at crucial moments. Moreover, he could rest assured that any valuables left in the courtyard would be safe from theft. "Pray tell, how do the disciples of the upper courtyard cultivate?" Zhongyu inquired. The steward chuckled, explaining that each disciple who became an upper courtyard novice would be reported to the sword sect's Qi refiners, who would subsequently come to select disciples, imparting techniques and guiding their training. Each Qi refiner typically had a dozen or 20 upper courtyard disciples under their tutelage. And as these disciples advanced to become Qi refiners themselves, it would also reflect positively upon their mentors. Rest assured, as long as you pass the assessment of the Blue Sky Hall, a Qi refiner will come to accept you as their disciple within 5 to 6 days at most, or even just a day or two. Understanding this, Zhongyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After the steward departed, he immediately placed the token in the door, and the totem pillar within the courtyard began to hum and vibrate, sealing the space. Zhongyu carefully set down his basket of herbs and retrieved a tattered copper lamp, its flame flickering fitfully as the ember within remained dormant. How long would the ember sleep? After a moment's contemplation, he took out a small jade vial. Upon opening it, a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted forth, revealing 10 pills the size of soybeans, feather spirit pills. Previously, he had to toil for months to gather the necessary herbs for pill refinement, with the outcome uncertain. Now, as an upper courtyard disciple, he had been granted 10 pills at once, and would receive 10 more each month, an immense fortune in Zhongyu's eyes. One feather spirit pill could render an ordinary person as light as a swallow, endowing them with immense strength and allowing them to go without food or drink for half a month. Even an outer disciple of the sword sect could consume a feather spirit pill and cultivate tirelessly for 2 or 3 days, replenishing their spirit, nourishing their body, and revitalizing their soul. Upon consuming one feather spirit pill, Zhongyu instantly felt a surge of medicinal energy flooding his limbs, providing unparalleled comfort. His body felt akin to parched earth, as the energy of the feather spirit pill flowed in like a gentle stream, revitalizing his previously withered muscles in a wondrous manner. Before long, Zhongyu had regained his former physique, his muscles firm and robust, replenishing the energy expended during his cultivation of the Fire Era Palace's Sun Emperor visualization. He also sensed his spirit being nourished, ripples forming in his consciousness as if a breeze stirred the sea of his mind. Not only that, but his soul was also soothed by the medicinal energy, filling him with a profound sense of ease. The feather spirit pills were indeed miraculous. He had heard that some disciples from prominent clans consumed such pills daily, which explained their rapid progress. Seizing the moment, he resolved to cultivate the Sun Emperor visualization further and see if he could advance even more. Zhongyu immediately began visualizing the Sun Emperor within the Fire Era Palace, his mind surging with vigor as he constructed the image of the Sun Emperor, the palace, and the fiery tree. Simultaneously, his mental energy began to deplete rapidly. Yet the feather spirit pill he had consumed continuously replenished it. Time slipped away unheeded, and when the medicinal power of the feather spirit pill was exhausted, Zhongyu promptly took another, persevering in his cultivation. His consciousness expanded, and as old energy waned, new energy surged forth, enlarging his mental sea and strengthening his soul. Before he realized it, the power of the feather spirit pill had dissipated once more, prompting him to down a third. One by one, the feather spirit pills disappeared, and he found himself immersed in the marvel of visualization, for the first time experiencing cultivation as anything but tedious, but rather enjoyable and filled with anticipation. Wait, the feather spirit pills are gone. Zhongyu suddenly awoke, staring at the empty jade vial in disbelief. 10 feather spirit pills, which an ordinary upper courtyard disciple would take a month to consume, had vanished within a mere 4 days of his training. He felt overwhelmed. Cultivating this Sun Emperor visualization was like a bottomless pit. Without sufficient resources, it was nearly impossible to sustain. No wonder the Ember had warned that only medicinal pills could sustain him. Consuming grains would surely deplete his body, leaving him starving. Zhongyu took a deep breath, rising to his feet and stepping out into the garden, gently stretching his limbs as he felt a surge of explosive power coursing within him. He pondered. After consuming 10 feather spirit pills and training for 4 consecutive days, could he achieve the soul offering now? With a subtle shift in focus, his soul separated from his body, instantly latching onto a stone pedestal weighing over 100 pounds in front of him. In theory, if one soul were powerful enough, it could lift mountains, soar through the skies, or even lay waste to an entire city. However, that was merely theoretical. In the garden, Zhongyu maneuvered the stone pedestal through the air with ease, it darting about like the wind. Suddenly, the pedestal lost control and crashed down upon an artificial hill, shattering it in two. Half of the hill tumbled into the water, a sight most astonishing. In the sword sect, the soul offering possessed unique techniques, allowing control over blades and swords, each bearing its own profound swordsmanship. Only by cultivating those techniques could one unleash the true power of the soul offering, rather than flailing about aimlessly as he had done. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongyu realized that to master the intricacies of the soul offering, he required a mentor. The steward had mentioned that newly admitted upper courtyard disciples would have chi refiners personally come to instruct them. Why had no one sought him out in the past few days? He brushed aside his concerns and shouted with determination, visualizing the dragon totem wrapping technique. His mental energy surged forth, transforming into dragon scales and claws, gradually revealing a dragon form that entwined around him. Then, a fearsome dragon head slowly rose from behind him, glaring intensely ahead, its claws gripping Zhongyu's shoulders. He felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his arms. The dragon's hind claws gripped his legs, granting him the sensation of possessing the dragon's explosive strength and speed. Zhongyu marveled at his limbs, witnessing the tangible dragon form coiling around his arms and legs, even as the dragon's body shifted and stirred. With its long whiskers dancing before him, he felt as though he were genuinely entwined with a ferocious dragon, merging its might with his own. Had he reached the limits of the dragon totem wrapping technique at this level? Zhongyu mused aloud. Indeed, You are quite early, came a sudden voice from the ember, causing Zhong Yu's heart to leap with joy. He saw a small flickering flame emerging from the tranquil room, with disproportionately small arms and legs and a large head. Its fiery red hair clearly belonging to the ember spirit from within the copper lamp. Your dragon totem is still far from complete. You have merely obtained the dragon skin. Without its body or spirit, the flames leaped onto Zhong Yu, entering through the mouth of the envisioned dragon, traversing within its form. Behold, it remarked. Your dragon totem possesses merely skin, devoid of sinew, blood, and muscle. It is but an empty shell, lacking substance, capable of unleashing only a mere fragment of the true dragon's might. Your totem lacks the authentic essence of the malevolent dragon spirit, and there remains much to be desired. To master this body-refining technique to its zenith, one must capture a living malevolent dragon, diligently study its musculature, bloodline, skeletal structure, and spiritual resonance, and then envision it. Zhong Yu chuckled. If I could seize a living malevolent dragon, would I need to envision it? Indeed, the flame replied thoughtfully. However, were you of pure-blooded Fushi lineage, merely the release of your aura would suffice to compel the dragon to submit and allow your study. So many Fushi presences. Come, let us hasten to seek one. Zhong Yu dispersed his spiritual energy, and the flame child immediately dove into his mind's sea, urging. If we do not find a pure-blooded royal soon to complete the flame's inheritance, I fear I may extinguish. There are so many people here. We might just find a pure-blooded Fushi. As Zhong Yu led him out of the courtyard, he observed numerous disciples from the upper academy heading towards the scripture pavilion, likely to receive teachings from the Qi refiners descending from the mountain. Why has no Qi refiner taken me under their wing thus far? Zhong Yu pondered, noticing some outer disciples who had passed the Baikong Hall assessment alongside him also making their way to the scripture pavilion, deepening his perplexity. The flame child continued to peer outward through Zhong Yu's eyes, muttering, not pure-blooded, not pure-blooded, not pure-blooded. What has transpired with the Fushi lineage? Among thousands, not a single pure-blooded can be found. You are better off. Let us move towards that direction. There are many people, and perhaps we might discover a pure-blooded individual. Zhong Yu, too, wished to visit the scripture pavilion to inquire why no Qi refiner had taken him under their tutelage. As they approached the pavilion, suddenly 2 arcs of light flashed past, followed by 2 totem pillars crashing down beside him. Instantly, a wave of pressure emanated from the pillars, pinning him in place. Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan? You seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. I almost failed to recognize you. A disciple from the upper academy stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhong Yu before suddenly sweeping his leg towards Zhong Yu's knees, laughing, Junior brother Zhong, we bear no enmity and have never crossed paths before. However, you have slighted my master, and he has sent me to teach you a lesson. By the way, my master's surname is Tian. Kneel here outside the scripture pavilion for a few hours. Chapter 8. Unbearable deceit. The disciple from the upper court was robust and muscular, resembling a young black bear at the age of 15 or 16. With a powerful kick, he struck the back of Zhong Yu's knee, unleashing force capable of shattering stone pillars and cleaving trees in two. With a dull thud, Zhong Yu's body swayed dangerously, his left leg nearly buckling under the weight of 2 totemic pillars pressing down upon him. Is your surname Tian? Tian Feng clan? Could it be that old examiner from the Baikong Hall? In a flash of insight, Zhong Yu recalled that Tian Feng held considerable sway within the Sword Gate, with the old Qi refining master controlling the Baikong Hall, effectively allowing the Tian clan to dominate the outer court's upper echelon, providing convenience to their disciples. Now, during Zhong Yu's assessment at the Baikong Hall, it had become apparent to the left chancellor that retaining control of the Baikong Hall was essential for the advancement of disciples from humble backgrounds. Thus, he challenged the old examiner of the Tian clan in a bid for power. This incident, initiated by Zhong Yu, resulted in the Tian clan losing control over the Baikong Hall, inevitably inviting retaliation. The totem pillar engraved with the Turtle Mountain totem exerts the might of the mountains upon you, yet you remain standing? The upper court disciple, astonished to see Zhong Yu still on his feet, remarked, no wonder you managed to pass the Baikong Hall's assessment solely through brute strength. However, you are merely courting your own suffering. If you were to kneel gracefully before me, enduring a few hours of humiliation at the foot of the scripture pavilion, I would ensure the Tian clan would not overly trouble you. With another sweeping kick, he added with a grin, but since you refuse to kneel, I fear your suffering shall only intensify. Zhong Yu's legs bent further under the relentless assault, the pressure from the 2 Turtle Mountain totem pillars weighing heavily upon him. Curious as to why no Qi refiners have approached you in recent days to take you under their wing, the upper court disciple continued his assault, kicking at Zhong Yu's knee, while numerous upper court disciples moved about the scripture pavilion, observing without intervening. This is because the Tian clan has suffered a loss of the Bikwang Hall. And other Qi refiners fear that accepting you as a disciple might provoke the Tian clan's displeasure, thus none have come for you. With a resounding thud, Zhongyu found himself on one knee, his fists clenched tightly against the ground, straining to prevent his other leg from succumbing. Veins bulged on his forehead and hands. Taught with exertion, without guidance or mentorship in the sword gate, you will languish in obscurity, and your cultivation will stagnate. As for becoming a Qi refiner, that is nothing but a distant dream. The upper court disciple delivered another crushing kick to Zhongyu's right leg, taunting. The higher-ups of the Tian clan have not prohibited them from accepting you. It is their own unwillingness. The Tian clan ranks among the top 10 great clans in the vast wilderness. To offend the Tian clan means that you will find no refuge. Not even in 10,000 miles of wilderness. Today, you need only to kneel here for a few hours, and you may leave the sword gate voluntarily. Outside the scripture pavilion, many upper court disciples shook their heads in dismay. A female disciple remarked, the Tian clan is among the top 10 clans in the vast wilderness. Offending them has cost the Tian clan control of the Bikwang Hall. Not only will he struggle to remain in the sword gate, but he may also find no place to stand in the vast wilderness. I heard that a few days ago. The left master and the Tian master quarreled over this Zhong Shan disciple. The left master severely injured the Tian master, seizing control of the Bikwang Hall. The Tian clan lost that control, leading to their higher-ups expressing their fury and pressuring the left master, creating quite the unpleasant situation. I see, came the response. The left master is the most outstanding young Qi refiner in the sword gate, favored by many elders. The Tian clan cannot touch him. But this Zhongshan disciple has no backing. He is bound to suffer greatly. Suffer greatly? Look, the Tian master from the Bikwang Hall has also arrived. Ostensibly here to impart knowledge, yet he likely wishes to observe the fate of this Zhongshan disciple. Zhongyu stifled a groan, turning his gaze toward the scripture pavilion, where the elder of the Tian clan sat expressionless, staring directly at him. Boom. It was as if something within Zhongyu exploded, humiliation and defiance surged within him. The Tian clan. A cacophony echoed from within his body, his bones rattling like popping beans, while visible strands of mental energy surged forth, enveloping him in a dense array of dragon scales, claws, and form. Roar. The roar of a dragon resonated, reverberating with a deep, compelling sound that grew increasingly vibrant and clear. Despite the pressure of the two turtle mountain totem pillars, Zhongyu gradually rose, the dragon patterns and form around him becoming more distinct. This phenomenon resembled a dragon swimming through him, its massive body raising scales in defiance. The upper court disciple was taken aback, hastily calling out as the totem pillars glowed brighter, their patterns shimmering. The pillars rippling like two great mountains pressing down upon Zhongyu. The power of these totem pillars had been pushed to its zenith, determined to crush Zhongyu. Tian clan. Zhongyu bellowed, his spine straightening with each passing moment. As he stood, a wild and ferocious aura surged from behind him. And a terrifying dragon head slowly rose from the back of his head, its eyes gleaming with an unspeakable ferocity, claws gripping his shoulders. Zhongyu stood resolutely against the two turtle mountains, his straw sandals crushed beneath him. With a powerful stomp, the ground trembled violently, and the two turtle mountain totem pillars were jolted from their foundations, their waves shattering with a resounding crash. The upper court disciple emitted a muffled groan, and suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from the two totem pillars, followed by a series of explosive bursts as they disintegrated into countless splinters. A testament to Zhongyu's overwhelming dragon power that shattered the pillars meant to suppress him. Who cares about the Tian clan? Zhongyu roared, delivering a sweeping kick. The upper court disciple, now gripped by terror, witnessed the dragon body of concentrated mental energy coiling around Zhongyu's leg, amplifying its strength beyond comprehension. Having previously been within close range, the disciple had no time to evade as Zhongyu unleashed his power, shattering the turtle mountain totem pillars with a kick that left no room for escape. The force behind that kick surpassed anything an inferior demon could muster. As if mountains crumbled and the earth buckled beneath its weight, a deafening crash echoed, and the disciple was propelled through the air, crashing violently into the doors and windows of the scripture pavilion, which shattered upon impact. The upper court disciple flew towards the elder of the Tian clan, collapsing before him, knees hitting the ground as blood flowed freely, staining the floor crimson. In the quiet chamber, the Tian clan disciples stood in shock, and the elder of the Tian clan was equally astonished. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside the scripture pavilion were left speechless, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. They had anticipated Zhang Yu would be thoroughly humiliated, forced to kneel for hours before the scripture pavilion, exiting the sword gate in disgrace. After all, Zhang Yu had just entered the upper court, his cultivation merely at the initial stage of qi refining. While the upper court disciple had been entrenched in the upper court for quite some time, far surpassing Zhang Yu in strength. Moreover, Zhang Yu possessed nothing, while his opponent had the two Turtle Mountain totem pillars to bind him. Yet, the upper court disciple had been kicked away by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu retracted his leg, brushing off his animal skin jacket, and raised his gaze to the quiet chamber of the scripture pavilion. There, the elder of the Tian clan regarded him with a darkened expression. The kneeling upper court disciple, filled with humiliation and rage, struggled to rise, only to emit a pained groan and collapse back to the ground. The force behind Zhang Yu's recent kick was astonishing. Despite his deeper cultivation and earlier entry into the path, he was utterly overwhelmed by Zhang Yu's dragon power, which shattered the muscles, tendons, and bones of his legs, rendering him powerless and forcing him to kneel. You seek death. The disciple from the upper academy, filled with rage, suddenly drew a sharp blade from his waist, adorned with exquisite totemic engravings, revealing it to be his soul weapon. Without hesitation, he summoned the soul weapon, unleashing a torrent of sword light that surged toward Zhang Yu. This luminous barrage clearly represented a sword formation, indicative of the advanced offensive techniques of the sword sect. Zhang Yu found himself engulfed in a blinding whiteness, unable to discern reality from illusion. This exemplified the formidable legacy of the sword sect, while Zhang Yu had also cultivated to the realm of soul summoning. Even achieving the manifestation of his mental energy, he lacked training in profound offensive techniques. Confronted with such soul weapons and sword arts, he was at a loss. The methods of the Fire Memorial Palace's Sui Huang visualization were focused on cultivation, and the Jiao Dragon Totem body refinement technique was aimed at physical enhancement, devoid of offensive strategies, rendering him powerful yet impotent in unleashing that power. In an instant, the dense sword light rushed towards him, and surrounded by coiling dragons. Zhang Yu retreated swiftly, covering a distance of 5 or 6 zhang. Yet, the sword light pursued him relentlessly, raining down like a tempest, its speed surpassing his retreat. The razor-sharp beams of light could sever hair and skin. If struck, even a body forged of iron would surely be riddled with wounds. Such tyranny! Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, his soul suddenly detaching from his body, fiercely channeling it into the blue stone slab beneath him. With a thunderous sound, the heavy stone slab soared into the air, hurtling toward the scripture pavilion. His soul ebbed and flowed as he cast one slab and immediately summoned another, causing the blue stone slabs before the scripture pavilion to rise in waves, forming a straight line as they whistled toward their target. Useless wretches. Unable to handle even a newly admitted brat from the upper academy, the elder of the Tianfeng clan seethed with anger, retracting his hand into his sleeve, discreetly flicking his fingers. Suddenly, the disciple's soul weapon darted forth, slicing through the dust and hurtling toward Zhang Yu with the swiftness of lightning, unnoticed by anyone around. How fast! Zhang Yu's heart raced as he perceived the soul weapon closing in on his brow. Chapter 9. Magnanimity and Spirit. Do not worry. With me here. A mere soul weapon cannot harm you. Suddenly, the voice of the fire child echoed within Zhang Yu's consciousness. However, I can only act through your body. After I strike, I fear I will be exposed, and many will covet my essence. We will have to flee for our lives. Oh, someone has made a move. Just as a soul weapon was about to pierce Zhang Yu's brow, a hand reached in from the side, pinching the incoming weapon between thumb and forefinger. Zhang Yu felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead, as if the very essence of his soul trembled under the sword energy emanating from the weapon. The previous moment was perilously close, leaving him with a disorienting sensation of dancing between life and death. Alas! Within Zhang Yu's consciousness, the fire child flitted about. Sighing, I had intended to expose myself, triggering the explosion of the suppressed demonic souls here, releasing them to slaughter everyone on Sword Gate Mountain. Then, you and I could wander the world in search of the pure-blooded Fushi clan. Zhang Yu shivered. The fire child's words were far more terrifying than the earlier sword strike. The soul weapon continued to vibrate, as if attempting to escape from between the two fingers. Second uncle, cease your actions. The owner of those fingers was a young man clad in purple, handsome in appearance, with eyes like stars in the moon. He smiled at the elder of the Tianfeng clan. Your covert action cannot escape the eyes of the refining practitioners. Even if you were to kill him, it would only serve to mock the Tianfeng clan's dignity. The elder of the Tianfeng clan was startled and quickly rose from the suture pavilion, exclaiming, "What brings you to the upper courtyard? Zhua Xiangxing has defeated second uncle, seizing our Tianfeng clan's Biquang Hall, tarnishing our reputation. How can we tolerate this? The young man smiled gently and replied, I have come to meet him, to see what abilities he possesses. He turned to Zhongyu and bowed. My second uncle was rude. I apologize on his behalf. Zhongyu hurriedly returned the gesture. Feeling a flicker of goodwill towards him, may I ask, who is your esteemed self? I am Tian Yinzong of the Sword Gate's refining practitioners. Rising gracefully, Tian Yinzong continued, Second uncle, do not make things difficult for him. I descend the mountain to challenge Zhua Xiaoxing for the honor of our clan. Do not let the Tian Feng clan suffer further disgrace. Haha, is brother Zhua Xiaoxing present? Tian Yinzong's voice boomed as he soared through the air. His laughter echoing across the mountains. Tian Yinzong of the Tian Feng clan seeks to learn. Zhongyu watched Tian Yinzong depart. Murmuring, Tian Yinzong's magnanimity and spirit rival that of Zhua Xiaoxing. With such demeanor and heart, he is indeed a hero. Both he and Zhua Xiaoxing are still quite young. Nearly in their 20s, yet they possess such stature and ambition. They are destined to become remarkable figures in the vast wilderness. Refining practitioners. These are the ones I envision as true practitioners, the epitome of what it means to refine. Zhongyu's emotions surged like the ocean. If he merely observed the actions of the elder from the Tianfeng clan, he felt little yearning to become a refining practitioner. However, witnessing Tian Yinzong and Zhua Xiaoxing opened his eyes to the true essence of a refining practitioner's mindset and spirit. This encounter had suddenly broadened his perspective and deepened his understanding, granting him a hint of the refinement practitioner's grace. Within Zhongyu's consciousness, the Fire Child commended, in the future, you may become an extraordinary refining practitioner. Of course, a practitioner of this tier is far from the pureblood inheritors of the fire lineage. Zhongyu, accustomed to the Fire Child's criticisms, brushed it off. Contemplating, though the Tianfeng clan does not trouble me, I still lack a mentor to impart the techniques. Without combat methods, I cannot unleash my potential. For instance, just now, that upper courtyard disciple summoned a soul weapon and executed sword techniques, which I could not withstand, relying solely on cunning to evade. If I were proficient in combat techniques, I would not have to rely on evasion. Yet, even though the Tianfeng clan did not seek to harm him, no refining practitioner from the upper courtyard took him under their wing to teach him techniques, leaving Zhongyu unable to learn the necessary combat methods to manifest his true strength. In life, if one's ambitions are small, even with high talent, accomplishments remain elusive. If they do not accept me, must I not actively seek to learn? As long as I can acquire skills, does it truly matter what title I bear? With a glimmer of inspiration, Zhongyu stepped into the Sutra Pavilion. It was common for the refining practitioners of the Sword Gate to come to the upper courtyard, often imparting techniques to the disciples there. Today, over 10 refining practitioners were present in the Sutra Pavilion, each teaching dozens of upper courtyard disciples the principles of cultivation. Zhongyu entered a quiet chamber and stood in a corner, observing as dozens of upper courtyard disciples sat cross-legged, quietly listening to an elderly refining practitioner imparting wisdom. Upon noticing Zhongyu's entrance, the elder paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. The other disciples turned their attention as the elder continued. Mountains have mountain spirits, rivers have river spirits, trees have tree spirits, grasses have grass spirits, clouds have cloud spirits, winds have wind spirits, metals have metal spirits, earth has earth spirits, moons have moon spirits, and suns have sun spirits. To sense the spirits of heaven and earth is to form corresponding spirits within one's consciousness. Spirits, they are the totem spirits, the sacrificial spirits. The people of the vast wilderness have long offered sacrifices to mountains, rivers, sacred trees, spiritual grasses, winds and clouds, and the sun and moon. Over time, these mountains, rivers, trees, winds, and celestial bodies have developed their own consciousness. Only those with sufficiently powerful souls can perceive the spirits of heaven and earth and draw them into their being. Only by possessing spirits can one become a refining practitioner. The fusion of spirit and soul forms the essence, the primordial spirit. Behold, this is my spirit. The elderly refining practitioner's head suddenly manifested a sword gate. As it opened, a foot-long stone figure emerged, boasting 4 arms, each palm displaying an eye that glimmered with mysterious light. My spirit is that of the mountain spirit. The union of the mountain spirit and soul creates the essence, also known as the primordial spirit. The mountain deity possesses 4 eyes to see in all directions. Hence my spirit also bears 4 eyes. The elder's soul ascended, merging with the mountain spirit, and soon his primordial spirit grew larger and taller, transforming into a 100-foot-tall 4-armed stone figure, towering behind him, commanding awe from all the upper courtyard disciples. Zhong Yu felt an overwhelming shock. He had often heard others speak of spirits, some calling them totem spirits. Yet he had never truly comprehended what a spirit was until now, gaining a preliminary understanding. To sense a spirit, one must possess a sufficiently powerful soul, which requires arduous cultivation, trials, and self-refinement. And to seek refinement deep within the vast wilderness necessitates formidable strength. The elderly refining practitioner continued with enthusiasm, guiding them into the main subject. And to manifest great strength, one must rely on combat techniques. Those who can enter the upper courtyard of the Sword Gate possess a solid foundation, with strong mental energy, capable souls, and keen combat awareness. Thus you can cultivate the combat technique I will impart today, the Thunderous Blade technique. His words captivated the audience, gradually drawing Zhong Yu, a mere outsider, into a wondrous realm. The Thunderous Blade technique involves envisioning the spring thunder with one's mental energy, for spring thunder is the first thunder of the year. I need you to construct a thunder pattern totem with your mental energy. Once you refine the thunder pattern into sword energy, you shall have mastered this technique to a minor degree. This sword energy, once unleashed, roars like spring thunder, capable of striking from a distance, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, slicing through foes from afar. In close combat, it can strike down enemies within 10 paces, unleashing a thunderous explosion that devastates all. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away as the elderly refining practitioner generously shared the secrets of cultivating the Thunderous Blade technique. Using his formidable mental energy to demonstrate to the upper courtyard disciples how to inscribe the thunder pattern totem, holding nothing back, Zhong Yu listened, entranced. As the old chi refining master concluded his exposition on the Thunderbolt sword technique, with his eyes now closed and his silence enveloping the room, the numerous disciples of the upper academy gradually emerged from their rapt fascination. Each disciple, brimming with excitement, eagerly began to practice the Thunderbolt sword technique, while some even engaged in duels to observe and refine each other's shortcomings. The speed of thunder is astonishingly swift, striking down from the heavens in a fleeting flash. In ancient times, beings revered the thunder, which led to the creation of thunder patterns as totems, encapsulating the essence of lightning's power. Rather than immediately attempting to inscribe the thunder totem to test the Thunderbolt sword technique, Zhong Yu chose to continue his contemplation, pondering that the essence of this technique lies in the thunder totem itself. The old chi refining master had depicted the thunder totem with remarkable precision, yet its significance does not rest merely in its form. Rather, it hinges on whether the totem can evoke the resounding force of spring thunder with exuberance and vigor. The thunder totem is exceedingly intricate, and mastering all its variations in a short span proves challenging. One must first grasp the spirit of the totem to swiftly learn the Thunderbolt sword technique, apply it in combat, and subsequently refine the totem to amplify the technique's potency. Spring thunder marks the first rumble of the year, shattering the grip of winter and resonating deeply within the soul, embodying an entirely different realm of meaning. After a considerable time, Zhong Yu opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and commenced the practice of the Thunderbolt sword technique. By this time, several upper academy disciples had already begun to execute the technique with commendable resemblance to the old chi refining master's demonstration. However, Zhong Yu's execution of the technique appeared markedly clumsy, lacking the fluidity associated with the essence of thunder. The old chi refining master remained seated, shut in deep contemplation, while behind him, the mountain deity with 4 hands and 4 eyes observed the actions of all the upper academy disciples with keen attention. After a lengthy pause, the old master sighed, rose, and departed, lamenting, "Only one has truly grasped my teachings. Such a labor of love, and yet, what more is there to say? Perhaps one should cast a vote for the Supreme Being." Chapter 10. The Sword Gate's demon ruins upon the utterance of the old chi refining master. The atmosphere in the quiet chamber shifted, as over 100 disciples from the upper academy exchanged glances, curiosity igniting within them. Only one among them had truly received the master's authentic teachings. The identity of this fortunate individual remained shrouded in mystery, though they were all fellow disciples. A competitive spirit stirred in each heart, leading them to speculate who might have been favored with the true legacy. Why not ascertain the recipient of the master's teachings through a contest of the Thunderbolt sword technique? Suggested a strikingly poised female disciple. Whoever can dominate the technique shall be deemed the one to inherit the master's wisdom. This idea ignited enthusiasm among the assembly, prompting pairs of disciples to engage in duels, each relying solely on the Thunderbolt sword technique, eschewing other methods, totems, or soul weapons. Instantly, The chamber was illuminated with flashes of lightning as sword energies surged forth, crackling with thunderous might. Among the upper academy disciples, some displayed extraordinary talent, wielding the thunderbolt sword technique with their bare hands, conjuring visions of thunder that swiftly overwhelmed their opponents. However, the damage inflicted was minimal, as they chose to hold back in the spirit of camaraderie. While the battles raged on, Zhang Yu remained in a corner, diligently practicing his thunderbolt sword technique, opting not to participate. His execution appeared increasingly awkward. The visions of thunder he summoned twisting and contorting, yet within this clumsiness, an ancient essence began to flourish, vintage and grand, akin to thunder cleaving through ancient pines, echoing through the empty mountains. At times, his sword energy resembled a lightning tree, radiating with electric brilliance, while at others, it was starkly reduced to a solitary beam of sword light. The concentration of his spirit allowed him to manifest forms in his visualization. Envisioning a dragon could transform into a dragon, while conjuring thunder could unleash its formidable power. Yet, the thunder he envisioned paled in comparison to that of his peers, lacking the vibrancy and allure of the thunderbolt sword technique, rendering him rather inconspicuous. After a considerable time, the duels concluded, leaving only the poised female disciple and a male disciple battling fiercely. Both had achieved the manifestation stage of their spiritual force, capable of summoning lightning with but a thought. Their movements swift as thunder itself. They unleashed a flurry of techniques, the chamber resounding with crackles and booms, as thunderclaps sliced through the air towards one another. In a sudden turn, the female disciple generated a brilliant flash of lightning beneath her feet, elevating her body several feet into the air. With a deft movement, she released a beam of thunderous sword light towards the male disciple's chest. Unprepared for her aerial maneuver, he was struck, leaving him with scorched skin and standing hair. Collapsing to the ground. "Senior sister, I concede," he exclaimed, coughing up dark smoke, clutching his chest, his expression one of admiration. "Your skills are indeed superior. No wonder Master Pu claimed only one person has inherited his true teachings. Are you injured?" The female disciple inquired, landing gracefully. "I merely momentarily harnessed the lightning. I can only sustain flight for a short distance before descending, and my altitude is limited. Master Pu's concept of flying through thunder across vast distances is still far beyond my reach." The other upper academy disciples gathered around, chuckling. It is clear that senior sister has indeed received Master Pu's true teachings. Once she fully becomes a cheery finer, soaring through the skies with thunderous force will be a certainty. Displaying her delight, the female disciple suddenly turned to Zhong Yu in the corner, who continued to practice his thunderbolt sword technique. However, his rendition had become increasingly peculiar, diverging significantly from the original teachings of Master Pu, prompting her to furrow her brow. Such an odd interpretation of the thunderbolt sword technique cannot possibly be the true legacy. It seems the esteemed master was indeed referring to me. "Zhong Yu of the Zhong clan," she called out, approaching him with confidence. "I am Ting Lanwei of the Ting clan, having entered the upper academy a year before you. Would you care to engage in a friendly match? Perhaps it is you who has inherited Master Pu's true teachings." Zhong Yu shook his head with a smile. "Senior sister, I have only been here for 4 or 5 days. I could hardly be your match." "That is understandable," Ting Lanwei replied, her smile unwavering. "My fellow disciples and I plan to venture into the Sword Gate's demon ruins to hone our skills against the demon race and enhance our thunderbolt sword technique. Would you care to join us?" "The Sword Gate's demon ruins?" Zhong Yu pondered, unfamiliar with the term. Ting Lanwei realized, you have just entered the upper academy and are unaware of some of our clan's secrets. In the past, our ancestors safeguarded the human tribes during their migration across the wilderness into the vast expanse, which was then a domain of demons, rife with chaos. Our forebears toiled to carve out a haven for humanity, subduing the demons within the Sword Gate's ruins. The aberrant creatures you encountered during your assessment in the Baiyuntang were merely the weakest of those demonic entities. Another upper academy disciple chimed in. The ruins are filled with numerous demon heads, primarily lesser beings like aberrant demons and spider demons. We upper academy disciples can enter to train against them, as they provide an excellent opportunity for practice. Acquiring real combat experience is essential for amplifying the effectiveness of our techniques and grasping the profound truths of the thunderbolt sword technique. Indeed, brother, he speaks wisely. The other disciples chimed in, their spirits buoyant. Moreover, defeating the demons in the ruins yields rewards from our sect, allowing us to exchange for treasures like feather spirit pills, totem pillars, and soul weapons. Feather spirit pills? Totem pillars? Soul weapons? Zhong Yu felt a surge of excitement. The totem pillars were invaluable for cultivation and combat, while soul weapons significantly enhanced one's battle prowess. The feather spirit pills were of utmost importance to him, as he required them to sustain his rigorous training with the Huazhigong Sui Huang visualization technique, which consumed tremendous energy. His supply of feather spirit pills had run dry, and he desperately needed more. Otherwise, he risked depleting his vitality through forced cultivation, which would be counterproductive. Am I allowed to enter the Sword Gate's demon ruins if I am not a disciple of Master Pu? He asked hesitantly. A female disciple replied, as long as you are a disciple of the Upper Academy, you are permitted entry into the Sword Gate's demon ruins. However, you can only enter once a month. And given the abundance of demons within, it is safer to have a larger group, with senior sister and brother he accompanying us. Senior sister having received Master Pu's true teachings, and brother he only a step away from it. We will assuredly succeed. Ting Lanyue smiled slightly at this, adding, engaging with the demon race will greatly benefit your comprehension of the Thunderbolt Sword technique's true essence. Zhong Yu nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your kindness. Senior sister and brother he, the one who had recently lost to Ting Lanwei in their duel, hailed from the Bihua clan and was known as He Chenchuan. He possessed remarkable talent, ranking among the top disciples under Master Pu, and was known for his amiable demeanor. Together with 100 or so disciples, Zhong Yu ascended the Sword Gate Mountain, noting how the terrain grew increasingly steep and the clouds enveloped them, as though they walked upon the very fabric of the sky. Gazing downward, he felt a sense of vertigo. The mountains below appeared diminutive, while the academy resembled a mere palm-sized entity in the distance. Soon, the steepness gave way to a broader path, and as they reached the mountainside of Sword Gate Mountain, they beheld magnificent palaces nestled amongst the peaks, resembling spirit mushrooms sprouting from tree stumps. Zhong Yu had gathered mushrooms in the mountains before. They grew atop stumps, forming circular crowns that radiated outward. The grand halls of Sword Gate Mountain were similarly constructed atop these mushroom-like platforms, with an abyss below, shrouded in mist. The inhabitants of Sword Gate had indeed crafted a breathtaking spectacle here. The young disciple, Xianghua, surveyed his surroundings through Zhong Yu's eyes, marveling at the craftsmanship of the Qi refiners who had once shaped this place, their power likely nearing that of deities or demons. The group ascended a circular dais resembling a crown, where they encountered an elderly man clad in white robes, his white hair flowing, seated amidst a gathering. Beside him, a thick iron chain was fastened to a pillar, and on the opposite side, another elder in white, also bound by a similar chain. The other ends of these chains were suspended in the air, where Zhong Yu gazed intently, noting their eerie stillness, as if tethered to some unseen entity. He Chenchuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Esteemed elders, we intend to venture into the demon ruins for our trial against the demons. We humbly request your leniency. One of the white-haired elders nodded and instructed, stand before the mirror at the front of the hall. The disciples approached the grand copper mirror, towering at 4 or 5 zhang. Zhong Yu felt a surge of curiosity, while Yi Chenchuan whispered, Junior brother Zhang, this mirror is a rare treasure, a masterpiece among soul weapons. A mere glance will imprint your image within it. Should you vanquish demons in the ruins, your achievements will be recorded. The more foes you slay, the greater the rewards from our sect. Zhong Yu stepped forward and gazed into the mirror, observing his reflection alongside inscriptions detailing the time of entry into the ruins and the number of demons slain. However, his section remained devoid of any record. The treatment received by disciples of the upper and lower academies differed starkly. While the lower academy's training was monotonous, the upper academy offered a vibrant array of experiences. A wave of sentiment washed over Zhong Yu as he reflected on his arduous 5 to 6 years in the lower academy, where days were steeped in struggle and monotony, only to find life blossoming upon his arrival in the upper academy. The two white-haired elders lifted their hands, seizing the iron chains anchored to the stone pillars before them, pulling with force. A creaking sound resonated as the chains were drawn, and slowly, a gateway resembling a sword materialized in the air. This archway appeared as though the sword had been cleaved in twain, with the chains connecting the two halves, their transparency rendering the structure nearly invisible. As the elders drew the gateway open, radiant light cascaded forth, revealing a staircase that unfurled from the portal to the dais. A dark, ominous mist seeped from the sword gate, accompanied by eerie wails that chilled the spine. Tian Lanyue and He Chenchuan boldly stepped through the sword gate, followed by Zhong Yu and the others, as they entered the demon ruins. Zhong Yu lifted his gaze, surveying the somber sky, heavy with leaden clouds that cast a pall over the land. The distant mountains loomed menacingly, jagged and formidable, resembling a dense forest of peril. A gust of dark mist swirled ferociously, lifting stones the size of grinding wheels and posing a significant threat. Suddenly, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed from afar. And Zhongyu beheld a horde of demons charging towards them. A tribe of alien demons had discovered the disciples of the upper academy in the ruins. The alien demons surged forward, howling, "Kill the males, preserve them for drying and consumption. Capture the females for breeding, to swell our ranks and ensure our progeny." Chapter 11. My true inheritance. Could the aberrant demons actually speak? Zhongyu was taken aback. The aberrant demons he encountered at the Bixingtang merely engaged in mindless slaughter, leading him to believe that these creatures acted solely on their instinct for violence. He was astonished to discover that these demons could articulate words. However, their comparison of the female disciples of the Jianmen Shangyuan to little cows perplexed him, for in his eyes, the disciples were far more charming than such creatures. Ting Luanyue called out sharply, "Brothers and sisters, prepare for battle. Junior brother Zhong, your strength is the weakest and you lack experience in such combat. Stay close to me." Zhongyu stood momentarily stunned, caught between laughter and despair. Ting Luanyue and the other disciples of the Shangyuan had already readied themselves, forming a defensive stance. She then whispered to him, "The aberrant demons you faced in Bixingtang were juvenile. They couldn't speak and were feeble souls that perished with a mere touch. Here, however, we face fully mature aberrant demons, whose combat prowess surpasses that of their juvenile counterparts by several times, and their souls are formidable. It is nearly impossible to sever them easily." Zhongyu focused his gaze ahead, where a mass of aberrant demons loomed, charging within a span of more than 10 zhang. These demons were indeed different from those he had previously encountered. They were taller, sturdier, and exuded greater strength and speed. Furthermore, the demons at Bixingtang had skeletal arms devoid of flesh, resembling scythes, while those now charging bore arms that glinted with a metallic sheen. This indicated that their arms were not merely bony scythes. The metal had permeated their bones, transforming them into lethal metallic weapons. "Strike," Ting Luanyue commanded, unleashing her spiritual energy as she executed the Thunder Sword technique. A brilliant surge of azure lightning materialized into a 3-foot sword aura, piercing through one aberrant demon with a resounding crack. The other Shangyuan disciples followed suit, employing the Thunder Sword technique amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds, launching bolts of lightning toward the demon horde. The aberrant demons possessed astonishing digestive capabilities. Adult demons could consume dark iron ore, purifying the iron within their bodies and integrating it into their bones. As Ting Luanyue continued to slay aberrant demons, she explained to Zhongyu, "These are merely ordinary adult aberrant demons. The truly dangerous ones are the mutated aberrant demons. When they are born, their skin is already adorned with aberrant totems, and upon reaching maturity, their skeletal structure is entirely replaced by dark iron, rendering them impervious to blades and spears. Such demons possess bones weighing several thousand jin and can unleash tremendous force, making them immune to ordinary soul weapons. Fortunately, these mutated demons are exceedingly rare, among millions. There might not be a single one. Only in large aberrant demon tribes might one encounter such a variant, and in this small tribe, it is improbable that any exist." As she spoke, she had already dispatched 5 adult aberrant demons with swift and lethal strikes. Her prowess evident as she was acknowledged as the master sister by over 100 Shangyuan disciples. Especially remarkable was He Chengchuan, whose strength rivaled that of Ting Luanyue, delivering equally ferocious blows. The other Shangyuan disciples, however, found themselves struggling. While they could hold their own against adult aberrant demons, some had already sustained injuries. Thus far, no one had resorted to using totemic pillars or soul weapons, indicating they were still managing the situation. Slaying aberrant demons also served as an excellent means of collecting dark iron, which could be utilized to forge soul weapons. The dark iron contained within the sides of these demons was exceptionally pure and made for superb crafting material. Ting Luanyue continued to instruct, "Junior brother Zhong, the aberrant demon's weakness lies in their hearts. However, an adult aberrant demon's heart is encased in bone, forming a bone sheath. Only the Thunder Sword technique, which manifests as a tangible yet ethereal sword aura, can penetrate this sheath and pierce the heart. The Thunder Sword technique is the most effective method against aberrant demons." Zhongyu observed the combat techniques of these seasoned disciples. Absorbing their skills, they were indeed battle-hardened and far surpassing him in martial prowess. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, urgent and insistent. "Zhongyu, within these aberrant demons, there is one that is mutated. Exercise extreme caution. A mutated aberrant demon? Zhong Yu's heart raced as he prepared to warn Ting Lanwei and He Chen Chuan, but before he could speak, a piercingly sinister laugh erupted. He watched as an aberrant demon, engaged in combat with a male disciple, suddenly expanded in stature, growing several feet taller, towering at around 16 or 17 feet. Its massive scythe-like arms swung with blinding speed, cleaving through the air in a brilliant arc. The male disciple's head was sent soaring into the sky, his face frozen in disbelief. Since there are no human chi refiners here, I need not conceal my strength. The aberrant demon cackled, leaping with incredible agility to another male disciple's side. This disciple reacted swiftly, channeling his thoughts to unleash a bolt of lightning, transforming it into a lightning sword aimed at the demon's chest. The aberrant demon dismissed the attack entirely. The lightning sword exploded against its chest without inflicting any harm. In the next instant, the disciple's head was severed, and the demon seized him by the waist, lifting him effortlessly to drink his blood. A mutated aberrant demon. Ting Lanwei, He Chen Chuan, and the other Shan Yuan disciples immediately grasped the severity of the situation, their expressions fierce. Almost all disciples activated the thunder sword technique simultaneously. A tempest of lightning sword lights enveloping the aberrant demon. The bolts coalesced into a massive sphere of thunder, encasing the mutated aberrant demon. Ting Lanwei gazed intently, witnessing the demon still standing within the storm, heedless, as it tilted its head back to drink the blood of the fallen disciple, whose body visibly shrank before her eyes. Brothers and sis, with the formidable power of this mutated demon, it would certainly be a trivial task to massacre these disciples from the upper academy. Its speed is astonishingly swift. Should there be any delay, it is likely that none shall escape alive. He Chen Chuan and the others quickly sensed the impending danger and immediately formed groups of 10, scattering in all directions. The air was filled with dust as the demon's natural totemic patterns suppressed the totem pillars, causing them to rise and subsequently shatter into fragments. The mutated demon moved with an ethereal grace, heading straight for the fleeing group of Ting Lanwei and Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu suddenly envisioned his spiritual sea, Xinhua. Given my current strength, do I possess any means to contend with this demon? In the spiritual sea, Xinhua, the youthful spirit, paused for a moment before casually replying. Contend with this demon? It possesses innate totemic protection, far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary totemic pillars. Given your current strength, the chances of victory are negligible. However, Xinhua hesitated, prompting Zhong Yu to inquire, however, what? However, if you manifest your spiritual energy in the form of the Flame Emperor, there remains a glimmer of hope for victory. By channeling your spiritual energy into the Flame Emperor state and utilizing the Thunderous Sword technique, which is somewhat rudimentary, you could enhance the technique's power, granting you a fighting chance. Xinhua continued, but as for the likelihood of success, I cannot say for certain, especially since you are not of pure blood from the Fuxi divine lineage. A pure-blooded Fuxi would undoubtedly dispatch this demon with ease. Zhong Yu abruptly halted his steps, while Ting Lanwei and the others continued to flee, unaware that Zhong Yu had fallen behind. What a pure-blooded deity can accomplish, I too may achieve, he declared, turning back and striding towards the mutated demon. The demon roared, its totemic patterns igniting one after another, increasing its speed as its scythe-like arms sliced through the air with dazzling brilliance. Zhong Yu's strides grew larger as the spiritual energy surged from his brow, forming the imposing figure of the Flame Emperor behind him, towering at a height of 100 feet, adorned with dragon horns, standing resolutely at Zhong Yu's back. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if the very heavens and earth lay beneath his feet. Thunderous Sword technique, spring thunder breaks the cold winter. Lightning illuminating the 9 provinces. Zhong Yu bellowed as thunder erupted beneath his feet, propelling him into the air. In the next instant, lightning flashed. Crack. With the strike, the lightning burst forth in the sky, resembling a magnificent tree of thunder. Ting Lanwei's mind echoed, the true transmission of the Thunderous Sword technique. Chapter 12. The sword aura shocking thunder the person old Pooh spoke of turned out to be him. Ting Lanwei's mind was shaken as she stared in a daze at the figure in midair, commanding thunder across the vast sky. Wielding lightning as if he were a deity from legends who controlled the very essence of thunder and lightning. In the classics pavilion, Mr. Pooh had stated that only one person could inherit his true teachings, and all disciples presumed that he referred to themselves. Ultimately, Ting Lanwei triumphed over her peers, captivating everyone and leading them to believe she was the one Mr. Pooh had mentioned. However, Ting Lanwei had not engaged in a contest with Zhong Yu. When Zhong Yu practiced the Thunderbolt Sword technique, he appeared exceedingly clumsy, and at that time, Ting Lanyue failed to recognize the uniqueness of his swordsmanship, leading her to believe she had received old Pu's true teachings. Now, as she beheld Zhongyu in midair, visualizing thunder and controlling lightning, executing the thunderbolt sword technique. With the spring thunder booming and the sound of rolling thunder resonating, she realized that only this thunderbolt sword technique was the true inheritance. Spring thunder heralds the end of winter, and the brilliance of lightning illuminates the 9 provinces. Zhongyu's thunderbolt sword technique differed vastly in style from what old Pu had imparted. The lightning tree that struck down, with its myriad branches, unleashed the sword aura of thunder. Such a move was not part of the thunderbolt sword technique she had learned. Yet Ting Lanwei discerned the same ethereal charm within it that she had perceived in old Pu's teachings. What constitutes true inheritance? This is true inheritance. Merely mimicking the movements is but a form of learning, whereas true inheritance involves grasping the essence and spirit, transforming the teachings of the master into one's own knowledge, integrating and transcending beyond mere forms. What astonished Ting Lanwei even more than Zhongyu's thunderbolt sword technique was the phantom of the Swearang behind him, a manifestation of his spiritual energy coalescing into the form of Swearang. The aura it exuded was overwhelming. A mere glance filled her with a sense of boundless dominance, as if it could crush the heavens and compel all to submission. Yet, was his audacity not excessive? Ting Lanyue's heart raced. That mutated demon, adorned with totemic markings, could not be easily subdued. From a distance, she witnessed the mutated demon's arms flailing, transforming into dazzling blades of light. The totemic markings beneath its skin glimmered brighter. Its face contorted in rage as it leaped toward Zhongyu amidst the lightning, charging with unparalleled ferocity without flinching or retreating. Crack! The lightning tree struck the mutated demon, causing its flesh to tear and burn, a gruesome sight. Yet, Ting Lanyue felt an ominous foreboding. While the thunderbolt sword technique was incredibly effective against ordinary demons, this was not the case with the mutated kind. Ordinary demons had their hearts encased in bone, making it difficult for blades to pierce them. But only the thunder transformed into sword light could strike true and slay them. In contrast, the mutated demon's entire skeletal structure, including its bone casing, had been replaced by incomparably pure dark iron, which guided the thunder into its body, rendering it impervious to harm. Not only could it not injure the heart, but even its brain remained unscathed, encased within a skull of dark iron, making it impossible for the thunderbolt sword technique to penetrate. Zhongyu's thunderbolt sword technique was far more potent than when Ting Lanwei executed it, yet it could not threaten the mutated demon's life. Moreover, observing the phenomenon behind Zhongyu and the lightning tree sword light he conjured, Ting Lanwei understood that although Zhongyu's technique was formidable, it exacted a tremendous toll on his spiritual energy. Such a level of expenditure could not be sustained for long. Soon, his spiritual energy would be depleted. If his spiritual energy ran out, the mutated demon could easily annihilate Zhongyu. It was perilous for junior brother Zhong to face the mutated demon with the thunderbolt sword technique. Indeed, although the mutated demon had been struck by the lightning tree, its momentum remained unabated, and the next moment, it was upon Zhongyu, its razor-sharp blades flashing like lightning. At that moment, lightning crackled beneath Zhongyu's feet, sparks flying as he was propelled 10 paces away from midair, narrowly evading the dual blades of the mutated demon. Crack! Another lightning tree struck down upon the descending demon, causing its skin to rupture and plummet to the ground. Zhongyu, too, found it difficult to maintain control over the lightning, descending rapidly as he crossed his hands, unleashing one lightning tree after another upon the demon. Ting Lanyue rushed forward, her heart racing. After all, junior brother Zhong had just entered the upper academy and lacked extensive combat experience. His awareness in battle was still nascent. With such a draining technique, he could hardly have much spiritual energy left. She hoped to reach him in time to save him. Boom, boom. One human and one demon landed, followed by the rumbling of thunder and the demon's roar. Then the sound of their clash shook the earth, scattering rocks. The place where Zhongyu and the mutated demon fell was a hollow in the mountains, and in her anxious state, Ting Lanyue could not see the battle's reality. She could only observe the phantom of Swearang, manifested by Zhongyu's spiritual energy, moving rapidly, indicating that he was constantly shifting his position in combat against the mutated demon. If junior brother Zhong fell to the ground, he would be at a severe disadvantage. The demon could not fly, and while he could suppress it in the air, once on the ground, the mutated demon's speed would be astonishing, making it impossible for him to evade its attacks. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly saw the phantom of Swearang leap high, followed swiftly by Zhongyu's form. shooting out of the hollow like a meteor as if struck by a tremendous force. Seeing this scene, Ting Lanwei's heart sank. Zhongyu had clearly been struck hard by the demon and was flung out. The mutated demon possessed immense strength, easily capable of crushing Zhongyu. She dashed forward, only to see Zhongyu stagger as he landed, stepping back to dissipate the force of the demon, not suffering the catastrophic blow she had feared. Instead, a blazing array of lightning patterns appeared around Zhongyu. These totemic patterns formed from his spiritual energy, coalescing into a thunder dragon that entwined around him. The thunder dragon totem technique? Ting Lanwei hurried closer, her heart jolting again. He had integrated the body-refining method with the thunderbolt sword technique imparted by Old Pooh, harnessing the power of thunder to enhance his physical strength. No wonder he could endure the demon's ferocious strike without dying. Now she realized that Old Pooh's claim about Zhongyu receiving his true teachings was no exaggeration. Zhongyu had not only grasped the essence of the thunderbolt sword technique, but had also extrapolated and fused it with other body-refining practices. Meanwhile, the mutated demon leapt out of the hollow, charging toward Zhongyu, its roar echoing through the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura. However, Ting Lanwei observed that the demon was now drenched in blood, its speed and strength significantly diminished, its power reduced by at least half, losing that previous feeling of invincibility. Its skin had been stripped bare by the lightning trees Zhongyu had unleashed, exposing blood and flesh, the totemic markings on its skin utterly destroyed. Indeed, Junior Brother Zhong had expended considerable spiritual energy to unleash the lightning trees, aiming to obliterate the mutated demon's totemic markings and weaken its power. Ting Lanwei's heart stirred, realizing that in this brief moment, the waves of shock and delight Zhongyu had brought her were overwhelming, continuously impacting her spirit. Now she understood that Zhongyu's earlier use of the energy-draining technique was not in vain, but rather a strategic move to dismantle the demon's totemic markings and diminish its strength. Junior Brother Zhang's combat awareness was astonishingly formidable, far from the novice one would expect from a recent Upper Academy entrant. As Ting Lanwei approached rapidly, she saw the battle between Zhongyu and the demon still raging on. They exchanged blows, the demon advancing relentlessly, wielding its massive sides with ferocious intent. The demon stood over 6 feet tall, its sides each stretching 7 to 8 feet, crafted from pure dark iron, razor-sharp and imposing. Zhongyu, continuously retreating, was enveloped by the lightning dragon, extending a hand to unleash a wave of lightning that transformed into a sword, charging toward the demon. The speed of their exchanges was breathtaking. In the brief span of Ting Lanwei's approach, both had unleashed over 100 strikes, with Zhongyu narrowly escaping several deadly blows. Suddenly, Zhongyu was caught off guard and was kicked away by the monstrous creature. The beast leapt into the air, following closely behind, wielding its 2 massive scythes, aiming to strike Zhongyu in midair. Ting Lanwei nearly gasped in shock, but at that moment, the clash between man and monster erupted in a blinding flash of lightning, illuminating the scene so brightly that she could scarcely discern what transpired. As the radiant light faded, Zhongyu and the beast fell from the sky, crashing down not far from her. Hastening to the scene, Ting Lanwei saw Zhongyu stagger to his feet, the divine manifestation of the Flame Emperor collapsing behind him, and the thunderous dragon coiling around him disintegrating. The monstrous creature lay on the ground, blood pooling around it, lifeless, dead. Ting Lanwei stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the corpse of the beast. She noticed a small hole in the iron-like bone encasing its chest, through which Zhongyu's thunderous sword chi had pierced its heart, causing it to bleed out and perish. How was it possible for him to pierce through the iron bone? The thunderous sword technique normally dispersed the lightning's power along the skeletal structure, preventing harm to the heart. Ting Lanwei's thoughts raced, leading her to the realization he had struck the same spot on the beast's chest with 100 blows consecutively, using the intense heat of the thunder to melt a small hole in the iron bone. And with the final street, chapter 13, the anomaly of the demon ruins the value of the mutated demons is extraordinary. It takes the accomplishments of 100 Upper Academy disciples in slaying ordinary demons to exchange for a single feather spirit pill, while the defeat of a single mutated demon can yield 100 such pills. Ting Lanwei expressed her envy, stating, moreover, the bones of mutated demons are composed of the purest Xian iron, far superior in purity to that found in ordinary demon bones, making it the best material for forging soul weapons. Over 2,000 pounds of Xian iron can be transformed into more than 10 high-quality soul weapons. Zhongyu's heart raced at the thought of 100 feather spirit pills, a considerable fortune for him, akin to a timely downpour in a drought. The allure of soul weapons was equally enticing, as they could significantly enhance his combat prowess. The prospect of crafting over 10 soul weapons from the remains of this mutated demon was undeniably a bountiful treasure. While many Upper Academy disciples possessed soul weapons, most were of inferior quality, forged from ordinary metals, barely capable of channeling the soul, with Xian iron that lacked purity. Ting Lanyue closed her eyes to meditate for a moment, and suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted before her, engulfing the body of the mutated demon. She was envisioning a fire-based technique and remarked, even low-grade soul weapons possess formidable power. Once summoned, they strike like lightning, rendering foes defenseless. High-grade soul weapons, devoid of impurities, are a rarity among Upper Academy disciples, attainable only by those from the core lineages of the 10 great tribes of the Great Wilderness. The flames consumed the corpse, reducing it to ashes in a short time, leaving only the gleaming Xian iron skeleton. The rain washed over it, causing the skeleton to emit steam as it cooled. Zhongyu nodded. Indeed, he lacked connections within the Sword Gate, and the Zhang clan had waned, with no qi refiners among the elders. Although he was acquainted with Zhuxiangxing, their relationship was not particularly deep. If Ting Lanyue had connections, selling this Xian iron skeleton to the Ting clan would not result in significant loss. Ting Lanyue continued, "Junior brother, I have cleaned this skeleton for you. Carry it on your back, and let us immediately search for our other seniors and juniors. The demon ruins are perilously dangerous. Should we become separated and encounter the demons or the spider clan, our fate would be dire." Understood. Zhongyu admired her command over both fire and rain, saying, "Sister, your mastery of multiple techniques is truly impressive. Visualizing water and fire is an essential skill for outdoor training, not particularly extraordinary, yet exceedingly useful. Without such minor techniques during outdoor hardships, one would suffer greatly." Ting Lanyue smiled. Zhongyu's mind stirred as he envisioned the image of a dragon coiling around him. He transformed his mental energy into a dragon that grasped the demon's remains, while he himself approached Ting Lanyue empty-handed. She glanced back, silently praising. Junior brother Zhong's mental resilience is astonishing. The over 2,000-pound demon skeleton is effortlessly lifted by the dragon, showcasing his strength. No wonder he could slay the mutated demon. His prowess is indeed not due to mere luck. The pair quickly advanced, and Ting Lanyue ascended a towering mountain, visualizing flames that surged over 20 feet high, forming a massive character in the air. Before long, 10 disciples, including He Changchuan, arrived at the mountain, joining Zhongyu and Ting Lanyue. Upon seeing the dragon clutching the demon's remains on Zhongyu's back, they were all taken aback. "Junior brother Zhong, did you slay that mutated demon?" He Changchuan exclaimed. Zhongyu shook his head with a smile, stating, "I am ashamed. While fleeing in the wild mountains, I stumbled and fell, only to discover this demon's remains. It must have perished of old age in the wilderness, and I happened upon it." The others expressed their envy, exclaiming, "Junior brother Zhong is truly fortunate. Why am I not so lucky?" The other disciples under the tutelage of Elder Pu had not strayed far. Upon seeing the character Ting Lanyue had conjured, they gathered together. After half an hour, everyone was finally assembled. Seeing the mutated demon skeleton on Zhongyu's back left them in awe. Ichichuan, known for his forthrightness, quickly spoke, prompting further admiration from his peers. Ting Lanyue coughed lightly and addressed the assembly. "Brothers, during our exploration of the demon ruins, we have lost 2 fellow disciples and can no longer proceed. We must leave immediately. It seems something extraordinary has transpired within the ruins. Otherwise, such a small demon clan would not have birthed a mutated demon. This matter must be reported to the sect for investigation." The group nodded in agreement. Only a demon clan boasting over 100,000 demons could possibly produce a mutated one. How could a mere 200 demon clan give rise to such a creature? Something was amiss. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, a commotion erupted from afar. They beheld a dark, roiling cloud deep within the demon ruins, growing larger as it approached. Leading the charge were dozens of Upper Academy disciples sprinting for their lives. "Those are disciples of Uncle Jinhong." He Changchuan recognized them at once, perplexed as to their flight. Why are they fleeing? Eagle demons. The faces of the disciples atop the mountain turned pale. As a female disciple exclaimed, "So many eagle demons." The cloud above was not mere vapor, but rather the wings of thousands of giant eagles, creating a terrifying spectacle. Zhongyu gazed intently, realizing that these so-called eagle demons were hybrids, possessing the bodies of birds and beasts, with razor-sharp claws and beaks lined with teeth. Countless eagle demons descended upon the Upper Academy disciples below, launching relentless attacks. Suddenly, an Upper Academy disciple was seized by two eagle demons, lifted into the sky, and in an instant, he was torn to shreds, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yet not a single piece fell to the ground, consumed by the horde midair. Lin Shuping is dead. He Chuan's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the disciple devoured by the eagle demons. Lin Shuping, that was a disciple of Master Songsong, who also fell victim, encountering the mutated spider demons. The group had just fled several miles when they encountered another wave of Upper Academy disciples, pursued by hundreds of demons from the abyss, fleeing in a state of panic. It seems something grave has transpired in the abyss. We find ourselves trapped in the demon realm by the time the Qi refiners of the Sword Sect receive word. We may have already met our demise without a burial place. What exactly has happened? Why have so many mutated demons suddenly appeared in this locale? Zhong Yu and the others continued their frantic escape, yet more demons from the abyss emerged, surrounding the Upper Academy disciples under the leadership of the mutated demons, encircling them within a 100-mile radius. The human race has oppressed us, the demon kind, confining us here, breeding us like livestock, allowing their progeny to practice their skills by slaying us. Today, their retribution has arrived. Outside the encirclement, one by one, mutated demons appeared, their auras wild and untamed, filled with malevolence. They were indeed the leaders of the great tribes among the demon race, with some having already sensed the demonic spirits, their souls merging with the spirits of the abyss, transforming into Qi refiners of the demon kind. We, the various clans of demons, have toiled for years, secretly worshipping this land, and at last, we have given birth to demonic spirits in the realm of the abyss. Behind him, a number of demon Qi refiners soared into the air, declaring loudly, "Children, heed my command. Do not consume them. Instead, capture them. Spare their lives for the ritual, to be offered to the spirits of our ancient ancestors." Chapter 14. Eruption. Only once a month did disciples of the Sword Gate's upper house have the opportunity to enter the demon ruins, a privilege they were loath to relinquish. Consequently, a multitude, nearly 1,000, found themselves ensnared within this perilous domain. Perhaps this tribulation was their due. The demon ruins had long served as a proving ground for the upper house disciples. Though occasional fatalities occurred during these trials, no egregious incidents had transpired, leading the alchemists of the Sword Gate's upper echelons to pay scant attention to the demon ruins. The upper house disciples' foray into the demon ruins was a commonplace affair. None had anticipated that the tables would turn so dramatically, transforming the disciples into prey and the demon ruins' demonic denizens into hunters, stalking the Sword Gate's disciples. Countless upper house disciples were captured, their limbs bound to carrying poles, struggling in vain, like swine, as two demons bore them toward the depths of the demon ruins. Their destination unknown. Many more upper house disciples were slain in their resistance. Tens of thousands of demons surged forth from the demon ruins, blanketing an area spanning hundreds of miles, constricting the remaining upper house disciples' sphere of activity. In ancient times, humans were base, mere two-legged sheep in the face of my demonic kin, destined only for sacrifice. In days of yore, the sacrifices for our demonic rites were none other than humans. The demons roared with laughter as they swept through the area, undermining the morale of the defiant upper house disciples, their eerie laughter echoing through the air. Rows of humans were bound to poles, roasting over flames, basted with oil to a fragrant crisp. A single thrust of the blade, human blood filling the basin, offered to the spirits of heaven and earth, the spirits of our ancestors, allowing them to savor the delectable human blood. These lowly livestock dared to rebel, suppressing us. Now is the time to remind these beasts who truly reign supreme. Zhong Yu, Ting Lanwei, He Chuan, and others congregated, having endured multiple sweeps and encirclements by the demons. From 100 strong, their numbers had dwindled to less than 20. The rest had been captured in the melee, or worse, slain. The remaining survivors were all wounded, bearing numerous cuts and gashes, their appearance disheveled. Even the most powerful among them, Zhong Yu, Ting Lanwei, and He Chuan, had not fared well, narrowly escaping death at the hands of the mutated demons in several encounters. The corpse of the aberrant demon that Zhong Yu had acquired, proving too cumbersome for combat, had been abandoned during a battle, leaving him with only the demon's arm. He retained 2 gleaming scythes, employing them as weapons. These 2 black iron scythes, towering over 8 feet in length, were not soul weapons, yet their sharpness was unmatched. Zhong Yu infused them with his soul essence, causing them to move like the wind. With a single stroke, they cleaved through demonic flesh with scarcely any resistance. However, the sheer number of demons here was overwhelming. Moreover, whereas mutated demons were once a rarity during their training, they were now alarmingly abundant, with almost 1 in every 100 demons being a mutated variant. Even Zhong Yu had narrowly avoided death in his battles against these mutated demons, although he had slain a mutated aberrant demon. The aberrant demon was merely the lowest-ranking demon in the demon ruins, holding less esteem than even the spider demons. The strength of the other mutated demons far surpassed that of the mutated aberrant demon. Some mutated demons of other species possessed feathers composed of metal essence, razor-sharp. Others spun spider silk of unparalleled toughness, requiring over a dozen strikes from the black iron sides to sever. Still others had bones growing externally, composed of metal, forming an impregnable armor. Each possessed its own formidable attributes. Through these trials, He Chengchuan and the others had witnessed Zhong Yu's formidable prowess. The thundering swordplay, in his hands, became incredibly lethal, slaying all who stood in his path, be they man or demon. Furthermore, Zhong Yu could simultaneously unleash the thundering swordplay and infuse his soul essence into the black iron sides. Wherever the sides passed, swathes of demons fell, surpassing even Ting Lanyue, who wielded a soul weapon. It was a sight to behold. However, their current predicament was dire. The mutated demons were multiplying, and even Zhong Yu's superior strength was of limited use against them. He was no match for the mutated aberrant demons. Thus, the others merely marveled briefly, their primary concern being their own survival. If we remain in the demon ruins indefinitely, the Sword Gate's upper echelons will undoubtedly detect the anomaly and investigate, Ting Lanwei said, attempting to rally their spirits. We need only persevere for 2 or 3 days, and alchemists will descend to quell this uprising. 2 or 3 days. I fear we may not last that long. He Chengchuan offered a wry smile, gazing skyward. He observed groups of eagle demons soaring through the air, their keen eyes scanning for upper house disciples. Senior Sister Ting, the number of demons here is escalating, and the mutated demons are becoming increasingly numerous. We are fortunate to survive even an hour. A female disciple lamented. If only someone could escape the demon ruins and inform the 2 elders. Zhong Yu closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and his soul journeyed into his sea of consciousness. Xianhua, do you have a means of escape? There are too many low-level demons here. Your strength is insufficient to break free, the Xianhua child stated bluntly. Moreover, I sense the presence of demonic alchemists. Though they may be insignificant, they are still too powerful for you. I also detect some secrets within the demon ruins, emanating an ancient, dark, and malevolent aura. Demonic alchemists? Zhong Yu shuddered. Alchemists were beings of immense power, practically divine in the eyes of upper house disciples. The presence of demonic alchemists in the demon ruins was an ominous sign. Besides the demonic alchemists, there is also an ancient, malevolent aura? Could it be even stronger than the demonic alchemists? Far stronger than the demonic alchemists. However, these ancient auras seem to be suppressed, or perhaps dormant, or even deceased, merely exuding a faint trace of their power, the Xianhua child mused. I sense that these demonic alchemists are preparing a grand ritual to awaken these ancient entities. If they succeed, chaos will ensue, and the Sword Gate's bumpkin alchemists will be thrown into disarray. Young Fushi, if you relinquish control of your body to me, I could lead you to safety, but that would expose me. I would have no choice but to lead you out of the Sword Gate and wander the world. The small flame continued with fervor. My strength is not what it once was, and I have yet to find a suitable successor. The Sword Gate still harbors many formidable individuals who could thwart me. Therefore, when I break free from the Sword Gate, I intend to detonate the souls of the gods and demons suppressed beneath the Sword Gate. Those souls are far more potent than the ancient entities in the demon ruins. They would surely cleanse the Sword Gate in blood, and then we could escape. Surrendering control of his body to Xianhua was an imprudent notion. Xianhua was far more dangerous than these demons. Young Yu, if you are about to be slain, I will intervene, no matter the cost. Xianhua exclaimed within his sea of consciousness. Zhong Yu pondered for a moment, his expression shifting. He whispered, Senior Sister Ting. Senior Brother He, when we encounter the demons, offer minimal resistance and allow them to capture us. I have a plan that might provide an opportunity to escape. Ting Lanyue and the others exchanged glances, dimly comprehending his scheme, and nodded in tacit agreement. Zhong Yu immediately retrieved the 2 8-foot-long black iron scythes from his back and buried them in the earth. Ting Lanwei was uneasy. She whispered, Junior Brother Zhong, how far can your mental strength extend? Can you truly? Zhong Yu shook his head and whispered, silence. The demons are coming. Humans. A chorus of ghastly howls arose. A group of spider demons discovered them. Several female spider demons shrieked with delight. Human bulls. If they dare resist. Kill the human cows, and let the human bulls entertain us. Upon hearing this, the faces of He Chengchuan and the other male disciples turned ashen. After a brief resistance, they were captured, and a mutated spider demon spat silk, binding them tightly. Little bull of the human race. A female demon caressed He Chengchuan's face affectionately, giggling. Devouring little bulls during mating is my favorite pastime. The leading mutated spider demon cautioned, do not cause trouble. The elders still require these fellows' blood to offer as a sacrifice to our ancestors. Dozens of low-ranking demons approached and hung the group on carrying poles, proceeding towards the depths of the demon ruins. Deliver them to the altar. Once the elders arrive, we shall perform a blood sacrifice upon these bipedal sheep to appease our demon ancestors and awaken their spirits. A lesser demon, seemingly the overseer, supervised with zeal, exclaiming, we shall also awaken our common ancestor, the celestial matriarch. Celestial matriarch? On the carrying poles, Ting Lanyue and the others were alarmed. Ting Lanyue whispered, this is dire. These fiends intend to awaken the celestial matriarch. Zhong Yu inquired curiously, senior sister, what is the celestial matriarch? The lesser demon pinched Ting Lanyue's cheek, chuckling lewdly. Oblivious to the fact that behind them, a short distance away from the battlefield where Zhong Yu and the others had been captured, the soil suddenly burst open. The two large sides emerged from the ground, skimming along the surface, closely tailing them. Unbeknownst to the demons, they carried Zhong Yu and the others through the demon encirclement. Zhong Yu and his companions furtively observed their surroundings, noticing that the number of demons along the way dwindled. In the center of the demon ruins, a torrent of demonic energy surged skyward, presumably emanating from the altar the demons had mentioned. Die! Zhong Yu suddenly roared. The two 8-foot sides leaped into the air, whirling and slicing through the formation from the rear to the front in an instant. Ft, ft, ft. Zhong Yu's psychic energy erupted from his brow, and with a flurry of slashes, he severed the spider's silk binding his limbs. He leaped into the air, manipulating the blades to cut the silk around Ting Lanwei and the others, shouting, leave now. There may still be a chance to escape the demon ruins. Chapter 15. Jianmin Fongjin Pavilion. Ting Lanwei was the first to break free, immediately flipping over and leaping up. She declared, years ago, my ancestor from the dating clan ventured into the vast wilderness alongside the forebears of Jianmin, well aware of the terrifying power of the celestial manifestation matriarch. Leaving behind records concerning her, I have perused those accounts, and the celestial manifestation matriarch is a demon god, not an ordinary being. These demonic entities seek to awaken her, and they must inform the upper echelons of Jianmin, otherwise, the situation will spiral out of control. Zhong Yu handed her another scythe, and together they swiftly severed the strands binding everyone. Just as the group was about to depart, He Chengchuan urged, cover the corpses. Zhong Yu suddenly realized that this path led to the demon clan's lair. If the numerous corpses of the aberrant demons were discovered, it would be clear that someone had escaped. They must bury the bodies to buy themselves more time to flee. He, seasoned by countless battles, was meticulous in thought. The group promptly buried the aberrant demon corpses, orienting themselves before quietly making their way toward the entrance of the demon ruins. Within the demon ruins, there was no distinction between day and night. The sky remained perpetually gray. Zhong Yu and the others evaded various demon tribes, drawing closer to the entrance of the demon ruins. Ahead, a formidable Jianmin loomed, serving as both the entrance and exit of the ruins, guarded by two elders of Jianmin. Once they reached there and exited through the Jianmin, they would be safe. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Only a few miles remained before they could escape the demon ruins. He Chengchuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relaxation as he said, once we escape the ruins, we can report to the upper echelons of Jianmin. We should still have time to rescue our trapped brethren. Many disciples of the upper academy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice imbued with an eerie demonic power echoed clearly in their ears, laughing. You have managed to escape this far. Your luck is truly extraordinary. However, none of you shall leave, so how can you talk of rescuing others? The group's expressions changed drastically as they looked up to see a woman standing at the entrance of the demon ruins. Though referred to as a woman, her head was not that of a human, but rather that of an elephant, complete with a long trunk swinging back and forth and two elongated tusks. The Celestial Manifestation Demon Clan. The Celestial Manifestation Demon Clan is among the highest echelons of demons within Jianmin's demon ruins. This clan reproduces at a slower rate, resulting in fewer numbers, but each member is immensely powerful. Even an ordinary celestial manifestation demon is not weaker than a mutated aberrant demon. At the feet of this celestial manifestation demon woman lay over a dozen corpses, likely those of Upper Academy disciples who had narrowly escaped the demon clan's onslaught, only to meet their demise at the hands of this celestial manifestation demon woman before the GM. A demon clan chi refiner. Ting Lanwei whispered. A chi refiner? The group was taken aback, realizing that a chi refiner from the demon clan was stationed here, and it was the most formidable celestial manifestation demon. Ting Lanyue's voice contained a hint of despair as she remarked, with the chi refi tendrils lashed out, swirling around another sword gate elder, incessantly piercing. In mere moments, the elder groaned, a demonic tentacle piercing his chest, his life essence rapidly draining away. Who are you? The sword gate elders exclaimed. Their voices a mix of shock and fury. That is beyond your comprehension, the black-robed chi practitioner chuckled. The two sword gate elders withered instantly, their souls devoured, leaving behind skeletal remains. With the essence of these sword gate elders, I can awaken the spirit of celestial elephant matriarch. The black-robed chi practitioner laughed, vanishing in a flash. His voice echoing, children, heed my call. Slaughter the human sacrifices upon the altar. 7 miles from Sword Gate, Zhongyu, He Chenchuan, Ting Lanwei, and the others were distraught. He Chenchuan murmured, the two elders are dead. Ha, the human whelps are hiding here. Suddenly, a massive shadow enveloped them. Zhongyu looked up to see the celestial elephant demonish transformed into a 4-headed, 8-armed elephant-headed demon god, looming before them. The celestial elephant demonish spoke with all 4 mouths simultaneously, her voice like rolling thunder. Capturing you little imps is secondary. Our primary objective was these 2 sword gate elders. With their essence, the spirit of celestial elephant matriarch can be restored to its full glory. How could the demons of demon ruins know the elders were guarding outside? Could it be? Zhang Yu's expression shifted. He looked up and said, did someone tell you about the elders? Do you have a spy within our sword gate? The human brain is quite sharp. The celestial elephant demoness exclaimed with admiration, her trunk rising as she chuckled. Pity you all must die. Zhang Yu's face darkened as he thought, fire probably has to borrow my body to act. Before the celestial elephant demoness trunk could descend, a bloody line split open on her brow, and a sword light shot out of her head like a startled goose. Chua! The dazzling sword light stretched for miles before retracting. The celestial elephant demoness' elephant eyes widened, and her corpse crashed down with a thunderous boom, shaking the earth. A white-robed chi practitioner walked through the air, slowly approaching, gazing into the depths of demon ruins. There, above the demonic altar, a bloody mist churned, with glimpses of a god and demon within, its massive form appearing and disappearing. The demons of demon ruins were sacrificing nearly 1,000 disciples of Swordgate Upper House to the celestial elephant matriarch. Carry the mountain, carry my sword. The white-robed chi practitioner said calmly. A rumbling sound echoed, and Zhongyu, Tinglanwei, and the other upper house disciples looked to see a mountain-sized old tortoise slowly lumbering past them, causing the earth to crack and mountains to rise in its wake. On the old tortoise's back was a dazzling sword light. Celestial elephant matriarch from 10,000 years ago, is it? The white-robed chi practitioner opened his palm, and the dazzling sword light soared into the sky, landing in his hand. The enormous old tortoise seemed relieved, its pace quickening. Fangjiang of Swordgate seeks guidance from celestial elephant matriarch. Chapter 16. The celestial phenomenon and the ancient mother Zhongyu was taken aback, casting a profound glance at the white-clad cheery finer. The figure walked through the air as if on solid ground, with the enormous tortoise following behind, shaking the very earth with each step. The tortoise had significantly increased its pace, likely due to the burden of the sword light it had borne earlier, which had hampered its movements. Now, with its powerful legs, it covered vast distances in a single stride, surpassing even Zhongyu's rapid dash, moving as if it were a mountain itself. One could only imagine the weight of the sword light from Fengsword Pavilion. Before long, the tortoise traversed the mountains of the Devil's Ruins, its shell towering like a moving mountain. Deep within the ruins, around the altar, countless demon tribes howled like a swarm of ants rushing towards the tortoise, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The celestial phenomenon demons, eagle demons, fire demons, spider demons, serpent demons, and various other races from the Devil's Ruins, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, filled the scene with terror. Among these demons were many mutated variants, exhibiting immense strength. As they swarmed the tortoise, darkness enveloped it like ants climbing its legs. wielding various weapons that clashed like thunder against the tortoise's shell. The tortoise roared, its bellow resonating through the air, creating ripples that shook the mountains around it. The shockwaves from its voice sent loose stones flying, while countless demons atop its back were flung into the air, their insides crushed by the force. The demons within an 8 or 9-mile radius were swept away as if caught in a tremendous explosion, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. Even Zhang Yu and his companions, positioned far from the exit of the Devil's Ruins, felt the overwhelming sound waves bearing down on them, causing a heaviness in their chests that nearly induced vomiting blood. One could only fathom the immense pressure the demons near the tortoise were enduring. Suddenly, figures leapt from the throng of demons, chi refiners hidden among them, each summoning their spirits as they ascended into the air, targeting the tortoise. Various ethereal forms appeared, a 4-headed, 8-armed elephant god, an eagle-headed figure with human form and 4 wings, a fiery one-eyed demon, and others, all manifestations of their cultivated spirits. Though they had yet to reach the level of soul unity, the mere act of summoning their spirits was terrifying, shaking the mountains as they sought to eliminate the tortoise and sever Fang's Sword Pavilion's support while it was distracted. In midair, Fang's Sword Pavilion remained focused, fixated on the blood mist swirling above the altar, where the figure of the demon god became increasingly distinct as the mist thinned. With a flick of his thumb, Fang's Sword Pavilion drew his sword, revealing a blade shimmering with golden light. The sword's energy pulsated, creating a melodious ringing sound as waves of sword chi ascended, radiating like a peacock displaying its feathers. Just as the demon chi refiners prepared to strike at the tortoise, they were met with a barrage of sword chi descending upon them, severing their forms as if they were mere raindrops falling from the sky. Zhang Yu, mesmerized by the spectacle, murmured to himself, "One day, I too shall become such a chi refiner." In his mind, the fire spirit chimed in. Indeed, Fang's Sword Pavilion possesses notable prowess, not merely a rustic figure. Should you continue to cultivate the visualization techniques I imparted, becoming a chi refiner of his caliber is not beyond the realm of possibility. If you become the inheritor of the fire, surpassing him would be within reach. Alas, your Fushi bloodline is regrettably weak. I am content to become a chi refiner like Fang's Sword Pavilion, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. The fire spirit shook its head, flickering like a small flame in the wind, and said, "Is that truly enough for you? You underestimate the potential of the visualization techniques I have taught you. Junior brother Zhang, why do you linger?" Tian Lanyu and the others looked on in silence. "Is the corpse of the celestial phenomenon demon chi refiner valuable?" Zhang Yu inquired. He Chengchuan chuckled. "Junior brother Zhang, are you out of your mind? While the corpse of a celestial phenomenon demon chi refiner holds considerable worth, it pales in comparison to your own life. If the chi refiner's residual attacks reach us, we shall all perish." Zhang Yu's visualization of the dragon totem grasped the celestial phenomenon demon's ankle, dragging it along with surprising ease. He Chengchuan was astonished. The bones of a mutated celestial phenomenon demon were forged from pure Xianjin, significantly heavier than Xian iron. The weight of the celestial phenomenon demon chi refiner's bones could exceed 10,000 pounds. Coupled with its flesh, the mass was formidable. How could junior brother Zhang's visualization of the dragon manage to drag it along? Just how resilient was his mental strength? This expedition has been fraught with danger. We cannot return empty-handed, Zhang Yu declared. Once we move this celestial phenomenon demon chi refiner's corpse, we shall sell it and share the proceeds equally. It is unfortunate that the other senior brothers and sisters. Tian Lanyu took a deep breath, channeling her mental energy to assist in dragging the celestial phenomenon demon chi refiner's corpse toward the exit. She murmured, "This situation can only be blamed on the cunning nature of the demons in the Devil's Ruins and the negligence of the Sword Gate higher-ups, which has led to this calamity. The casualties among the Upper Academy disciples may number in the thousands, with 2 Sword Gate elders also lost." He Chinchuan shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Junior brother Zhang speaks the truth. There may be collusion with the demons among our higher-ups, resulting in this disaster. Over 1,000 Upper Academy disciples have perished." Tian Lanyu spoke seriously. "Brothers, once we leave the Devil's Ruins, we must refrain from discussing the matter of internal traitors, for it may invite deadly repercussions. Understand? There are those among the Sword Gate higher-ups who are aware of the situation. Let them handle it." A chill ran through the group, and they all nodded in agreement. With traitors among the higher-ups, Zhang Yu and his companions, being mere Upper Academy disciples, had narrowly escaped this calamity. To speak openly of traitors would only draw unfathomable danger upon them. Amidst the blood mist stood a colossal demon spirit, the celestial phenomenon Ancient Mother, adorned with 8 heads, Elephantine. Serpentine, one-eyed, and eagle-headed. While her lower body resembled that of a spider, her myriad eyes half open and half closed, still not fully awakened. The blood and flesh of the fallen Upper Academy disciples and the essence of the two deceased Swordgate elders were coalescing to form her corporeal body. Around the altar, millions of lesser demons continued to worship this awakening demon spirit, bowing and striving to rouse the celestial phenomenon Ancient Mother. Fongsword Pavilion, your strength has indeed improved. No wonder you are ranked second among the 4 young powerhouses of the Sword Gate, a being of innate golden spirit. A figure cloaked in black mist moved swiftly, chuckling. Do you truly believe that you can slay the spirit of the celestial phenomenon Ancient Mother with sheer strength? You are not of the demon race. Fongsword Pavilion halted, turning his head. You are one of us from the Sword Gate, cloaked in demonic energy and black robes merely to conceal your identity. Who are you really? He slowly drew his treasured sword, golden lights swirling around the blade, producing a sound akin to rolling thunder. Fongsword Pavilion maintained a calm demeanor and stepped forward. You may not wish to reveal your identity, but that is of no consequence. Once we engage in battle, you will be compelled to unleash your most formidable techniques, and then I shall discern who you truly are. The figure cloaked in black erupted into a thunderous laughter, only to suddenly disintegrate, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into thin air. It won't be so easy to leave me behind, he declared. Fongsword Pavilion, the celestial matriarch has awakened. I hope you can survive. Upon the altar, the immense spirit of the demon god gradually opened its myriad eyes, its gaze fixated upon Fongsword Pavilion. Livestock, the demon spirit intoned. Livestock? A fierce and overwhelming murderous intent ignited in Fongsword Pavilion's eyes, as dazzling sword light instantaneously enveloped the heavens and the earth. The golden blade aura sliced through the air with cataclysmic force, piercing through the celestial matriarch's very being. Have you fled or perished? Fongsword Pavilion hurled the sword light upward, which then descended upon the back of an ancient tortoise. The creature emitted a muffled grunt and began to shuffle toward the exit, raising its head to say, Sword Pavilion, the celestial matriarch has likely returned to life. Merely a soul, it cannot stir much of a tempest. The arduous task of searching for the celestial matriarch's spirit should be left to those old bones of the sword sect, it continued. Fongsword Pavilion replied nonchalantly. What piques my interest is that traitor. What exactly did he intend by awakening the celestial matriarch? Chapter 17. Audacious Ambitions. The upheaval within the demon ruins of the Sword Gate, where the demon clan resorted to blood sacrifices of thousands of disciples, awakened the spirit of the celestial matriarch. Many disciples from the Qi refining sect met their demise, resulting in the annihilation of entire lineages. The uproar this incident caused within the Sword Gate was beyond imagination. The higher echelons of the Sword Gate were incensed, as this represented an unprecedented humiliation since its inception. Among the deceased disciples were many from the 10 great clans of the vast wilderness, including the children of clan leaders. Elders emerged from the lofty palaces atop Sword Gate Mountain, delving into the demon ruins to hunt for the Qi refiners of the demon clan and seek the spirit of the celestial matriarch. The matter stirred considerable controversy, and whispers of betrayal within the Sword Gate began to circulate, suggesting collusion with the demons. After more than 10 days, the situation settled, and the elders sealed the demon ruins, forbidding anyone from entering. However, these events no longer concerned Zhongyu. Elder Pu arrived promptly, greeting Ting Lanwei and others with mixed emotions. He had once been responsible for 100 disciples, yet now only a handful remained, an undeniable tragedy. Ting Lanwei, He Chenchuan, and the others approached, bowing in deference. Elder Pu, we owe our escape from the demon ruins to junior brother Zhong. They hurriedly recounted their experiences within the ruins. Elder Pu regarded Zhongyu with keen interest, nodding slowly. Zhongyu of the Zhong clan? A promising youth indeed. You have saved my disciples and possess exceptional talent. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart to you the true teachings of my Thunder Sword technique. Ting Lanwei repeatedly signaled Zhongyu with her eyes, urging him to accept. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongyu shook his head. Thank you, Elder Pu. But if you were to formally recognize me as a disciple, it might incite the displeasure of the Tianfeng clan. If you do not mind, I would prefer to attend your lectures without being your disciple. That way, I believe there would be no conflict with the Tianfeng clan. Initially, he had yearned to join a Qi refiner's sect, yet now he found himself less eager, even hoping to remain without a master. The extraordinary speed of his cultivation through the Fire Temple's Emperor's vision had propelled him rapidly through the realms of Qi separation and soul sacrifice. Should he become a disciple? He feared his unique techniques would be exposed. Zhongyu mused, if my techniques were revealed, the sword gate would undoubtedly trace them back to the fire temple. If the fire temple were to retaliate. Elder Pu scrutinized Zhongyu, noticing the two mutated demon arms he bore, resembling colossal scythes. The corpse of a celestial demon chi refiner lay nearby. You excel in strength, and your mental prowess is commendable among your peers, capable of wielding 2 soul weapons. I shall forge 2 black gold soul weapons for you using a blend of dark iron and dark gold. In 20 days, come to the scripture pavilion to claim them. Ting Lanwei and the others could not help but display envy. It was no simple feat for a chi refiner of Elder Pu's caliber to forge soul weapons, typically. He could create one in 2 to 3 days. The 20-day wait suggested that the weapons he intended to create were indeed extraordinary. With dark iron and dark gold, he could forge high-grade soul weapons, and with Elder Pu's refinement, these weapons would be rare treasures even among the elite of the upper sect. Zhongyu felt a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude, turning to Ting Lanwei with a smile, senior sister. Since Elder Pu is using the dark gold from the demon's body to forge my soul weapons, I shall forego the remaining dark gold. You and the brothers may divide it among yourselves. Zhongyu was taken aback by the prospect of 800 feather spirit pills. The sword gate allocated 10 pills per disciple monthly. 800 would take 6 to 7 years to accumulate. Ting Lanwei chuckled, Junior brother, you are still tempted. Once I sell this dark gold, I will come looking for you. As they parted ways, Zhongyu returned to his courtyard and connected with the fire within his consciousness. Fire, the sword gate has existed for perhaps 10,000 years. How could the celestial matriarch still be alive? You are unaware, the fire explained, that divine beings differ from mortals. Both human and demon clans possess souls but lack true spirits. Spirit and soul are distinct. Only by becoming a chi refiner can one unify them. The fire elaborated, for instance, that Elder Pu has achieved soul unification. The mountain deity is his spirit, which he can transform into a totem for his clan to worship. Should he perish, as long as his spirit remains intact, his soul will endure. The method of preserving the spirit is through worship, allowing him to avoid disintegration and thereby retain a semblance of existence, enjoying the offerings. In such a case, he becomes a deity, a mountain god. If the worship is potent enough, it may even grant him a golden body, resurrecting him from death with formidable powers. Zhongyu suddenly understood. The celestial matriarch, a demonic deity, though deceased, likely had her spirit escape slaughter by the sword gate's predecessors. If the demons continued to secretly worship her, her spirit could very well persist. Does the spirit possess such capabilities? Zhongyu pondered. Chi refiners unify spirit and soul to safeguard their essence from annihilation after death. I wonder if the Fangjian Pavilion has successfully vanquished the celestial matriarch's spirit. Not at all. The fire replied decisively. Shortly after you departed the demon ruins, I sensed an evil presence leaving as well. It must have been the spirit of the celestial matriarch. Zhongyu was startled, exclaiming, the celestial matriarch has left the demon ruins? How could she have escaped while the elders were searching? It was likely one of those elders who facilitated her escape, the fire remarked nonchalantly. Without the demons to worship her outside the ruins, the celestial matriarch's spirit would not survive long unless she found a suitable vessel. It is probable that the one who took her has already secured a body for her. The celestial matriarch is now undoubtedly among the sword gate's ranks, concealed from recognition. The notion of the celestial matriarch residing among the sword gate's members sent a chill through Zhongyu, who murmured, this could spell disaster. Fire. Can you discern the identity of the host in whom the celestial matriarch is hiding? Currently, she is veiled by the body, obstructing my perception, the fire replied. However, if I were to encounter that individual, I could sense her presence. It is quite intriguing. The traitor within the sword gate has expended considerable effort to extract the celestial matriarch from the demon ruins, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. How amusing this will be. At that moment, within a grand hall resembling a spiritual herb, a curious girl of around 13 or 14 examined her new form, glancing left and right. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. I never imagined I would end up hiding within the body of livestock. How ironic, wouldn't you agree? A shadowy figure lurking in the darkness chuckled. Celestial matriarch, humanity is but livestock nurtured by our divine kin, yet you have been suppressed by this very livestock for so many years. Now that is true irony. Had I not guided your descendants to become chi refiners, you might have remained trapped indefinitely. The celestial matriarch laughed. I could never have anticipated that this demonic deity would be rescued by the mortal enemies of my clan, the divine beings. You have gone to such lengths to free me. What is it that you desire? The voice from the shadows replied. I seek the treasures hidden beneath the Sword Gate Mountain. The celestial matriarch's expression shifted dramatically, her charming visage fluctuating between fear and uncertainty. The treasures beneath the mountain? Who are you to know? As a divine being, I naturally possess knowledge of certain secrets, the figure responded. Since you are aware, do you comprehend the terror that would ensue should those treasures emerge? I am certainly aware. The figure shrouded in darkness spoke with an air of confidence, asserting, I am fully capable of controlling that entity. Heavenly Mother of celestial phenomena, my rescue of you is merely to solicit your assistance. Even without your help, the Sword Gate will inevitably belong to me, and the treasures beneath it will soon be mine as well. The Heavenly Mother of celestial phenomena snorted coldly, pausing for a moment before replying. I have yet to regain my strength. How can I assist you? I can wait for you to recover your powers. Heavenly Mother, your current vessel is that of an outer disciple of the Sword Gate. You should first cultivate within the outer sect and become a chi refiner. Once you have regained some of your strength, I will have further use for you. You are the spirit of a demon god. Do not let me down. With another cold snort, the Heavenly Mother descended the mountain, heading directly for the upper courtyard of the Sword Gate. In the courtyard, Zhang Yu, lacking the feather spirit pill, hesitated to practice the Fire Era Palace's Sui Huang visualization technique. Instead, he focused on the Thunderbolt Sword technique and the Coiling Dragon Totem technique. Each time he visualized these two methods, he gleaned different insights. The Thunderbolt Sword technique served as an offensive art, while the Coiling Dragon Totem technique was for body refinement. Now, as he combined these two techniques, transforming the thunderous patterns into a coiling dragon, he discovered even more profound aspects, immersing himself in the joys of cultivation. He realized that the fusion of these two techniques allowed for a swifter enhancement of his physique. The thunderous totem coiling around him and the lightning refining his body made him more resilient. With a mere thought, his strength surged forth as swift as thunder. This novel method of body refinement surpassed the simple coiling dragon technique, yielding even quicker results. While other upper courtyard disciples did not regard body refinement highly, he remained undeterred, growing stronger with each practice session. Crackling, lightning flickered within him, the form of the thunder dragon faintly traversing his skin, muscles, bones, and even his blood, filling him with a formidable current that purged impurities and subtly infused his body with the energy of thunder, hidden within. After 6 or 7 days of cultivation, Zhang Yu sensed that he had reached a bottleneck in this body refinement method. The enhancement it provided was no longer as potent. He contemplated, it must be that my coiling dragon technique has not been imparted in its entirety, hindering my progress. With more than 10 days remaining until Master Pu completed refining the soul weapon, he decided it would be prudent to pay a visit to Shui Qingyan. As he had promised her, he would visit the female academy. Furthermore, he wondered if she had ventured to the demonic ruins. Zhang Yu exited the courtyard, making his way to the female academy. Upon arrival, he noticed several male disciples from the upper courtyard lurking nearby, casting furtive glances. Puzzled, he shook his head and entered the female academy unimpeded. Suddenly, someone had intruded into the female academy. The sneaky male disciples were nearly beside themselves with shock, exclaiming, "What audacity! This person dares to trespass into the female academy." They thought, surely, he will be beaten to a pulp by those girls. At the entrance of the female academy stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Male disciples who trespass into the female academy shall be dealt with mercilessly." Chapter 18. The Flying Fish and Geese. The women's courtyard serves as the residence for the female disciples of the upper sect, a place entirely foreign and shrouded in mystery for any male disciple of the upper sect. There have been instances where male disciples ventured into the women's courtyard, only to be beaten into amnesia and subsequently expelled from the sword sect. Such occurrences transpire once or twice each year. Despite this, many male disciples remain enchanted by the allure of the women's courtyard. However, the inherent dangers of this place are well known, and even those with close female companions can only wait outside, too fearful to enter. Farewell, brave soul, some male disciples outside the courtyard said with a hint of schadenfreude. Zhang Yu, having only recently joined the upper sect, was unaware of the strict prohibition against male disciples entering the women's courtyard. Thus, he boldly walked in, unimpeded by anyone. This courtyard, distinct from our male quarters, was resplendent with beauty. Flowers bloomed in abundance, while the emerald mountains, azure waters, and cerulean skies formed a breathtaking panorama. In the serene lake, small boats floated gracefully, accompanied by playful cormorants and mandarin ducks, while melodious female voices resonated, ethereal and lingering in the air. As Zhongyu paused to admire the scene, he noticed a woman seated at the bow of a boat, singing a captivating tune. The gentle ripples of the water revealed several young maidens who emerged from beneath the surface, resting their arms on the boat's edge, their fragrant shoulders breaking the water's surface. "There's a man spying on you while you bathe," one of the women on the boat suddenly exclaimed, catching sight of Zhongyu by the lakeside. Startled, the maidens quickly submerged themselves, splashing water in their haste. Zhongyu promptly retreated, while the young women swam towards a small island in the middle of the lake. Hurriedly donning their garments, their eyes wide with fury as they sought Zhongyu's whereabouts. Yet, Zhongyu moved swiftly, and by the time they had dressed, he had already distanced himself. "A man has intruded into our upper sect and dared to spy on us while we bathe. Alert the others. We must locate him immediately. How audacious to trespass into the women's courtyard and invade our privacy. Find him and break his legs." Zhongyu strolled leisurely through the women's courtyard, pondering, where could my dear Qingyan's sister be? This place is vast, and with so many female disciples, it won't be easy to find her. Perhaps I'll inquire with someone. "Zhongshidi, what brings you here?" A familiar voice suddenly called out. He turned to see Ting Langyue, dressed in a rustic outfit, carrying a basket adorned with vibrant flowers, her expression one of surprise. "You certainly possess a bold spirit, daring to enter the women's courtyard." Ting Langyue approached quickly, then paused, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "Did you risk entering the courtyard to find me? I haven't even changed my clothes." Zhongyu chuckled, "Senior sister, you misunderstand. I seek a dear friend in the women's courtyard, one named Shui Qingyan, of the Shui Tu clan from the Wei Shui tribe. I promised her I would visit, but I only found the time today. Are you acquainted with Shui Shimi? So, you did not come specifically for me." Ting Langyue felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly replied with a smile. "You're searching for Shui Qingyan? Could it be she is your little sweetheart?" Before Zhongyu could retort, Ting Langyue seized his arm, leading him towards her courtyard. "You are far too daring. If anyone discovers you entered the women's courtyard, you will be in grave trouble. Come hide in my courtyard for now. By the way, has anyone seen you come in?" Zhongyu hesitated. "I noticed someone singing by the lake, and when I saw maidens bathing, I left upon being spotted." Zhongyu clarified. "It was not my intention to intrude on their bathing. I was merely captivated by the song. The singer is no ordinary person. She belongs to the Taolin clan, which ranks third among the 10 great clans. Tao Dyer possesses the most enchanting voice. Her father is an elder of our sword sect, known for his stern demeanor, always looking as if he bears a grudge against the world." Ting Langyue, visibly anxious, placed her upper sect token on the door, saying, "If anyone finds out, you are truly doomed. I will go find Shui Shimi, but you two must not engage in any shameless acts within my courtyard." Zhongyu, puzzled, asked, "What shameful acts could Shui Shimi and I possibly engage in?" Ting Langyue shot him a sharp glance, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Regardless, you must not act improperly in my presence." Zhongyu, taken aback, thought to himself, "Shui Shimi has always been gentle. I have never offended her. Why has she become so cold?" Feeling disheartened, he rose to leave, saying, "If Shui Shimi does not wish to see me, I shall take my leave." "Absolutely not," Ting Langyue exclaimed urgently. "If you leave now, you will certainly be caught. If anyone sees you emerge from my room, my reputation will be ruined. Wait until nightfall, and I will sneak you out." Zhongyu nodded, and they fell into a quietude. Sharing the same room, Ting Langyue found herself somewhat unaccustomed, stealing glances at him. She noted that Zhongyu was not the conventionally handsome type. His features were somewhat rugged, with thick brows and large eyes, his physique robust and strong, standing taller than the average youth. Though she considered herself tall among women, in his presence, she felt diminutive. Upon closer inspection, Zhongyu appeared more appealing than the traditionally handsome disciples. Ting Langyue felt her cheeks warm at the thought. As night descended, more than an hour later, Ting Langyue stealthily led Zhongyu out, her heart racing. "Sneaking a man out of the women's courtyard. If discovered, my reputation would be tarnished, and Zhang Shidi would surely be branded as my little lover." She felt anxious, but fortunately, the hour was late, and they encountered no other female disciples. Suddenly, as they passed by a courtyard, Zhongyu's inner fire spoke. "You Xiazi, I sense the presence of the celestial phenomenon matriarch nearby. It is very close." The celestial phenomenon matriarch? Zhongyu's heart raced. Could she be hiding within the upper sect of the sword sect? This malevolent spirit likely resided within the body of a female disciple, possibly even residing in this very courtyard. The flickering flame continued. Her aura is extremely faint, concealed within the woman, only occasionally revealing a trace that is difficult to detect. She has likely only recently acquired this body and has yet to fully merge with it. Once she does, I will no longer be able to sense her. Zhongyu gazed toward the courtyard, and Ting Lanwei, amused, chuckled, Zhang Shidi. You truly possess a lover's intuition to discern that this is Shui Qing and Shimi's residence. Alas, your little sweetheart does not wish to see you. Let us depart lest we attract attention. Otherwise, I shall bear the blame for Shui Shimi. Zhongyu's mind spun, following her with uneven steps. After a moment, they finally exited the women's courtyard. Shui Shimi is possessed by the celestial phenomenon matriarch. His mind blanked. The girl who always called him brother Yu is now a host for this sinister being, a notion he struggled to accept. After a brief silence, Zhongyu finally regained his composure. Fire, if she is indeed possessed by this malevolent spirit, does that mean Shui Shimi is still the same Shui Shimi? The power of a malevolent spirit is immense. A mere human soul would perish under its pressure. The flickering flame replied nonchalantly. Even a Qi refinement disciple may not withstand it. If a malevolent spirit possesses someone, their soul is doomed to perish, leaving only the body alive. Seeing him lost in thought, Ting Lanwei shook her head. Shidi, you are still young. If you become infatuated with beauty, it may hinder your cultivation progress. Ah. Ting Shimi, so you are aware that indulging in beauty can impede one's cultivation. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed from the grove outside the female academy, and a few women emerged, blocking the path of the two individuals. At the forefront was the senior sister of the academy, Yu Fian, who scrutinized Zhongyu up and down, sneering, "You have concealed a man in your home, indulging in clandestine pleasures until now. What do you have to say for yourself?" Ting Lanwei felt a wave of dread and quickly interjected, "Sister Yu, you misunderstand." Another woman scoffed, "Misunderstand? If it were a misunderstanding, would you hide your little man in your room for this long? During this time, have you engaged in any virtuous deeds that require my elucidation? However, the rules of the academy must not be altered. Otherwise, if you conceal a man, I shall conceal one as well, and the academy would descend into chaos. Today, your little lover must sacrifice a leg, and as for which of the 3 legs, Sister Ting, the choice is yours." Panic surged through Ting Lanwei, and she swiftly turned to Zhongyu, whispering urgently, "Junior brother, you must leave at once." Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted as totem pillars emerged, radiating brilliant light. Yu Fian and the others had already set up a formation with the totem pillars, binding the two in place. Ting Lanwei felt her body immobilized, anxiety flooding her heart. Abruptly, one of the totem pillars trembled and soared into the air, exploding with a thunderous bang. Zhongyu took a step forward, his muscles quaking as the pressure from the totem pillars rebounded against his form. One by one, the totem pillars involuntarily ascended, bursting apart with a series of loud explosions. Yu Fian shouted fiercely, leaping into the air. Suddenly, 2 figures flitted across the sky. She unleashed her spiritual energy and conjured an immense fish and a great bird, launching them at Zhongyu. In the darkness, the 2 figures clashed, and suddenly, lightning illuminated the shadows, revealing a fearsome dragon that radiated thunderous brilliance. Colliding with the fish and bird, with a resounding roar, the dragon's cry echoed, and Yu Fian let out a muffled groan as she landed. Looking up, she saw the menacing dragon vanish, and Zhongyu too disappeared into the darkness. Ting Lanwei's heart raced. The academy's top senior sister, was she unable to stop him? Chapter 19. Between life and death. With a disdainful snort, Yu Fian advanced swiftly, only to find Zhongyu had vanished into the darkness. Further pursuit risked leading her into the men's courtyard. She halted, turned, and remarked coolly, "He possesses some skill." Nearby, Tao Dia chided, "Senior sister Ting, how could you bring a man in here? And your little man is a lecher, peeping at our bathing." Ting Lanwei quickly defended. Junior brother Zhong only recently entered the upper house and is unfamiliar with the rules. He didn't intentionally watch you bathe. Senior sister Tao, please don't tell your father. We owe our escape from the demon ruins to junior brother Zhong, since he mistakenly entered the women's courtyard. I naturally had to protect him from being beaten to death by you all. Tao Dia chuckled, "Look how flustered you are." "Don't worry. I wasn't seen bathing by him, so I won't tell my father. Only those who have been completely exposed would be consumed by fury." Ting Lanwei smiled gently, stealing a glance at Yu Fian. Yu Fian's face was icy as she said coldly, "Junior sister, summon your man for another contest with me, and I'll overlook the matter of him watching me bathe." Ting Lanwei was caught between laughter and tears, knowing Yu Fian was driven by a competitive spirit, unwilling to accept being outdone by a male disciple. After all, as the senior sister of the women's courtyard, She couldn't easily swallow her pride after failing to gain the upper hand with a male disciple. She blinked, musing, junior brother Zhang's abilities are becoming increasingly astonishing, improving by leaps and bounds, not far behind senior sister Shui Qingyan's progress. They're well matched, no wonder they caught each other's eye. However, why did senior sister Shui quarrel with him? And junior brother Zhang looked so grim when he left. Zhongyu strode swiftly through the darkness, navigating the dense forest. His spiritual sea erupted, surging with towering waves. The harm inflicted upon Shui Qingyan continued to resonate within him, preventing his spiritual sea from finding calm. Xian Hua, this matter. Do you intend to inform the Qi refiners of Swordgate about this? Xian Hua, the childlike entity, stood in the air amidst the tumultuous waves of the spiritual sea, shaking his head. The key is, why should anyone believe you? What is your status? A mere outer disciple of Swordgate's upper house. Who would believe you? Moreover, uttering these words would hasten your demise. Zhang Yu's heart grew cold as he realized. You're right, I was inconsiderate. The celestial elephant matriarch's escape from the demon ruins implies the presence of an internal traitor within Swordgate's higher echelons. Ting senior sister mentioned Shui senior sister being summoned by a Qi refiner from the Shui Tu clan, making them highly suspicious. The Shui Tu clan is one of the 10 great clans of the Great Wilderness. If they are colluding with the celestial elephant matriarch, not only would my words be dismissed, but the Shui Tu clan could easily dispose of me. As he spoke, the waves in his spiritual sea gradually subsided, becoming increasingly tranquil. Excellent. Although you succumbed to mental disarray earlier, your swift recovery surpasses countless ordinary individuals, Xian Hua praised. However, I still sense your murderous intent. Do you plan to kill the celestial elephant matriarch? Zhongyu nodded slowly, then recalled the girl who always called him brother Yu, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Shui Qingyan was still present, but that girl was no longer the same. If I can slay the celestial elephant matriarch, I'll have avenged Shui senior sister, making our acquaintance worthwhile. Then you must strive diligently. The celestial elephant matriarch may be a rustic deity, but even a rustic deity is formidable. Her soul remains. And after possessing a body, she is inherently imbued with sentience, a true Qi refiner. 100 of you in your current state would be no match for her. Xian Hua continued. The reason she hasn't become a Qi refiner yet is primarily due to her lack of compatibility with her current body. Once she merges with this vessel, becoming a Qi refiner will be a natural progression. As for you, your soul is still too weak, vastly inferior to the soul of a deity. Even if you cultivate a spiritual entity and achieve soul unity, you would still be inferior to her. Xian Hua, you must know how to overcome the celestial elephant matriarch, right? Zhongyu asked eagerly. Naturally. The celestial elephant matriarch is merely a rustic deity. When you possess sufficient strength to become a Qi refiner, I will reveal the means to you, Xian Hua said solemnly. However, you are also a rustic of the Fushi clan. Therefore, you must not only exert 100-fold effort, but also build a foundation more solid than anyone else's. I have a set of training methods that can double your cultivation efficiency and make your foundation exceptionally robust. I only wonder if you can endure the hardship. Xian Hua yawned. I have been awake for too long and need to rest. Awaken me when you acquire the feather spirit pills, and I will guide your cultivation. His form gradually transformed into a pure flame, devoid of sound. Zhongyu was puzzled, noticing that the small flame floated silently above his spiritual sea without leaving, whereas Xian Hua had previously slumbered on the tattered bronze lamp. When will I become a Qi refiner, leave the great wilderness, and accompany Xian Hua in search of pure-blooded Xian Hua inheritors? Zhongyu closed his eyes, visualizing the coiling dragon totem, the low rumble of thunder transforming into a lightning dragon coiling around him. Swordgate is subtly revealing signs of turmoil, giving me a sense of impending doom. Like a monster lurking in the shadows, waiting to devour people. The base of Swordgate Mountain was completely shrouded in darkness, but the golden summit of Swordgate still shone brilliantly. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the golden summit. After a moment, the sun's radiance gradually faded, and the golden summit of Swordgate was plunged into darkness. This sacred land of the great wilderness was completely enveloped in darkness. 2 days later, Ting Lanyu rushed to the men's courtyard, calling for Zhongyu at the entrance, attracting a crowd of male disciples who watched with envy. Male disciples were strictly forbidden from entering the women's courtyard, but female disciples could freely enter the men's courtyard, and some often came to see their beloved. Junior brother Zhong, here are 920 feather spirit pills. Zhongyu invited her in. Ting Lanyu produced 10 jade bottles, smiling. Each jade bottle contains 100 pills, and this small bottle contains 20. You, me, and senior brother he each received 920 feather spirit pills, enough to cultivate for a long time. Zhongyu was overjoyed and thanked her profusely, thinking, finally, I can continue cultivating the fire discipline palace, sway sovereign visualization diagram. Ting Lanyu departed, only realizing something as she left the men's courtyard. Oops. I forgot to tell junior brother Zhong that senior sister Yu and senior sister Tao are looking for him, advising him not to go out. Senior sister Yu and the others plan to find junior brother Zhong to see who is stronger. If I tell junior brother Zhong about this, he will definitely ask how senior sister Yu and the others knew it was him that night. Then he will know that I betrayed him. Ting Lanyu blinked and hurried away. It's not my business. It's not my business. In the courtyard, Zhongyu visualized his spiritual sea and awakened Xianhua. To build a foundation more solid than others, first you need a savage physique, second you need a savage soul, and third you need savage spiritual power. Xianhua, the childlike entity, spoke eloquently, cultivating the fire discipline palace. Sway sovereign visualization diagram can strengthen your soul and enhance your spiritual power, while cultivating the coiling dragon totem can strengthen your physique. However, these only elevate you, not make your physique, soul, and spirit savage. To become savage, you need explosive power, simultaneously visualizing the fire discipline palace, sway sovereign, interrupting. Your courtyard is too small and cannot withstand such turmoil. Go outside, to the edge of the cliff. I will teach you how to unleash your physique, soul, and spiritual power without reservation. Zhongyu left the courtyard and headed towards the drinking horse platform of Sword Gate's upper house. The drinking horse platform was a precipice overlooking a lake where various strange beasts came to drink. Zhongyu looked down, feeling a bit dizzy. The cliff was too steep, as if a peerless giant had cleaved the mountain in two with an axe. The gorge below was estimated to be thousands of feet deep, with wisps of clouds floating in the distance. Understood. Here is the refined translation. Very well. This place is rather splendid. The essence of the flame speaks. To forge a formidable physique, spirit, and mental fortitude, you must heed my instructions. Now, consume 3 feather spirit pills. Upon following the command, Zhongyu felt an overwhelming surge of medicinal power erupt within him, rendering his body, spirit, and mental faculties ablaze with intensity. The potency of a single feather spirit pill is already substantial. How much more so when 3 are ingested simultaneously? However, excess can be detrimental. Should he fail to assimilate the overwhelming energy, it would impose a grave burden on his body, spirit, and mind, potentially leading to regression in his cultivation or even incurable ailments. Now, leap forth. The essence of the flames intoned coldly. What? Zhongyu exclaimed in disbelief. Leap forth. The essence's voice bore no emotion, icy and unyielding. Upon your descent, immediately envisioned the sovereign of the Flame Chronicles. For within this dance of life and death lies profound terror and explosive potential. I command you to unleash your latent power in that fleeting moment between life and death. When I give the signal for you to erupt, you must exert every ounce of your physical, spiritual, and soulful energy to ensure your survival. Zhongyu felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gazed downwards. The essence of the flame smirked. What? Are you afraid? Indeed. You are not of pure bloodline from the Fushi divine race. My decision to not choose you as the bearer of the flame's legacy is justified, with your abilities. You aspire to conquer the celestial matriarch? With resolve, Zhongyu took a leap from the drinking horse platform. His form spiraled into chaos as he plummeted down the cliff, the speed accelerating, the wind howling fiercely around him. In that moment, an inexhaustible wave of terror engulfed him, seizing his mind. His consciousness quaked. As he leapt from the precipice, his mind distorted. The ocean of mental energy transformed into a myriad of horrifying demons, besieging his spirit and leaving him disoriented. The inner demons. The overwhelming dread between life and death crystallizes into inner demons within the consciousness, tormenting the self, morphing into sheer terror. Envision it immediately, the essence commanded, its voice resonating with thunderous urgency. Zhongyu clenched his teeth, his gums bleeding as he fought to stabilize his spirit and soul, suppressing the tremors of his body, and began to visualize. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and then all sound faded away, all sensations vanished, leaving only the towering figure of the sovereign of the Flame Chronicles in his consciousness. He focused not on the palace of Flame Chronicles or the divine flame tree, but solely on the sovereign, striving with all his being to perfect this vision. The moment this majestic celestial being emerged, all inner demons within his consciousness melted away like snow under the sun. Chapter 20, Extreme Reaction. In this moment, Zhongyu felt nothing. All his senses were completely shut off. even the pores of his skin tightly closed, preventing any trace of his spirit from leaking out. His physical prowess was entirely contained, and his soul was more stable than ever before. The inner demons born from his leap were entirely refined, leading him into an unprecedented realm of profundity. Time seemed to stand still, or perhaps stretched into infinity, lingering until the end of time itself. This was the space between life and death. A profound fear giving way to an unparalleled tranquility, an extraordinary concentration of mental energy, and a reaction beyond all limits. The essence of extreme reaction lay in the extraordinary speed at which every organ of his body, every minutiae of his spirit, and his very soul operated at a heightened frequency. Imagine, if at one moment, your gaze could capture the speed of an object moving at 10 times the norm. You would perceive that object moving 10 times slower. If, at a certain moment, your thoughts raced at 10 times their usual pace, you would experience time itself slowing down. Should your body, spirit, and soul all enter this state of extreme reaction, any exertion would yield strength far exceeding the ordinary, and should the spirit be unleashed, it would manifest an unprecedented power. Furthermore, the speed of cultivation would be astonishingly rapid. Zheng Yu's body continuously absorbed the medicinal essence from the 3 feather spirit pills, which fervently transformed into his mental energy, nurturing his soul, allowing the manifestation of his soul, the flame sovereign, to grow taller and more majestic. This absorption and transformation of medicinal power into cultivation was a speed he had never dared to imagine before. Now, it had become his reality. As he leapt from the cliff, he lost all sense of time. In this state of super reaction, his reflexes were incredibly swift, rendering time itself unbearably slow. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the flame explode. Zheng Yu awakened, opening his eyes to find that he was falling at an unimaginable speed, plummeting towards the abyss below. At such velocity, even with wings, he would be shattered upon impact. Just as he opened his eyes, he found himself above the treetops at the cliff's base. Towering pines rose high, and the distance of over 10 zhang was traversed in an instant. It seemed that in the moment of closing and opening his eyes, he would crash to the ground, and his body would be reduced to mere fragments. The urgency in the flame's voice was palpable. Quick, unleash the power stored within your physical strength, spirit, and soul in an instant. A fierce explosion is necessary, or you will undoubtedly perish. Aquatic dragon surround. Zheng Yu roared, and a crackling sound erupted as thunder surged around him, coalescing into a dragon that encircled his body, fierce and menacing. Visualize the flame sovereign. Command the thunder. His voice mingled with the dragon's roar and the sound of thunder. The dragon transformed into 100 zhang flame sovereign, enhancing the dragon's might. In that moment, the forest at the cliff's base was filled with flashes of lightning, trees crashing down as if a thunderous dragon rampaged through the woods. Where the dragon passed, the earth trembled, and the forest lay in ruins. Boom! Zheng Yu, encircled by the dragon, commanded the thunder and moved 100 zhang in an instant. Crashing to the ground, mud and stones flew everywhere, creating a large pit. Zheng Yu knelt on one knee, hands planted on the earth, crackling thunder bursting from his body, electrifying the ground until it turned charred black. He had survived. As he rose, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and every limb and bone ached violently. His mental energy surged, threatening to tear him apart, and his soul felt as if it might explode. His body swayed, on the verge of unconsciousness. Within him, the powers of the 3 feather spirit pills had been entirely consumed in that fleeting moment, leaving him feeling empty. While the exhilaration of his spirit and soul drained his physical energy, this final explosion had nearly exhausted all his physical strength, mental energy, and soul power. Consume 3 more feather spirit pills. The flame merged. Your spirit is now more exhilarated than ever, but your body cannot bear this burden. You must replenish your energy with the feather spirit pills, otherwise, your body will be drained in an instant, leading to your demise. Zheng Yu promptly took out 3 feather spirit pills and swallowed them. He had heard tales of similar situations. Women in the tribe, when faced with calamity, could summon extraordinary strength to save their children, lifting heavy beams with sheer will, only to perish shortly after due to energy depletion, having no divine remedies to replenish them. His current predicament mirrored those tales, yet he was fortunate to possess enough feather spirit pills to restore his vitality. As the pills entered his stomach, he felt the abundant energy rapidly replenishing his strength and nurturing his spirit and soul, his consciousness expanding wildly. By the time the powers of these 3 feather spirit pills were exhausted, his consciousness had grown to an area of 100 mu, and his mental energy had nearly doubled. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief period? Zheng Yu was astonished. He had leapt from the cliff only a short while ago, and yet he had consumed 6 feather spirit pills, with his mental energy nearly doubling. At this rate, over 900 feather spirit pills would barely last a month. He had initially thought that 900 pills were an immense fortune. But now he realized how naive he had been. Under the brutal training methods of the flame, even more feather spirit pills might not suffice. Now, it was time to climb back up the cliff and leap once more. You have emerged unscathed, so this time, you will need to consume 6 feather spirit pills. Furthermore, you will carry a heavy stone as you leap, the flame stated solemnly. Yes, this stone. You will carry it up the cliff, and then jump down with it. Zhang Yu stared blankly at the massive boulder before him, which weighed at least 1,000 pounds and was larger than himself. Carrying it over the edge seemed an insurmountable task, let alone climbing the sheer cliff. Young man, leaping from the cliff will train your explosive power, while climbing will enhance your control. With the heavy stone, visualize the dragon, let its claws grip the cliff as you ascend. Mastering the coordination between the dragon's strength and your own body will help you command every ounce of your power. Zhang Yu nodded, focusing his mental energy to transform into the dragon. This time, his visualization of the dragon was much swifter, and his reflexes even sharper. With the dragon coiling around him, Zhang Yu hoisted the heavy stone and approached the base of the cliff, gazing upward into the cloud-shrouded heights, where the summit was hidden from view. With a crack, the dragon's claws gripped the cliff face, exerting force, causing the stone to shatter. Zhang Yu frowned. The flame had spoken the truth, his control was indeed lacking, and he felt no sense of coordination. Only when the dragon he envisioned could exert force precisely where he commanded, could he truly master his strength. He calmed his mind, carefully sensing the flow of power as the dragon coiled around him. After a considerable time, Zhang Yu resumed his ascent, carrying the 1,000-pound stone as he visualized the dragon, climbing towards the cliff summit. The dragon entwined around him, its claws gripping the cliff, and under Zhang Yu's guidance, he began to ascend step by step. Yet, such climbing was fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead to disaster, and Zhang Yu faced several close calls, nearly tumbling down the mountainside. Fortunately, the dragon's 4 claws held fast to the cliff, with the other 3 still gripping the precipice, preventing a disastrous fall, though it was a harrowing experience. As he continued to ascend, his mastery over the imagined dragon grew increasingly adept, his control over its power more nuanced, resulting in fewer perilous situations and a closer proximity to the cliff summit. At the top, where the horses drank, the mountains echoed with the cries of wild beasts, drawn to the lake for water. There, a maiden clad in crimson, her garments rolled up, had shed her shoes to dip her feet into the lake, creating a cascade of sparkling droplets with each playful movement. Peach, do you think that Zhang Yu has arrived here? A girl in black, walking lightly upon the water's surface, approached and inquired, "Where is he?" The crimson-clad maiden responded with a radiant smile, exuding warmth. "I only saw him ascend to the drinking platform, but I did not see where he concealed himself. It is strange, the platform is not large. Where could he possibly hide?" The girl in black halted, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Beneath her feet, the water swirled, revealing the back of a massive fish, its length an astonishing 4 to 5 zhang. A manifestation of spiritual energy. Zhang Yu from the Male Academy managed to withstand my dual flying fish attack. He is indeed a worthy opponent. The girl in black's expression turned frosty as she murmured, yet his courage is somewhat lacking, hiding away without a hint of masculinity, which is quite contemptible. Peach, since he dares not show himself, let us depart. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze shifted toward the cliff's edge, where a fearsome dragon had emerged, its claws gripping the precipice. Zhang Yu, enveloped by the dragon, ascended the drinking platform while bearing a boulder weighing 1,000 janes, subsequently placing it aside and gasping for breath. The 2 maidens turned their attention to him, observing the young man, his torso bare and glistening with sweat, trickling down his taut skin. Although resting, he exuded an aura of wildness. The main character has arrived, senior sister. I trust my presence is no longer required? The crimson-clad maiden chimed, her laughter like silver bells. Zhang Yu turned towards the sound, recognizing the 2 maidens, and was momentarily taken aback. These senior sisters seem somewhat familiar. The maiden in crimson chuckled, "Zhang Shidi, while I was singing on the small boat. I certainly did not bathe in the nude for you to see." Is Peach Shimmy alluding to the time I was seen bathing? The girl in black, her demeanor displeased, retorted, "He could only have seen my shoulder, nothing more." Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he realized the predicament. Silently cursing his misfortune, "It is Yufian and Tao Dyer from the Female Academy. How did they deduce I was the one from that night? It must be that senior sister Ting sold me out. Chapter 21. Dragon travels thousands of miles. Young Yu. Allow me to enlighten you on how to handle situations involving vengeful young women. Within his consciousness, Xian Hua exclaimed with fervor, subjugating the maiden through carnal relations is the most expedient and effective solution. Subsequently, they will cease their attempts to harm you and instead shower you with affection and obedience. Xian Hua. Is this the customary approach employed by previous Xian Hua inheritors when faced with similar circumstances? I am rather curious to know how they met their demise. Disregarding the ill-conceived advice from the small flame, Zhong Yu cleared his throat and addressed the two maidens. Senior Sister Yu, Senior Sister Tao, the events of that day were merely a misunderstanding. I extend my apologies to both of you. Junior brother Zheng need not apologize. The black-clad maiden, Yu Fian, replied with a serene expression, shaking her head. Since I was unable to apprehend you that night, your unauthorized entry into the women's courtyard has been forgiven. However, as you evaded me under the cover of darkness, our contest remains unresolved. I have come to seek you out today to settle this matter. Junior brother Zhong, shall we? Zhong Yu demurred, without animosity or grievance. Why engage in a pointless conflict? Senior sister, please forgive me, but I must continue my cultivation and cannot accompany you. He rose to his feet, ingested 6 feather spirit pills, and prepared to resume his training. Yu Fian's aquatic mount surged forward, cleaving through the lake's surface. The creature unleashed tumultuous waves, revealing a colossal, ship-sized head that bore a striking resemblance to a dragon, a veritable fish dragon. It became apparent that the fish in her dual cultivation technique, fish and goose ascend together, was none other than this formidable fish dragon, a veritable aquatic tyrant. On that fateful night, the darkness had obscured Zhong Yu's vision, preventing him from discerning the true nature of the creature. Now, he beheld its true form, a genuinely fearsome entity. Yu Fian had evidently mastered the fish dragon totem, and her potent spiritual energy had manifested a remarkably lifelike fish dragon. The creature measured over 7 zhang in length, possessing flesh, blood, and bone. Its draconic maw was a vision of ferocity, and its movements in the water were imbued with unparalleled power. This surpasses my visualization of the flood dragon totem, which possesses only skin and lacks flesh and bone. Her mastery is far more profound. Zhong Yu mused. She must have encountered a genuine fish dragon to have refined the totem to such an extent. Unbeknownst to Zhong Yu, Yu Fian's mastery of the fish dragon totem was intertwined with the totem of the Youyu clan. The clan's name, Youyu, was a homophone for fish dragon, signifying their ancestral totem. The Youyu clan boasted a venerable lineage, with chi refiners appearing as early as 10,000 years ago, leaving behind the fish dragon totem, hence their name. Over millennia, the countless members of this great clan had venerated the fish dragon totem, transforming it into a being akin to a genuine fish dragon, possessing immense power and safeguarding the Youyu clan. As the granddaughter of the Youyu clan's patriarch, Yu Fian's mastery of the fish dragon totem was hardly surprising, truly befitting of the senior disciple of the women's courtyard. Zhong Yu thought. During our clash that night, she did not fully unleash her strength, likely intending only to break one of my legs. However, that encounter allowed her to gauge my abilities. Thus, she now unleashes the full power of the fish dragon totem, confident that I can withstand it. Nevertheless, she has only employed the fish dragon totem, while the fish and goose ascend together technique combines 2 totems. Therefore, this is not her full strength. Yu Fian exuded a palpable aura of hostility, and the waves generated by the fish dragon swelled into a towering surge, crashing down upon Zhong Yu, who stood at the edge of the cliff. Junior brother Zhong, she declared, I have not come to seek your opinion, but to engage in a genuine contest with you. Whether you wish to fight or not, you shall fight. The woman's actions were decisive and ruthless, leaving him no room for retreat. Senior sister Yu has likely fused 2 distinct totem techniques into one, mastering the true essence of both totems, truly befitting of the senior disciple of the women's courtyard. Zhong Yu mused with a faint smile. He hoisted the 1,000 gene stone onto his back and leaped off the cliff, thinking her knowledge and skill surpass mine. But my spiritual and soul cultivation is superior. The outcome of a battle remains uncertain. While I do not fear her, there is no need to engage in unnecessary conflict. Tao Daya cried out in alarm and hastily jumped up and down, exclaiming, Senior sister, you've driven him to his death. Yu Fian's expression underwent a dramatic shift. A resounding splash echoed as the fish dragon beneath her feet leaped out of the lake and plunged into the abyss. Tao Daya stamped her feet and leaped off the cliff. Lamenting, Senior sister, why did you jump down as well? If you both died down there, people will say that this young couple committed suicide out of love. Oh dear, Why did I follow you? If we all three die, one man and two women, what will people say? Senior sister, save me. The three plummeted into the abyss. However, with the heavy stone on his back, Zhang Yu's descent was the swiftest. Yufian followed closely behind, gradually closing the gap, while Tao Dyer flailed her limbs, as if attempting to swim upwards in the air, but to no avail, joining the others in their descent. As Zhang Yu leaped off the cliff, he glanced upwards, observing the two maidens who had followed him into the abyss. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. Did senior sister you jump down to save me, or to kill me? If she intended to kill me, she could have simply allowed me to fall to my death. Why bother chasing after me? This woman's heart is not entirely wicked. Despite being the granddaughter of the Yoyu clan's patriarch, the second-ranked clan among the 10 great clans, she did not abandon me to my fate. He immediately entered a state of meditation, once again immersing himself in the profound realm between life and death, pushing his reactions to the limit and visualizing the Sway sovereign. This time, with the heavy stone on his back, the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. Therefore, he could not afford any carelessness. Despite Yufian and Tao Daya's pursuit, he could not allow himself to be distracted. The intense desire to survive would ignite all his latent potential, compelling his body, spirit, and soul to mobilize every ounce of energy to enhance himself. The realm between life and death was fraught with immense terror and dread, giving rise to inner demons. However, the appearance of the Sway sovereign would instantly purify all inner demons, rendering his spiritual energy purer and more resilient, facilitating smoother visualization. Meanwhile, above him, Tao Dyer flailed her limbs and shrieked incessantly, while Yufian remained deaf to her cries. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from her glabella, and she began to visualize a great bird. To everyone's astonishment, spiritual energy manifested beneath her armpits, transforming into two wings, each measuring over 16 feet in length. Whoosh! Yufian flapped her wings, causing her speed to surge dramatically, rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Yu. The two plummeted like shooting stars along the cliff face. Yufian drew ever closer. Suddenly, she noticed the ground below rapidly expanding, and the trees and rocks grew larger and clearer. A wave of panic washed over her. Their speed was too great, and they were approaching the ground at an alarming rate. At this velocity, even if she had mastered the true essence of fish and goose ascend together and could manifest wings of spiritual energy for flight, she would still be smashed to pieces upon impact. This is terrible. Yufian's forehead glistened with cold sweat, and her mind was in utter disarray. I'm moving too fast. It's too late. Explode. Within Zhang Yu's consciousness, Xianhua roared suddenly, jolting Zhang Yu from his meditation. Zhang Yu's eyes snapped open, unleashing a torrent of terrifying and resilient spiritual energy. His soul commanded his spirit, transforming into a flood dragon that coiled around his body. Thunder rumbled, and lightning crackled, resembling a golden dragon soaring through the air. The 1,000-gene stone on his back was engulfed in the flood dragon's lightning, emitting a series of crisp snapping sounds as it shattered into countless pieces. Just as Zhang Yu was about to harness the thunder to soar through the air, he noticed Yufian abruptly spread her wings. However, two sharp cracking sounds echoed as her wings, formed from spiritual energy, were shattered by the oncoming gale. The black-clad maiden's eyes widened in utter terror as she plunged headfirst towards the forest below, certain that she would be reduced to a mangled mess in the next instant. In theory, at the moment her wings were shattered by the headwind, she still had time to visualize and conjure another pair of wings from spiritual energy to counteract the downward momentum. However, Yufian seemed to be in a stupor, frozen in place. The overwhelming fear of death had seized control of her consciousness, and the inner demons that had taken root in her mind plunged her into a state of profound terror. In the face of the profound terror that looms between life and death, Zhang Yu, having experienced such dread, immediately discerned the source of the young girl's plight. Her mind was besieged by inner demons, rendering her incapable of response. With a fierce roar, he commanded the dragon entwined around him to shift its form, launching itself towards Yufian, causing Xianhua to exclaim in shock, "Are you mad? Do you wish to throw away your life?" With a crackling surge, the air around Zhang Yu was electrified, and another dragon was birthed amid the tempest. His mind divided in three. He envisioned the Fire Emperor while simultaneously conjuring two dragons, one to rescue Yufian and the other for his own salvation. Zhang Yu directed the thunderous dragon downwards. Yet, being newly formed from his mental energy, its descent was delayed, and he found himself plummeting into the forest, perilously close to the ground. At such a velocity, even a desperate surge of power would not guarantee his escape from death. With unprecedented composure, Zhang Yu steered the thunder dragon at an angle, executing a series of maneuvers. forcefully colliding with towering trees to dissipate the momentum of his fall. The resounding crashes echoed as each majestic tree shattered upon impact, a spectacle of terror. Ultimately, Zhong Yu and the Thunder Dragon landed, skidding across the rugged terrain for dozens of yards before finally halting their descent. This was the technique he had just grasped, the traces left by the dragon's journey across vast distances. Remarkably, he had accomplished it. Xianhua, still shaken, exhaled in relief, contemplating that perhaps this young man could truly rival the inheritors of the Xianhua legacy. Chapter 22. The Crimson Garb in the Hollow Valley. At the very moment when Zhong Yu plummeted to the ground, another dragon, born from the essence of his spirit, had already coiled around Yufian, forcefully ensnaring the girl. It unleashed a thunderous force, crashing into tree after tree before finally descending. However, Yufian, her mind in disarray and her consciousness ensnared by inner demons, tumbled uncontrollably, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a halt. Fortunately, although she had not deliberately trained her body, it was far sturdier than that of an ordinary person, and she emerged unscathed, save for a few bruises marring her fair skin. Yet, she remained shaken, her eyes filled with fear, the inner demons still unvanquished. "Senior sister, help me," came the frantic cry of Tao Daya from above. Zhong Yu looked up to see the girl in red flailing as she fell slowly through the air. This visualization method is quite peculiar. It evokes the essence of clouds. Upon closer inspection, Zhong Yu noticed that Tao Dyer was enveloped by a mist-like aura, which seemed to slow her descent. He mused to himself, old Master Pu once mentioned that clouds possess spirits. When worshipped, they do not dissipate, and over time, they gain sentience. Perhaps Tao Sister has embarked on the path of cloud spirits. Cloud spirits are ethereal, formless, and variable. They can transform into wind, rain, or thunder, soaring into the sky or sinking into the mountains, embodying a mysterious essence. With a thud, Tao Daya landed heavily, sitting down with a dazed expression. "Senior sister, you did that on purpose." "No, I didn't." As she rubbed her backside, Tao Daya retorted, "You clearly did it on purpose. It wasn't an accident." Yufian cast a furtive glance at Zhong Yu in the distance and whispered, "I truly didn't mean to. I just lost my grip once." "Nonsense. You're simply embarrassed about falling alone, and now you're dragging me down with you." Tao Daya huffed. As the two girls bickered softly, they suddenly noticed Zhong Yu had found a large stone in the forest, which he now bore on his back, preparing to climb to the summit. They exchanged glances and approached him. "Zhong Shidi." Yufian paused for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Zhong Yu visualized the dragon and smiled. "It is only right. After all," senior sister jumped down without hesitation. "Senior sisters, I still need to practice, so I won't accompany you any further." "Who needs you to accompany us?" Tao Daya scoffed. "We aren't drinking." Yufian shot her a look and said, "Is Shidi really practicing?" "Indeed. By traversing the threshold of life and death, I awaken my potential, conquering great fears to strive for survival. This is my method of cultivation." Zhong Yu chuckled. "Senior sister also experienced the brink of life and death just now. You should know how it feels. Between life and death." Yufian gazed deeply at him, then suddenly unfurled two black wings from her back, soaring toward the summit, declaring, "Since you are cultivating, I shall postpone our duel until another day." "Senior sister, you left me behind again." Tao Dyer stomped her feet, hastily visualizing the clouds, her body gradually rising into the air, slowly making her way toward the cliff. "Zhong Shidi, we will come find you next time. I'll go ahead." "Wait, don't climb so fast." After reaching the cliff's peak, Zhong Yu observed that Tao Daya was still hovering halfway up, while the girl in black, Yufian, had seemingly vanished into the distance. The art of flight is indeed mystical. Whether through visualizing clouds or birds, one can soar through the skies, while riding the thunder allows for great speed. It also incurs substantial energy expenditure, lacking the nimbleness of wings. When the next class arrives, I shall see if I can learn a method of flight. He sensed that such a method would be invaluable, not only for disciples like him but also for chi refiners. Its utility extends beyond combat, proving quite beneficial for daily journeys as well. With a whoosh, Zhong Yu leaped from the cliff, the wind he stirred causing Tao Dyer to be swept downward, eliciting her cries. After a while, as he ascended the cliff with the large stone, Tao Dyer was again calling out for him to slow down. "Zhong Shan, if you dare jump down again while I'm beside you, we will no longer be friends." The girl in red, once more caught in the gust from Zhong Yu's leap, plummeted 100 feet deep. Finally angered, she exclaimed, "If you do that again, I will tell the younger sister in the courtyard that you are teasing me, and you shall face the consequences." As Zhong Yu passed her once more, he replied earnestly, I truly have no such intentions with the courtyard sister. Tao Dyer leaped onto his back, her face alight with glee. If you carry me up, then it means you have no relations with her. Zhong Yu felt hardly any additional weight, realizing she was light as a feather, and with her visualization of cloud essence, she mitigated her weight, ensuring he could bear her. He thought to himself, Tao's sister is indeed considerate. Having jumped down the cliff alongside me, her nature is evident. And it is no wonder she possesses such a melodious voice. Tao's sister, why not sing a song for me? Zhong Yu suggested. I won't sing, feigning to drop her. He startled her into tightly clinging to his neck. I will sing. I will sing. How can you be so wicked? I truly don't understand what the courtyard sister sees in you. As she perched on his back, Tao Dyer sang softly, her voice ethereal and haunting. Before the melody could fully dissipate, Zhong Yu had already brought her to the cliff's peak. Tao Dyer seated herself by the lake, her toes skimming the surface, her song lingering in the air. Zhong Yu dove into the lake of the drinking horse platform, cleansing himself of sweat and grime, while her song caressed his spirit, alleviating his fatigue. As the sun dipped low, the evening glow hung between the heavens and mountains, casting a warm light upon the girl by the shore and the boy in the water. A few leisurely unicorns approached the lake's edge to drink. Her voice grew increasingly ethereal as Tao Dyer waded past him, her shoes in hand. Moments later, the melody gently faded, its echoes lingering as the girl in red waved to him, disappearing into the forest. After a long while, Zhong Yu finally emerged from the enchantment of her voice, only to find she had long since departed. With a surge of spirit, Zhong Yu leapt from the water, his mental energy exploding forth. A dragon entwining around his form as he glided over the lake's surface, like an enraged dragon breaking through the water, stirring up mighty waves. Crossing the drinking horse lake in just a few strides, striding toward the upper courtyard. In that single day, his cultivation underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only had his Sui Huang become more solidified, its image clearer, but his consciousness also expanded significantly, now encompassing an area of 300 acres. His body brimmed with explosive power, capable of manifesting his mental energy into formidable attacks swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall continue my cultivation. The spirit of the young fire whispered in his mind. To surpass the celestial phenomenon matriarch, slow and steady cultivation will not suffice. What you are doing now is far from enough. Only by embodying the essence of crispness, ferocity, and firmness can you reach the entry level of sensing the spirit. Zhong Yu inquired, what do you mean by crisp, ferocious, and firm? Strength must be crisp. The moment your fist connects with the enemy, the power must unleash in its entirety, shattering all obstacles. Spirit must be ferocious, with a heart emboldened by a fierce tiger, like a dragon descending the mountain. Your mental energy must surge forth, visualizing deities and demons in an instant. Soul must be firm. The soul is like a sharp spear, bendable yet unbreakable. When the soul stirs, it can summon 10,000 pounds of force. When still, it resembles the heavenly emperor in the center of the hall, impervious to all evils. The young fire spoke calmly. Only by achieving this can your foundation be solidified, granting you the capital to contend with the celestial phenomenon matriarch. Zhong Yu took a deep breath and declared solemnly, very well. Tomorrow, I shall continue my cultivation. Grandfather, today I encountered a young practitioner who spoke to me of the profound terrors that lie between life and death. That white-haired elder was none other than the clan leader of the Yoyu, a figure of great significance within the Sword Gate. Upon hearing those words, he opened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, between life and death? Is there truly someone who cultivates in such a manner? Is such a method of cultivation real? Surprised, Yu Fian replied, indeed, it exists, but merely as a rumor. The clan leader of the Yoyu solemnly declared, this method of cultivation is excessively extreme, extremely perilous, with an exceedingly high mortality rate. Thus, very few dare to practice it. Life and death are in stark opposition. Those who succeed live, while those who fail perish. However, among those who pursue this path, the majority meet their demise. In the past, there were practitioners in our Sword Gate who attempted this method, but they all perished. Yu Fian was taken aback. All perished? As her eyes flickered with apprehension, the clan leader, sensing her gaze, warned sternly, you must not pursue this method. You have already secured your path as a chi refiner. To engage in such practices would be folly. For even the slightest misstep could lead to death, an endeavor not worth the risk. On the following day, Zhong Yu returned to the drinking horse platform and, from a distance, beheld a young girl clad in red seated by the lakeside, accompanied by another girl dressed in black. What scheme is this, Zhong Shan? What method have you devised to entice this young maiden? Xi and Hua exclaimed in astonishment. Share it with me at once. If I can find the next inheritor of the flame, I shall teach him the way. Regarding the phenomenon of why carrying a heavy stone allows one to descend faster. Many are familiar with Galileo's experiment involving two iron balls of differing sizes dropping simultaneously from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, both reaching the ground at the same time. While some argue this is common knowledge from elementary textbooks, they fail to mention the intermediate concepts such as air resistance and buoyancy. Although air buoyancy is minimal, it does impact larger objects, while the primary influence on gravitational acceleration is air resistance. When a person falls from a height, air resistance counteracts acceleration, causing the falling speed to reach a terminal velocity, typically between 25 to 50 meters per second, which cannot be exceeded. Given that a stone possesses a density 7 times greater than that of the human body, it has greater potential energy and is less affected by air resistance, allowing it to fall slightly faster. Thus, is Galileo's experiment accurate? When two iron balls of differing sizes fall from the same height, which descends more swiftly, we can apply concepts from secondary school physics to analyze this. Let us consider two spherical stones, one large and one small. The air resistance can be expressed as Fw116 ACWV, where Cw is the drag coefficient, A is the cross-sectional area, and V is the velocity. Let M1 and M2 be the masses, and R1 and R2 be their radii. The gravitational forces are G1M1G and G2M2G. 1. If both are falling at the same speed, the acceleration for the larger stone is greater due to reduced air resistance. 2. Upon reaching terminal velocity, the larger ball will have a higher terminal speed than the smaller ball, thus it will hit the ground first. 3. When considering buoyancy in water, one can perform a simple experiment by dropping an iron ball and a piece of meat to see which one sinks first, clearly demonstrating that the iron ball descends quicker. Additionally, one could conduct a similar experiment by dropping an ant and another ant resting on a stone from the same height, observing which lands first. For those still in doubt, I encourage revisiting secondary school physics and performing further calculations rather than relying on assumptions. Chapter 23. Absolute Trust in the Past. Several inheritors of the sacred flame that I guided were beaten to death by the goddess. If they had learned your method, they wouldn't have had to worry about being killed after mating. The small flame in Zhong Yu Sea of Consciousness exclaimed gleefully. Courting young females? Could sacred flame's words mean that senior sister Tao and senior sister you were here to find me? Zhong Yu was taken aback and walked towards the two maidens. Seeing him approach, the two maidens appeared flustered. Tao Dyer quickly said, Zhong Shan, we didn't come here to find you, nor to sing for you. This isn't your territory. Anyone can come here. We were here first, so you're the one who came looking for us. Zhong Yu smiled and replied, naturally. Please, senior sisters, make yourselves comfortable. Yu Fian couldn't help but interject. Junior brother Zhong, we did come to seek you out. I wish to consult you on the matter of life and death. I wonder if you would be willing to instruct me? You also wish to cultivate in this manner? Zhong Yu pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, this cultivation method is already extremely perilous for me, and it would be even more so for you. If you were to jump off the cliff in the same way, the probability of death would be 99%, and that would be the case every time. His words were not an exaggeration. Utilizing the edge between life and death to enter extreme reaction wasn't as simple as jumping. It required visualization and cultivation during the process, using the opportunity to enhance one's cultivation. However, once immersed in visualization, one could easily lose awareness and become oblivious to the outside world. During the fall, if one couldn't awaken in time, the inevitable outcome would be being smashed into a pulp. The reason Zhong Yu had a high success rate wasn't because he could awaken in time every time, but because Sacred Flame was in his sea of consciousness. Sacred Flame accurately calculated the timing and awakened his soul, greatly reducing the mortality rate. Although each jump carried danger, Zhong Yu managed to succeed repeatedly because Sacred Flame awakened him in time. However, Yu Fian wouldn't have the same advantage. If she cultivated alone, she would surely be smashed to death due to failing to awaken in time. Even if Tao Daya hovered in midair, calculating the timing to awaken her soul, it wouldn't be feasible, as the opportunity would vanish in an instant. If she were even a moment too late, Yu Fian would likely meet her demise. Having another person awaken the soul still in visualization within the sea of consciousness was already an extremely difficult task, requiring a soul to call out. If Tao Daya made even the slightest mistake in the process, Yu Fian would be the one to die. If you have seen your sister Tao's help, you can reduce the mortality rate to 80 or 90%, but it's still extremely high. Senior sister Yu, I will impart the secret to entering the edge between life and death and suppressing great terror and fear to you. But whether you cultivate it or not is up to you. Zhong Yu imparted the secrets to entering the edge between life and death and suppressing great terror and fear in detail, saying, "Senior sister, I need to continue cultivating. I'll take my leave." He carried the boulder on his back and leaped off the cliff. Tao Dyer hesitated and asked, "Senior sister, do you really want to do this?" Yu Fian was also struggling internally. Zhong Yu had imparted the secrets to her, but he had also pointed out the dangers, making her realize that this cultivation method was indeed extremely perilous. Even with Tao Tao's help, I would only have a slim chance of survival. And if Tao Tao makes a mistake? Yu Fian hesitated for a long time, then suddenly sighed and said, "I won't try it. This cultivation method is about risking one's life to achieve the status of a qi refiner, but it's not difficult for me to become a qi refiner. So why should I risk my life like this?" Tao Dyer also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Senior sister is right." Yu Fian revealed a confident smile and said self-importantly, "Junior brother Zhong is working so hard, but he still hasn't become a qi refiner, has he? I'm still the senior sister of the Women's Academy by cultivating step by step." Zhong Yu waited at the foot of the cliff for a moment. But Yu Fian never jumped. If Yu Fian had jumped and failed in her visualization, he would have intervened to save her. After all, Yu Fian's heart wasn't bad, and she had even leaped to save him yesterday. "Kid Yu, not everyone has your courage, nor does everyone have your luck to meet me," the sacred flame boasted. "That woman seems to have a resolute will, but her state of mind is not as good as yours. She has a good relationship with the other woman, but it's not good enough to entrust her with her life. If she were to jump off the cliff, she would worry about whether the other woman could awaken her in time, and she would inevitably be unable to stabilize her mind for visualization, only transforming into a flying bird to escape again and again. She wouldn't be able to pass this stage. But you completely trust me, entrusting your life to me. When I tell you to jump, you jump without hesitation, so you can easily enter visualization and improve your cultivation by leaps and bounds." Zhong Yu thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. When Sacred Flame told him to jump, he jumped directly without thinking too much, never considering what would happen if Sacred Flame was a moment late in awakening him. This was absolute trust, absolute peace of mind. He had only spent a little over a month with Sacred Flame. If it were an ordinary person, they would only be casual acquaintances at most in such a short time. But in his heart, he already felt that he could entrust his life entirely to Sacred Flame. He had unwavering trust in Sacred Flame. So when he jumped off the cliff, he could immediately enter the edge between life and death, visualizing the sway sovereign to enhance his cultivation and strength. The edge between life and death tested not one person, but two, the trust between two people. The trust between Senior Sister Yu and Senior Sister Tao is not as great as the trust between me and Sacred Flame. It's only natural that she chose to give up, even if they could achieve the same level of trust as me and Sacred Flame. The mortality rate would still be extremely high. After all, how could Senior Sister Tao's judgment be as experienced as Sacred Flame's? Zhong Yu climbed up the cliff. Yu Fian stood at the edge of the cliff, her black clothes fluttering, looking heroic and valiant. She suddenly said in a clear voice, "Junior brother Zhong, you cultivate so desperately, I want to compete with you to see who is stronger, whether it's you who cultivates so desperately or me who cultivates step by step. There are still 2 months until the end of the year, and there will be a no-holds-barred duel between the disciples of the Upper Academy at the end of the year. This duel will determine the qualifications to enter the Spirit Void Palace. I hope to meet Junior brother Zhong in the final duel." "Year-end duel? Spirit Void Palace?" Zhong Yu was somewhat bewildered. "You don't know about the Spirit Void Palace?" Tao Dyer was a little surprised and interjected, "Well, you've only been in the Upper Academy for a month, so it's understandable that you don't know about the Spirit Void Palace. The Spirit Void Palace is the place where it's easiest to sense the spirit, and it's the best place to cultivate the spirit. For example, if you want to sense the sun spirit, you need to fly your soul to the sun to attract the sun spirit. Can your soul fly to the sun? But if you're in the Spirit Void Palace, you can sense the spirit in the sun and cultivate the sun spirit. The Spirit Void Palace is the supreme sacred ground of our Sword Gate. Being able to cultivate in the Spirit Void Palace means that the Sword Gate believes that your foundation is solid and that you can become a Qi refiner. Junior brother Zhong, there is only one chance to become a Qi refiner each year, and whether you are qualified to enter the Spirit Void Palace depends on your performance in the year-end duel." Yu Fian turned to leave and said, "However, you have only cultivated the Raging Thunder swordplay, and with only this one technique, you won't be able to reach the end, not even the top 10. Moreover, you need excellent soul weapons and totem pillars, because it will be a no-holds-barred battle. Tao Tao, let's go." The two maidens left, and Zhang Yu wondered, sacred flame. Is it so troublesome to cultivate the spirit? Cultivating the spirit is indeed very troublesome, but cultivating the spirit in the spirit void palace gives me an unreliable feeling. Sacred Flame said, during the era of the Sui sovereign, the descendants of the Sui sovereign were the Yinzi God Emperor clan. I remember that when they sensed the spirit, they directly used true dragons to pull boats, and the imperial descendants stood on the boats, sailing towards the sun in a mighty manner. The sun spirit they obtained by sensing the spirit at the sun was the highest level golden crow sun spirit. If you cultivate the spirit in this spirit void palace, I estimate that the sun spirit you can obtain will only be an ordinary fire spirit. Other divine beings, accompanied by their disciples, hurriedly made their way to the realm of spirits, seeking to cultivate their sensitivity in the nearby vicinity. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu envisioned a majestic dragon pulling a golden vessel through the starry sky towards the sun, his heart racing with excitement. Who among us could venture so close to the sun and sense the spirit? He shook his head in disbelief. I can, the young flame bearer exclaimed proudly, adding with a smile, whether you wish to cultivate the spirit of the sun or the moon, I can facilitate it. However, the young girl was correct. Your foundation is indeed insufficient, far from adequate. It is not that your offensive techniques lack power, but rather that your fundamentals are not solid enough. Should you reach a level that satisfies me, I shall grant you passage to the edge of the sun and the realm of the moon, allowing you to attain the spirits of both celestial bodies. Zhong Yu's heart raced with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, how will you send me there? Years ago, I became stranded here with the previous flame bearer, the young flame bearer recounted. That old fellow has grown frail. Thus I instructed him to prepare arrangements for the next inheritor of the flame. He established 2 grand formations by activating these arrays. One can be transported to the sun's edge and the moon's surface. With a grin, the flame bearer continued, as long as you can reach a level that pleases me, I shall allow you to bask in the glory of being a pureblood inheritor of the flame. I can only wonder if our arrangements have survived the passage of time. Now, continue your cultivation. After more than 10 days of relentless practice, undeterred by the elements, Zhong Yu consumed an alarming quantity of feather spirit pills. His frenzied training had depleted over half of the 900 pills, leaving him with just over 300. Remarkably, his spiritual sea expanded to an expanse of 3,000 acres, resembling a vast lake. With a mere thought, turbulent waves surged across his spiritual sea, unleashing an astonishing display of mental power. Moreover, the burden of climbing had honed his control over the dragon totem and his body to an exquisite degree. The integration of the thunder sword technique with the dragon totem became increasingly intricate, allowing Zhong Yu to soar through the air at astonishing speeds, propelled by thunder. Albeit at a significant mental toll, far more demanding than the techniques relying on wings. As he reached this stage, Zhong Yu sensed that his progress was slowing, and the likelihood of teetering between life and death had diminished considerably. This method of cultivation no longer posed a substantial threat to him, and thus, the chances of flirting with mortality naturally decreased. Tomorrow marked the day when the Academy's Chi refiners would commence their lectures, and Mr. Pu had promised to forge the 2 soul weapons for him. He pondered eagerly about what those soul weapons would ultimately resemble, for this was his first encounter with such high-ranking treasures. Chapter 24. Arrogance. In the past few days, he had devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, oblivious to the happenings around him. On the day the scripture pavilion reopened, he observed many disciples from the upper academy discussing the upcoming unrestricted duel at year's end. Not long after entering the upper academy, he was astonished to learn of the significance the disciples placed on this duel. As Zhong Yu walked through the crowd, he sensed a palpable atmosphere of tension among the upper academy disciples, prompting him to reflect, it is only natural. Regardless of whether they hail from humble beginnings or prestigious families, any disciple who fails to attain spiritual mastery by the age of 16 faces expulsion from the mountain. Thus, this duel likely represents the last hope for all upper academy disciples to become Chi refiners. Of course, should I meet the requirements of the flame of inheritance, I could achieve spiritual mastery without relying on the spirit void hall. However, the standards set by the flame of inheritance are exceedingly high, bordering on the absurd, and my current abilities fall woefully short of those expectations. Outside the scripture pavilion, numerous disciples were engaged in fierce sparring, employing various combat visualization techniques, totem pillars, and soul weapons, creating an intense scene. What is transpiring here? Why are there so many unfamiliar faces in the upper academy? Zhong Yu focused his gaze and noticed that the fighters were all strangers, facing off against the Upper Academy disciples. Suddenly, one Upper Academy disciple was struck down from midair, crashing heavily to the ground, thankfully without suffering fatal injuries. Clearly, this was no mere friendly competition. The strikes exchanged here were far too severe for a practice bout among peers. Just then, Zhong Yu spotted a familiar figure soaring through the air within a fighting circle, struck by an opponent and helplessly plummeting towards the ground. With a thought, he dispatched his spiritual energy, transforming it into a dragon that caught the individual and gently lowered them to the ground. Zhong Yu strode forward and inquired, "Senior brother He, what has happened? Who are they?" The one who had been knocked out of the fighting circle was He Chinchuan, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily replied, "These ruffians are outer disciples from the inner sect, here to cause trouble in the Upper Academy." Outer disciples from the inner sect? Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implications. To become an inner disciple and train under a master or elder of the sword sect, one must attain spiritual mastery and become a chi refiner. However, the major clans possess certain privileges. Core disciples from these clans are often taken under the wing of chi refiners within their families, receiving constant guidance in their training. For instance, Yu Fian of the Yu clan can consult with the chi refiners of her clan at any time regarding her training issues. Yet she prefers not to reside in the inner sect, while core disciples from other clans frequently live in the inner sect and seldom interact with Upper Academy disciples. Although these individuals train in the inner sect, they remain outer disciples and must participate in the unrestricted duel at your end for evaluation. As the date approaches, many such disciples have come rushing from the inner sect. Their aggression towards the Upper Academy disciples stems from their unfamiliarity with the latter's strength, leading them to seek out potential threats among them. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. The individuals present were core disciples from the Water 2 clan and the Li Mountain clan, and not only had I been struck, but senior sister Ting had also suffered. He Chinchuan spat out blood in fury, exclaiming, "This is utterly unreasonable. They promised not to use excessive force, yet senior sister Ting has been gravely injured." Water 2 clan? A flash of anger ignited in Zhong Yu's eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. Water 2 clan. The chi refiners of the Water 2 clan colluded with the demon race, summoning the Celestial Mother. The higher-ups of the Water 2 clan called upon Sister Shui Qingyan, and as a result, she was possessed by the Celestial Mother, her soul shattered. With a wave of his hand, a dragon shot forth. This junior possesses considerable strength. I wonder if you would be interested in a spar. The disciple who had injured He Chinchuan turned his gaze towards Zhong Yu and smiled. I observed the dragon you conjured, imbued with the totem of thunder, seemingly containing the essence of the thunder sword technique. You must be a disciple of Master Pu, correct? I have encountered the prowess of Master Pu's disciples before. They are rather unremarkable. Yet you are different. You have combined the dragon totem with the thunder totem. It appears you are indeed a recipient of true teachings, possessing some skill. His gaze was astute and seasoned, a testament to his training alongside chi refiners. Zhong Yu's expression was as tranquil as still water, and he softly inquired, "Are you from the Water 2 clan or the Li Mountain clan?" The disciple replied with a smile, "I am Shui Lingshan of the Water 2 clan." Zhong Yu nodded and stepped forward. He Chinchuan, suppressing his pain, quickly grasped Zhong Yu's hand and whispered, "Junior brother Zhong, do not use excessive force. The Water 2 clan is one of the 10 major clans. You have already offended the Tianfeng clan. It would suffice to achieve a draw with them." Zhong Yu gently freed himself from He Chinchuan's grasp, a smile gracing his face. "Rest assured, senior brother, I know my limits. Do not use excessive force?" Shui Lingshan chuckled incredulously. "It seems it should be I who refrains from using excessive force. To be honest, during my earlier encounter with him, I only utilized 70% of my strength. This junior, you may unleash your full power. I hope you possess some semblance of skill." "Very well." The two took positions roughly 10 paces apart. Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips curling into a smile. Water 2 clan. Boom. The flagstones beneath his feet erupted, shards flying in all directions as the ground where Zhong Yu stood suddenly caved in, forming a footprint nearly a foot deep, shaped like a dragon's claw, significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, as if a ferocious dragon had unleashed its might, collapsing the earth beneath it. In an instant, Zhong Yu launched himself forward, and as he did, a dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Around him, a fierce dragon twisted and coiled, swirling around his form with incredible speed. Shui Lingshan blinked, and by the time he opened his eyes again, Zhong Yu stood before him, his arm entwined with the massive dragon's body, making his arm appear fearsome and imposing. With a powerful punch, he struck Shui Lingshan's chest. Bang! The sound echoed like a thunderous drum, followed by the sickening crack of bones breaking. Shui Lingshan's body contorted as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a thick pillar at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, shattering it and rolling away for dozens of paces. While battles continued elsewhere in front of the scripture pavilion, Zhong Yu's strike resounded like rolling thunder. Reverberating across the area with unparallel, he raised his hand, and with a flick, a totemic pillar soared into the air. Waves of energy emanated from the pillar, radiating outward like ripples on water, expanding across a distance of several dozen yards. Enveloped by the undulating waves of this totemic pillar, all the disciples of the upper academy felt as if they were standing in water, their movements hindered. Typically, totemic pillars can encompass only a few yards. Yet this one astonishingly covered several dozen yards, clearly indicating that it was not an artifact possessed by an ordinary disciple. Those who focused solely on physical cultivation had merely strayed into the path of heresy, proving utterly ineffective. A single totemic pillar could render such practitioners helpless. The disciple from the Water 2 clan, observing the writhing dragon around Zhong Yu, sneered, "Moreover, your dragon totem is mere skin without substance, lacking blood and bone. It has not received true inheritance. Strike, and let me witness your full strength." Zhong Yu planted his foot heavily, and suddenly, the totemic pillar unleashed waves that surged skyward like a tsunami, instantly dissipating the pressure it exerted on the onlookers. The Water 2 disciple was taken aback, only to find Zhong Yu's fist hurtling towards him. He hurriedly attempted to visualize a defense, but it was too late. 7-part strength, Zhong Yu remarked coolly, his fist shattering the ethereal manifestation of the disciple's mental energy, as if he had been struck by a colossal creature. The Water 2 disciple was sent flying backward, tumbling and rolling until he landed several dozen yards away. There was no time to visualize, no time at all. How could his speed be so astonishing? The disciple's mind reeled, and he spat a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise but collapsing once more. Astonished and enraged, how could his explosive power be so terrifying? Were there still disciples of the Water 2 clan? Zhong Yu surveyed his surroundings and observed that, before the scripture pavilion, hundreds of upper academy disciples stood in stunned silence. With only his voice piercing the stillness, I wish to challenge 10. Chapter 25, Dominance outside the scripture transmission pavilion. The other disciples of the upper academy were in an uproar, utterly astonished. The first time, Zhong Yu's swift and unexpected victory over Shui Lingshan could be attributed to surprise and unpreparedness, as Shui Lingshan was unaware of his formidable physique. However, in this second encounter, when the disciple of the Shui 2 clan unleashed the totemic pillar to counter the physical prowess of body cultivators, Zhong Yu still effortlessly defeated him. This was not mere luck, but a testament to his strength. The core disciples of the Shui 2 clan were not merely names without substance. They were seasoned warriors. Utilizing the totemic pillar against Zhong Yu was indeed the optimal strategy to deal with someone of his physical dominance, a tactic widely acknowledged by the majority of disciples. Yet, Zhong Yu shattered the totemic pillar's power with a single blow, illustrating the extraordinary extent of his might. 10 at once? Such arrogance! Exclaimed one acquaintance of Zhong Yu. So, he's that Zhong Shan clan member. No wonder he is so conceited. He is inherently a proud individual. Just last month, this junior of the Zhongshan clan laid waste to a senior of the Tianfeng clan, declaring their insignificance in front of the Tianfeng SG practitioners. In just a month, his strength has surged to such heights that even the core disciples of the Shui 2 clan cannot stand against him. Nearby, someone murmured, "Does this guy harbor a grudge against the 10 great clans? Why does he only target their disciples?" After dealing with the Shui 2 clan, will he next challenge the Lishan or the Taolin clans? A disciple of the Lishan clan, overhearing this, sneered and prepared to confront Zhong Yu, only to be restrained by a fellow disciple who shook his head and said, "The Shui 2 clan and our Lishan clan are rivals as well. We are bound to clash in the upcoming unrestricted duel in 2 months. It is prudent to assess the combat capabilities of the Shui 2 disciples now." Ting Lanyu was carried out of the quiet chamber by several disciples of the Pu Lao sect. Yiqing Chuan hurried over, inquiring, "Sister, how are your injuries?" "I fractured a few ribs and sustained some internal damage, but a spirit pill will suffice for my recovery." Ting Lanyu struggled to rise, directing her gaze toward Zhong Yu in the arena, pondering, Zhang Shidi's words are rather bold. He is too domineering and reckless, which might provoke a collective retaliation from the Shui 2 clan. However, he is also standing up for us. Wait a minute, his little beloved, Shui Qingyan. hails from the Shui-Tu clan. Is he seeking vengeance against his brother-in-law for some quarrel with her? Who dares to claim they can take on 10 of my Shui-Tu disciples? The core disciples of the Shui-Tu clan, initially observing from afar within the quiet chamber, were outraged and alarmed. As Shui Ling Shan was carried in, several core disciples rushed to administer medicine, but before they could do so, the disciple had already been sent flying by Zhongyu. At this moment, Zhongyu's voice echoed, inciting a surge of fury among the core disciples, who immediately rose, murderous intent gleaming in their eyes as they glared at the scene outside the pavilion. The core disciples were distinct from the other disciples. They often descended from prominent lineages or the bloodlines of the clan's chi practitioners, holding positions of significant status. They were the elite of the younger generation in the Shui-Tu clan, having received genuine teachings from their clan's practitioners. Moreover, as one of the 10 great clans, the Shui-Tu clan's core disciples had access to rare elixirs and extraordinary resources, enabling them to cultivate into powerful beings. Typically, these disciples looked down upon the upper academy disciples, believing that the latter could not attain true teachings and were inferior to them. Their visit to the upper academy was merely to gauge the strength of its disciples, and they held a somewhat dismissive attitude toward this excursion. However, upon arriving at the upper academy and handily defeating numerous disciples, they had yet to encounter a formidable opponent. Thus, they had grown somewhat complacent. Yet now, these elite disciples of the Shui-Tu clan found themselves challenged by a mere body cultivator who boasted of taking on 10 at once. Such audacity from a mere disciple of the upper academy, believing he could act with impunity and disregard the elite of the inner academy, was utterly outrageous. One female disciple's eyes glittered with determination. Rising gracefully, she proclaimed, "I shall show him the true meaning of humility." Before she could exit the quiet chamber, she began to visualize, and her mental energy transformed into flowing water, swirling around her like a river, undulating and majestic. "Water sword chi, 13 styles," she shouted. As water swords emerged from the river, rising and falling in a display of profound swordsmanship. Being seasoned in battle, she was cautious and did not underestimate Zhongyu. She had witnessed the swift defeat of Shui Ling Shan and the other Shui-Tu disciple, which heightened her vigilance. Thus, she visualized her technique before engaging, ensuring she would not be caught off guard by this body cultivator. A fellow disciple of the Shui-Tu clan remarked, "Sister Shui Xing is indeed favored by the clan's higher-ups. Her meticulousness guarantees that the upper academy's youth will face dire consequences." Before he finished speaking, a violent aura surged from the entrance, and a fierce dragon-like creature surged forth, clashing with Sister Shui Sheng at the door of the quiet chamber. The water sword chi, 13 styles, and the dragon erupted simultaneously, illuminating the space with blinding light akin to a miniature sun. Within this radiant sphere, a terrifying dragon twisted and roared, colliding with the river, shattering it into vapor. Sister Shui Sheng screamed as she was struck by the dragon's tail, propelled through the expansive quiet chamber and crashing against the far wall with a resounding thud. The wall trembled violently, debris raining down as Shui Sheng found herself pinned against it, her limbs splayed wide, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. This vividly illustrated the formidable force behind Zhong Yu's earlier strike. Since the Shui-Tu clan had refrained from confronting him, Zhong Yu resolved to take the initiative. He strode into the quiet chamber, his gaze sweeping across the room, finding the core disciples of the Shui-Tu clan glaring at him in shock and fury. 1, 2, 3. Only 7 disciples from the Shui-Tu clan? Zhong Yu muttered in disappointment. I had hoped for 10. Preposterous. The nearest Shui-Tu disciple reacted swiftly, summoning a totemic pattern with his mental energy as a totemic pillar rose behind him, its water-based power activated. This is the quiet chamber of the Shui-Tu clan's chi practitioners, not a place for your insolence. With a flourish, the other 6 Shui-Tu disciples summoned their own totemic pillars, strategically placing them to form a constellation that enveloped the entire quiet chamber in a web of totemic power. The overlapping totemic patterns amplified their might. A single totemic pillar could severely hinder a body cultivator, and with multiple pillars, the pressure on Zhong Yu was exponentially increased. The Shui-Tu disciples, aware of Zhong Yu's identity as a body cultivator, swiftly countered his greatest advantage, ensuring he would no longer act with such bravado. River God Totemic Visualization Technique. Water River Sword Chi. Wei Shui's Majestic Mountains. The 7 Shui-Tu disciples roared in unison, and the quiet chamber transformed into a vast aquatic realm, with rivers surging forth as if the very essence of water had come alive. With a resounding clang, a legion of spirit soldiers emerged, as the disciples of the Shui 2 clan prepared to summon their soul weapons, seemingly determined to repay the humiliation inflicted upon them by Zhang Yu in full measure. However, the moment the first totem pillar descended, Zhang Yu had already commenced his assault. As the first pillar fell, yet to unleash its power, the thunder sword technique erupted forth. A flash of lightning sliced through the air, cleaving the still falling totem pillar, which soon bore a visible crack before shattering into 2 segments. Simultaneously, the totem pillars of the other 6 Shui-2 disciples descended, but their formation was swiftly dismantled before it could be fully established. Harnessing the thunder, Zhang Yu leapt into the air, surrounded by a tempest of lightning, deftly evading a barrage of assaults and dodging the oncoming spirit soldiers. The ethereal soldiers twisted mid-air, their speed unparalleled. Overwhelming glimmers of sword light surged forward. As one disciple of the Shui-2 clan commanded, surround him with spirit soldiers, leaving him no avenue for escape. With a crackling sound, a flash of lightning erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, striking the disciple and sending him soaring, his body rendered rigid and charred. A colossal dragon's claw, akin to a mat, descended from above, pinning the freshly struck disciple to the ground, creating a massive indentation in the earth. Zhang Yu soared through the air with unmatched speed, traversing the expanse of the quiet chamber in an instant, leaving the spirit soldiers in his wake. The threat posed by the spirit soldiers was formidable. How could a mere mortal withstand such treasures? Fortunately, his velocity was sufficient to evade capture. As the dragons contended for supremacy, a second dragon head emerged behind Zhang Yu, both serpentine creatures coiling around him before plunging downwards, seizing 2 disciples and colliding fiercely in the center, leaving them bloodied and unconscious. Outside the scripture transmission pavilion, hundreds of upper courtyard disciples turned their gazes towards the Shui-2 clan's quiet chamber, where torrents of water surged, thunder roared, and the sounds of dragon cries reverberated, mingling with the chaos of crashing bodies and frantic shouts. After a brief interval, the tumultuous waters receded, and the cacophony of thunder, waves, and dragon roar subsided, restoring tranquility to the chamber. Zhang Yu emerged through the battered entrance, shaking off the remnants of his beast-skin attire, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Only 8. Some onlookers leaned closer to glimpse the aftermath within the Shui-2 chamber, where chaos reigned, and 8 disciples, both male and female, lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. In a matter of moments, the 8 Chapter 26, the fiery spirit Shui-2's clan has suffered a grave loss this time. More individuals surged forth, craning their necks to glimpse inside the tranquil chamber of Shui-2, each one reveling in the misfortune. It seemed Shui-2 had kicked a hard object, injuring his toe in the process. These individuals had dared to bully Pu Lao's disciples, only to provoke a boisterous body cultivator akin to a dragon. A disciple from the Li Shan clan shook his head, defending Zhang Yu, though the battle in the tranquil chamber was brief. Zhang Shan's integration of the thunder sword technique with body cultivation, channeling the might of thunder into the dragon totem, allowed him to sweep aside Shui-2's disciples. This clearly demonstrates the profundity of his mastery in energy cultivation. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. After all, core disciples of the Li Shan clan were personally trained by their energy cultivators, possessing insights that surpassed those of ordinary upper academy disciples. Most upper academy disciples believed Zhang Yu triumphed solely due to his body cultivation, yet few could discern his incorporation of energy cultivation into his practice. It was indeed astonishing. Body cultivation and energy cultivation are often seen as opposing forces. Spending excessive time and energy on body cultivation typically hampers one's energy refinement, and vice versa. Attempting to advance both simultaneously often results in minimal progress in either, leading to an overall diminished strength. However, Zhang Yu defied this conventional wisdom, harmonizing body and energy cultivation in a simultaneous ascent. Despite Shui-2's numerous disciples following energy cultivators, they had summoned their junior sister, Shui-Qingyan, to the mountain to be nurtured by the celestial mother, indicating that even without direct allegiance to the demonic clan, many of Shui-2's core disciples had familial ties to them. Zhang Yu felt no remorse for injuring these core disciples of Shui-2. They were simply too weak. Even with genuine teachings, employing soul weapons, or utilizing totem pillars, their strength was still dismal, leading him to question the capabilities of those energy cultivators teaching them. He had wronged Shui-2's energy cultivators. Their disciples were indeed among the elite within the upper academy. If that were not the case, neither Ting Lanwei nor He Chenxuan would have faced defeat. Nevertheless, despite Shui-2's energy cultivators' earnest efforts in training their disciples, How could they possibly compare to the teachings from Xinhui? Under Xinhui's guidance, and through arduous trials between life and death over the past several days, not only had Zhong Yu's cultivation greatly advanced, but his control over his body, spirit, and soul had also reached a pinnacle level among upper academy disciples. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening element was his unparalleled explosive power. Perhaps Zhong Yu's cultivation could not rank first or second among the upper academy disciples, given his relatively short training period. But his explosive power undoubtedly surpassed that of others, rendering them unable to catch up. Xinhui had always remarked that he had yet to reach a satisfactory level. But what lofty standards did he set? By such criteria, Zhong Yu's explosive power might not seem extraordinary, yet among the disciples of Shui too, he appeared as a ravenous tiger, while the others resembled meek lambs. When a ravenous tiger enters a flock of sheep, it inevitably leads to a massacre, leaving the remaining lambs to bleat pathetically. In the upper hall of the scripture transmission pavilion, several energy cultivators leisurely sipped tea, observing the duels of the disciples below. As Zhong Yu exited Shui Tu's tranquil chamber, a middle-aged energy cultivator could no longer contain his anger and abruptly rose to his feet. It was Shui Anshan of Shui Tu's clan. As Shui Anshan prepared to descend, he suddenly noticed a gray figure darting forward. An elderly man with snow-white hair stood in his path, and upon closer inspection, he could not help but sneer. Pu Lao certainly knows how to protect his own. Your disciple has harmed those of Shui Tu, which is one matter, but speaking so arrogantly warrants some discipline. Pu Lao chuckled. What Shui Shidi fails to realize is that this Zhong Shan is not my disciple. He has offended the Tianfeng clan. Who would dare take him in? He merely attended a lecture under my tutelage and received the true teachings of the Thunder Sword technique. He bears no relation to me. Shui Anshan smirked. Since he is not Pu Lao's disciple, then I shall administer some discipline myself. I trust Pu Lao would not stand in my way. Pu Lao shook his head. Smiling, Shui Shidi, this is merely a scuffle among young disciples. It is a trivial matter. When children fight, for adults to intervene would only invite ridicule. What do you think? Shui Anshan glanced around, noticing other energy cultivators in the tea room, all sipping tea and chatting, their peripheral gazes cast toward this side. Some clearly eager to witness the spectacle. He chuckled dryly. What Pu Lao says is indeed correct. Zhong Yu approached Yi Chin Chuan and Ting Lanwei when suddenly a gentle voice interjected, Hold on, junior brother. You cannot simply leave after injuring our Shui Tu disciples? Zhong Yu halted, turning around to see waves cascading down from the mountain, resembling a river turned upside down. An upper academy disciple stood atop the crest of the waves, carried gracefully by the water, as if strolling leisurely. With each step he took, waves surged beneath him, lifting his form as he walked without touching the ground, exuding an air of elegance. Upon his appearance, he dazzled everyone, drawing countless gazes, and even Zhong Yu had to acknowledge his extraordinary charisma. He was indeed a rare individual. Senior brother Qinghe. Within the tranquil chamber of Shui Tu, the disciples struggled to rise and looked outward with delight, exclaiming, Senior brother Qinghe has arrived. Senior brother. This individual intruded upon our tranquil chamber and harmed others. We implore you to seek justice on our behalf. Qinghe's expression was gentle as he nodded in acknowledgement. Stepping forward, waves supporting his form as he approached the scripture transmission pavilion. The river below transformed into images of fish, dragons, and giant pythons, manifestations of totem patterns. Within the river, one could even faintly discern ice swords bobbing, a testament to the profound sword energy formed from totem patterns. To cultivate to such a degree was indeed rare among the upper academy. Qinghe turned his gaze toward Zhong Yu, his eyes warm and smiling. Zhong Shan, junior brother. In this contest among peers, your strikes were rather severe. It seems a bit excessive. Zhong Yu shook his head. The disciples of Shui Tu struck with equal severity, injuring senior sister Ting and senior brother He. Should that not be considered excessive as well? With a whoosh, the water around him coalesced, various totem patterns intertwining. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe's feet vanished, transforming into a fishtail. Enveloped by spiritual energy, he gradually morphed into a towering figure, half human, half fish, with white hair and silver eyes. Exuding a wild and fierce aura. Once of ordinary height, he now stood 13 to 14 feet tall, his muscles rippling with explosive power. Shui Qinghe's appearance had drastically changed. With his battle stance, the air became exceptionally humid, as if one could wring water from the atmosphere. Water god Hebo, however, the river god totem conjured by that Shui Tu disciple was merely a hollow form, lacking flesh and bone, far inferior to Shui Qinghe's authenticity. Moreover, Shui Qinghe did not merely visualize Hebo, he transformed into Hebo, utilizing his formidable spiritual power to embody the river god. Hebo, the water deity, was the totem of the Wei Shui clan, Shui II's ancestral legacy from millennia ago, and many within Shui II contemplated Hebo, yet few attained such mastery. He had conjured Hebo with flesh and bone, resembling a genuine water deity. Cultivating the Hebo totem visualization to this extent was indeed formidable, not only compensating for physical weaknesses but also granting unparalleled advantages in close combat against body cultivators. Fighting like a deity, one could imagine the sheer might. Kidyu. This individual is indeed formidable. The voice of Xinhui's spirit suddenly grew grave within Zhong Yue's consciousness. His foundation is extraordinarily deep. Once he enters the spirit void hall, he could immediately become an energy cultivator. His spiritual power is immensely strong, surpassing even yours, approaching that of a true energy cultivator. His ability to materialize the virtual is likely among the most powerful in the upper academy. Materialize the virtual? The Qi cultivator possesses the remarkable ability to transform the ethereal into the tangible. For instance, in the grand arena of the Azure Sky Pavilion, the left chancellor engaged in a fierce battle with the venerable elder of the Tianfeng clan. The elder wielded the essence of wood as a blade of energy, intertwining his mental prowess with the wooden sword aura to manifest colossal trees. Creating an intricate formation of a myriad of wooden swords, this epitomizes the transformation of the intangible into the tangible, materializing his mental force as if it were genuine timber. Of course, this does not imply that his mental energy has truly metamorphosed into wood. Rather, it is a manifestation of mental energy that bears a striking resemblance to actual wood. However, should the mental energy dissipate, the wood would vanish in tandem. Similarly, the adept Shui Qinghe achieved the same transformation, condensing his mental energy into the ethereal manifestation of the water god, Hebo. His mental resilience has already ascended to the level of a Qi cultivator. Among all the disciples of the upper academy, this is the first occasion for Zhong Yu to encounter such a formidable individual. The transformation of the ethereal into the tangible, the corporeal reality of Hebo, has the potential to amplify his physical prowess tenfold, or even beyond, elevating him to the realm of a body refinement master, perhaps surpassing my own physical capabilities. Zhong Yu's countenance turned grave. Shui Qinghe's strength was astonishing, far superior to that of Yufian, and indeed terrifying. Incomparable to the core disciples of the Shui II clan he had just encountered, Yufian had cultivated to the level of possessing the flesh and bones of a fish dragon. Vividly alive, yet she still lacked the final touch to fully realize the transformation of the ethereal into the tangible, primarily due to the inadequacy of her mental strength. Her visualization of the fish dragon was discernible but still lacked complete authenticity. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply, not feeling the slightest trepidation. Instead, he was imbued with exhilaration at the prospect of facing such a master. Young man, are you exhilarated? The fiery little spirit within his sea of consciousness observed the tumultuous waves of his mind, expressing astonishment. This Shui Qinghe's prowess surpasses yours. You ought to feel apprehensive. No. Zhong Yu's heart surged with combat fervor. The mightier the adversary, the more invigorated I become. To confront such a formidable opponent, to vanquish him, to shatter his resolve and trample upon his dignity. Can you comprehend this sense of accomplishment, Xinhua? Chapter 27. Who but me? The emotional fluctuations of an individual are often imperceptible on the surface. However, the spirit within the sea of consciousness can shift in tandem with these emotions. For instance, at this moment, Zhong Yu's sea of consciousness resembled turbulent waves, a tempestuous energy that evoked a sense of martial valor and the clashing of weapons in battle. This indicated his exhilaration, eagerness, and fervent desire to engage in combat, to strive for victory, to validate his knowledge and insights. Yet, such sentiments were difficult to decipher from his countenance. Well said, Xinhua praised. You have begun to embody the essence of the Fuxi divine clan. To know the challenges ahead and to advance boldly, to confront adversities without losing heart or fear, and instead to crush the formidable beneath your feet. That is the spirit of the Fuxi clan. Zhong Yu stepped forward, standing before Shui Qinghe, as thunderous totems manifested around him, coalescing into a spiraling dragon. With a calm voice, he declared, I, Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan, accept your challenge. Accept my challenge? Shui Qinghe was taken aback. This was supposed to be his opportunity to teach this arrogant Zhongshan youth a lesson, yet it had turned into a situation where he was the one being challenged. The reversal of roles intrigued him. For a weaker individual to challenge a stronger one was a bold move, indeed. Interesting, he mused. No one has dared to speak to me thus before. You pride yourself as a body cultivator? Very well, I shall shatter you with my body refining techniques. It will take no more than 3 moves to defeat you. Shui Qinghe smiled confidently as he summoned a surge of water, propelling himself forward with ghostly speed. In an instant, a massive wave surged toward Zhongyu, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. As the punch was unleashed, torrents of water cascaded behind Shui Qinghe, creating an overwhelming force that bore down upon Zhongyu. This punch harnessed the might of a 100-foot flood, the ferocity of which was truly terrifying. Zhongyu, surrounded by the coiling dragon, felt the energy within him surge as the dragon's form grew larger and more distinct. Its head was fierce, its body thickening to the girth of a barrel as the pure spiritual energy transformed into dragon and thunder totems, seemingly embedding themselves within his skin, as if scales were sprouting forth. Internally, his observing the demeanor of Shui Qinghe, it was evident that these individuals hailed from the esteemed 10 great clans, possessing formidable strength. Shui Qinghe, keen to conceal his true capabilities lest he forfeit an advantage in the forthcoming year-end unrestricted duel, chose to retreat proactively. Such a powerful adversary. Zhongyu's hand trembled slightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a dull ache emanating from his innards. He mused, the 10 great clans. Each clan possesses its unique strengths. The totems passed down from their ancestors are inherently superior to those of other clans. Shui Qinghe's prowess is indeed profound. He has achieved such remarkable skill without resorting to the techniques of qi refinement. I am no match for him. Yet, he failed to consider that his earnest training had spanned merely over a month, while Shui Qinghe had been immersed in spiritual herbs since childhood. Directly mentored by qi refiners upon entering the sword sect, culminating in 5 to 6 years of dedication to attain his current stature, Zhongyu strode toward Ting Lanyue and He Chengchuan, contemplating. 2 months remain, just 2 months. After this period, when I confront the true elites of these great clans, who can claim supremacy over the rest? His chest swelled with ambition as he murmured, to surpass all, who else but me? Zhongyu of the Zhongshan clan. These are your 2 soul weapons. Upon noticing Zhongyu's arrival, Mr. Pu beckoned him closer, presenting 2 soul weapons before him, and remarked with a smile, it took me 20 days to forge these 2 soul weapons, and I must admit, it was quite a laborious endeavor. What do you think of them? Chapter 28. The Dragon Blood Sword Box in the Tranquil Chamber, disciples of Master Pu, including Ting Lanwei and He Chenchuan, gathered closely. Despite her severe injuries, Ting Lanwei gritted her teeth and approached to observe. Many of these disciples possessed soul weapons, yet their quality was rather modest, leaving them intensely curious about the soul weapon that had taken Master Pu 20 days to forge. A wooden box? Ting Lanwei and the others were momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the 6-foot-tall wooden box, Zhongyu was equally puzzled. The sole weapon bestowed upon him by Master Pu was this very wooden box. Crafted from a dark redwood, it appeared seamless, standing at a height that reached his chest. The surface of the box was intricately carved with numerous patterns resembling dragon motifs, likely representing totemic designs. However, these engravings did not seem to be carved later but appeared to be the natural grain of the wood. This is dragon bloodwood. Ting Lanwei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, it truly is dragon bloodwood. I heard from the older generation of my family's qi refiners that there is a dragon blood forest atop Swordgate Mountain. Legend has it that a true dragon was wounded and bled in the great wilderness millennia ago, and its blood stained the trees of Swordgate Mountain red. Dragon bloodwood, having absorbed the dragon's essence, inherently bears dragon totems, yet it grows slowly. It may take centuries to mature. Even the elders are reluctant to use dragon bloodwood to forge soul weapons. Even the elders are hesitant to use it? Zhongyu's heart trembled, feeling the immense weight of the wooden box. Though not a disciple of Master Pu, receiving such a precious gift was overwhelming. Master Pu caressed the wooden box and chuckled. This dragon bloodwood was awarded to me by the sect leader for my contributions to Swordgate. It has some benefits for nurturing souls and soul weapons, but it holds little value for me, which is why I never forged a soul weapon from it. I initially intended to keep it for my disciples, but I never found a suitable candidate, and it remained unused. He revealed a look of satisfaction, saying, Zhongyu, although you are not my disciple, we share a bond, and your cultivation of the dragon tiger totem makes you worthy of this dragon bloodwood. Hence, I have crafted a sword box for you from it. Zhongyu felt a mixture of surprise and joy, tinged with apprehension. Master Pu, this is too precious. Master Pu laughed heartily. Precious? Not at all. If it weren't for your care of Lanwei and the others, my disciples might have perished in the abyss of demons. Other Qi refiners' disciples have perished, thousands lost. Yet only a handful of mine survived. What is this mere dragon blood would amount to in light of such contributions? You are deserving of this dragon blood with sword box. Open it and take a look. Calming himself, Zhongyu opened the dragon blood with sword box. And with a soft click, it revealed a wooden sword hilt adorned with intricate patterns. Gently, he drew forth the soul weapon. It measured 5 feet in length, with strange totemic engravings along the spine, weighing approximately 100 pounds. The weapon felt substantial in his grasp. The blade was entirely black, glimmering with a dark golden hue, indicating it was forged from a fusion of mysterious iron and gold, enhancing its sharpness and durability. The sword's surface was covered with lightning totem patterns, resembling the marks left by bolts of lightning striking the blade, clearly indicating that Master Pu had infused pure lightning essence into this soul weapon. The dragon scale-like patterns symbolized the dragon tiger totem, giving the weapon an aura of chilling sharpness. Upon drawing it from the sword box, he even sensed a faint flow of dragon blood within the blade. As he infused his soul into the sword, he felt a seamless connection. The experience was not only comfortable, but invigorating. This exemplified the distinction between high-quality soul weapons and ordinary ones. A soul could not remain detached for too long without risking damage. A superior soul weapon felt like an extension of oneself, allowing for unrestricted communion with the soul, ensuring no discomfort over prolonged use. Dragon blood would nourishes the dragon scale sword, making it the perfect match for you, Master Pu remarked softly. The two will mutually enhance each other, aiding your cultivation. Soul weapons require regular nurturing of the soul. The closer the bond between spirit and weapon, the greater the power and swiftness they can unleash. Zhongyu, are you satisfied with these 2 soul weapons? This dragon blood sword box can hold up to 9 dragon scale swords. Currently, it contains only 1. The others, you must procure on your own. Master Pu added with a smile. However, once you attain the status of a Qi refiner and master sword Qi, this sword box can then contain a plethora of sword Qi. With just a thought, countless sword energies can surge forth, surpassing any ordinary soul weapon. Ting Lanyue, He Cheng Chuan, and the others gazed on enviously, while Zhongyu felt a surge of excitement, murmuring, sword Qi? Using metals like mysterious gold and iron to forge soul weapons is merely a minor path. True invincibility lies in sword Qi. Master Pu's expression grew solemn as he imparted further wisdom. Qi refiners cultivate Qi. Our sword gate specializes in sword Qi. Once you achieve spiritual enlightenment, you will be able to gather various essences and forge sword Qi, freeing yourself from reliance on metal weapons. For instance, this sword box can only store 9 soul weapons. But if it were to contain sword Qi, it could hold hundreds, even thousands. Zhong Yu's heart raced at the thought. Hundreds or thousands of sword Qi. Just envisioning the awe-inspiring spectacle of such a release was exhilarating. Today, I shall not impart any new techniques, Master Pu advised. One cannot digest too much at once. Continue practicing the methods I have previously taught you, as this will better prepare you for the upcoming unrestricted duel. Master Pu instructed the group before turning to Zhongyu. You began your training late and have learned too few techniques. If I were to teach you more now, you would struggle to assimilate them. You must familiarize yourself with the Dragon Blood Sword box and the Dragon Scale Sword. Diverting too much energy towards new techniques could hinder your progress. In the unrestricted duel, you will face core disciples from prominent clans, all equipped with soul weapons, making victory through technique unlikely. However, a quality soul weapon is of immense value. Spend these days refining these 2 soul weapons to solidify your previous cultivation of the Dragon Tiger Totem and the Thunder Sword technique, enhancing their potency. Zhongyu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to learn a technique for flight with the opening of the Scripture Pavilion, but Master Pu's words held merit. With only 2 months remaining until the unrestricted duel, learning new techniques would indeed be rushed. Be cautious as well, Master Pu whispered. In your duel against Shui Qinghe of the Shui Tu clan, if your strength is revealed, be mindful of potential threats. Should you be injured before the unrestricted duel, your ability to perform to your fullest could diminish, increasing the likelihood of others entering the Spirit Void Hall. Zhongyu felt a chill run down his spine. Master Pu continued, your current strength may not guarantee a place among the top 10, but you certainly pose a threat to those rankings. Therefore, take care to avoid ambushes. Even if they do not strike, there are likely experts who will see you as a practice target. Practice target? Zhongyu expressed his gratitude, smiling, rest assured, Master Pu. I too wish to use them as targets for practice. I intend to warm up for the unrestricted duel by defeating them along the way. As Master Pu watched him depart, he felt a mix of admiration and concern. Such an extraordinary youth grows more endearing with each glance. In the past, countless individuals would have vied for the opportunity to take him as a disciple. Alas, he has incurred the ire of the Tianfeng clan, and now the Shui-Tu clan as well. Offending two of the 10 great clans in quick succession, I fear he may soon provoke a third or fourth within the upper courtyard. Core disciples from various clans descended from Sword Gate Mountain, preparing for the year-end unrestricted duel. Among these clans, many had diligently nurtured disciples, rivaling even Shui Qinghe in prowess. Virtually every clan boasts disciples who have refined their spiritual power to materialize the illusory. It seems Shui Qinghe has yet to unleash his full potential. One truly yearns to witness him at his utmost. Within the serene chamber of the Lishan clan, a maiden is seen with her spiritual power coalescing behind her, transmuting the ethereal into the corporeal, manifesting a grand blossom spanning 36 feet. Within this resplendent flower, a three-faced, four-armed demon deity slowly rises, standing on a single leg, half-bent and half-squat, compelling the surrounding Lishan clan disciples to retreat. The totem of the Lishan clan is the Lishan demon god flower. During the Baikong Hall assessment, Zhang Yu, overlooking the grand panorama of the great wilderness, once beheld a demon lotus. Its blossoms encompassing hundreds of miles, that lotus was the totem spirit left behind by the Lishan clan's forefather. And this Lishan clan maiden has cultivated to the point of recreating the Lishan totem spirit, her spiritual power manifesting the demon god flower. With the flower bearing a demon god, she is no less remarkable than Shui Qinghe, and perhaps even surpasses him in finesse. Li Xionyang, aside from Shui Qinghe. What of that Zhongshan clan member? On the platform within the serene chamber, a chi cultivator of the Lishan clan inquired, is he worthy of attention? Li Xionyang moved with grace, each step conjuring a blossoming demon lotus. As she playfully remarked, he does not yet warrant my excessive attention. His strength merely poses a threat to me, but the threat is not significant. Those who truly pique my interest are the experts nurtured by the great clans such as the Yu clan, Taolin clan, Junshan clan, and Leihu clan. However, this Zhongshan clan member can serve as a warm-up, accumulating an invincible aura for my unrestricted duel. Meanwhile, within the serene chamber of the Leihu clan, a brawny man with a bristling beard manifested a deity who commands thunder, the three-eyed thunder god, behind him. He similarly chuckled. The Zhongshan clan member can be used to hone skills and accumulate an invincible aura and unwavering conviction, like a ravenous tiger descending from the mountain, gaining momentum, so that when facing experts like Shui Qinghe, one can vanquish these fellows with a single strike, relying on my invincible aura and conviction. Chapter 29, The Girl and the Thunder. The ritual of refining a soul weapon involves the offering of one's spirit to the weapon, nurturing it with mental energy day and night, establishing a connection of spiritual resonance. Zhong Yu sat cross-legged, with the dragon blood sword box standing upright on the ground before him. The flame of wisdom illuminated his consciousness, guiding him on how to refine the dragon blood sword box and the dragon scale sword. Zhong Yu offered his spirit to the dragon scale sword, and his mental energy surged forth, nurturing the treasured blade. For an ordinary individual, nurturing a soul weapon is often a simple process of using their spirit and mental energy, which typically takes days to achieve satisfactory results. This is merely the most rudimentary method. The flame of wisdom continued to instruct him, saying, as you nurture the weapon, simultaneously envision the flame sovereign of the fire temple. This approach will allow you to refine the soul weapon in just a few hours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately envisioned the flame sovereign, and after a few hours, he suddenly opened his eyes. Refine. With a soft click, the sword box opened, and the dragon scale sword emitted a low hum as it leapt forth, its cold radiance illuminating the air, causing the temperature to plummet, the chill palpable. The dragon scale sword seemed to transform into his eyes, allowing Zhong Yu to perceive his surroundings. As the sword soared ever higher, his field of vision expanded. Crack! The heavens erupted with thunder and lightning, and under his command, the dragon scale sword executed the thunderbolt sword technique. The electric light danced wildly, and the sword truly became a manifestation of thunder and lightning, darting through the air like a flash of lightning, swift as thunder. Zhong Yu could not help but feel both astonished and delighted, unleashing the full extent of the thunderbolt sword technique. Previously, he had felt somewhat constrained while executing the technique, unable to fully express its potential. However, wielding the dragon scale sword allowed him to effortlessly navigate through the myriad transformations he had once found challenging. No wonder many disciples of the Upper Academy claim that a good soul weapon could double one's strength with the dragon scale sword. The power of my Thunderbolt sword technique exceeds mere doubling, Zhang Yu mused. You are currently only refining the soul sword, which is sufficient for slaying ordinary ferocious beasts. But it falls short against a spirit like Shui Qinghe. His mental energy surpasses yours, and his soul weapon is likely not inferior to yours. Engaging him would greatly increase your risk, the flame of wisdom cautioned, transforming into a small flicker of fire, alighting upon the dragon scale sword. Embedding itself within the sword's body, standing atop Zhang Yu's spirit. This sword is quite decent. It can protect your spirit from being shattered, ensuring you do not dissipate should the dragon scale sword be destroyed. Its resilience and strength are top tier. Unless faced with an adept chi refiner, it is unlikely to be shattered. You need not fear losing your spirit in clashes with other soul weapons. If a soul weapon shatters, does the person perish as well? Zhang Yu inquired, a chill running down his spine. Indeed, it is only natural. When one fights with their spirit bound to a soul weapon, the greatest fear is the weapon's destruction. Since the spirit is integrated within the weapon, if the weapon shatters, the spirit will follow suit, and the master will die. The flame of wisdom explained, settling on Zhang Yu's shoulder. Thus, soul weapons should only be used when necessary, and one must choose the finest. Otherwise, the shattering of a soul weapon leads to a fate of spiritual dissipation. Observe those naive disciples of the upper academy. They are woefully ignorant. Most of their soul weapons are hastily crafted and will shatter upon the slightest contact, yet they dare to wield them in battle, clearly courting death. A tremor coursed through Zhang Yu's heart. Indeed, many disciples of the upper academy relied heavily on their soul weapons, summoning them at the first sign of conflict. Unaware that they were flirting with demise in the eyes of the flame of wisdom. Your sword is commendable, provided you are not up against a chi refiner. Shattering your dragon scale sword will not be easy. You may wield it against disciples of the upper academy without hesitation, the flame of wisdom asserted. However, when facing a chi refiner, it is best to retreat as far as possible. Otherwise, if they shatter your dragon scale sword, your spirit will be severed alongside it. A soul weapon is merely a substitute for sword energy, a makeshift measure during times of low cultivation. Sword energy possesses far superior offensive capabilities and is considerably safer than soul weapons. Now, ascend higher into the skies to practice your swordsmanship. The dragon scale sword surged skyward, its blade accompanied by resounding thunder, rapidly ascending to a height of 10,000 feet. Zhang Yu gazed down, observing the mountains below shrink in size. Yet the Sword Gate mountain loomed majestically, still insurmountably high. Having flown such a distance, the golden peak of the Sword Gate remained towering far above, seemingly out of reach. This shall suffice, the flame of wisdom remarked, surveying the expanse. This is the high-altitude thunder zone. Here, the blazing sun, fierce winds, and latent thunder converge. The sun burns like fire, the winds cut like blades. A spirit at this altitude is at risk of incineration or being swept away by the winds. While the sun and winds may not pose a significant threat, the thunder is formidable. It will sense your spirit. Once you ascend, the thunder will manifest and strike you. Will the thunder actively target me? Zhang Yu exclaimed in alarm. If I do not provoke it, will it still strike? Before the spirit merges with the essence, it is considered yin, while thunder is inherently yang. The encounter of yin and yang creates an attraction, which is why spirits are struck by thunder at high altitudes, the flame of wisdom replied. This is akin to the interaction between men and women. When a man encounters a woman, he instinctively approaches. Previously, when you practiced the Thunderbolt sword technique, your mental energy conjured a semblance of thunder, a false thunder, an inner thunder, while the natural thunder here is potent and vastly superior. The altitude is just right. The thunder is not overly violent, but rather mild. You can harness the thunder here to refine your spirit, mental energy, and soul weapon. Beware, the thunder approaches. Quickly envision the flame sovereign. Surrounding the dragon scale sword, crackling electric light erupted, intensifying as it converged, resembling a multitude of thunder serpents darting through the clouds. Truly astonishing. As more electric light coalesced, the serpents grew larger, and faint thunder reverberated in the air. Zhang Yu felt a jolt of fear, sensing that his spirit had become ensnared. Instinctively filled with trepidation, he hastily envisioned the flame sovereign. His mental energy constructed the fire temple within the dragon scale sword as he manifested as the flame sovereign, a dragon-headed, human-bodied, dragon-tailed figure, instantly dispelling his fear. Boom! The thunder roared, a tremendous crack resounded, and a bolt of lightning struck down, catching the dragon scale sword unprepared. An unimaginable force filled the sword in an instant. Within the dragon scale sword, Zhang Yu's spirit was scorched black. Even the flame sovereign he envisioned was rendered dark. As if his spirit were on the verge of disintegration, his mental energy was nearly shattered, and intense pain surged through him. And the thunder's resonance felt like it would tear him apart. Focus intently. Do not become distracted. The flame of wisdom urged from his shoulder, seemingly unaffected, though its tone was tense. If you lose focus, you will perish. Your spirit will dissipate. Boom. Another thunderbolt struck, and just as Zhong Yu's spirit began to recover, it was nearly obliterated once more, the unbearable pain crashing over him anew. The flame of wisdom remained unfazed, encouraging him. Endure, grit your teeth. You are merely testing your spirit. If your body were to join in the clenching, you'd shatter every tooth in your mouth. Surviving the first strike is one thing. The second will not be fatal either. Continue your cultivation. Do not relent. It hurts. Zhong Yu gritted his teeth. Is it that painful? I recall instructing the pure blood Fushi deities, who never expressed pain. The small flame admitted, a hint of insecurity creeping into its voice. Zhong Yu clenched his jaw, persevering and maintaining his focus. In the brief span of half an hour, over 20 bolts of thunder struck the dragon scale sword. Even the flame of wisdom was taken aback, reflecting, the pure blood Fushi deities I once taught did not endure this long during their first encounter with lightning. They typically cried out in pain and could not persist. Yet, this lad continues to endure. Zhong Yu felt his spirit nearing numbness from the relentless pain. Yet the thunder continued to surge, crackling ominously as it aimed at him. Gradually, it seemed that the pain for Zhong Yu had lessened. His mental fortitude was on the rise, and his soul had grown increasingly resilient and formidable, capable of enduring such a degree of thunderous assault. In fact, there were flickers of lightning coursing through his soul and mental strength. Suddenly, Zhong Yu spotted a delicate young girl hovering several hundred zhang away, besieged by continuous bolts of lightning. Without the protection of a soul weapon, she was struck directly, yet her form remained seated, unwavering. She appeared youthful, yet possessed remarkable strength. Intrigued, Zhong Yu sent the dragon scale sword towards her. The girl opened her eyes, regarding the sword with curiosity, and smiled. Are you also refining your soul, senior brother? Does it hurt? It was painful moments ago, but now it has dulled somewhat, Zhong Yu replied, with his soul peeking from the sword. May I ask your name? Senior sister? I am Qiu Tan, and my given name is Qiu Jinner. The previous lightning strike was unbearable. I nearly lost consciousness. The girl strained to suppress her agony, inquiring, and what do they call you, senior brother? With a gentle smile, Qiu Jinner continued, you seem a bit older than I. Please, call me junior sister. After a brief conversation, fatigue settled upon them, and Zhong Yu said, Junior sister Qiu, let us meet again tomorrow. Nodding, Qiu Jinner departed, soaring towards a grand hall atop a spirit-like platform on Sword Gate Mountain. That is where the Qi refiners reside. How could she? Zhong Yu gasped in astonishment. Xinhua, perplexed, remarked, she is merely a Qi refiner. Did you not notice? Cold sweat broke out on Zhong Yu's forehead as he realized. She just called me senior brother, and I referred to her as junior sister. A Qi refiner has called me senior brother. The pressure is immense. Fear not. For once you become a Qi refiner and surpass her in cultivation, that title will be well-deserved, Xinhua chuckled. However, you must exert yourself. For this young lady Qiu Jinner is no ordinary talent. She is a natural spirit body, on par with the qualifications of the Fang Sword Pavilion. Such individuals cultivate at a pace akin to a frenzied young calf. Chapter 30. The bull from the neighboring village. Jinner, how has your training been this time? Qiu Jinner opened her eyes and replied, Mother, I encountered a senior brother in the Thunder Layer who was also refining his soul. His spirit was concealed within a soul weapon, and we exchanged a few casual words. The woman, looking anxious, asked, could it be a Qi master from the Leihu clan? If they discover that I have stolen their secret techniques, I would be quite embarrassed. Qiu Jinner quickly reassured her, no, he is not from the Leihu clan. This senior brother introduced himself as Zhongshan, named Zhong Yu. The woman sighed in relief, but was puzzled. Which prominent clan is Zhongshan? I have never heard of it. Did they also steal the Thunder Soul refinement techniques from the Leihu clan? Is senior brother Zhang also a thief? How can you call him a thief? The beautiful woman retorted, we are merely eager learners. It is inappropriate to label ourselves as thieves. One of these days, I shall visit the sect leader and obtain the profound techniques of the sword sect, the supreme freedom sword Qi, for you to practice. Qiu Jinner stuck out her tongue. Her sea of consciousness, originally spanning 3,000 acres, had considerably shrunk to a mere 1,000 acres, a reduction of 2/3. Xinhua, the flame. leapt from the dragon scale sword and remarked, "This is the wondrous effect of thunder refinement. Your spirit was not resilient enough, though your sea of consciousness was vast. Your spiritual strength was weak. This thunder refinement has purified the impurities in your spirit, resulting in a significant reduction in size, but rendering it more refined and resilient. Look, there is lightning within your sea of consciousness. This is a manifestation of powerful spiritual strength." Zhongyu gazed into the sea of consciousness and noticed faint bolts of electricity flickering, resembling golden serpents lurking beneath. Your spiritual strength is still inadequate. If it were stronger, your sea would transform into a thunder pool, a thunder sea. Your spiritual energy would become thunderous essence, surpassing even that of Shui, Xinghe many times over. Xinhua continued, "Thunder pool? Thunder sea? Thunderous essence?" Zhang Yu's eyes widened with wonder. "When will I be able to reach that level? Have you not noticed that your soul has also diminished?" Xinhua smugly asked. "Now, project your soul outward and observe." Zhang Yu promptly projected his soul and was astounded to see the surroundings grow immensely. The tiny flame floated before him, appearing more than 10 times larger. His soul was now as small as a bean, while Xinhua appeared colossal. Zhang Yu turned to examine his own body, horrified to see it towering like a giant. Resembling a deity or a demon, impossibly large. Once, his soul and Xinhua were similar in size, but now his soul seemed pitifully small. Your soul has shrunk due to thunder refinement, purging the impurities within it. Rest well and consume several feather spirit pills to enhance your physical body with spiritual energy. Tomorrow, continue your training, Xinhua advised. Once your body becomes sufficiently strong, we shall subject it to thunder refinement as well, but that day is still far off. Being struck by lightning? Wouldn't he that char it? Zhongyu steadied his thoughts and took out 3 feather spirit pills, consuming them. He then envisioned the dragon serpent totem to refine his body. Instantly, he felt the medicinal power of the pills being consumed at an astonishing rate. Within a stick of incense's time, the effects of the 3 pills were depleted, prompting him to take another 3. I previously used the dragon serpent totem to refine my body, but my physical enhancement was stunted. Now, with my spiritual strength increased, I can enhance my body again. Zhongyu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy, and continued his training. Over the course of a single night, he inadvertently consumed 60 feather spirit pills. At this rate, I will soon be scraping the ground to satisfy my hunger. In the morning, Zhongyu opened his eyes, bemused. The consumption of 60 pills in one night was even more than during life and death training, leaving him with just over 250 pills. Enough for merely 4 or 5 days. However, the rewards of that night's training were substantial. His body had improved, and he felt an explosive power coursing through him. His every movement echoing with the might of thunder. Every muscle harbored terrifying explosive strength, every sinew taut like a bowstring. And his nerve transmission speed was unparalleled. What level will my strength reach in 5 days? Can I compete with Shui Qinghe? Zhongyu summoned his soul, drew the dragon scale sword, and with a blade of light piercing the heavens, returned to the thunder layer for further refinement. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Jiner arrived, and they exchanged casual banter while continuing their training. Training in pairs is far less exhausting. Xinhua perched on Zhongyu's shoulder, thinking, this young man seems to be inspired by the sight of such a petite girl who is already a chi master. He transforms pressure into motivation, pushing himself to train harder. However, he remains unaware that a natural spiritual body differs from ordinary individuals. A natural spiritual body is innately united with the soul. Inherently a chi master, not merely a product of training. Should I enlighten him? Perhaps it's better to let him remain spirited. In the following days, Zhongyu and Zhou Jiner seemed to have made a pact, both training diligently until exhaustion overtook them. After 5 days, Zhongyu's sea of consciousness had shrunk to a mere 500 acres, and his soul had become diminutive, smaller than an ant. Had he not continuously consumed feather spirit pills, his sea of consciousness might have diminished even further, and his soul might have shrunk to a size unrecognizable. Though both his sea of consciousness and soul had contracted, he felt their strength had grown immensely, particularly the sea of consciousness, where thunder rumbled, and golden serpents swam within. With a mere thought, the golden serpents danced wildly, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Yet, Zhongyu had finally exhausted all his feather spirit pills, unable to continue his training. Each month, disciples in the upper courtyard received only 10 feather spirit pills, which felt like a mere drop in the ocean for him. Insufficient for even an hour of training. He felt overwhelmed, pondering, previously, I could venture into the sword sect's demon ruins to accumulate merits. But now that the ruins are closed, I must seek alternative routes. I wonder if there are other ways to earn feather spirit pills. Just as he was about to rise, a melodious voice rang from outside the courtyard. Zhong Shidi. Zhong Yu from the Zhongshan clan. It was the voice of Senior Sister Ting. Zhong Yu's heart stirred, and he hurriedly stepped outside, opening the door, wondering, what could Senior Sister Ting want from me? As the door swung open, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Outside his modest courtyard stood a vibrant assembly of over 30 female disciples from the upper courtyard, curious and peering around. Leading them were Ting Lanyue, dressed in white, alongside the black-clad Yufian and the red-dressed Tao Dyer, while the others were unfamiliar to him. With so many girls gathered, the air was infused with their floral fragrance and delicate scents, likely crafted from the pollen they had collected to make their own blush and foundation, enhancing their complexion with a touch of freshness. In the distance, male disciples from neighboring courtyards peeked out, astonished at the sight of so many female disciples in the male courtyard. Their gazes filled with envy as they looked at Zhong Yu. What brings you all here? Zhong Yu inquired, perplexed. Please, come in. I will brew some tea for you. We want to be sitting inside, Ting Lanwei replied cheerfully. Zhong Shidi. We are planning to descend the mountain for training, heading to Beast God Ridge for some warm-up battles. The number of fierce beasts near Beast God Ridge has been increasing, and several nearby tribes have been harassed, with many villages completely devoured. We intend to quell the beast disaster, while also earning some merit points to exchange for spirit pills or soul weapons. Peach Daya chuckled beside them, saying, initially, we did not intend to accompany that unpleasant man. However, Senior Sister, you mentioned your remarkable abilities and suggested we take you along. Furthermore, I have detected no unpleasant odor from you, hence we decided to include you. Zhong Yu felt a stir within his heart as he observed the dragon bloodsword case soaring toward him, landing at his feet. He smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Tao, for your support. Yufian, rather coolly, interjected, no need for further pleasantries. Let us depart immediately. We may reach Beast God Ridge before nightfall. Peach Dyer quickly produced a small cloth bag, exclaiming, Beast God Ridge is quite distant. If we were to walk, it would take us 2 or 3 days. I borrowed a pouch of cloud from the chi refiners of the Talon clan. If we ride the clouds, we can arrive before sunset today. As she opened the bag, colorful clouds began to swirl out. In no time, Zhong Yu and the ladies found themselves standing upon the clouds, feeling a gentle force lifting them skyward. Zhong Yu marveled at the spectacle, while Peach Dyer explained, these clouds are a soul weapon crafted by the chi refiners of the Talon clan. Known as colorful clouds, although they possess no offensive power, they are perfect for transportation. I will guide our direction, while the other sisters will take turns channeling their spiritual energy to propel us toward Beast God Ridge. Those who deplete their energy will descend, allowing others to take their place, maintaining our strength for the journey ahead. In the male academy, hundreds of male disciples stared blankly as the colorful clouds carried dozens of blooming maidens and Zhong Yu into the sky, each one appearing dazed and lost. In our neighboring village, there is a magnificent bull, so robust that villagers from nearby towns bring their cows to mate with it on the 1st and 15th of each month, forming an extensive queue, while other bulls can only watch helplessly. One disciple looked up at the cloud and murmured, we call that bull the Great Breeding Bull. What are you talking about? Inquired a curious fellow disciple beside him. In the distance, a burly man with a thick beard watched the colorful cloud emerging from the Sword Gate Mountain, his eyes gleaming with determination. He chuckled, finally, it has departed. Prepare the Thunder King boat. Our disciples from the Lei Lake clan shall also venture to Beast God Ridge. I wish to personally meet this Zhong Yu. More than 20 elite disciples from the Lei Lake clan responded in unison, dragging forth a grand vessel over 10 zhang long, adorned with a statue of the Thunder God, intricately etched with various lightning patterns. As they boarded the Thunder King boat, it soared into the air, heading towards Beast God Ridge. Simultaneously, in the female academy, Li Xionyang of the Li Mountain clan summoned her disciples, raising a large leaf, a gigantic lotus leaf from the demon god flower. Standing upon the leaf, they too soared towards Beast God Ridge. Li Mountain clan, I hope you do not disappoint me, Li Xionyang whispered. Chapter 31. The Beast Tribe. Beast God Ridge is a rather peculiar place within the vast wilderness, spanning an area of 800 miles. It is said that a beast god once fell there, and its remains transformed into the ridge itself. This place has become a paradise for exotic beasts, inhabited by a myriad of fierce creatures, which our sword sect chi refiners refer to as demon beasts. Amidst the colorful clouds, Ting Lanyue remarked to Zhong Yu, Junior brother, demon beasts evolve from ferocious beasts, yet possess little intelligence. However, Some of these demon beasts can transform into human form, thus being called the beast tribe. This is indeed intriguing. Unlike our human race or the demon race, which are defined at birth, the beast tribe requires cultivation to attain its form. Yet, those who become part of the beast tribe are all chi refiners, endowed with immense power and formidable capabilities. Tao Dia chuckled, however. There are no chi refiners of the beast tribe within Beast God Ridge. It is rumored that there exists a holy land for the beast tribe outside the wilderness. But within this vast expanse, it is our sword sect's territory. With our guardianship over the wilderness, the beast tribe dares not intrude. This mission from the sword sect is indeed a mere formality for us. Tao, you mentioned you have sensed junior brother Zhong. How did you manage that? Ting Langyue scrutinized Tao Dyer and Zhong Yu, teasingly. Indeed. Please share how you two sensed each other. The other young ladies chimed in cheerfully. Tao, did you sense junior brother Zhong's face or mouth? Or perhaps some other part? Tao Dyer sprang up, her almond eyes wide with indignation, hands on her hips. If you keep this up, I shall toss all of you little girls down from the clouds. Tao was caught off guard, suddenly becoming fierce. One young girl pouted and leaned toward Tao Dyer, giggling. Is it a mouth-to-mouth sensing, then? The two girls nearly brought their lips together, and at last, Tao Dyer could no longer contain her blush, hastily turning her head away, which prompted laughter from the others, filling the air with their joyful sounds. Zhong Yu, equally embarrassed, feigned ignorance and asked, Sisters, what does the outside world of the wilderness look like? Not only that, I have also heard that in the border tribes of the wilderness, people often vanish, taken and devoured by the demons from beyond. Zhong Yu turned to Yufian, inquiring, Sister, being well-versed, have you ventured outside the wilderness? Yufian shook her head. I have not, but there are indeed chi refiners from the Yu clan who roam outside. The realm beyond the wilderness is not a place for humans to dwell. The young ladies pressed for more information, but Yufian, reluctant to elaborate, stated, if you succeed in becoming chi refiners, you might have the opportunity to see the world beyond the wilderness. What does it mean that it is not a place for humans? Zhong Yu frowned, asking Xian Hua, who yawned and replied, how would I know? I only remember that before my slumber, there was no wilderness, and it was ruled by your Fushi divine clan and other divine clans. Who would have known that upon awakening, the Fushi clan had transformed into humans? I, too, wished to understand what transpired during that time in the depths of Beast God Ridge. The mountains loomed like swords piercing the sky, a treacherous landscape devoid of human presence. Save for the tribes located outside. Within the confines of the ridge, demon beasts thrived, treating this area as their sanctuary to breed and multiply. Occasionally, human tribes would come to hunt, but they only ventured into the periphery. The sheer number of demon beasts within the ridge deterred most from entering. Yet, at that moment, over 20 disciples from the Sword Sect ventured into the innermost depths of Beast God Ridge, summoning their soul weapons to seek out demon beasts, slaying any they encountered. Brother Han, something feels amiss. There seem to be fewer demon beasts, yet each one is remarkably strong. As the disciples wielded their soul weapons, they fought fiercely until they finally managed to slay a powerful demon bull. Its strength was astonishing. Its hide was so tough that even soul weapons struggled to penetrate it. The disciples expended considerable effort to defeat it. The bull's carcass resembled a small mountain, and as they stood atop it, they gazed into the depths of Beast God Ridge, where miasma enveloped the area like clusters of pink mushrooms. A young disciple, glancing around, frowned slightly and addressed Brother Han. Brother, this truly feels off. This demon bull is unusually powerful. I have never encountered such a strong demon beast in Beast God Ridge before. Someone nearby chuckled, Junior brother. You are overthinking it. Brother Han is the foremost among our male disciples. What hasn't he seen? Even the likes of Zhongshan and Shui Tu are but trifling clowns in his eyes. The esteemed Brother Han, renowned among the male disciples and on par with Yufian, smiled gently in response. Brother Shui, Xinghe indeed possesses strength surpassing mine. As for Zhongshan, he still has much to learn. Suddenly, miasma began to swirl ahead, and beneath the pink haze, a youthful maiden gracefully approached. Strangely, she was adorned in pink attire, clutching a thick strand of miasma as though it were the handle of an umbrella or mushroom, obscuring her features from view. Yet, her graceful figure suggested she was no older than 14 or 15. Junior sister, be cautious. That is miasma. It is highly toxic. A male disciple shouted urgently. Quickly, step back. Wait, something feels strange. Brother Han's expression shifted as he whispered, in the heart of Beast God Ridge, Even we find it challenging to navigate. How could a mere girl manage to come here? We should retreat, retreat. Where do you think you can go? The maiden's laughter echoed from beneath the miasma umbrella. Humans. The most delectable blood delicacies in the wilderness. It's been so long since I've feasted upon them. Retreat. Brother Han bellowed, and the group hastily summoned their soul weapons, leaping off the bull's carcass in a frantic bid to escape. The miasma umbrella suddenly dispersed, revealing the maiden, yet her neck extended to an alarming length, culminating in a massive serpent's head, human-faced serpent. The serpent's mouth emitted the girl's voice. The towering figure before me stood at over 2 zhang in height, draped in a thick fur cloak, with a chest adorned by a dense mane of hair. A bear's head crowned his neck, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. I had arrived a moment too late, allowing my companion, Shishimi, to claim the prize. Another individual approached with remarkable swiftness, sporting a goat's head, and quickly came to stand beside the two, chuckling. Brother Xiong, you may be unaware, but Shishimi is merely extending a friendly invitation to us. These beings were distinct from ordinary folk. The flesh of commoners was meager and tasteless, while these creatures had undergone rigorous training, their muscles firm and their texture delightful. If they were to be sold at the market, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Shishimi nodded in agreement, smiling as she added, especially the human chi condensers, whose value is even greater. At the last Wanzhou Grand Assembly in the city of Xiankong, I witnessed individuals selling human chi condensers. Their prices were so exorbitant that you wouldn't be able to afford one even if you sold yourself. The black bear was visibly intrigued by this, exclaiming, I've heard that the sword sect is filled with human chi condensers. Don't even think about it. Shishimi retorted with a cold laugh. The sword sect has guarded the great wilderness for countless millennia, and its strength is truly formidable. Even if you were a chi condenser, attempting to challenge the sword sect would leave you with nothing but your hide. Brother Gonyang, would you not agree? Brother Gonyang nodded, chuckling. We have come this time to accompany our master in search of treasures from the Beast God Ridge. If disciples from the sword sect were to arrive, we would simply partake of them, but we must never entertain thoughts of confronting the sword sect. Once our master locates that treasure, we shall depart at once. The sword sect is exceptionally powerful. Many of the formidable forces outside yearn to consume the great wilderness, yet none have succeeded, which attests to the sword sect's inscrutable depth. The bear brother nodded in contemplation, his voice deep and resonant. When we leave, I intend to gather some humans to sell outside. Suddenly, Shishimi turned her gaze skyward, whispering, more are coming. Ah, this time there are 3 groups. Let us refrain from contention. We shall each take charge of one group. Brothers, remember, it is imperative that not a single one escapes. Otherwise, we shall alert the sword sect and jeopardize our master's grand endeavor. Brothers Gongyang and Xiong nodded in unison and dispersed. Shishimi, her tongue flicking out, swiftly darted towards the colorful clouds where Zhongyu and Tao Dyer were situated, murmuring, I hope our master finds that treasure swiftly. If time drags on too long, I fear that the next visitors from the sword sect may not be these little creatures, but rather chi condensers. Chapter 32. The sword like a thunderbolt. As the colorful clouds slowly descended from the sky, the young women glanced around, observing the perilous terrain of the Beast God Ridge, which exuded a sinister aura. While many places in the wilderness appeared eerie and dangerous, this location emanated a peculiar and malevolent charm, causing even the cheerful maidens to wear solemn expressions. Upon landing, Tao Dyer retrieved a small cloth pouch, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the colorful clouds whirled and dove into the pouch. After a moment, the vast expanse of clouds, spanning several dozen meters, was entirely contained within it. Yufian stepped forward, addressing her fellow disciples. Sisters, the sword sect has issued a lucrative mission. Numerous disciples are heading to the Beast God Ridge, and some have already departed ahead of us. We must not linger. Let us advance into the depths of the Beast God Ridge and eliminate the rampaging beasts. Ting Lanwei hurried to keep pace, sister. The elite members of the top 10 clans have come down, including formidable individuals such as Shui Qinghe and Lei Gan. Among the women, there are also remarkable figures like Li Shan S. Li Xionyang and Mu Shan S. Mu Qinxian. Do you believe you can surpass them? Yu Fian shook her head. Li Xionyang and Mu Qinxian are said to possess spiritual powers that have reached the level of manifesting reality from the void, making them somewhat stronger than I in this regard. They are core disciples of their respective clans, selected through rigorous training and nurtured with precious elixirs, naturally possessing extraordinary abilities. My clan also has core disciples who are not inferior to them, but to claim victory, We must engage in a contest. Brother Zhong, you have sparred with Shui Qinghe. How do you assess his strength compared to mine? The girls turned their gazes to Zhong Yu, eager for his insight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yu shook his head. Sister, you are somewhat inferior to Shui Qinghe. Yu Fian shot him a glare, snorting, how can we determine victory without a contest? And Brother Zhong, I would also like to spar with you. After your bout with Shui Qinghe, I am even more curious about your abilities. Brother Zhong, when will you become the top disciple of the male academy? Tao Dyer jested. Currently, the top disciple is Han Qingma, who is as renowned as Sister Yu and an impressive figure in his own right. Should you defeat him, you will claim that title. Zhong Yu smiled. Is such a title truly significant? How could it not be? The maidens chimed in. To possess the title of top disciple would garner the admiration of the female academy, captivating countless maidens. Moreover, it would attract the favor of the sword sex alchemists, bestowing upon you an abundance of treasures, elixirs, and techniques to indulge in endlessly. You would have followers, eager to serve you, responding to your every call. Zhong Yu looked astonished, stammering, are there truly such benefits? Captivating countless maidens may be of little use. What I truly need are elixirs and techniques. The young women collectively scoffed at him. Brother Han is a figure of equal renown to Sister Yu, and he would not be easily defeated by you. If you wish to become the top disciple, you may have to wait until next year. Brother Han is wise and valiant, impressively handsome, and has vanquished the little demon of the Zhong clan. Suddenly, Yu Fian's expression tightened. Silence, there are beasts nearby. The young women grew tense, swiftly positioning themselves back to back, readying their totem pillars in anticipation. Zhong Yu surveyed his surroundings, observing that the young women's totem pillars were only about a foot long, yet adorned with intricate designs, featuring phoenix motifs, indicating their high caliber. The ground trembled slightly, and suddenly the tremors intensified, the earth undulating like waves. In the next moment, a horde of corpulent beasts appeared before them. The beasts, resembling large lizards covered in scales, stood over a person's height, with thick limbs and bodies measuring 2 to 3 yards in length. Charging towards them with a deafening roar. Do not summon the soul weapons. Yu Fian instructed swiftly. These beasts consume metal and iron, their stomachs filled with corrosive acid. If the soul weapons are bitten, they will be eroded instantly. Quickly set up the totem pillars and activate the phoenix totem. With a series of thudding sounds, the totem pillars descended, their phoenix motifs glowing brightly. The interconnected motifs transformed into a phoenix, hovering above the maidens. Is this a formation? Zhong Yu exclaimed, astonished. The phoenix formed by the totem pillars emanated tremendous power, akin to a visualization technique centered around the phoenix, amalgamating the strength of these maidens. The phoenix was highly concentrated, nearly manifesting into reality its might undoubtedly extraordinary. With a flap of its wings, the phoenix totem unleashed numerous fireballs, each the size of a yard, which soared towards the oncoming beasts. Upon impact, the fireballs erupted, expanding dramatically and creating devastating explosions that obliterated the corpulent beasts in droves. The remaining beasts, witnessing the carnage, shrieked and scattered in all directions, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the maidens. However, suddenly the ground shook again. Revealed Zhong Yu suddenly sensed something amiss and gazed into the distance. There, several miles away, a pink mist floated like a giant mushroom, causing him to frown slightly. In a low voice, he commanded, draw the sword. With that, the dragon blood sword box before him abruptly opened, and a beam of black gold sword light shot forth with a sharp hiss, soaring through the air and reaching its destination in an instant, slicing through the mist like a startled swan darting across the sky. In the next moment, the rain abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. Senior Sister Yu. The situation appears rather peculiar. The fat E's are assaulting us, while the great mountain worm is attempting a sneak attack from underground, not merely targeting us, but rather aiming to uproot our totem pillars. It seems these creatures are intent on dismantling our phoenix totem visualization array. Do ordinary beasts possess such cunning? Zhong Yu flicked his fingers, sending the blood from the dragon scales sword flying, leaving no trace behind. He then sheathed the sword back into its box and remarked, moreover, just after I vanquished the great mountain worm and the fat E, I sensed someone watching me stealthily, their gaze caught by my awareness, hence I struck with my sword. The blood on this blade indicates that both the great mountain worm and the fat E were manipulated from the shadows to attack us. Yu Fian furrowed her brow slightly, while Ting Lanwen nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it is rather strange. The strength of these beasts seems significantly enhanced compared to before. Let us exercise caution. Yu Fian spoke in a serious tone. This beast god ridge is indeed peculiar. We shall venture in to investigate, but should danger arise, Cao Dao must immediately summon the cloud of colors for our escape. Cao Dao nodded earnestly. The group stowed away the remaining totem pillars and proceeded forward. Before long, they arrived at the site where Zhong Yu's sword energy had struck. To their surprise, the mist had dissipated, leaving behind numerous fist-sized depressions in the ground, evidence of the rainwater's corrosive effects on the stone and soil, exhibiting a remarkable toxicity. Yufian felt a jolt of alarm, followed by another, as she observed a large cavity left where the mist had been cleaved, its walls smooth and rounded. The entrance measured a staggering 4 to 5 zhang in circumference, revealing the remnants of blood at its mouth. Clearly, the entity Zhong Yu had wounded had escaped underground from this very spot. The size of this opening suggested that whatever had fled was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, a devoted reader discovered that the Emperor's novel had been plagiarized and monetized on an external site, leaving many readers to express their outrage to the author, who was equally taken aback. Yet by nightfall, the plagiarized work had been dismantled by the formidable efforts of the readers. Brothers, your strength is truly remarkable. Chapter 33. The tree demon. That young human displayed an astonishingly keen perception and a remarkably swift reaction. From dozens of miles away, the ground suddenly erupted, and a colossal serpent emerged, its massive head soon retracting to reveal a female figure with a serpent's head. It was none other than the enigmatic Shishimi of the demon clan, who swiftly waved her hand to bury the cave behind her. His sword speed was so formidable that I barely had time to react. Had I not instinctively twisted my body, I would have been cleaved in two. Shishimi raised her hand and touched her serpent neck, observing the blood streaming from a deep gash that nearly reached her bones, a testament to the ferocity and swiftness of Zhong Yu's thunderous strike. This young man is not weak. It was merely that I had been caught off guard, which resulted in my injury. Furthermore, that woman in black seems to be the leader of their group. Could her strength surpass that of the young man? The others are of little concern. It is imperative that the two of them unravel the mysteries of their opponents. For knowledge of oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. With her serpent-headed visage, Shishimi pondered deeply, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. After her initial encounter with Zhong Yu, she retreated out of respect for Yufian, whom she perceived as the true leader among the disciples of the Sword Gate's upper academy. If Zhong Yu could not ascend to that position, it was evident that Yufian's prowess surpassed his. Given Zhong Yu's formidable abilities, should Yufian indeed be stronger? Facing two such powerful foes alone would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. Thus, she chose to withdraw. Very well, let the little creatures of Beast God Ridge engage you first, allowing us to gauge the strength of that woman in black. The glimmer in Shishimi's eyes grew increasingly sinister as a sharp whistle escaped her lips. Soon, from the depths of Beast God Ridge came the low growls of beasts. Shishimi swiftly moved deeper into the ridge. Almost simultaneously, Lei Gun and Li Ziyunio encountered an onslaught from the demon beasts, testing the skills of these two disciples from the Sword Gate. Lei Gun and Li Ziyunio exhibited their abilities to manifest spiritual energy, causing Brother Xiong and Gong Yang to refrain from attacking directly. This was still the periphery of Beast God Ridge. Should any of them escape during a skirmish, it would jeopardize the grand plans of our master. Once these young human disciples venture into the core of Beast God Ridge, we shall have ample opportunity to feast. Zhong Yu and Yufian pressed onward into Beast God Ridge, encountering a myriad of strange demon beasts along the way. The creatures of this ridge were colossal, at times. A giant crocodile would leap from the swamp, measuring over 20 zhang in length, impervious to blades and spears. At other moments, a massive fish would burst forth from the lake, darting ashore with astonishing speed to attack them. Even the skies were not free from danger, as gigantic birds with wingspans exceeding 10 zhang swooped down, creating whirlwinds that could easily send them flying. Furthermore, there were bizarre entities, such as enormous spiders that suddenly emerged from the ground, spinning silken threads to ensnare a female disciple and drag her into their lair. By the time Yufian and the others rescued the girl, she had already been bound into a cocoon, with the spider poised to lay its young within her. Be careful, Mayor. Do not let the spider capture you again. The others jested. You seem to be having a streak of bad luck. Last time, you were nearly devoured by a mountain leech. Mayor, still shaken, chuckled in response. It was merely a coincidence. How could there possibly be a third time? If another spider tries to eat me, I'll make sure it regrets it. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly soared upwards, head down, rapidly approaching a massive tree. A third time, so soon. The girls were astonished to see the tree's canopy overshadowing an area of 100 acres, its roots dangling low. like serpents reaching out to ensnare them. A man-eating tree, Tian Lanyuer exclaimed, quickly envisioning a great fire. Instantly, flames engulfed the air, and the other young women understood the cue, conjuring flames as well. Yet, the roots penetrated the fiery barrier, reaching down to ensnare each girl and drag them toward the base of the tree. Beneath that tree lay a mountain of bones, all remnants of demon beasts that had perished there. Yufian shouted, taking flight with wings that sprouted from her back, just as she summoned her soul weapon. However, countless roots sprang forth, ensnaring her, including a giant eagle that swooped down upon her, dragging her toward the ground. The roots lunged toward Zhongyu, and the faces of the young women paled as they cried out, "Zhang Shidi, run." In the next instant, Zhongyu was firmly bound, entangled with the other girls. "Flood Dragon Totem," he bellowed, and a thunderous dragon surged forth from his brow, coiling around the strange tree. "Thunderstorm," Zhongyu shouted, and the tempestuous power within the dragon totem erupted, sending forth countless arcs of lightning that rendered the roots and branches of the gigantic tree stiff. The girls landed, both astonished and relieved, and immediately took flight in a frantic dash. They fled with all their might, for the immense tree was cumbersome and struggled to move, thrashing its roots in a furious frenzy, causing the very stones to shatter. "This tree, I fear it may become a demon itself," Tian Lanyu sighed in relief, stating, "Many of our senior brothers have already arrived at Beast God Ridge, having come before us. I hear the first of the male academy, Brother Han, has also brought a large group here. I wonder if we might encounter them? Brother Han is exceptionally skilled. If he is with us, the danger will be considerably lessened. Beast God Ridge spans an area of 800 li, making it rather challenging to encounter Han Qingma and his companions." Yufian shook her head, saying, "The demon beasts of Beast God Ridge have indeed become exceedingly powerful. When I previously ventured here for training, they were not nearly this formidable. Han Qingma's journey here will also be fraught with difficulty. However, they are likely heading straight for the core of Beast God Ridge, and perhaps we shall cross paths there." Within Zhongyu's consciousness, the fire spirit awakened, peering through his eyes to behold the majestic and perilous mountains surrounding them. He marveled, what colossal ribs! The beings that perished here could truly be called gods and demons. Ribs? Zhongyu's spirit, standing in his consciousness, was taken aback. What ribs? That mountain. The fire spirit raised its tiny arm, akin to a flickering flame, and pointed toward a magnificent ridge, exclaiming, "This mountain is transformed from a rib." The fallen being was a great entity. With such robust ribs, it cannot be from the divine or demonic clans, but rather from the beast clan, specifically. A god of the beast clan. Judging by the size of this rib, this being must have possessed considerable strength in life. Zhongyu was astonished, gazing up at the towering ridge, which soared 4,000 to 5,000 zhang high, steep as a wall, and hexagonal in shape, impossible for ordinary mortals to scale. Such massive ribs. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, observing the other mountains of Beast God Ridge, where similar formations appeared to emerge, numbering more than 48, double that of a human's ribs. This can only be deemed ordinary Beast God ribs. I have witnessed even larger ones before. The fire spirit contemplated, however. This place did not exist before I fell into slumber. It must have appeared after my slumber began. What could have caused a beast god to perish here? Ah, this aura? The little flame was suddenly enraptured, exclaiming with delight, "What a treasure! What a treasure!" I had thought that the essence of this beast god had completely dissipated, its bones petrified, and its soul turned to ash. Yet, unexpectedly, remnants of its essence still linger. Zhongyu felt a stirring in his heart, puzzled. What remnants of essence? When this beast god perished, it must have sealed its essence and soul, intending to preserve its spirit for a resurgence, aiming for immortality. However, with the passage of time, its soul has likely faded without the worship of the beast clan. Unable to transform into a totem, it is probable that its soul has long since scattered. Yet, the essence of this beast god should still remain. Have you not noticed how the demon beasts surrounding us are growing increasingly powerful, far beyond what they were before? Upon hearing this, Zhongyu nodded in agreement. Both Ting Lanyu and Yu Fei Yin had previously stated that the beasts of Beast God Ridge had grown stronger than before. The young boy Xin remarked, "This is the very place where the beast god sealed his essence and soul before his demise. The seal has weakened, causing his essence to leak out, which has been absorbed by these beasts, thus enhancing their power. Furthermore, I suspect that the transformation of this place into a paradise for beasts was due to the earlier leakage of the beast goddess essence, albeit not as significant as the current outpouring. Young Yu, these beasts, having absorbed even a fraction of the beast goddess essence, can become formidable in a short span of time. You must now understand the advantages of the Beast Goddess essence, correct? Thus, the uprising of the beasts at Beast God Ridge is indeed a result of the leakage of the Beast Goddess essence? Zhongyu pondered deeply, feeling quite intrigued. Is it possible for humans to absorb such essence? How does it compare to the effects of the Feather Spirit Pill? The Feather Spirit Pill? Xianhua gaped in astonishment. Taking a moment to respond, the essence of the Beast God dwarfs the Feather Spirit Pill by an immeasurable degree. In your sword sect, I doubt there are many elixirs that can rival the essence of the Beast God. However, you are correct on one point. Direct absorption of the essence of the Beast God is absolutely inadvisable. If one were to recklessly absorb it, one would undoubtedly transform into a colossal beast, identical to the Beast God in his prime. Zhongyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Transform into a monstrous creature?" Xianhua chuckled with delight. "If you wish to become a beast, that is possible. But why would you want to? Your kind are descendants of Fuxi, who himself is a descendant of the Leizhe and Huasu clans. The Leizhe clan is of the innate dragon god lineage, while the Huasu clan is of the innate serpent god lineage, both originating from primordial deities. These two clans are royal bloodlines, belonging to the divine sovereigns. Their lineage inherently surpasses that of the beast god by an unfathomable margin. Perhaps the essence of the beast god could awaken the Fuxi blood within you. After all, your bloodline is rather thin, and the essence might purify it somewhat. Xianhua, are you certain that the essence of the beast god can activate the Fuxi blood? Zhongyu felt a surge of excitement, but also harbored doubts. Although Xianhua had treated him well, he appeared rather unreliable, which raised suspicions. Rest assured, with my presence, the success rate is 100%. I guarantee that you will awaken your Fuxi bloodline. Come, let us venture deeper into this mountain range. We are sure to locate the beast god's sealed essence. Xianhua urged fervently, though internally he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Well, as for activating the Fuxi bloodline, I have yet to test this myself. The success rate may not be high. Are there others present here? At that same moment, Zhongyu sensed something amiss and abruptly turned to look, only to see a large, toxic mushroom swaying in the distance. Ah, this fellow is truly perceptive. Sister, she exclaimed with a laugh. However, it seems I have finally gauged your strengths along this journey. It turns out that the abilities of that woman in black are rather mediocre, with only you being somewhat competent. In that case, I need not hold back and can directly eliminate you. Oh, someone approaches. Did Brother Xiong fail to subdue these humans? Chapter 34. Sister's understanding the miasma has departed. Someone is approaching. Be on guard. Ting Lanwei noticed something and gazed into the distance, smiling as she said, "No need for caution. It's my fellow disciples from the upper academy. Sister Yu, this group consists of disciples from the Li family, led by Li Xionyang." Li Xionyang from the Li family? The girls were taken aback and turned their gaze toward Yufian. Ever since the core disciples from the 10 major clans arrived at the upper academy, peace had eluded the place, especially among the female disciples. The head sister of the female academy was Yufian, known as the foremost among them, although Li Xionyang had not yet clashed with Yufian. Many female disciples speculated that a confrontation between the two was inevitable, vying for the title of head sister. Yufian scoffed softly, watching the approaching disciples from the Li family. As they drew near, Li Xionyang led the way, flanked by more than 20 disciples from her clan, forming a triangular formation. These individuals appeared to have endured considerable battles, their clothes tattered and worn, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. In contrast, Li Xionyang appeared ethereal, her garments entirely unblemished, and not a speck of dirt gracing her delicate feet. This Li family maiden walked barefoot, yet each step she took did not touch the ground. Instead, a mystical lotus flower blossomed in the air beneath her feet. With each step, her toes landed precisely on the heart of the lotus, merely brushing against the fragrance, while the flower itself was a manifestation of her mental prowess. As she passed, the lotus would wilt, its petals fading into nothingness. Even though Yufian harbored wariness toward this maiden, she could not deny the latter's remarkable abilities. The manipulation and visualization of mental energy had reached an astonishing level. Zhongyu observed from a distance, equally impressed, admiring her skill. The ability to summon a lotus with each step was no small feat. It required profound visualization, executed almost instinctively. Compared to Yufian, who still had much to learn, he silently praised the Li family maiden for her advanced mastery, which allowed her to visualize effortlessly, as naturally as one walks or reaches for an object. Zhongyu glanced at Yufian, contemplating that she had yet to attain such a level. likely placing her at a significant disadvantage against Li Xionyang. It appeared that Li Xionyang approached with fierce intent, likely seeking to challenge Yu Fian for the title of head sister. Yu Fian's countenance hardened, her aura intensifying as she sensed the fierce battle spirit emanating from Li Xionyang. Zhong family s Zhongyu? Zhongyu was taken aback, as was Yu Fian, and the other girls fell into silence. They had assumed Li Xionyang's target was Yu Fian, only to discover that her sights were set on Zhongyu. Yu Fian sighed, feeling a tinge of resentment. She thought, Li Xionyang's target is not me, but rather junior brother Zhong. Does she perceive me as less of a threat than him? How can one know without a fight? Zhongyu furrowed his brow and asked, Sisterly, are you challenging me? Li Xionyang smiled, her demeanor somewhat enchanting, and replied nonchalantly, Junior brother Zhong, consider it a challenge if you wish. I harbor no ulterior motives like Shui Qinghe. For me, this challenge is merely a means to overpower you. With her garments fluttering, she stood barefoot atop a mystical lotus, appearing otherworldly and ethereal, declaring, My goal is to dominate formidable opponents like you, to amass an invincible momentum, and then, in unrestrained confrontations, to obliterate the elites of other clans. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of thunderous energy gathering around him, transforming into intricate totemic patterns. He murmured, Overpower? Li Xionyang chuckled, You need not take my words too seriously. Should you possess the capability to overpower me, I would yield willingly if you defeat me. Her aura swelled, revealing a terrifying manifestation behind her, a colossal spirit, a demon god, materializing from her concentrated mental energy. This demon stood over 10 feet tall, with 3 faces and 4 arms, radiating an aura of malevolence. Though Zhongyu was of a similar age to Li Xionyang, her accomplishments were truly commendable. As he observed, a fierce dragon emerged from his brow, coiling around his body and limbs, its head rising high, menacingly fixated on the demon god behind Li Xionyang. In that moment, Zhongyu's demeanor shifted drastically. While he had appeared gentle among the girls, now, a wild energy erupted from him, akin to a primordial beast awakening from slumber, evoking an overwhelming sense of danger. A roar escaped the dragon formed from his mental energy, reverberating through the mountains, summoning echoes of beastly howls from deep within the beast god ridge, as the creatures residing there responded to the dragon's call. Impressive, Li Xionyang exclaimed, her feet gliding forward with a swiftness akin to fleeting shadows. The demon god moved in tandem, raising its 4 arms to cast strange totemic seals, slamming down upon Zhongyu. Junior brother Zhong, you are still a novice. If you choose to employ your soul weapon, I shall not be surprised, Li Xionyang declared, conjuring petals that cascaded through the air like celestial flowers, falling gracefully. Falling petal sword array, Li Xionyang called out. The petals danced, transforming into crimson sword energies that swiftly enveloped Zhongyu within a deadly array. Impressive, Zhongyu murmured, standing firm, surrounded by surging thunder, his mental energy crackling with the sound of thunder itself, filling the air with totemic patterns that swirled like golden serpents. Thunderous sword technique. With a resounding clash, the sword energies erupted, colliding with the falling petal sword array, shattering in a dazzling display. Meanwhile, the demon god's handprint descended, immense and inscribed with various intertwining totemic patterns, embodying an overwhelming force. While the falling petal sword array sought to confine Zhongyu, Li Xionyang's true lethal move lay with the demon god. Zhongyu raised his arm, the dragon coiling around it, appearing robust as he met the demon god's massive handprint head-on. The moment their palms collided, the air trembled violently, forcing a shockwave outward. Outside, several girls suddenly clutched their abdomens, retching violently as the shockwave struck them like a fierce blow, leaving them unprepared against such a powerful force. Zhongyu was jolted, his body swaying, while the demon god behind Li Xionyang also trembled. Amidst this turbulence, a surge of thunder erupted beneath Zhongyu's feet, rendering his movements astonishingly swift as he circled around Li Xionyang with remarkable agility. Yet, amidst the phantasms, countless bolts of thunderous sword energy rushed toward her from all directions, accompanied by dragon-like claws aiming to seize her. This adversary appeared significantly more formidable than the one he faced in the confrontation with Shui Qinghe. Li Xionyang's forehead glistened with cold sweat as her delicate features grew increasingly grave. Her hands transformed in an intricate dance, paralleled by the 4 arms of the demon god behind her, all striving to fend off the onslaught of sword energy and claw strikes from every angle. Although his techniques lacked finesse and the dragon totem he envisioned had not been truly inherited, the sheer explosive power he wielded was overwhelming. with each successive attack she received. Li Xionyang felt her vitality surge and boil, for Zhong Yu's strikes, albeit lacking in complexity and variation, possessed a force that eclipsed her own. His relentless strength and unparalleled speed compensated for any lack of technique, forcing her into a defensive stance, unable to execute her own exquisitely refined maneuvers. This would not suffice. If she continued to defend, it was only a matter of time before her defenses would inevitably shatter. In a swift motion, Li Xionyang propelled herself into the air, where lotus flowers blossomed beneath her feet, allowing her to ascend gracefully, seeking to distance herself from Zhong Yu. Her pace was astonishingly rapid, and within mere steps, she soared to a height of over 20 zhang. Come down, senior sisterly. Zhong Yu crouched low and leaped into the air, his form resembling that of a soaring dragon, ascending over 20 zhang to grasp the girl's ankle, then swung his arm downward with tremendous force. Boom! Li Xionyang was driven into the ground, sliding backward as debris and soil erupted around her. A mix of surprise and fury washed over her, and the demon god behind her sprang to its feet. Yet at that moment, a figure surged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon the demon god, each strike landing with relentless precision upon the manifestation of her spiritual energy. Bang! The demon god was obliterated, and as Li Xionyang retreated in alarm, a hand shot out like lightning, grasping her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Zhong Yu released Li Xionyang, stepped back, reining in his breath, and bowed respectfully, saying, I beg your pardon, senior sister. Chapter 35. The trap. Li Xionyang caressed her neck, still in shock, as her fellow disciples of the Li Mountain clan hurriedly surrounded her. Protecting her at the center, their eyes blazing with murderous intent directed at Zhong Yu, poised to strike at her command. Yu Fian, Ting Lanhua, and the others stared blankly at the unfolding scene, only coming to their senses when the Li Mountain disciples advanced. They too stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Zhong Yu, both sides radiating hostility. Zhong Yu spoke softly, sisterly. Li Xionyang suddenly regained her composure. Taking in the scene around her and glancing at Zhong Yu, she scoffed. What do you intend to do, rebel? Stand down at once. If you cannot even bear a single defeat, what does that make you, disciples of the Li Mountain clan? The disciples of the Li Mountain clan, faces filled with shame, retreated behind her. As the remnants of the shattered demon god began to coalesce behind Li Xionyang, she returned to her usual demeanor, stepping forward to offer a courteous bow. Thank you, junior brother, for your mercy. I have learned much today, however. Our duel did not involve soul weapons. Moreover, I am not fully aware of your abilities and was caught off guard. When we meet again for a no-holds-barred match, we shall determine the victor. Zhong Yu smiled brightly. Indeed, sister, you did not have the opportunity to exert your full strength this time. I too feel a significant deficiency in my training and wish to seek your guidance. His words were neither a display of modesty nor an exaggeration, they were the truth. Throughout his cultivation, he had only practiced the thunderstorm sword technique, while the serpent dragon totem body technique was merely a physical refinement method. Although he had integrated it with the thunderstorm sword technique into an offensive skill, he had yet to receive the true transmission of the serpent dragon's teachings. Without this true transmission, he could not unlock the full potential of his abilities. For instance, two individuals of equal cultivation levels, both visualizing the serpent dragon, would yield vastly different results. One without true transmission could only envision the skin of the dragon, while the other could visualize its flesh and bones, resulting in a disparity of power. The fire transmission granted to him by the Fire Chronicle Palace's sovereign visualization was merely a method of visualization. Aside from that, he had not practiced any other techniques. Li Xionyang scrutinized him closely and noticed that this young man was remarkably cheerful, with a sunny disposition. He exhibited a proud spirit, yet was not overbearing, which naturally endeared him to her. She smiled. Junior brother Zhong, have you perhaps acquired the Thunder Lake clan's Thunder Soul refinement technique? I sense the essence of thunder within your mental energy, manifesting as thunder patterns, which aligns with the Thunder Soul refinement technique of the Thunder Lake clan. The Thunder Lake clan? Zhong Yu shook his head. I possess my own Thunder Soul refinement technique, which is not derived from the Thunder Lake clan. She sighed, lamenting her inability to cultivate an invincible aura. If you do not mind, junior brother, why not accompany me as we explore the Beast God Ridge to uncover what has transpired? Zhong Yu chuckled. The more allies, the greater the strength. With you and the others, my burdens are significantly lightened. His cheeks flushed slightly as he prepared to explain himself, but the girls behind him interjected. Who has fallen under his spell? The little demon of the Li Mountain clan pales in comparison to senior brother Han Qingma. until the little demon defeats senior brother Han. He remains the first in the male academy. Yu Fian, incensed, felt her soul weapon stirring behind her, coldly stating, "Sister Li, are you implying that my abilities are lacking?" Li Xiaonyang smiled charmingly. "I did not say that, but if you believe so, I cannot help it. Sister Yu, you are still somewhat lacking. Challenging me now would be akin to sending your clans Yu Zhonglong. I am eager to test that." The two women glared at each other, and Zhong Yu thought to himself that things were turning dire. He quickly consulted the fire spirit within his consciousness on how to handle such a situation. The fire spirit, brimming with excitement, replied, "Having more women around is a rare occurrence. If they aren't at each other's throats, it would be truly strange. In my time, the fire inheritors I taught had their palaces ablaze, with goddesses battling fiercely. The fire spirit thrived on chaos, rendering Zhong Yu's inquiries futile. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint scent of blood, causing his heart to stir. He then heard distant shouts and the sounds of battle carried by the wind. While the two girls continued their verbal sparring, growing increasingly fierce, he bellowed, "Silence!" Li Xiaonyang and Yu Fian were startled into silence, with Li Xiaonyang pouting. "Why are you being so fierce? You scared me." "Quiet. There are sounds of battle," Zhong Yu urged as he listened intently. The girls, noticing his seriousness, leaned in to listen as well. Ting Lanwei closed her eyes in concentration, her mental energy condensing into an ear nearly 5 feet long, covered in beastly fur. After listening for a moment, she exclaimed, "The sounds of battle are coming from that direction. Someone is fighting while moving. Sister Ting, you are quite knowledgeable." Zhong Yu praised. They hastened forward, traveling several miles as the stench of blood intensified, and the sounds of combat grew louder. Ahead, someone was indeed engaged in battle, their prowess formidable, and expert. Li Xiaonyang focused her senses, and her expression shifted. Could it be that scoundrel Lei Gun? No, the Thunder Lei clan's techniques are thunderous and imposing, not like this. This commotion is relatively subdued. It appears that the person is fighting against two massive beasts. Their strength is truly terrifying, rivaling our own. Zhong Yu also sensed two extraordinarily fearsome demonic auras and realized the tremors were indicative of formidable beasts. Before long, they found themselves in a gorge littered with enormous footprints, those of ferocious beasts. Tao Dia stood within one footprint, trembling as she remarked, "These footprints are several times larger than the beast we encountered earlier. How can such colossal beasts exist on the Beast Godrich?" Yu Fian noticed something. "There are traces of thunder. These must be remnants left by the disciples of the Thunder Lake clan and that scoundrel Lei Gun. They were ambushed here and met with danger. Over there are corpses." They spotted the corpse of a Thunder Lake disciple sprawled on the ground, his bones shattered by some unknown force. As they continued down the gorge, the bodies of more Thunder Lake disciples appeared, and the battle scars on the surrounding cliffs became increasingly alarming, with shattered soul weapon fragments and broken totem pillars scattered about. Lei Gun's strength is not inferior to mine. He is a core disciple nurtured by the Thunder Lake clan. Is there truly a beast here capable of killing him? Li Xiaonyang's complexion fluctuated as she pondered. And if the one fighting those two massive beasts is not him, then who could it be? "We are nearing the battle site," Ting Lanwei called out. "There are more bodies here." Within the gorge, they discovered even more corpses, but these were not those of Thunder Lake disciples. After a quick examination, Ruar gasped, "I recognize this person. He is a disciple from the male academy who followed senior brother Han Qingma." Tao Dyer quickly added, "Senior brother Han must have led them ahead of us to the Beast Godrich," meaning he discovered that senior brother Lei Gun was in peril and rushed to save him. How could so many have perished? Those two massive beasts can. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaonyang silently admired Yu Fian's meticulous thoughts. She retrieved the leaves of the demon lotus, allowing the disciples of the Li Mountain sect to ascend upon them, soaring into the sky. "Zhong Shidi, let us depart," she proclaimed. Zhong Yu nodded, extending his hand to point. Instantly, the sword box behind him sprang open, and the dragon scale sword soared forth with a whoosh, vanishing into the colorful clouds. "Let us go." Li Xiaonyang and Yu Fian exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty and confusion at the unfolding events. The trio hastened forward, racing through the air. And soon the canyon opened up into a vast valley. Surrounding them, the forest lay in disarray, with trees toppled over, evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired. Within this valley, a towering black bear, standing at least 14 or 15 feet tall, rose on its hind legs, its body riddled with wounds, blood streaming down incessantly. Nearby lay another colossal beast, a goat of terrifying size, already fallen, presumably gravely injured, yet still alive. Amidst the chaos, One person desperately evaded the bear's attacks. His movements unsteady, perilously close to being struck down. It is senior brother Han Xingma. Yu Fian gasped upon recognizing the figure. Li Xiaonyang noticed another corpse. Her expression shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, "Lei Gun is dead?" Zhong Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at Lei Gun's lifeless body beside the fallen goat, then at Han Xingma, who was staggering to avoid the bear's strikes. "It is strange," he murmured. "Why have I not seen any traces of senior brother Han's attacks along the way? Something feels amiss." Xinho chuckled. "3 monsters playing house. How amusing." "3 monsters?" Zhong Yu squinted, directing his gaze at Han Xingma. "Xinho, what do you imply?" "That monster is wearing human skin as a disguise," Xinho replied with a grin. "The black bear is merely feigning an attack, and the goat is playing dead. However, that fellow named Lei Gun has met a genuine demise." Chapter 36. Double kill as the onset of Monday dawns. The protagonist laments the necessity to solicit votes for humanity supreme. It is a heartfelt plea to the brothers to log in and cast their votes. In the midst of this, it is revealed that the esteemed Han Xingma, admired by Tao Tao and Sister Ting, has already met his demise. A demon has skinned him, donning his hide to deceive and engage in a feigned battle with a bear and a ram, luring Lei Gun and the disciples of the Lei Hu clan into a trap. Zhang Yu's gaze flickers with realization as he pieces together the circumstances. Contemplating their ruse to incite conflict and eliminate him, Sister Li, and Sister Yu, thereby rendering the others insignificant. He muses on the extraordinary intelligence of the beasts from Beast God Ridge and wonders if they hail from the outer realms of the great wilderness, questioning their motives for venturing into this territory. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. These demons, capable of absorbing the Beast God's essence, must have come for it. The very essence that empowers the beasts of Beast God Ridge could serve as an unparalleled elixir for the demon clan. They are here for the Beast God's essence. Yu Fian promptly declares her intention to assist Han, urging Zhong and Li to confront the giant bear. However, Zhong steps forward to block her path, insisting that she confront the bear instead, while he rushes to save Han. Sister Li concurs, acknowledging the need to eliminate the ram that, despite its injuries, poses a threat. With a moment's hesitation, Yu envisions a fish dragon, summoning her mental energy to manifest it in a spectacular display, launching an assault on the colossal bear. Simultaneously, Sister Li conjures a floral sword array to strike at the downed ram. The ram, sensing the impending danger, glances at Zhong, who approaches Han with an unsettling calm that fills him with dread. Their trap was devised to lure Zhong and his companions into a confrontation. But the stakes must remain contained to avoid attracting the attention of the sword's Sectes gas refiners. As the ram and bear launch their attacks, the remaining disciples of the Li clan and others are ensnared, unable to escape Beast God Ridge. The trio of rams had plotted this ambush, successfully ensnaring Lei Gun and his disciples. However, a slight miscalculation arises when Yu, despite her diminished strength, fiercely assaults the bear, while Sister Li prepares to confront the ram herself. Zhong, the most formidable among them, continues his deliberate pace towards Han, inciting the ram's exasperation. The bear, enraged, is compelled to maintain the facade of vulnerability, feigning severe injuries to avoid alarming Zhong. With a thunderous roar, Zhong unleashes a torrent of lightning sword energy into the bear, causing it to bleed profusely. The bear, nearly succumbing to its injuries, witnesses Zhong conjuring 2 dragon spirits that charge at him ferociously. As the battle rages, the ram, battered by the onslaught of Sister Li's sword array, resolves to endure, knowing that delaying just a moment longer could lead to victory. Meanwhile, the bear struggles to rise, but its strength falters as it attempts to retaliate against Yu's relentless assault. In a sudden, climactic moment, Han transforms into a monstrous serpent, lunging at Zhong. The tension escalates as the ram and bear both spring into action, but they are met with overwhelming force from Zhong and his allies. With a final, decisive strike, Zhong channels the full might of his lightning-infused blade, piercing the bear's skull and obliterating its brain. The battle reaches its zenith as Zhong pivots to confront the ram, ready to unleash his wrath upon it as well. Beneath his feet, a dragon-like creature surged forth, twisting and turning as it lunged forward, its blade glimmering like snow, striking down with ferocity. Alarmed, the ram hastily raised its sharp horn to meet the attack, and with a resounding clang, the sword's brilliance reverberated, leaving the ram to cry out in agony as one of its horns was brutally severed. "Do you discern the trap laid before us?" The ram leaped high, escaping the encirclement of Li Xiaonyang and Zhong Yu, and in the next instant, it landed a considerable distance away. It leapt again, clearing another significant span, And after several dozen such bounds, it astonishingly ascended from the valley to the peak of a great mountain, leaving Zhongyu and Li Xionyang in futile pursuit. Standing atop the mountain, the ram turned, bloodied and grievously wounded, and proclaimed with a fierce voice, "For the slaying of my junior sister, Shi, and my senior brother, Xiong, my master will not spare you. Prepare yourselves for your demise." Zhongyu pointed, and the dragon scale sword shot forth, prompting the ram to leap down the mountainside and dash away. At that moment, disciples of the Li clan and Tao Dyer hastily took to the skies on their colorful clouds and lotus leaves in pursuit. "Can this ram speak?" Li Xionyang and Yu Fian were momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "A demon clan! A demon clan has entered the great wilderness." Trembling, Yu Fian uttered, "That ram just mentioned that its master would not let us go. Could it be that there are Qi refiners of the demon clan within Beast God Ridge?" Qi refiners of the demon clan. Li Xionyang's heart sank. The emergence of demon clan Qi refiners in the great wilderness must be reported to the higher echelons of the sword sect. Qi refiners are not to be trifled with. We must retreat at once. Chapter 37. The beast god seal. Zhongyu dashed through the landscape with remarkable speed, outpacing even the swiftest steed, exclaiming loudly, "If that ram escapes to its master, none of us shall leave the Beast God Ridge alive." The two women observed his movements, akin to a dragon soaring through the forest, and in mere moments, he ascended the peak, only to vanish down the other side. "Junior brother Zhong is buying us time. Otherwise, if the demon race's Qi refiners are alerted, we shall all perish here." Li Ziyunio urged swiftly, "We must immediately catch up to Tao Dyer and the others. Leave the Beast God Ridge and inform the higher-ups of Sword Sect." Yu Fian nodded, and the two women took flight, with Yu Fian sprouting wings, while Li Ziyunio gracefully stepped forward, hurrying to pursue the colorful clouds and the demon god's lotus leaves. Before long, they overtook Tao Dyer and the disciples of the Li clan, and the women decisively fled towards the outskirts of the Beast God Ridge. Looking down, Li Ziyunio and Yu Fian saw Zhongyu had already caught up to the ram. In a sudden clash, the beast flung Zhongyu aside, leaving a trail of blood in the air. They silently hoped that junior brother Zhong could slay the ram before alerting the demon race's Qi refiners and return safely. Amidst the forest, the ram exhibited astonishing combat prowess, as it collided with Zhongyu, causing trees to collapse in its wake. The adage that the larger the creature, the greater its strength rang true. This ram stood over 9 zhang tall and could leap 60 to 70 zhang into the air with tremendous explosive force. In ordinary circumstances, Zhongyu would not dare to claim victory over such a creature, yet fortunate for him, the ram had injured itself in its attempts to lure Zhongyu and the others, sustaining further damage from Li Ziyunio's attack that broke several ribs, leaving its hide riddled with wounds. Despite its weakened state, Zhongyu remained vigilant, for even a wounded beast could still pose a lethal threat. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. "Young lad, the ram is fleeing toward the direction of the beast god's essence," he thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his consciousness. It seems that the ram's master, that demon race Qi refiner, is attempting to breach the beast god's seal to seize its essence. Zhongyu felt a chill run down his spine, realizing, if that demon Qi refiner is within the beast god's seal, not only will I have no chance of obtaining the essence, but I will certainly perish at his hands. "You underestimate the beast god's seal," the voice continued. "When the beast god perished, he sealed his own soul and essence to attain immortality through worship. Though the seal may be loosening, it is not easily breached. Such powerful beings can lay intricate seals within themselves, creating layers of traps and lethal threats. The demon Qi refiner is likely laboring to break the seal. Obtaining the beast god's essence is no simple task." As they spoke, Zhongyu once more closed the distance to the ram, leaping onto its back and charging toward its head, while the sword light behind him flickered, the dragon scale sword transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at the ram's heart. At that moment, Zhongyu suddenly found himself stepping into emptiness as the massive ram shrank rapidly, causing him to lose his footing and leaving the dragon scale sword to pierce the air. The ram transformed into a figure about the height of a person, standing upright on its hind legs, clad in a sheepskin coat, its neck adorned with a sheep's head and a long white beard, with one horn intact and the other severed by Zhongyu. "You insolent wretch, my master is nearby. You shall have no place to rest in death." The half-man, half-ram creature, despite its injuries, glared fiercely at Zhongyu, its legs springing with remarkable agility as it dodged the thrusts of the dragon scale sword and the thunderbolt sword Qi, fleeing toward a cliff. The cliff loomed like a vast white curtain amidst the mountains and waters of the Beast God Ridge, appearing quite out of place. Had Li Ziyunio or Yu Fian been present, they would have been bewildered, for they had previously visited the Beast God Ridge and had never encountered this peculiar cliff. It must have emerged recently. However, Zhong Yu, having never been there before, remained unfazed, focusing solely on pursuing the ram. Master, master, save me, the ram cried. Enveloped by the thunderbolt sword chi, as it charged toward the cliff, its voice echoing, master. With such velocity, it seemed destined to meet its demise upon impact. Zhong Yu, undeterred, unleashed a surge of thunder, accelerating closer with the force of a dragon in flight. Just as the ram was about to collide with the cliff, it suddenly vanished from sight. Zhong Yu's heart stirred as he followed closely behind, witnessing the cliff sway before him. Just as he was about to crash into it, the cliff shimmered like water, and he passed through without encountering any obstruction, accompanied by the dragon scale sword. Sword chi across the sky, Zhong Yu shouted, surrounding himself with crackling thunder to guard against ambushes. Once steady, he surveyed his surroundings. The voice in his mind praised him quietly, reflecting on how, a month prior, Zhong Yu had been a reckless novice, lacking the experience of his peers like Ting Lan Yue and Tao Dai'er, often relying on their guidance. Now, he had transformed into a seasoned warrior, exhibiting remarkable growth. Where am I? Zhong Yu wondered as he surveyed the scene, which starkly contrasted with the treacherous mountains outside, presenting a unique beauty. In this place, however, a sense of eeriness prevailed. Numerous stone tablets loomed, towering several zhang high, interspersed with flora, small streams, and elevated platforms. Yet, everything seemed to shift, as the tablets continuously altered their positions, the vegetation rearranging itself as if animated. The only static elements were the dozens of high platforms. The ram had entered the grove of stone tablets, remaining vigilant and hesitant to move, not far from Zhong Yu. This is the Beast God Seal, the voice explained. These stone tablets, flora, and high platforms are manifestations of the Beast God's spirit, meticulously crafted through mental energy. Observe closely. Everything here is not merely moving, but is being deconstructed and reshaped. Manifestation of mental energy? Zhong Yu focused intently, and indeed he discerned more subtle details. The tablets and even the flora and streams were in a constant state of disassembly and recombination, transforming into the minutest particles of mental energy before re-emerging. Yet, the speed of these transformations was so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Fortunately, through the tempering of his soul with thunder and his body with dragon essence, he managed to catch glimpses of these delicate changes. Though his current vision was still insufficient for clarity, before his demise, the Beast God had employed his mental energy to establish this seal, protecting his essence from dissipating. Each stone tablet bore intricate totemic patterns, concealing various lethal techniques. The voice continued to observe, noting, since everything here is composed of mental energy, should anyone intrude, the Beast God's spirit will activate the lethal techniques within the tablets to annihilate the intruder. Each tablet is surrounded by 6 neighboring tablets, meaning 7 lethal methods will combine to form a 7-kill formation. Zhong Yu pondered, so, each tablet represents a 7-kill formation? Each formation differs. And while one may be traversed using a specific method, the next could lead to certain death. Indeed, the voice affirmed. Yet, this is merely the surface of its complexity. Behold those lofty platforms, surrounded by 49 stone tablets, representing yet another formidable formation, a deadly array crafted from 49 7-kill formations. These are intricately interlinked with smaller formations. Triggering one can awaken the larger array. The smaller formations effortlessly slay chi refinement practitioners. While even the likes of Fong Sword Pavilion and Left Prime Minister would find themselves in dire straits within the medium formation. Moreover, with 49 of these high platforms, another grand killing formation looms. This grand array is indeed astonishing. Even the master of your sword sect might meet his demise here. Zhong Yu gazed upward and remarked that there were only 48 platforms. This was the reason for the leakage of the Beast God's essence. The young firekeeper also observed, suggesting that one platform had likely succumbed to a great earthquake in ancient times, causing it to sink into the depths and rendering the killing formation inoperative, thus loosening the seal. Such a formation is exquisitely intricate. A single flaw could lead to a cascade of vulnerabilities. Each link is interconnected. If one fails, the entire chain crumbles. The trajectories of these stone tablets have also shifted, diminishing their power. Some tablets can no longer form the 7-kill array. making it feasible for one to enter. Were the ceiling formation intact, venturing within would be a considerable challenge, yet it is now much more manageable. Young Yu, I will guide you into the formation. Let us seize the essence of the beast god. As for that ram, it has already sealed its fate by taking a misstep. Zhong Yu turned his gaze toward the ram, observing that the tablets nearby had abruptly ceased their movements, blood seeping from them as if they were bleeding. The crimson stains writhing upon the stone, forming eerie totems. Simultaneously, 7 stone tablets bled, and the totems began to materialize clearly. The ram, in haste, attempted to flee. But suddenly, 7 divine demons emerged from the tablets, grasping its head and limbs with enormous hands, tearing it apart into several pieces, which were then devoured by the 7 demons. As the blood flowed from the tablets, the 7 demons vanished, and the totemic designs faded away. Do you see? Should you misstep, you would share the same fate as that ram. The young firekeeper declared with pride, but with my presence. Traversing this seal to reach its center will be an effortless endeavor. Brothers, we urgently require your support. Chapter 38. The Massacre of Qi Refiners. Zhong Yu gazed into the distance, where stone tablets rose like a forest and high platforms towered above, sending a chill down his spine. After the beast god's demise, its spiritual force lingered, triggering the formation. From the stone tablets emerged 7 demonic deities, feasting upon a ram. This was merely the most rudimentary 7-kill formation. If the mid-level array, composed of 49 7-kill formations, were to be activated, how tremendous would its power be? And what about the large formation formed by those 49 mid-level arrays? In all likelihood, the terrifying sight of gods and demons descending would re-emerge across the vast wilderness. This was merely the seal left by the beast god before its death. Should the beast god have been at the peak of its power, the seals would undoubtedly be more formidable, entering such a terrifying formation. Even with the guidance of the ember, Zhong Yu felt a tinge of trepidation. Yet, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him, yearning to witness the full eruption of the beast god's grand array. I must have been corrupted by the ember. How could I anticipate such a cataclysmic event? Zhong Yu blinked and, methodically following the ember's instructions, stepped into the formation, ensuring he did not err in his path. He thought to himself, should this grand array erupt, it would surely be a calamity of monstrous proportions, likely devastating the entire 800-ly beast god ridge. Only those who thrive on chaos would wish for such an eruption. Little Yu, if this array were to explode, it would be an awe-inspiring spectacle. Let us see if we can retrieve that submerged high platform to complete this grand array. The ember exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I have been led astray by him. Zhong Yu mused. The ember murmured incantations, calculating the intricacies of the formation, gradually guiding him deeper into its heart, and they traversed safely. Suddenly, Zhong Yu noticed a stone tablet adorned with totemic patterns, dripping with fresh blood that had yet to congeal. Curiosity piqued, he examined it closely. The other stone tablets were pristine. Only when the formation was triggered would the totemic pattern surface to slay intruders, vanishing once the intruders perished. The totemic patterns on this tablet could not belong to the beast god's seal. They must have been inscribed by another. Could it belong to the ram's master? That demonic Qi refiner? Zhong Yu's heart stirred. Had he left these totemic patterns to break the suppression of the 7-kill formation? He scrutinized the totemic patterns, noting their profound complexity, starkly contrasting with the totemic patterns of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's totemic patterns revered nature. The thunder and dragon patterns he had learned were inspired by natural phenomena, with their variations remaining true to their essence. In contrast, the totemic patterns of the demon clan possessed an abundance of murderous intent and otherworldly transformations, forged from blood to enhance their power, rendering them even more sinister. This blood is human blood. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply, his expression growing cold. The totemic patterns on the stone tablet were depicted using human blood, specifically that of innocent boys and girls. Are we truly so lowly as humans outside the vast wilderness? If, as the ember said, we are descendants of the Fushi divine clan, how have we fallen to such a state? Steeling himself, he advanced according to the ember's guidance, delving deeper into the grand array. Soon, Zhong Yu was met with a haze of demonic energy, swirling into a gray mist. Within the mist, he discerned blood flowing, coalescing into a colossal form, godlike and demonic, writhing in the fog. Could it be that demonic Qi refiner? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the mist shifted, and the massive form turned abruptly to face him, revealing a gigantic eye glowing like fiery embers. In an instant, Zhong Yu felt the world spin. and a massive blood-red eye materialized in his consciousness, rolling ominously above the sea of his mind, spanning several acres. As the blood eye shone upon him, his entire being surged with vitality, rushing into his consciousness, threatening to be devoured by this blood eye. Such a bizarre method of attack. Could it be the work of that demonic chi refiner? How dare he attempt to harm me within my own consciousness? With a muffled groan, Zhongyu immediately envisioned the Sun Emperor. His consciousness churned as his spirit transformed into the Sun Emperor, rising majestically, lightning crackling and thunder roaring. The strikes of thunder obliterated all, and the weight of his might obliterated everything. As the Sun Emperor emerged, the blood eye above his consciousness fizzled and was refined into pure spiritual power, pouring down like a torrential rain, instantly elevating Zhongyu's spiritual cultivation by nearly half. Refining this blood eye was akin to consuming 100 spirit pills. Zhongyu was both astonished and elated, but the gray mist emitted a muffled groan, dissipating along with the ominous figure within. A chilling voice echoed, "A chi refiner from the sword sect? And merely a young brat at that. If I capture you and take you outside the vast wilderness, you would fetch a handsome price. Since you have appeared here, my 3 disciples must have met with misfortune." Haven Tive? A chi refiner? He mistakenly believes I am a chi refiner from the sword sect? Does he not realize I have yet to become one? Zhongyu pondered, unaware that he had refined the blood eye in the blink of an eye. Although he had not inflicted significant harm upon the demonic chi refiner, the terrifying resilience and offensive power of his spiritual energy were undeniably the mark of a chi refiner. Yet, the demonic chi refiner failed to recognize that. While Zhongyu's spiritual resilience and power matched that of a chi refiner, his actual cultivation level was quite weak, with his consciousness spanning only a mere 500 acres. The demonic chi refiner, in his reckless attempt to launch a spiritual assault, had no means of discerning Zhongyu's true cultivation level. Your 3 disciples. Are they a ram, a serpent, and a bear? Ha ha ha. Their lack of skill led them to their demise. However, for killing my disciples, you 2 are deserving of death. The voice of the demonic chi refiner resonated, laced with malice. Though you are a chi refiner, your abilities pale in comparison to mine. And as a demon, kin to the beast god, I can wield the erase power to annihilate you. Little brat Zhongyu stepped forward. And before the demonic chi refiner could finish his sentence, he had already traversed the distance separating them, moving as if in a realm untouched by danger. Viewing the treacherous array as inconsequential, he bore upon his back a gourd taller than a person, bubbling with blood. Clusters of fresh blood rolled playfully at the gourd's mouth, each containing the soul of an innocent boy or girl. This gourd was filled with the blood of innocent children. How many lives had been taken to yield such a gourd of blood? The demonic chi refiner, witnessing Zhongyu approach with mere strides, felt a jolt of fear. Could this fellow be feigning weakness, pretending to be a mere chi refiner while actually being an ancient entity from the sword sect? Otherwise, how could he possess such intimate knowledge of this formation, so effortlessly penetrating the beast god's seal? No, wait. Zhongyu was now but a few stone tablets away, and the demonic chi refiner's gaze penetrated through to discern Zhongyu's true level of cultivation. A mere human child, who had not even sensed the spirit. The demonic chi refiner stared blankly at Zhongyu, exclaiming, "You are not a chi refiner from the sword sect. How could you master the beast god's seal to come this far?" He then erupted into joyous laughter, "That you have yet to become a chi refiner. Your spiritual power is nearly on par with one. Truly a prodigy among humans. If I capture you, your value would surpass that of a chi refiner. Little brat, surrender willingly." Blood gourd, summoned forth. The gourd immediately bubbled violently, transforming into a massive blood-red hand, reaching across the stone tablets to seize Zhongyu. "Little you, take 3 steps to the left and leap forward 1 Zhong 6. The Amber instructed. Zhongyu, adhering to the advice given, took 3 steps forward and leapt into the air, soaring a distance of 16 feet, precisely landing at the edge of the 7 killing formation. Just as a blood-red hand loomed ominously behind him, simultaneously, the stone tablets of the formation underwent a sudden transformation. Blood began to seep from them, and the totemic patterns upon the stones ignited the formation with a fierce energy. Xinhua spoke in a calm manner, urging, "Take a step forward." Zhongyu complied, stepping out of the 7 killing formation. However, at that moment, the formation activated, and as the blood hand reached out to seize him, the terrifying aura emanating from the 7 stone tablets erupted. The spiritual power of the beast gods concealed within surged forth, materializing into 7 formidable deities that shattered the blood-red hand with a tremendous force. Shinhua chuckled. You have activated this intermediate killing formation. What is this? Do you harbor a desire for destruction, yearning to witness the might of this intermediate killing array? Then behold, a glint of brilliance flashed in Zhong Yu's eyes as he let out a low growl, manifesting his spiritual energy into a dragon, which charged fiercely into the formation, targeting the 7 deities. The demon clan's chi refiner, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to flee, hastily turning to escape the formation. Yet, at that moment, the 7 deities suddenly merged, transforming into a monstrous creature with 7 heads, 14 arms, and 14 legs. Before Zhong Yu's dragon could approach, it was crushed beneath the weight of this entity's overwhelming presence. Simultaneously, the other 48 killing formations activated, blood gushed from the stone tablets, and numerous deities emerged, unleashing furious roars. Zhong Yu observed from the periphery as the demon clan's chi refiner barely had time to let out a horrified scream before being torn to shreds, consumed entirely by the 49 7-headed deities. Suddenly, the 49 deities combined into pairs, coalescing into a singular formidable entity that towered above, letting out a resounding roar that scattered the clouds above, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. This was the might of the intermediate killing formation. It was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Zhong Yu shook his head and advanced further, declaring, "The great wilderness is not a domain for your demon clan. Alas, you have realized this far too late." Chapter 39. The inner den of the beast god atop the golden peak of Swordgate. The grand hall dazzles with opulence. Standing majestically. Standing upon this pinnacle, one bathes in sunlight for an additional hour each day compared to the valley below. In the heart of the summit, a towering platform rises, upon which crouches a peculiar beast, possessing 4 heads, each oriented towards the cardinal directions of the vast wilderness. This creature resembles a statue. Many chi refiners who have ascended the mountain have yet to witness any movement from it. On this particular day, the beast suddenly stirred, its golden fur bristling. With one head's eyes bulging wide, fixated intently on the direction of Beast God Ridge, and it emitted a deep, resonant roar that reverberated across the golden peak. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, revealing an elder clad in white, who anxiously inquired, "For Ming Beast, what has transpired?" The Four-Ming Beast, due to its 4 heads capable of surveying all directions and distant lands, is a rare auspicious beast within the wilderness. And thus it has been placed at the highest point of Swordgate by the elders for the purpose of monitoring the movements across the vast expanse of 100,000 miles. Should any anomalies or external threats arise, it can provide an early warning. Esteemed elder, behold. As one of the heads of the Four-Ming Beast fixed its gaze towards Beast God Ridge, its eyes widened, projecting a shimmering veil that faintly revealed the scene at the ridge. There, in the heart of the 800-mile Beast God Ridge, a terrifying sight unfolded. A colossal demon, towering 1,000 zhong, roared heavenward, shattering the clouds above. This spectacle was the result of Zhong Yu triggering the mid-level killing array within the Beast God Seal to slay a demon clan chi refiner, causing this cataclysmic phenomenon. Streams of white light flickered as several white-clad elders of Swordgate appeared atop the platform, their eyes fixed in astonishment at the vision revealed by the Four-Ming Beast, exclaiming in unison, "A divine-level seal." It is said that Beast God Ridge was formed from the remains of a fallen beast god. Could the rumors indeed hold truth? Is it truly the corporeal remains of the beast god? While the existence of the beast god's remains is concerning, the implications of a divine-level seal are far more grave. Could it be that the beast god sealed away its own treasure? This is dire news. The demon clans outside the wilderness have long coveted it. Yet they have refrained from launching an assault due to our Swordgate suppression. However, with the emergence of the divine-level seal at Beast God Ridge, it confirms the existence of the beast god's treasure, and the demon clans will likely consider an incursion into our wilderness. The countenances of many Swordgate elders turn grave, burdened by an overwhelming pressure. The current leader of Swordgate is aged, and internal strife regarding the succession of the next leader has arisen, compounded by this external threat, creating a perfect storm of troubles. Indeed, a time fraught with turmoil. Lamented the eldest elder of the Yu clan, his voice heavy. The emergence of a divine-level seal at Beast God Ridge cannot remain hidden from the demon clans. We must immediately convene all elders at the Golden Peak to discuss countermeasures. Within the Grand Hall at the Golden Peak, all elders of Swordgate gathered, seeking clarity on the situation. After a lengthy silence, Elder Shui Tu spoke slowly. "Our leader has grown old. It is unwise to engage in war with the demon clans. In my view, if they approach for negotiations, allowing them to enter Beast God Ridge for exploration may not be a bad idea. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Elder Lei Hu, with his bushy beard, sneered, "The wilderness was carved from the toil of our ancestors. We cannot yield an inch. If the demon clans dare to engage in conflict, we shall meet them head-on, come what may. While that may be true, our leader is advanced in years, and the next leader is yet undetermined. The younger generation has not yet matured. If we engage in war with the demon clans, we may jeopardize the entire wilderness." Elder Shui too countered. "I do not propose we concede Beast God Ridge," he continued, "merely to allow the demon clans to explore it. We may lose a bit of face, but we retain our substance and avoid damaging our rapport. Brothers, do you truly wish to wage war with the demon clans, resulting in countless casualties among our people? If you possess a better solution, I implore you to share." The elders from various clans fell into silence, including Elder Lei Hu, who also frowned deeply. After a moment, the Yu clan elder coughed and said, "Junior Brother Xian, you have extensive connections, and foreign clans often regard you favorably. If the demon clans truly learn of the news regarding Beast God Ridge, let it be you who negotiates with them. However, I have one condition: we shall cede no land of our wilderness. The lives of our people are invaluable. Whoever among the demon clans arrives in our wilderness must abide by our laws. Any hint of insurrection will lead to war. None shall escape unscathed." Elder Shui too nodded eagerly, affirming, "Rest assured, Junior Brother Zi and will not fail in this task." Additionally, the sudden appearance of a divine-level seal at Beast God Ridge indicates the presence of something extraordinary. Should we not investigate? Perhaps we might acquire some of the Beast God's treasures to strengthen our sword gate. The treasures of the Beast God are likely artifacts of the demon clans. As humans, we would find them unusable, even if acquired, Elder Yu countered, shaking his head. Moreover, breaking a divine-level seal is exceedingly arduous. The endeavor to obtain the Beast God's treasures may lead to significant losses, rendering the effort futile. If Junior Brother Shui is interested, you may explore, but do not expend too much energy on it." Elder Shui too, Shui Zian, nodded, smiling. "The elder speaks wisely. I shall dispatch someone to investigate." As Zhongyu traversed the path towards the core of the Beast God seal, the small sprite, Xinhua, assisted him with her keen vision. Suddenly, she sighed in relief and exclaimed, "Fortunate, fortunate. I never expected the fallen Beast God to have further arrangements here. It is not merely the 7-killing array." Zhongyu's heart tightened. Not merely the 7-killing array? Xinhua floated from his brow and settled on his shoulder, her flames flickering playfully as she remarked, "Look at this river." Zhongyu turned his gaze to see a slender stream of water winding forth from the heart of the Beast God seal, meandering through a series of 7-killing arrays. However, the river's course was interrupted at several points, failing to flow beneath all the stone tablets, likely due to alterations in the terrain of the Beast God seal. This is the Yinlong River, a component of a deadly array, complementing the 7-killing array. Furthermore, there was a formation of trees and grass that has also been destroyed. Xinhua sighed repeatedly, her impatience palpable as she stomped her feet on Zhongyu's shoulder, declaring, "To leave such an array incomplete would be a great regret." Zhongyu coughed lightly, reminding Xinhua, "The essence of the Beast God is paramount." With eager eyes, Xinhua gazed at him and asked, "Once we collect the essence of the Beast God, can we restore these 3 formations?" Seeing her hopeful expression softened Zhongyu's heart, and he nodded, "As you wish." Xinhua bounced with joy, cheering, then suddenly quieted, clasping her hands together in anticipation. "After we restore the formations, may we activate them for a trial?" Zhongyu quickly shook his head, chuckling, "Even a mid-level killing array is already fearsome. Activating a large-scale divine-level killing array would surely rend the heavens asunder. Furthermore, you wish to simultaneously activate 3 arrays. The power of even one is unfathomable, let alone 3. The little flame pouted, muttering, "Pure-blood Fushi clan would undoubtedly allow me to activate all 3 arrays." Zhongyu pretended not to hear. Before long, guided by Xinhua, Zhongyu arrived at a portal. The entrance resembled a circular opening, stained with dried blood, the patterns etched upon it obscured by the passage of time. Moreover, the portal had been slightly ajar, and a pungent aura of the demon clan seeped from within, accompanied by an oddly enticing fragrance that filled the air. Zhongyu sniffed curiously. What a peculiar scent. Could it be that the Beast God refined its essence into a spiritual elixir? You guessed correctly. Xinhua smiled and remarked, "The essence of the Beast God is indeed a spiritual elixir. However, it is not referred to as a spiritual elixir, but rather as an inner elixir, a product of the condensation of essence during the cultivation of the demon race." In the ears of Emperor Sui and Fushi, the demon race was regarded as the most lowly of all races, and during feasts held by the deities. They would present a platter of demon god inner elixirs as a delicacy for their guests. Zhongyu was taken aback, and Xinhua continued. Considering the plight of your human race today, it is likely that the current deity feasts feature platters of human inner elixirs as offerings. The seal on this portal has already been rendered ineffective. Let us proceed inside, retrieve the essence of the beast god, and hasten to complete the 3 killing formations. By the way, hold your breath and avoid inhaling this fragrant aroma. If you do, you shall inevitably begin to transform into a beast. Upon hearing this, Zhongyu quickly restrained his breath, suddenly feeling an itch on the back of his hand. When he glanced down, he noticed scales sprouting beneath his skin, sending chills down his spine. Having merely inhaled a few whiffs of the fragrance, he already sensed a tendency towards metamorphosis into a demon. If he were to consume the essence of the beast god, would it not guarantee his transformation into a monster? He hoped Xinhua could be more reliable. Steeling himself, he pushed open the door, which swung open with a sound, allowing Zhongyu to step inside. The fragrance intensified, seemingly seeping through his skin. He felt an increased itchiness, but by concentrating on the image of Emperor Sui in his mind, he managed to quell the sensation. As he looked up, he beheld an expansive space behind the door, stretching hundreds of feet in all directions and soaring to a height of several hundred feet. A brilliant pearl hung in the air, radiating light and illuminating the entire area. This was the heart chamber of the beast god, where his heart resided. Before his demise, the beast god had fused his spiritual power and blood, transforming them into the 3 formidable killing formations outside, all to safeguard his soul and this inner elixir. Quickly, pluck this inner elixir, so we may return outside to arrange the formations, urged the young Xinhua. Zhongyu closed his eyes, and as he opened them, 2 dragon-like serpents emerged beneath him, crackling with thunder, their claws poised as they soared towards the inner elixir of the demon god suspended in the air. Just as he reached out to grasp the inner elixir, he felt scales erupting beneath the skin of his palm. Hurry! Stuff the essence of the beast god into your sea of consciousness, Xinhua urged urgently. How do I do that? Zhongyu stammered, feeling at a loss. The inner elixir was the size of an egg. How could he possibly fit it into his head? As he spoke, more scales proliferated, spreading rapidly along his arm at an astonishing pace. Just shove it in, Xinhua commanded, gritting his teeth. Zhongyu raised his hand and pressed the inner elixir against his brow. Chapter 40. Transformation. As the inner core of the beast god made contact with the surface of Zhongyu's brow, the skin beneath began to writhe and bulge as countless scales emerged, burrowing outward with a hissing sound. The energy concealed within the essence of the beast god was undeniably strange and potent. It was almost untouchable. Simultaneously, Xinhua commanded, channel your mental energy. In that fleeting moment, Zhongyu's body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Scales crept over half of his form, and an itch arose on his forehead, hinting at the emergence of horns. His tailbone radiated heat, as if a tail were about to sprout. Without hesitation, Zhongyu unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the inner core of the beast god and drawing it into his sea of consciousness. Strangely, the egg-sized inner core appeared to lack a definitive physical form, merging seamlessly with his mental energy as it entered his consciousness. Zhongyu stood in astonishment, observing the inner core floating above his sea of consciousness, emanating radiant light and intense heat. How could this be? He found it difficult to believe. The inner core of the beast god was the very essence of its energy. How could such essence possess a tangible form? Xinhua chuckled. You must continuously visualize the flame emperor, refining the essence emitted by the inner core of the beast god, or else you risk succumbing to beastification, transforming into the form of the beast god. Zhongyu immediately began to visualize the flame emperor, but he still felt overwhelmed by the overwhelming essence of the beast god, which surged forth from the inner core and flooded into his body, leaving him no time to refine it. He quickly glanced down and saw his hands beginning to transform. The scales hardened, his palms thickened, and the muscles beneath his skin swelled. With a sharp sound, Zhongyu felt his beast skin shorts tear, and as he reached back, he felt a tail sprouting. Turning to look, he beheld a dragon's tail adorned with the vibrant patterns of a fierce tiger, and to his surprise, long mane-like hair sprouted along the tail's dorsal fin. Before he could utter a word, 2 sharp pains erupted from his forehead as horns grew from either side. Additionally, his body expanded, muscles and bones growing rapidly. With ribs sprouting anew, originally possessing 24 ribs, he now found an additional 24 had emerged. In mere moments, his physique had doubled in size. Trans on the grand vessel. A group of chi refinement practitioners from the Shui Tu clan stood at the bow. Elder Shui Zian stroked his beard thoughtfully. adjusting the course of the Wei Shui River as they sailed towards the beast god seal at Beast God Ridge. The Grand Elder of our Jianmin sect remains rather obstinate. Shui Zian murmured to the practitioners behind him. He is solely focused on maintaining peace and avoiding conflict with the demon race, oblivious to the principles of commerce. Should we fail to breach this beast god seal, Shan, you shall venture beyond the great wasteland and sell this information to the demons for a handsome price. Behind him, Shui Anshan hesitated. To divulge the existence of a divine-level formation at Beast God Ridge to the demons? Surely, some will label our Shui Tu clan as traitors of the Great Wasteland Traders? You exaggerate, Shui Zian retorted with a cold smile. The emergence of a divine-level formation cannot be concealed from the demons. The only distinction lies in whether they learn of it sooner or later. By selling this news to them, our Shui Tu clan could earn a substantial reward. Why not seize the opportunity? As the vessel gradually descended outside the beast god seal, the onlookers gazed at the lengthy white stone rampart. Suddenly, an extraordinary beast leaped from the mountainside, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. Swiftly vanishing from sight, the practitioners gasped in astonishment. Is that a Longxiang? An even more exalted creature than our Jianmin's Siming beast. Good heavens! How could such a divine entity exist in a place like Beast God Ridge? Could it be that there are truly remarkable treasures within? Shui Zian, equally intrigued, declared, there must be even greater treasures within Beast God Ridge. I shall personally investigate the Beast God Seal. You all pursue that Longxiang. The Shui Tu practitioners responded affirmatively, swiftly taking flight in pursuit of the creature, while Shui Zian inhaled deeply and approached the white stone wall, murmuring, with a Longxiang appearing. Could it have escaped from the divine-level formation? The Grand Elder claimed there could be no treasures usable by our human race here. Perhaps he is gravely mistaken, brothers. Each week sees the most votes cast on Monday. Do you cease voting after that day? The Supreme of Humanity still requires your support on the new book list. Every day needs your votes, brothers. The author updates daily, and your votes are essential. Chapter 41. The Sulphur Island Master of the Void City according to ancient texts. The dragon Xiong is a divine species, possessing the bloodlines of dragons, heavenly steeds, and tiger hounds, all of which are primordial divine races. For aquatic alchemists from the Shui Tu clan swiftly pursued the direction in which Zhongyu had departed, with Shui and Shan leading the way, exclaiming, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a dragon Xiong. I never imagined one would emerge in our vast wilderness, and as a mere cub no less. If we capture it and raise it within our Shui Tu clan, our standing among the 10 great clans of the wilderness will undoubtedly ascend 2 or 3 ranks, overshadowing the Lei Hu and others. One of the Shui Tu alchemists questioned, that dragon Xiong was nearly 2 yards long. Are you certain it is still a cub? Indeed. It is likely a newborn, Shui and Shan replied with a grin. An adult dragon Xiong is a majestic creature, as massive as a mountain, capable of leaping across mountains and seas. Thankfully, it is just a cub. Had it grown a tad more, the elders would have intervened personally instead of allowing us to subdue it. The other 3 alchemists exhaled in relief, chuckling, a mere newborn cub should be easily captured, requiring no effort at all. The moment Zhongyu broke free from the beast god's seal, he noticed the grand vessel of the Shui Tu clan descending. However, now that he had been assimilated by the essence of the beast god, transforming into the form of a dragon Xiong, he had become a beast in the eyes of humankind, unfit for interaction with them. Moreover, he harbored little fondness for the Shui Tu clan, prompting him to flee at once. It must be said that in its dragon Xiong form, Zhongyu was indeed extraordinarily powerful. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even Zhongyu's flight with thunder, all while he maintained a normal pace without exerting himself. The Shui Tu alchemists were closing in. Ah, little dragon Xiong, come to me. One of the alchemists called from midair, gazing down at Zhongyu as he dashed through the forest. With a chuckle, a grand figure of the water god, Hebo, manifested behind him, swirling with torrents of water, reaching out to grasp Zhongyu. Though both were manifestations of Hebo, the one conjured by the alchemist was vastly different from that of Shui Qinghe. Shui Qinghe's vision of Hebo was intricately crafted, embodying flesh and blood, while the alchemist's version possessed a divine essence, radiating an aura akin to that of true deities. Hebo represented divinity, the god of water flow. Moreover, this incarnation was encircled by water dragons, wielding a sword at its waist, exuding an unparalleled grandeur and sanctity that far surpassed that of Shui Qinghe. As the hand reached out, Hebo's arm elongated, stretching across several miles, reaching toward Zhongyu. Brother and Shan, if we capture this extraordinary beast, Do you not think our clan will bestow upon us great merit? The alchemist who conjured Hebo chuckled. Presenting such a rare creature to the Shui-Tu clan must surely be a monumental achievement. Undoubtedly. Wei Shui whip, go. Shui and Shan laughed heartily, pointing forward. With a mighty roar, a great river surged forth, crashing toward Zhongyu, who narrowly evaded Hebo's grasp. This beast has escaped your clutches. As expected of a rare species, it possesses the blood of divinities, managing to evade the capture of an alchemist even as a newborn. The Wei Shui River narrowed, resembling a long whip or a soaring serpent, hastening toward Zhongyu. Zhongyu gritted his teeth, propelling himself forward with all his might. The forest blurring past him like fleeting shadows. The four Shui-Tu alchemists stood dumbfounded in mid-air, watching as the dragon Xiong astonishingly rose to its hind legs, sprinting away with terrifying speed. A creature that was part dragon, part horse, and part tiger, with a long dragon tail, was running like a human. This was perhaps the most bizarre sight they had ever encountered. Is this correct? Do dragon Xiong's truly run on their hind legs? One alchemist questioned in confusion. Shouldn't it be galloping like a horse? The others were equally baffled, unable to provide an answer. If it stands and runs, it cannot possibly outpace our flight. We must catch it. It shall not escape. Zhongyu dashed with incredible speed, leaping over mountains and rivers, while the four alchemists, despite soaring above, could not close the distance, exchanging astonished glances. Dragons soar through the clouds, tigers ride the winds, heavenly steeds possess wings. The dragon Xiong is renowned for its swiftness, yet to witness it running on its hind legs at such velocity is beyond comprehension. The four were increasingly convinced that this dragon Xiong was a rare anomaly, perhaps even surpassing the famed Ximing beast of the Jianmen. Thus, they were determined to acquire it at all costs. Pooling their energies, they activated the watercraft, their mental powers transforming into the Wei Shui, propelling their vessel to its utmost speed. I refuse to believe we cannot catch a mere newborn dragon Xiong, Shui and Shan declared. Brother, while our mental energies manifest the Wei Shui, enhancing our vessel's speed, the toll on our mental reserves is substantial, one alchemist cautioned. Once we catch up to the dragon Xiong, it will have no means of escape, even if we exhaust our powers. The four alchemists promptly urged the watercraft forward, their mental energies materializing as a flowing river, propelling the vessel directly toward Zhongyu. As Zhongyu sprinted, countless beasts from the beast god ridge raised their heads in astonishment, gazing at the two-legged dragon Xiong, their simple minds profoundly impacted. The Shui-Tu disciples were closing in. How swift they were. Suddenly, one alchemist leaped from the vessel, soaring through the air, as waves erupted around him, lifting him up, with his fingers spread wide. He forcefully pressed down. Ice Soul Sword Chi, Sword Style 23. With a series of ringing sounds, the water vapor solidified mid-air, transforming into numerous ice soul swords, swirling and descending upon the fleeing Zhongyu. Surrounded by this ice soul sword Chi, Zhongyu saw the blades converging on him, their icy light piercing toward him. He swiftly struck with his dragon claws and swept his tail, shattering the incoming swords. Ouch! A few of the sword energies broke through his defenses, leaving several wounds, the cold essence immediately seeping into his body, chilling him to the core, as if attempting to freeze him solid. However, within his mind the beast goddess inner core stirred slightly, releasing a wave of intense heat, which caused the icy cold to melt away, rendering it utterly ineffective against him. The alchemist gasped in shock, exclaiming, "How can this be? Is this dragon Xiong truly a mere cub? Why can't my ice soul coldness subdue it? Brother, come. I shall capture it alive." Another Shui-Tu alchemist leaped from the bow of the vessel, transforming mid-air into the form of Hebo, riding the waves as he lunged toward Zhongyu. Amidst the rolling waves of the forest, Hebo surged forth, yet Zhongyu was already racing down the mountain. The Shui-Tu alchemist, embodying Hebo, commanded the waves to follow, but the dragon Xiong only increased its pace. Suddenly, lightning burst forth beneath its feet, propelling its speed to another level. With a thunderous roar, the dragon Xiong shattered the sound barrier, leaving behind a massive white shockwave as it sprinted onward. In less than a breath's time, the dragon Xiong had covered over 10 miles, leaving the Shui-Tu alchemist helpless, standing there in disbelief. That dragon Xiong was riding the thunder. Shui and Shan and the other 3 alchemists arrived, astonished, murmuring, "Can it truly harness the power of lightning at such a young age?" An elderly voice resonated, proclaiming, "Dragons ascend from the clouds, tigers ride the winds. Storms give birth to thunder. It is not surprising that a dragon Xiong can wield lightning." The 4 alchemists quickly bowed. "Elder, beyond that cliff lies the intricate seal of the beast god, a barrier so cleverly crafted that one cannot easily trespass." I observed from outside for a moment, but found myself unable to unravel the seal, and thus I had to relent. Shui Shan, you must now venture to the Void City and convey this news to the demon tribe. The two alchemists of the Shui clan bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly departed, while Shui Anshan immediately set forth towards the outer wilds, heading for the Void City. The Beast God Ridge returned to tranquility, yet this serenity lasted only for a fortnight. After this brief interlude, the esteemed demon leader, Yin Yunsheng, one of the three paramount figures of the Void City, arrived at the Sword Gate with 100 alchemists in tow, their presence formidable and imposing. The Sword Gate trembled under the weight of their arrival. For Yin Yunsheng exuded an untamed aura, and upon his arrival, he unleashed a tremendous force that overshadowed all alchemists within the Sword Gate, casting a demon cloud over the mountain and intending to instill fear in the hearts of all alchemists present. Suddenly, from the golden peak of the Sword Gate, a torrent of sword energy surged into the sky, stirring the winds and dispersing the overwhelming demon miasma. An ancient voice resonated, declaring, "The Lord of Sulphur Island arrives as a guest. I trust you will adhere to the customs of the Sword Gate." Yin Yunsheng, revealing a hint of trepidation, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Old wind, so you still draw breath. I had thought you perished. Now that our sacred ground has emerged in the vast wilderness, the Beast God lies buried in the Beast God Ridge. Henceforth, this ridge shall belong to my demon tribe." The ancient voice ceased, no longer to be heard. Elder Shuizian approached with a genial smile, saying, "Lord Yin, allow me to discuss matters concerning the Beast God Ridge with you." Shortly thereafter, Yin Yunsheng and Shuizian reached an accord. The demon tribe would be permitted to explore the Beast God seal within the ridge, but they were forbidden from encroaching upon any other part of the wilderness. Days later, colossal skeletal ships set sail from the outskirts of the wilderness towards the Beast God Ridge, each brimming with demon alchemists. The second of the three island lords of the demon tribe had arrived at the sacred ground of the Void City, deep within the forest of the vast wilderness. A robust dragon steed raised its head, gazing in astonishment at the numerous gigantic skeletal vessels gliding overhead. It shivered involuntarily and murmured, "Xinhua, do you think today will be a day of bloodshed?" From its mane, a small flame flickered forth, filled with anticipation, exclaiming, "At last, we shall witness the simultaneous assault of the three formations." Chapter 42. Breaking through the siege, the two alchemists were hot on his heels once again. Zhong Yu glanced upwards, his teeth clenched in silent frustration, and sprinted away with determination. The past several days had been an arduous ordeal for him. He had to refine the surplus beast god essence within his body while simultaneously evading the relentless pursuit of these two alchemists seeking refuge in the vast wilderness. He transformed into a dragon steed, moving with astonishing speed, even harnessing the power of thunder to escape, yet he could not maintain such velocity for long. Before long, the two alchemists would catch up to him again. However, the greatest threat to him was not the alchemists, but rather the beast god essence continuously emanating from the inner core of the beast god within him. He had to maintain a state of visualizing the flame emperor without interruption. Otherwise, the accumulation of beast god essence would eventually transform him entirely into a dragon steed. This was a torment far more excruciating than a battle for life and death or the thunderous tempering of one's soul, an unprecedented trial of endurance. He had to continuously visualize and cultivate while dodging attacks, even maintaining his visualization during sleep. This presented an immense test of his mental fortitude, physical resilience, and willpower. He managed to hold on for the first 2 days, but by the third day, he nearly collapsed, succumbing to exhaustion by a mountain stream and forgetting his visualization, as well as the pursuing alchemists. Fortunately, the Ember Spirit kept a vigilant watch over him, rousing him and urging him not to forget his visualization, thereby preventing his complete assimilation into a dragon steed and sparing him from falling into the hands of the alchemists. After enduring these days of trials, Zhong Yu had essentially reached the realm of non-thought. This so-called non-thought refers to a state where one can visualize without needing to think actively, allowing oneself to fall into a state of visualization. Li Xiaonyang had reached this level through years of arduous training, whereas he had achieved it through this torturous experience. However, to attain the ability to visualize continuously even in dreams, he would need to reach the higher realm of non-thought, which was exceedingly difficult. Non-thought is a realm beyond non-thought, and only with the Ember Spirit as constant reminders could he intermittently achieve this state, though it was short-lived, as he sank into deeper sleep. His visualization would inevitably be disrupted. The past days had been an unimaginable torment, sustained solely by his formidable willpower. Yet, this had also been a significant tempering, propelling his mental prowess to unprecedented heights. Now, his sea of consciousness had expanded significantly, reaching an impressive radius of 3,000 acres, his mental energy remarkably pure. The two Water 2 alchemists were relentless. Zhongyu gritted his teeth, with his cultivation having advanced and his sea of consciousness widened. The beast god essence emanating from the inner core above his sea had reached an almost balanced state with his refining speed. This signified a tremendous leap in his cultivation. If he continued at this pace, in a few days, he would be able to refine the accumulated surplus beast god essence within him, transforming from a dragon steed back into human form. Had the two alchemists split up? Zhongyu suddenly sensed the distinct energies of the two alchemists separating. One was right behind him, while the other was drifting further away, likely taking a detour. How strange. Why had they separated? Zhongyu squinted, curiosity piqued. After pursuing him for so long, without successfully hindering him, they now seemed even less capable of doing so after parting ways. Oh no, water vapor ahead. So that acid. He pressed on. And soon a mighty river surged into view, broad and tumultuous, stretching thousands of feet wide with rushing waters that rose several feet high. This river curved elegantly around the hillside beneath him, indicating that the other Water 2 alchemist was not merely taking a detour. Instead, he was positioned upstream, preparing to intercept him upon the river's surface. The other alchemist was closing in from behind, effectively surrounding him and ensuring he remained trapped upon the river. Zhongyu squinted again, glancing downstream. Along the riverbanks, numerous tribes and fortresses dotted the landscape, with several fishing boats anchored at the shore. This was trouble. It was the Weishui River, the territory of the Water 2 tribe. There were likely more alchemists stationed within that tribe. If he were to be cornered here, escape would be nearly impossible. Zhongyu took a deep breath. Downstream lay the Water 2 tribe, and with alchemists above and behind him. He had but one path left, to cross the river before the two alchemists could converge upon him, making his way to the other side. Upstream, he saw the raging waters as an alchemist surged forward, embodying the river god, riding the waves with incredible speed. At that moment, the Water 2 alchemist pursuing him from behind also quickened his pace, closing the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhongyu leapt into action, propelling himself towards the opposite bank of the Weishui River. His dragon steed form moved with remarkable speed, skimming the surface of the water, each step causing explosive bursts as he shot forward like a dragon in flight. This Weishui River is our domain. Do you think you can escape? A booming laughter echoed, and the Water 2 alchemist on the river surged forward, creating towering waves that cascaded dramatically across the river, coldly declaring, upon this river, we of the Water 2 are the invincible rulers. The monstrous waves bore down upon him, threatening to crush him. Zhongyu gritted his teeth, unleashing the power of thunder beneath his feet, accelerating his speed dramatically until he broke the sound barrier. However, the waves surged even faster, reaching his side just as he reached the center of the river. A spirit sword mountain. The Water 2 alchemist stood atop the waves, stamping down heavily, causing countless icy sword energies to shoot forth menacingly. Zhongyu sprang into the air, evading the onslaught of sword energies, soaring high into the sky. The Water 2 alchemist laughed heartily, propelling himself forward as the river god, taunting, foul creature, do you still wish to contend with me upon the Weishui? As he spoke, the other Water 2 alchemist had also arrived at the river, his speed increasing as he pursued Zhongyu. Simultaneously, the alchemists from the Weishui tribe noticed the commotion upstream, leaping into the air to survey the scene. It's Brother Jianshu and Brother Jianping. Several Water 2 alchemists exclaimed in surprise. They're capturing a strange beast, quick. Lend your assistance. The Water 2 alchemists hastened upstream. At that moment, Zhongyu, without a second thought, envisioned a flood dragon and clashed directly with the river god form of Shui Jianping, only to be knocked from the air. The Ember Spirit, in a languid tone, remarked, Zhongyu, why visualize a flood dragon when you could visualize yourself? Visualize myself? Zhongyu, having fallen from the sky, was taken aback. Below him, enormous water dragons leapt skyward, bearing their fangs and claws, fierce and menacing. Preparing to seize him, this was the terrifying spectacle conjured by Shui Jianping as he commanded the waters. In the face of such formidable alchemists, he felt woefully inexperienced. Though Shui Jianping was merely an ordinary alchemist, the disparity between a senior disciple and an alchemist was like heaven and earth, incomparable. With his current strength, he could not hope to contend. Of course, he should visualize himself. What was a flood dragon compared to a dragon steed? The Ember Spirit laughed merrily. You are the dragon steed. By now, you must be intimately familiar with its structure. Visualizing the dragon's steed and transforming it into a totemic pattern should be effortless for you. If you can visualize the dragon's steed and merge with it, your physical form will at least double in strength. Would you still fear not being able to escape? Zhang Yu's heart raced with exhilaration as he immediately envisioned the dragon steed, effectively visualizing himself. Instantly, his vast sea of consciousness surged, channeling his mental energy into every corner of his being, imbuing his form with unimaginable strength. Zhang Yu emitted a resounding dragon's roar, the sound waves reverberating as the latent thunder within his spiritual power burst forth, enveloping him in an electric aura. He traversed the air with astonishing speed, shattering a water dragon that coiled towards him with a thunderous crash, causing it to disintegrate and rain down upon the river's surface. Boom! One water dragon after another was violently severed, while above, Shui Giant Pain felt a tremor of shock. The river god reached down to grasp Zhang Yu, but he was already slipping away from his grasp. So swift? Shui Giant Pain was momentarily stunned as waves surged beneath him, unleashing countless sword energies that shot forth like arrows, aiming at Zhang Yu. A series of sharp sounds echoed as the icy sword energy struck Zhang Yu, bursting upon impact, yet failing to penetrate the protective scales of his skin. Mist enveloped the great river. Shui Giant Pain bellowed as columns of water surged skyward, forming a formidable cage. A thick white fog billowed from the water columns, sealing off the Weishui River. At that moment, a tremendous roar resounded as the dragon, Long Xiang, shattered a water column, bursting forth from the mist, traversing the void amidst flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. Shui Giant Pain stood in stunned silence, while Shui Jianshu pursued to the center of the Weishui River, joined by water-refining practitioners from the tribe who flew upstream, all gazing dumbfoundedly at the scene. This dragon was maturing at an astonishing rate. Far beyond their reach, the practitioners exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in resignation. Shui Jianshu cleared his throat and declared, "You continue the pursuit. I shall inform the elders at Jianmen. Only by summoning more practitioners to encircle him can we hope to capture him. Otherwise." With just as few, he shook his head and turned to depart. At the edge of the Weishui tribe, having taken advantage of the terrain and timings, they had the most favorable conditions, yet they still could not seize Long Xiang. The blow to their confidence was profound. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, stepping lightly upon the air, felt an exhilarating joy surge within him. Suddenly, he let out a long, triumphant howl, his form shifting from dragon to human, restoring his true appearance. Yet he still did not descend from the air, continuing to walk upon the void. Zhang Yu could not suppress his jubilant cry, envisioning the dragon form that allowed his spiritual power to permeate his entire being. Even as he shed the form of the dragon, he retained the ability to traverse the skies without fear of falling. Young Master Yushinho reminded him gently, "You are without clothing. Your beast-hide tunic and shorts have been torn asunder during your transformation into the dragon." A startled exclamation echoed from Adair. Chapter 43. The three arrays strike together. Shaking the wilderness, Zhang Yu stealthily entered the forest, extending his mental energy in all directions. Before long, he discovered a human tribe and, with a flicker of his mind, gathered several garments. Embarrassed, he realized he had become overly proud and forgotten that his clothing had been torn. Once properly attired, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly recall something. Xinhua, if my mental energy were to manifest as garments upon my body, would it be discernible to others? Those of lesser cultivation would naturally not see through it, but those of greater power would immediately perceive your nakedness. At that moment, a presence drifted from above, accompanied by a gaze that fell upon Zhang Yu. Upon recognizing him as a youth of the human race, it paid him no heed. Another chi refiner from the Water 2 clan. The earlier fleet of skeletal ships heading toward Beast God Ridge. What was their origin? As Zhang Yu pondered, he made his way toward the Sword Gate, contemplating. The individuals aboard those vessels exuded a demonic aura, unlike the chi refiners of the Sword Gate. Could they be formidable beings of the demon race? It was peculiar that the demon race, which stood opposed to humanity, could enter our vast wilderness so brazenly. He found it utterly perplexing. Beast God Ridge was situated in the heart of the wilderness, and the Sword Gate could not possibly be unaware of the demon race's large-scale incursion, nor could they allow such an intrusion without resistance. Yet, there had been no signs of action thus far, which was indeed strange. These demons were likely headed toward Beast God Ridge for the purpose of sealing the Beast God. But they were unaware that apart from a single inner den of the Beast God, there was nothing else to be found. Zhang Yu's expression turned unusual as he reflected. Moreover, they do not realize the perilous nature of the current Beast God seal. The seal now requires much more than merely the totemic inscriptions on the stone tablet. For both the Yin Dragon River and the Wood and Grass Soldier Array have been restored by Xinhua and me. Beast God Rich, the seal of the Beast God. And the leaders of Sulphur Island and Brocade Island, Yin Yunxing and the demon giant Xiao Tianqian, respectively, have personally led the demon qi refiners into the seal. Countless demon qi refiners had already begun to dismantle the seal. These demon qi refiners were renowned strong figures from the city of Xinkong, possessing profound knowledge of formations and an intricate understanding of totemic patterns. Outside the beast god seal lay a massive toad crouching on the ground, with a gigantic python coiled beside it. One by one, the demon qi refiners wielded their blades, slashing through the skin of the toad and python, collecting buckets of fresh blood to transport into the seal. Those powerful demons used the blood of the python and toad to draw various totemic patterns, aiming to suppress the beast god totem on the stone tablet, dissolving its power and diminishing the various forms of killing intent contained within the stone. This toad boasted 6 eyes, each the size of an acre, protruding and arranged in a large circle. Meanwhile, the python bore horn-like spikes resembling blades atop its head, dorsal fins along its back, and even thin cicada wings covering its body. They were neither mere demons nor demon beasts, but spirits, 2 grand totems of the demon race. The aura of these 2 grand totems was wild and formidable, akin to that of deities or demons, truly astonishing. It was evident that the demon race placed immense importance on this endeavor to breach the beast god seal, thus employing the totemic spirits of Sulphur Island and Brocade Island. The blood of the totemic spirits was not ordinary blood, but rather a natural amalgamation of totemic patterns condensed into a liquid form. Imbued with the spiritual essence accumulated from countless years of demon worship, an ideal substance for dismantling the beast god seal. Everyone, sharpen your focus. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Yin Yunxing surveyed the area and observed the suppression of the beast god's power within the stone tablets, allowing himself a moment of relief. Beast God Ridge truly is the manifestation of the beast god after its demise, transforming into an expanse of 800 miles of mountainous terrain. This beast god is indeed unfathomably powerful. Brother Xiao Tian, the master of the Sword Gate, is still alive, but likely not for long. My intention in visiting the Sword Gate is not only to establish dominance and intimidate all within, but also to ascertain the fate of this old specter. Though he has managed to suppress my presence, he has not shown himself and instead sent a representative from the Water 2 clan to parley with me. If this so-called sword god, with his former temperament, were truly alive, he would not engage in conversation but would have long since sought to eliminate me. It is evident that he is nearing his end. Xiao Tianqian, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied languidly, "As long as the old ghost phone remains alive, none dare to challenge the Sword Gate. Once he is gone, the Sword Gate will surely face annihilation." His struggle to extend his life is simply an attempt to cultivate a successor for the Sword Gate in his remaining years. Unfortunately, the elder generation has withered away, and the younger generation, Feng, Fong, Lei, and Jun, have only recently begun to make names for themselves. While they may rival the older generation, they remain a considerable distance from becoming true giants. I wonder if the old ghost Feng can hold on until these 4 grow into their full strength. Feng, Fong, Lei, and Jun, all of whom possessed innate spirit bodies, were born with the essence of spirit and destined to be qi refiners, not to be underestimated. Though their training time has been regrettably short, Xiao Tianqian took matters into his own hands, using the blood of the 2 grand totemic spirits to seal one stone tablet after another, stating, "This treasure of the beast god must harbor ancient relics of great significance." But alas, the Lord of Xinkong is unwilling to join us. Otherwise, with his presence, our progress in dismantling the seal would be greatly expedited. As the beast god totems on the stone tablets were suppressed, the demon qi refiners and Yin Yunxiang, along with Xiao Tianqian, gradually delved deeper into the seal. This river. Xiao Tianqian abruptly halted, staring intently at the gently flowing river not far beneath his feet, his expression contemplative. Suddenly, his visage twisted with rage as he inhaled sharply and bellowed, "Stop. All of you, halt immediately." His voice resonated deafeningly, causing the demon qi refiners to sway in dizziness. Involuntarily ceasing their actions, Yin Yunxing frowned and asked, "Brother Xiao, what has happened?" At that moment, a demon qi refiner misstepped. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and not a sound could be heard. Both Xiao Tianqian and Yin Yunxing's faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly retreated. Boom! The thin river within the beast god seal suddenly surged upward, rapidly expanding and transforming into a fearsome black dragon, wreaking havoc within the seal and unleashing a bloody rampage. In that instant, chaos erupted among the demon chi refiners as they scattered in a frantic attempt to escape the seal. At the same time, streams of blood poured forth from the stone tablets. The beast god totem patterns that had been previously suppressed by the demon chi refiners now breaking free, awakening the stone tablets and forming arrays of slaughter. Moreover, the flora within the seal began to sway violently, each leaf and petal transforming into formidable soul weapons, becoming perilously sharp blades. With a clamor, the plants soared, iron steeds turned against their riders, and the atmosphere was saturated with the spirit of slaughter. Within the beast god seal, severed heads fell to the ground, and the limbs of the demon chi refiners flailed about, violently severed. Some demon chi refiners roared in fury, reverting to their true forms as colossal, monstrous beasts, conjuring soul weapons to defend against the awakened beast god seal. As soon as they revealed their true forms, gigantic deities and demons emerged from the stone tablets, flooding the beast god seal with surging power, seizing the massive beasts and tearing them apart. Countless demon chi refiners were ruthlessly shredded, devoured by the deities and demons. Fortunately, many of the chi refiners possessed formidable strength, managing to fend off the surrounding deities and demons, particularly Yin Yunxing and Shou Tianchen, whose might was unparalleled. With a single strike, they sent the deities flying. Those who survived to this point were the elite among the demon chi refiners, renowned even within the sword gate. Roar. The two raced to the edge of the seal, mere steps away from escape, when suddenly the high platforms within the beast god seal began to tremble violently, echoing with a thunderous roar akin to a tidal wave. As beams of light shot forth from the platforms into the azure sky, the luminous screen resembled a brilliant mirror, perpetually rotating, as one colossal demon after another was drawn into its depths. At last, the three great formations activated simultaneously. The spark of fire, brimming with enthusiasm, leapt from his consciousness and perched upon Zhong Yu's brow, exclaiming, "Look at this grand spectacle, you." Upon gazing at the scene, Zhong Yu felt a jolt of astonishment. The radiant mirror shimmered as a leg, thick as a river, gradually descended from within, covered in dragon scales, followed by an unimaginably massive body, a lengthy tail, and a head as imposing as a mountain. It was a dragon xiang, a dragon entirely composed of totemic patterns of an unfathomable size. The terrifying aura emanating from it shook the vast wilderness, causing every being to tremble with trepidation as the dragon xiang landed upon the beast god ridge. Its immense form was still visible from afar, rising and falling like a mountain range amidst the landscape. Another black dragon flickered in and out among the peaks, its sword-like energy slicing through the heavens. Suddenly, a six-eyed toad, carrying a great skeletal ship, soared into the sky. Beneath the toad, a massive python coiled upwards, bearing the toad as it glided through the air, howling with might. Zhong Yu watched, dizzy and awestruck, while the spark of fire shook its head and remarked, surprisingly, "Not all have perished. Could it be that my arrangements were flawed, failing to fully unleash the power of the three slaughter formations? Surely not. With my wisdom and might, how could I err? It must be that the beast god is simply inadequate. Yes, that must be it." Chapter 44. The majestic cattle of the Zhongshan clan. The three divine formations of the beast god ridge erupted, shaking the entire great wilderness, with their astonishing waves felt even beyond its borders. Almost all the chi refiners of the sword sect momentarily forgot their tasks, turning their gazes towards the beast god ridge. There, the dragon xiang, the black dragon, and the sword chi rampaged within the 800 miles of the ridge. After a while, the three formations finally subsided, and the dragon xiang, the black dragon, and the sword chi dispersed, restoring tranquility to the beast god ridge. However, the shock brought to the sword sect's chi refiners by these formations was not easily forgotten. Furthermore, the activation of the three formations had buried over 1,000 chi refiners from the demon clan's Void City and severely injured 2 island masters, inflicting significant damage to the Void City's vitality. The repercussions of this event would not dissipate easily. The totems of Sulphur Island and Embroidered Island were entombed within the Beast God Ridge, resulting in catastrophic losses, particularly among the elite chi refiners of the demon clan who perished there. In the short term, the Void City, a sacred ground for the demon clan, would struggle to regain its strength. A storm brewed among the higher echelons of the sword sect as numerous elders reacted promptly, debating whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Sulphur Island Master Yin Yunxing and the Embroidered Island Master Shou Tianchen. This was a rare chance. If they could take their lives, the demon clan would cease to be a concern. However, some elders expressed trepidation, fearing that failing to eliminate these two powerful figures would irreparably offend the demon clan. Moreover, another formidable entity, the Lord of Void City, would certainly intervene to protect the two island masters. Although these two had been severely wounded, they were long-standing tyrants, and slaying them would not be an easy feat. The elders engaged in fervent debate, their voices rising in a cacophony with no clear resolution. Fang Shan, we depart, with his white robes billowing. The massive tortoise resembling a mountain emerged from the sword sect, with Fang Jianga soaring through the air, followed closely by the tortoise as they rushed towards the direction where Xiao Tianxin and Yin Yunsheng had fled. Fang Jianga halt. An elder chased after them, voice raised. Our elder council has not reached a conclusion. You cannot act recklessly. The decision to pursue the two island masters of the demon clan concerns the future of the sword sect and is not for you alone to decide. The elder's face darkened with fury, ready to retort, when suddenly a young man soared into the air, departing from the sword sect with a laugh. Brother Fang speaks wisely. Opportunities are fleeting. Elders may deliberate at their leisure, but we must grasp this chance. Count me in. A young woman also flew out of the sword sect, grinning. How can such a pursuit of two island masters be without my involvement? Ha! Wait for me, my fellow brothers and sisters. A figure riding the thunder roared. The heads of the Sulphur Island Master and the Embroidered Island Master shall be claimed by my own hands. The elder's face turned ashen. Helplessly watching the four depart to pursue the two island masters of the demon clan, trembling as he muttered, lawless, utterly lawless. Let them go. Our four young elites of the sword sect require a trial to vie for the position of the next sect master. To become the master of the sword sect, one must possess the strength to conquer the vast wilderness. The grand elder of the Yu clan approached him, whispering, moreover, this aligns with the sect master's wishes. Let us resume our meeting. On this day, the four young elites of the sword sect set forth, pursuing the Sulphur Island Master Yin Yunxing and the Embroidered Island Master Xiao Tianxin, through the vast buffer zone between the Great Wilderness and the Sulphur Island, where a grand chase and counterattack were destined to unfold. A spectacular battle was inevitable between the two prominent figures of the demon clan and the four young elites of the sword sect. However, none of this concerned the instigator, Zhong Yu. The past 10 days had been an extraordinary trial, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Only upon entering the sword sect could he finally relax. Faced with the disciples of the demon clan at the Beast God Ridge, battling against their chi refiners, executing lethal strikes on chi refiners, acquiring the Beast God's inner core, and transforming into a dragon, he had completed the 3 divine formations, only to be pursued and besieged by the Water Two Clan's chi refiners, crossing the Wei River in a desperate flight. These were experiences far beyond the ordinary disciples of the upper courtyard, yet he had endured them. The pressure from multiple brushes with death was unprecedented. It was only upon reaching the sword sect, the protector of the great wilderness, that he felt he could finally set down the burdens of these trials and breathe again. After a deep slumber, Zhong Yu awoke with a yawn, inadvertently letting out a dragoness roar, startling himself. Quickly lowering his gaze, he found he had transformed into a dragon Xiang, reclining on his bed. Oh no, I've slept too deeply. In my dreams, I forgot to visualize the Fire Emperor and was overwhelmed by the Beast Goddess essence. He wondered, how peculiar. Why didn't the fire of inheritance wake me in time and urge me to continue the visualization? Steadying himself, he noticed a small flame quietly burning on his soul's shoulder within the sea of consciousness. The fire of inheritance was fast asleep. Oh, so the fire of inheritance is also resting. Zhong Yu chose not to awaken it, thinking, it has worked tirelessly to help me evade numerous life-threatening situations. Without it, I would have perished long ago. It deserves this rest. Fortunately, his cultivation had progressed significantly. The essence overflowing from the Beast Goddess inner core would not completely transform him into a dragon Xiang overnight. After a while, Zhong Yu succeeded in suppressing his dragon form, returning to his normal appearance. Brother Zhong, voices of young women called from outside, not just one but many. Confused, Zhong Yu opened the door to find dozens of girls gathered outside, all surprised and delighted upon seeing him, crowding around him with exclamations. Brother Zhong is truly alive. I knew he wouldn't die. Brother Zhong, did you slay that ram? Did you encounter any chi refiners from the demon clan? You don't know? A great event has transpired at the Beast God Ridge. With a thunderous roar, a massive dragon Xiang erupted from the ridge. The girls surged into his courtyard, and Li Xiaonyang and Yu Fian also entered, making Zhong Yu feel that his space had shrunk significantly with so many girls around. Outside, Many male disciples of the upper courtyard glanced over, filled with envy. Some grumbled in frustration. Why is this happening? After a considerable time, Zhongyu finally sent the girls away from the male courtyard. Li Xiaonyang smiled. Brother Zhong, if there are matters in the future, we will come to find you again. Also, I still wish to compete with you and see who truly is the best of the upper courtyard. Yu Fian remarked coolly, junior sister Li. Now Brother Zhang can be said to be the best of the male courtyard, but you are not yet the best of the female courtyard. If you wish to compete with Brother Zhang, you must first defeat me. Li Xiaonyang chuckled. That's fair. If junior sister Yu wishes to concede, I shall naturally oblige. The two women brimmed with competitive spirit, causing the male disciples to stare in awe, muttering, indeed. Even the two senior sisters of the female courtyard are vying for the favor of the Zhongshan clan's majestic cattle. Does this fellow truly possess such charm? Why? He felt a stir in his heart but shook his head, deciding it wise to summon his soul within the dragon scale sword. With a click, the dragon bloodsword case opened, and the sword light surged skyward, soaring into the thunderous realm in an instant. Brother Zhang, you've arrived. In the high thunder realm. Qiujuru was both surprised and delighted, her soul flying over with a smile. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. Did you descend the mountain for training? Concerned, she added, descending the mountain is very dangerous. My mother always advises me not to venture down easily. I've been worried for over 10 days since you last came. The two continued their training amidst the thunder, unaware of the passage of time. Over these past days, Qiujuru's cultivation advanced rapidly, truly a gifted spirit body. Having possessed a soul from birth, her strength significantly deepened, her soul now entwined with thunder. Brother Zhong has also made swift progress in his training after descending the mountain. Qiujiner scrutinized the dragon scale sword, only to observe Zhong Yu's soul stealthily emerging from within it. Initially, Zhong Yu's soul was as diminutive as a bean, yet at this moment, it had grown to a considerable size, standing upon the sword to endure the baptism of thunder, while simultaneously envisioning the Swearin Emperor, manifesting in a form resembling a dragon-headed human. Qiujiner's soul was not particularly large either, but it surpassed Zhong Yu's significantly, standing at over half a foot in height, clearly indicating her superior mastery of the soul. This was hardly surprising, as she was a naturally gifted spiritual entity, her innate soul far more formidable than that of others. After exhausting their energies in training, the two withdrew their souls, agreeing to resume their practice the following day. The beautiful woman, somewhat preoccupied, murmured, "The sect master's grand freedom sword chi is rather elusive. I have been deeply troubled by it these days. This ultimate technique is the pinnacle classic of the sword sect. The sect master could not possibly have failed to leave behind a record of it. Where could it possibly be hidden?" Chapter 45. Swordplate. Qiujiner felt a cold sweat on her forehead, contemplating the audacity of her mother, who dared to covet the supreme technique of the sword sect's master. The master of the sword sect would undoubtedly pass down the grand freedom sword chi to the next leader, and given the master's advancing age, it was only a matter of time before he departed this world, leaving behind priceless texts that recorded the intricacies of the grand freedom sword chi. The beautiful woman mused, "I have wandered the Golden Summit countless times these past few days, visiting the study room on numerous occasions. Yet I have failed to discover where he has hidden the texts. All I managed to steal was this sword plate. However, this sword plate is of little use. The sword intended harbors is merely an ordinary sword technique known as the Gingjin sword chi. I initially believed it to be a valuable treasure when I saw the master meticulously carving it, only to find it was just the pedestrian Gingjin sword chi." As Qiujiner took the sword plate and examined it, she confirmed it was indeed the Gingjin sword chi. This technique was rather common within the sword sect, and Qiujiner had studied it before, deeming it not particularly profound. "Mother, even without practicing the grand freedom sword chi, I am not necessarily weaker than others. There is no need for you to worry. If I prove myself capable enough, the master will surely pass the grand freedom sword chi on to me," Qiujiner said with a smile. The beautiful woman shook her head, her tone earnest. "While your words hold truth, the present circumstances are far from ordinary. Were the master in his prime, he would have ample time to select his successor and grant you sufficient time to cultivate, allowing you to compete with the 4 young powerhouses of the sword sect. However, the master is now old, and the decision regarding his successor must be made in the coming years. You entered the sect late, while the 4 young powerhouses have already made names for themselves, leaving you with little opportunity to stand out in the short term. If you wish to make a name for yourself and catch up to those 4 from Fong Sword Pavilion, you must take shortcuts." "But I do not wish to stand out," Qiujiner muttered. "If you do not make a name for yourself, Who will cure your legs? The beautiful woman sighed, lifting her and placing her gently in a wooden wheelchair before pushing her outside. You are of the innate wood spirit body. Your wood affinity is too strong, rendering your legs unusable since birth. I consulted the elder of the Yu clan, and he explained that possessing an innate spirit body is both a blessing and a curse. Your strong wood affinity at birth has caused your body to become petrified. If you do not cultivate promptly, the wood affinity will only accumulate further. The so-called tree roots signify that the innate wood spirit is like a tree deity. Upon your birth, the tree deity took root. Your legs serve as the roots, your body as the branches, and your mind as the crown. Having immobile legs is a minor issue. If you wait a few more years, your entire body may become petrified, leaving only your soul capable of departing, transforming you into a living dead. Chiojina remained silent for a moment before smiling. Mother, you need not push me. I am now a chi refiner. Even with my legs immobile, I can still ride the winds. The beautiful woman shook her head, resolutely pushing her along. Only by advancing your cultivation and unraveling the wood affinity within you can you return to normal. However, the wood affinity in your body is excessively heavy, deeply accumulated. At your current cultivation speed, it is uncertain when you will be able to relieve the wood affinity. Should your body become solidified by the wood affinity, if you were to cultivate the Master's Grand Freedom Sword Chi, your progress would be astonishingly rapid. In the future, if you wish to venture out, would I still stop you? Chiojina clutched the sword plate tightly, remaining silent. Come, let us get some sunlight. Your face lacks color. The beautiful woman said as she wheeled her out of the grand hall, crouching down to tap on Chiojina's legs. Do you feel anything? Chiojina shook her head. The beautiful woman then pressed her waist and asked, Does it hurt? It hurts, Chiojina replied. The beautiful woman sighed with relief, smiling. That's good. It has to spread to your waist. If it spreads to your waist, it would be somewhat perilous. Once it reaches the waist, it is not far from the heart. If the heart becomes petrified, there would be no hope left. After you rest, I will return to the Golden Summit once more. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover where the Grand Freedom Sword Chi is hidden. Chiojina smiled sweetly. The bruises on her waist were not from her mother's grip, but from her own doing. Her waist had long since become numb, devoid of any sensation. The next day, Zhongyu encountered Chiojina again amidst the thunderclouds. He beheld the girl's soul soaring, channeling thunder to refine her spirit, dancing like a sprite within the storms as she executed a set of sword techniques. The sword techniques were remarkably sharp, golden energy permeating the air. With sword chi dancing alongside the thunder, a spectacle far more exquisite than the thunder sword technique imparted by Master Pu. Junior sister Jina, what sword technique is this? Zhongyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Chiojina replied in astonishment. This is the Gungjin sword chi. Nearly every chi refiner in our sword sect knows it. Have you not practiced the Gungjin sword chi, senior brother? Zhongyu's face flushed with embarrassment. He was not even a chi refiner and felt unworthy to cultivate a technique reserved for them. Only Jina, the naive girl, would fail to see through his facade. Senior brother, wait. Moments later, Zhongyu felt a tremor in his heart as he witnessed the chaotic sword marks on the sword plate growing larger, appearing before him like formidable sword lights cleaving through the heavens, parting the universe. One sword strikes down the stars, another severs life and death, and yet another divides yin and yang. After a while, Zhongyu gradually observed the sword marks beginning to dissolve, transforming into wondrous totemic patterns that flowed within the sword marks, revealing the mysteries of the Gungjin sword chi. Zhongyu's heart stirred, and as he focused intently, the more he looked, the more his heart raced. The totemic patterns concealed the ultimate profundities of the technique. The source of all techniques' power stemmed from the most fundamental transformations of these totemic patterns. For instance, the Thunder Sword technique derives its core power from the Thunder patterns, of which Master Pu had imparted 12 varieties to him, forming the foundation of all variations in the Thunder Sword technique. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the sword marks contained a staggering 36 distinct totemic patterns. However, as he concentrated, he gradually gleaned a thread of mystery from the myriad totemic patterns. All 36 were merely superficial manifestations. In essence, the totemic pattern of the Gungjin sword chi was singular. The other 36 totemic patterns served merely as embellishments for this one core totemic pattern. This totemic pattern resembled Zhongyu's dragon blood sword box. Placing a sword within made it a sword box, while inserting a knife transformed it into a knife box. This totemic pattern, shaped like a sword pattern, formed the foundation, filled with 36 other totemic patterns, which constituted the visualization of the Gungjin sword chi. had he not cultivated the Sui Huang visualization, transforming his soul into the Sui Huang state and manifesting a third eye at his brow. He would never have been able to perceive the concealed sword pattern totem within the sword marks. Only one totemic sword technique? Zhang Yu pondered, bemused. The foundational totemic pattern of the Gungjin sword qi was this sword pattern, which, surprisingly, was even fewer than the rudimentary thunder sword technique. The thunder sword technique was accessible only to upper courtyard disciples, while the more profound lightning techniques were held by the Lei Hu clan's qi refiners. Zhang Yu had heard Master Pu and Ting Lanwei mention that the Lei Hu clan possessed as many as 128 varieties of thunder patterns. In a technique, the more totemic patterns it contained, the more exquisite it became. Logically, the thunder sword technique with 12 thunder patterns should surpass the Gungjin sword qi, which possessed only a single sword pattern. However, as Zhang Yu meticulously studied the sword pattern, he found it to be exceedingly profound, likely surpassing the thunder sword technique by an immeasurable degree. Qi refiners are indeed formidable. Even the commonly possessed Gungjin sword qi is so intricately profound. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply. The intricacies of this totemic pattern extended beyond mere appearances. He sensed that this sword pattern totem might even harmonize with the thunder pattern totem, evolving into new variations, likely wielding greater power than the thunder sword technique alone. If integrated with the Jialong totem, it would yield marvelous transformations, generating a fusion of sharpness and strength that far exceeded the Jialong's body technique. The sword patterns composing the Gungjin sword qi seemed capable of combining with any other totemic patterns, promising a plethora of variations. The Gungjin sword qi truly epitomized freedom in swordsmanship, an endless pursuit. With the sword soaring into the sky, where in the world cannot one go? Zhang Yu exclaimed in admiration, wholeheartedly immersing himself in the study of the changes in this sword pattern, oblivious to the departure of Qiu Jiner. The intricacy of the sword pattern on the sword plate was truly remarkable. He dismissed the other 36 totem patterns that composed the Gungjin sword energy from his mind, believing that only this particular sword pattern held significance, while the other 36 totem patterns were merely supplementary and not worth cultivating. Has Jiner left? Zhang Yu sensed a slight fatigue in his soul and spirit, accepting the sword plate and contemplating. I shall return it to her tomorrow. This sword pattern totem is so exquisite that I cannot fully comprehend it alone. Jiner, being a qi refiner and having practiced this Gungjin sword energy for so long, must have gained insights. I will seek her guidance tomorrow. The young girl stirred, gracefully floating into her wheelchair, letting out a soft sigh. Jiner, your waist. A beautiful woman stood at the hall's entrance, gazing at her in a daze, trembling as she spoke. Do you feel nothing? Qiu Jiner looked down, noticing her garments had torn during the fall, revealing her bruised skin. With a thought, the beautiful woman lifted Qiu Jiner along with her wheelchair, propelling them towards the hall's exit, urgently stating, we cannot delay any longer. I must seek the Grand Elder and insist that he suppress the wood energy within you. Qiu Jiner's heart raced, and she quickly replied, Mother, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow, after I part ways with Brother Zhong. Not a moment longer. The beautiful woman hurriedly carried her towards the golden summit of the sword gate. The next day, Zhang Yu, with the sword plate in hand, ascended to the thunderous heights, only to find Qiu Jiner absent. He waited for a considerable time, yet the young girl still did not arrive. What if something has delayed her? I had intended to inquire about the mysteries of the sword pattern within this sword plate. Today, we are merely 30 votes shy of surpassing 1,000. Brothers, your recommendations are greatly appreciated. The path of humanity supreme is not far from the new book rankings. I implore your support. A splendid opportunity awaits, with exciting prizes like cool mobile phones. Follow the Qidian Chinese website official WeChat account. Add friends on WeChat. Add official account. Input Kdred to participate immediately. Everyone wins. Follow the Kdred official WeChat account now. Chapter 46. The sword qi of the dragon's might sister Jiner may never return here again. Zhong Yu, his soul immersed in thunder, toyed with the sword token, feeling the vast and profound sword intent within it. He recalled the cheerful and radiant girl, and a pang of melancholy welled up within him as he pondered. I do not know where she resides, and I have no means to seek her out. I can only wait until I become a qi refining master and enter the inner sanctum of the sword sect to return this token to her. The sword sect has stringent requirements for its inner disciples. One must comprehend the essence of spirit and become a qi refining master. Although the outer disciples are numerous, those who can ascend to the inner sect are few and far between. This is a monumental barrier that separates mortals from the powerful qi refining masters. Outside lies the realm of ordinary beings, while within is the domain of those with extraordinary abilities. The sword intent contained within this token is remarkable and must pertain to an exceptionally profound technique of the sword sect. The flickering flame spirit, Xinhua, awakened. And a small flame leapt from the dragon scale sword, roughly the same size as Zhong Yu, who was also enveloped in thunder. The two diminutive figures sat together, and Xinhua gazed at the enormous sword token before them, feeling the sword intent, and exclaimed, "The sword intent within this token is indeed profound, containing an intricate technique that you may not yet be able to fully comprehend." Zhong Yu's soul transformed into the dragon-bodied form of the Fire Emperor. Coiled as he bathed in the thunder, nodded and said, "I too have sensed the technique embedded within the sword patterns. Yet it is a method that can only be practiced by a chi-refining master, and I truly cannot fathom it." "Can the chi-refining masters of the sword sect fully grasp this sword pattern?" Xinhua expressed surprise and remarked, "Comprehending the technique contained within the sword pattern requires exceptional wisdom. Even a naturally gifted spirit can only grasp a fraction of it. It seems that the sword sect indeed possesses many individuals of extraordinary intellect." Zhong Yu felt somewhat perplexed and murmured, "Did Sister Jinner not say that most chi-refining masters could practice this set of gung metal sword chi? Why does Xinhua describe it as so elusive?" He could not understand, unaware that what Qiu Jinner mentioned was merely the 36 totem patterns within the token, not the sword pattern itself. This sword technique is called gung metal sword chi? What a most incongruous name. Xinhua pondered, contemplating the technique hidden within the sword pattern, and pointed out to Zhong Yu. Technique. One denotes the method, while the other represents the manifestation. The method is the essence, the means of cultivation, while the manifestation is the expression of power and the transformation of cultivation into might, hence the term method gate. What is a method gate? Why is there a gate in its name? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu felt a spark of understanding and said, "The gate is a portal. The cultivation resides within the body, and to transform that cultivation into divine abilities and power, a portal is needed to release it. Thus, it is called a method gate." Xinhua nodded in agreement, praising, "Indeed, the name of your sword sect conceals profound mysteries. However, few chi-refining masters within the sword sect can grasp this, as they blindly pursue sword techniques without understanding their principles. This sword pattern itself constitutes a technique. The essence requires spirit to cultivate. While the manifestation is simpler, combining sword patterns with other totem patterns can yield myriad transformations, rendering it virtually untraceable, leaving others unaware of the true nature of your technique. Curious, is this truly a technique possessed by every chi-refining master of the sword sect? Despite his vast experience, having lived since the era of the Fire Emperor, he could not help but be baffled. Zhong Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. Is it true that without cultivating spirit, one cannot practice? Only by cultivating spirit can one refine the essence of this sword chi, drawing energy from the myriad things of heaven and earth to forge sword chi. Yet, this is the ordinary path for chi-refining masters to practice this sword chi. Xinhua perched upon the sword's edge, legs swinging with glee. However, the inheritor of the flame spirit does not have such restrictions. Although you are not a bona fide inheritor, I still depend on you to locate the pure-blooded Fuxi divine clan. If your abilities are lacking, it would be a disgrace to me. I shall reveal the intricacies of this sword pattern to you, to make you aware of its mysteries." The third eye of Zhong Yu's soul opened at his brow, and he gazed upon the sword pattern. This divine eye only manifested when his soul took on the form of the Fire Emperor. He discovered that viewing through this eye afforded him greater clarity, as if he could perceive the truth beyond mere illusions. He discerned the singular sword pattern totem from the token, relying on the third eye of his soul. Before him, the intricacies of the sword pattern became increasingly vivid. Resembling a grand sword gate from a distance, a portal shaped like a blade, within which flowed sword chi. The gate grew larger and more imposing, and various patterns akin to dragons and serpents emerged upon it. These were the totem patterns hidden within the sword pattern. The sword pattern itself constituted a totem, and none could have anticipated such complexity, as it was formed by an incalculable number of totem patterns. Zhong Yu examined closely, observing countless totem patterns coiling around the gate like great dragons and serpents, rugged and twisted, exuding an ancient grandeur that was utterly breathtaking. Gradually, this sword gate rose to a height of 100 feet, while Zhong Yu appeared as a tiny flame, merely an inch tall. To him, the 100-foot-high gate seemed to reach heights of 10,000 feet, and even at 10,000 feet, the patterns upon the gate appeared exceedingly intricate. The actual construction of this totem pattern was of a complexity that was staggering. Yet, Even amidst this complexity, it paled in comparison to the visualization of the Fire Emperor, which was far more intricate and unfathomable. Though he had managed to visualize the general concept of the Fire Emperor's visualization chart, the finer totem patterns composing the Fire Palace, the Fire Emperor, and the Fire Tree remained elusive to him. To fully visualize the Fire Palace and the Fire Emperor was an unimaginably vast endeavor, far surpassing this sword gate, demanding an incredibly potent mental force to achieve. Zhong Yu's current mental force had transformed into a vast sea of consciousness, and even exhausting, it would likely only allow him to visualize a single finger of the complete form of the Fire Emperor. In truth, the essence of this gunmetal sword chi also lies in visualization. Xinhua harbored grievances regarding the name gunmetal sword chi, deeming it a disgrace to the technique, and reluctantly explained, it involves nurturing a sword gate within the sea of consciousness, cultivating sword chi. However, it does not solely rely on mental force to nurture the sword chi. Rather, it draws upon the energies of heaven and earth. If one possesses spirit, one can extract metal chi from iron and gold, wood chi from forests, water chi from rivers and lakes, and fire chi from volcanoes and the sun, transforming it into one's own sword chi. It is not as simplistic as merely gunmetal sword chi. However, you have yet to cultivate spirit and cannot extract sword chi from the myriad things of heaven and earth. Extracting sword chi from the myriad things of heaven and earth? Zhong Yu felt a sense of yearning, deeply impressed by the chi-refining masters of the sword sect, saying, such a wondrous technique possessed by every practitioner. The sword sect's legacy is indeed formidable. Xinhua, is it truly impossible to cultivate without spirit? Xinhua, filled with pride, replied, while you cannot extract sword chi from the myriad things of heaven and earth at present, you still possess the essence of the beast god. The essence of the beast god has already been refined. You merely need to wield it to forge beast sword chi. Beast sword chi? What a peculiar name. It is essentially the sword chi of the dragon's might form. After a moment of reflection, Xinhua said, beast sword chi does sound unappealing. Let us call it dragon's might sword chi instead. You can utilize the essence from the beast god's inner core to forge dragon's might sword chi. Now, closely observe this sword gate, and once you have perfected it, draw upon the essence of the beast god to infuse it into the sword gate. Zhong Yu blinked. Xinhua, is there anything I should be cautious about? No, fear not. Train boldly. I assure you that no danger will befall you. After a brief moment, Zhong Yu's soul was assailed by the fierce essence of the beast god, transforming into a mighty dragon soaring amidst the thunder, darkened by the bolts that struck it. Glaring indignantly at the flickering flame upon the sword, that does seem to carry a hint of peril. The flickering flame replied with a tinge of trepidation, yet, it is not overwhelmingly dangerous, merely exercise caution. Zhong Yu devoted half a day to refining the excess essence of the beast god, restoring his soul to the state of the Fire Emperor, meticulously constructing the sword gate to cautiously absorb the essence of the beast god into it. After more than 10 days, he finally succeeded in refining the dragon roar sword chi. This formidable sword chi extended 5 feet in length, resembling a dragon in flight. Yet it was exceedingly sharp, imbued with the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast. Upon the release of the dragon roar sword chi, the air seemed to ignite, turning a fiery crimson. With a mere thought, Zhong Yu summoned the dragon scale sword, engaging it in a fierce clash with the dragon roar sword chi. With a sharp hiss, the sword chi was severed by the dragon scale sword, prompting a frown from him. To believe that he could surpass a soul weapon in merely 10 days was indeed an oversimplification. As he pondered, the severed dragon roar sword chi miraculously reformed. And he mused, the dragon scale sword, forged from mysterious iron and gold, ranks among the superior soul weapons of the Upper Academy disciples. If the dragon roar sword chi could sever the dragon scale sword after just 10 days of training, it would be an outrageous claim. However, the advantage of the dragon roar sword chi lies in its independence from soul invocation. Even if the sword chi were to be destroyed, it would not inflict significant damage upon me. He gestured with his hand, allowing the dragon roar sword chi to descend into the sword box. With a gentle flick of his finger, it soared back out, embedding itself in his brow, continuing to absorb the essence of the beast god, becoming increasingly robust and stable. This sword chi was in a constant state of enhancement, and the totemic patterns forming the sword gate grew ever clearer and more resilient. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the dragon roar sword chi surpassed the dragon scale sword. The year-end unrestricted duel approached swiftly. Zhong Yu pondered how much his dragon roar sword chi could evolve before the competition. Suddenly, the flickering flame leapt up, clapping its hands in excitement. I have conceived a splendid name. The Gung Gold Sword Chi shall henceforth be known by a new title. For this technique manifests a myriad of transformations, refining the spirits of heaven and earth into Sword Chi. It shall be called the Free and Unfettered Great Sword Chi. Free and Unfettered Great Sword Chi. Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback, suggesting, wouldn't the name Great Free Sword Chi sound more melodious? Let it be called Free and Unfettered Great Sword Chi. It possesses a grander spirit. Imagine unleashing Sword Chi as vast as mountains with a mere wave. How formidable would that be? Chapter 47. Excessive Killing Intent. Well then, let us call it the free-flowing Great Sword Chi. Zhong Yu, unable to resist the insistence of Xianhua, acquiesced to the renaming of the Gingjin Sword Chi. He contemplated, this dragon-roaring Sword Chi I have cultivated can indeed be refined to an even smaller form. The smaller it is, the more stable its power becomes, making it easier to wield and harder to defend against. Aiming for grandeur leads to emptiness in power, sluggish reactions, and a lack of the ever-changing nature that Sword Chi should possess. In this regard, he held a different perspective from Xianhua. Facing a multitude of inferior opponents, the Great Sword Chi is undoubtedly fierce and overwhelming, swiftly annihilating foes. Yet, when confronted with formidable adversaries, it is the finer Sword Chi that wields greater might. Of course, for someone like Xianhua, who can easily restore the Beast God seal, the larger Sword Chi is undeniably more satisfying. As for Zhong Yu, he was still far from that level and required meticulous refinement to eventually achieve the grandeur of the Great Sword Chi. The dragon-roaring Sword Chi, though intangible, can be utterly destructive or transform into a gentle caress. With the year drawing to a close and the forbidden duel approaching, he was determined to refine this dragon-roaring Sword Chi into a smaller form, into something even more delicate. Zhong Yu summoned his spirit into the skies, utilizing thunder to temper his soul, and likewise refined his dragon-roaring Sword Chi, murmuring, in this upcoming forbidden duel, I may encounter her, the Celestial Mother. Sister Shui, rest assured, during the forbidden duel, I shall slay this demon god to avenge you. As time passed, he devoted more thought to the free-flowing Great Sword Chi and gained deeper insights into this technique, with the year-end drawing ever closer. A crisp sound echoed. A Sword Chi leaped from Zhong Yu's fingertip, its crimson glow shimmering, measuring only about 5 to 6 inches in length, dancing unpredictably at the tip of his finger. The sword light resembled a swimming fish, suddenly darting about, transforming into a 5 or 6 inch long dragon roaring, joyfully frolicking around him. Moments later, the dragon roaring transformed into a slender Sword Chi, intertwining with his dark hair, resembling a single red strand among countless black tresses, utterly inconspicuous. Unlike others who, when cultivating Sword Chi, would inevitably make it thicker and more resplendent, he instead refined it to be ever finer, ever smaller. Originally measuring 5 to 6 feet, it now shrank to a mere 5 to 6 inches. With the thunder refining the sword, purging impurities, this dragon-roaring Sword Chi became increasingly adept. As if an extension of his own will, a gentle clash rang out as the dragon-roaring Sword Chi met the dragon-scale sword, producing a crisp sound. It was evident that this dragon-scale sword, meticulously crafted by Master Pu over 20 days, had sustained a small chip on its blade from that light contact. The dragon-scale sword was a top-grade soul weapon, and the fact that it could be marred by a mere brush with the dragon-roaring Sword Chi spoke volumes of the latter's terrifying sharpness. Master Pu, an old Chi refiner, had spent 20 days forging the dragon-scale sword, combining mysterious gold and iron, utilizing the totems of the Flood Dragon and Thunder. In contrast, Zhong Yu cultivated the free-flowing Great Sword Chi to forge the dragon-roaring Sword Chi in just over a month, surpassing the dragon-scale sword, highlighting the profound nature of the free-flowing Great Sword Chi. The annual forbidden duel was finally upon them. The upper academy was abuzz, all disciples eagerly preparing for the contest. This duel would determine who would gain entry to the Lingkong Hall, and only those who qualified would have the opportunity to sense the spirit and become Chi refiners. The significance of this duel was palpable. Young Yu, this forbidden duel is also a test of whether you have met my expectations. To sweep away all contenders in the upper academy, Zhong Yu maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an unsettling aura akin to a dormant thunderstorm or a volcano poised to erupt. Musing, my aim is not this, but you, Celestial Mother. However, to sweep away all contenders in the upper academy to prepare for the final confrontation with the Celestial Mother, what harm could there be? On this day, as the year-end forbidden duel arrived, the summit of Jianmen Mountain shone brightly, streams of golden light cascading down like brilliant sword flashes, illuminating the surrounding peaks. Elders of the Jianmin descended from the summit to preside over the forbidden duel, gathering the upper academy disciples to participate at Wusong Peak. At Wusong Peak, Zhongyu surveyed his surroundings, observing towering platforms where the elders sat aloft, shielding themselves from the sun with large umbrellas and reeds. While more and more disciples from the Jianmin gathered below. Junior brother Zhong, we can finally engage in a fair contest. Yu Fian approached, radiating confidence, and said softly, you can no longer evade after this forbidden duel. Zhongyu smiled slightly, replying, Sister, with thousands of disciples in the upper academy, it remains uncertain if we will meet. Yu Fian huffed, behind her manifesting the image of fish and geese flying together, the fish dragon dancing alongside the wild geese. Zhongyu was taken aback, noticing that her manifestation had become even more vivid, where the fish dragon and wild geese now obscured any view of their physical forms, indicating her spiritual power had indeed reached the level of turning the illusory into the tangible. Sister Yu's progress is indeed remarkable. It seems she has been diligently honing her skills these days. However, I wonder if she has achieved the state of non-thought. If she has not reached that state, she may not be a match for Sister Li, Zhongyu pondered. The two young women, poised for confrontation, seemed intent on eliminating each other even before the forbidden duel had begun. Fortunately, the arrival of Tao Dyer and Ting Lanwei prevented an altercation. Zhongyu scrutinized the scene, noticing the young women had donned new totemic pillars and each brought soul weapons, appearing well-prepared yet somewhat anxious. All we need to do is place in the top 100 to qualify for entry into the Lingkong Hall. Let's strive to make it into that top 100, Ting Lanwei said softly. Tao Dyer, wearing a worried expression, whispered, the combat prowess of my Tao Lin clan's Yunling is not strong. This time, I can only rely on agility and soul weapons to win. Sister Li, which experts will be participating in this forbidden duel? One of the young women inquired. In this forbidden duel, the strongest among the top 10 clans is me from the Lishan clan. Lei Gun of the Lei Hu clan is dead, leaving many strong individuals. But few can compare to Lei Gun, Li Xionyang indicated. The second strongest clan is the Yu clan, with Yu Zhenglong. Who is that person? Yu sister's brother. Zhongyu and Ting Lanwei turned to see a rather handsome young man standing with disciples of the Yu clan. Upon sensing their gaze, he turned to look, his eyes sliding past Li Xionyang and landing on Zhongyu, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. The third clan is the Tao Lin clan, with their core disciple being Tao Yanran. Who is that young woman? Li Xionyang pointed to a girl radiant as peach blossoms, standing among the Tao Lin disciples. The girl, sensing the attention, turned to wave at Tao Dyer, smiling. Tao Tao, over here. The fourth clan is the Nan Lu clan, with Nanjin. The fifth clan is the Tian Feng clan, Tian Yin Feng. The Lei Hu clan is the sixth. The seventh is Junshan clan with Jun Xingyue, another female disciple. The eighth clan is Shui Tu clan with Shui Qingha. The ninth clan is My Lishan clan. And the 10th clan is Chiotin clan, which was originally a female disciple but has now been discovered to possess a natural spirit body and has since become a qi refiner. Li Xionyang introduced each clan. Upon mentioning Chiotin clan, Zhongyu's heart stirred. Could the person Sister Li mentioned be Sister Jian? Behold, a spirit incarnate, an alchemist by birth. Ting Lanwei quipped with a playful smile, Junior Zhong, your paramour has arrived. Simultaneously, a voice echoed within Zhongyu's sea of consciousness. The celestial matriarch approaches. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhongyu's mind as his gaze settled upon the group of maidens drawing near. Shui Qingyin's beauty had blossomed, her delicate frame seemingly vulnerable to the slightest breeze, as she walked alongside the female disciples of the Shui Tu clan. Junior Zhong is smitten, the girls exclaimed with carefree laughter. Zhongyu remained impervious to their jests, his eyes fixated on the woman who was both familiar and foreign. Suppress your murderous intent. Xian cautioned in a low voice, the celestial matriarch is capable of sensing your bloodlust. It is far too potent. Shui Qingyin tilted her head, her gaze meeting his, a hint of perplexity evident in her eyes. Chapter 48. The Shindong at Sword Gate. During this unrestricted duel, disciples from all 10 major clans participated. Yet the first clan was notably absent. Why is the first clan not here? Inquired Ting Lanwei, her curiosity piqued. Zhongyu also felt a stir in his heart. Earlier, Li Xionyang had introduced the core disciples of the 9 clans, but had not mentioned the first clan. Logically, the foremost clan, renowned as the mightiest in the Great Wasteland, should not forego participation in such a significant event. The first clan is the Feng clan, the very clan of our Sword Gate's master, possessing an inherently powerful bloodline, rumored to be of divine human descent. Li Xionyang shook her head, stating, "The Feng clan is formidable. They are regrettably few in number and thus have no disciples competing this time. However, each member is exceptionally strong. For instance, Feng Wuji, one of the 4 young masters of our sword gate, hails from the Feng clan. Our sword gate's master is indeed the most powerful entity in the Great Wasteland." The Feng clan? Within Zhongyu's consciousness, the fire of inspiration sparked both surprise and joy. The Feng clan was the largest surname from the Fuxi era, one of the earliest to emerge, and was renowned as the foremost surname in the world. Back then, the Feng surname was a direct descendant of the first generation of Fuxi and Anhua. One wonders whether the Feng clan in the Great Wasteland bears any connection to that of the Fuxi era. Youngyu, I must meet someone from the Feng clan. Perhaps I might uncover the pure blood lineage of the Fuxi divine clan. Zhongyu's heart raced. Li Xionyang's mention of the Feng clan's inherently potent bloodline, combined with the spark of inspiration regarding their direct descent from Fuxi, led him to believe that the pure-blooded Fuxi divine clan could indeed be found within the Great Wasteland's Feng clan. The Feng clan resides within the Great Wasteland, and there are members of the Feng clan in our sword gate. It would suffice to meet our sword gate's master or Feng Wuji. However, with my current status, what right do I have to meet them? I must first become a chi refiner of the sword gate to earn such an opportunity. All disciples of the upper academy had gathered at Wusong Peak, and the chi refiners tasked with teaching were also present, standing behind the elders, under the large floating umbrellas. Shortly after, an elder rose, gazing down upon the thousands of upper academy disciples, and solemnly declared, "Today, during this unrestricted duel, the upper academy disciples may unleash their full power without reservation. Soul weapons, totem pillars, and various other forms of attack are all permissible. However, as you are still comrades, remember to stop short of fatal harm. It is merely a contest to determine winners and losers. Lushidi, please elucidate the rules to them." Another chi refiner stepped forward and recounted the rules of this unrestricted duel. The rules of the Sword Gate's unrestricted duel were straightforward. Seize the high platforms. There are 100 platforms. One need only occupy one while preventing others from doing so. Those who manage to secure a platform will face challenges from others. And as long as they hold the platform for 2 hours, they will become one of the top 100 of the upper academy. Following the contest across these 100 platforms, the top 100 disciples would be determined, granting them the right to enter the Lincoln Hall. Furthermore, among these 100, there would be a grand contest to identify the strongest, who would receive the most resources upon entering the Lincoln Hall. Is it truly that simple? Zhongyu reflected, momentarily taken aback by the rules. Such a contest might not accurately assess the true capabilities of the disciples. After all, some disciples practice flight techniques. In a contest on high platforms, the intricacies of their skills cannot be showcased. Moreover, with thousands of upper academy disciples present, it is inevitable that the 100 platforms will be overcrowded. After the chi refiner finished explaining the rules, he turned to consult with the elder, who nodded and said, "Bring forth the Shindong." The chi refiner acknowledged and called out, "Bring forth the Shindong." Yes, more than a dozen chi refiners responded in unison, raising their voices in unison, "Bring forth the Shindong." At the summit of Sword Gate Mountain, where the Golden Peak approached, the cloud sea roiled, revealing numerous chi refiners pulling on thick chains, over 100 of them, each with a chain tethered to the cloud sea. These chi refiners exerted their strength, and the clouds surged like a true ocean, undulating like mountains, until a colossal creature was forcefully drawn from the depths of the cloud sea. Zhongyu looked up to behold the Shindong, an enormous being stretching nearly a mile long, struggling fiercely against its descent. Swordgate harbored such a remarkable beast. How profound their heritage! But what was their intention in summoning the Shindong? Beside him, Ting Lanwei murmured, "So that clucking sound I hear every morning is actually the call of the Shindong." I was puzzled as to why there would be chickens in the sacred sword gate. The Shindong, still writhing in struggle, glared at Ting Lanwei in anger. "Did you just call me a chicken?" Ting Lanwei stuck out her tongue and quickly hid behind Zhongyu. An elder of the sword gate rose and admonished, "Enough of this commotion, Shindong. We have nurtured you until this day, and now the time has come for your service." The Shindong responded with a deep voice, "Little brat, I am of your grandfather's generation. When you call upon me, at least utter a word of courtesy." The elder, resigned, murmured, "Please." At that, the Shindong ceased its struggles. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from it, causing Zhongyu's heart to tremble. He witnessed 100 peaks rising and falling at the summit of Wusong Peak, continuously emerging, the foothills overlapping and spreading in all directions. Within moments, 100 mountains appeared around the crowd, all manifestations of the Shindong's spiritual energy, undulating with peaks, dense forests, and roaming beasts, while birds soared above, chirping melodiously. Hundreds of miles of mountainous terrain materialized in an instant, as if they were genuinely present. Some upper academy disciples approached and gently touched the mountains, exclaiming, "It's just like reality." The Shindong's spiritual energy transformed the intangible into the tangible. The mountains, trees, beasts, and birds conjured from its imagination were vividly lifelike, and even standing upon them felt incredibly real, with no risk of misstep. The so-called mirage is a natural gift of the Shindong's powerful spiritual energy. The Shindong, residing amidst the cloud sea of Sword Gate Mountain, is an extraordinary species, capable of enveloping the entire Sword Gate Mountain in illusion through its surging spiritual energy. Moreover, its spiritual strength is so formidable that even when creating illusions, they appear indistinguishable from reality. In the past, Sword Gate faced several invasions from foreign clans, and the Shindong played a crucial role in those battles, employing its illusions to great effect. However, it is notoriously unruly and often attempts to escape, which is why it has been tethered. Its lineage is of high status. Even elders must show deference in its presence. In the air, several elders nodded gently, while the chi refiners from the scripture pavilion unleashed their spiritual energies, causing platforms to rise and swiftly soar towards various mountain peaks. Before long, all the high platforms were delivered to their respective summits. The duel commenced. As the words were spoken, countless upper academy disciples surged forth, racing towards the mountains, some transforming their spiritual energy into wings, taking flight to reach the high platforms ahead of others. Securing a high platform and establishing totem pillars would grant them a significant advantage. Zhang Yu did not rush into action. Instead, he remained still, patiently awaiting the right moment. Alongside him, Ting Lanwei also refrained from immediate movement, as did a dozen others who showed no intention of advancing. These individuals exhibited remarkable composure, charging recklessly, even if they were the first to claim a high platform. They would invariably face relentless challenges from those who followed, leading to continuous battles that would deplete their energy reserves, making it difficult to sustain themselves later on. An elder, stroking his beard with a smile, remarked, "These dozen individuals, while not the strongest, possess considerable wisdom. They are likely waiting for the opportune moment to target the weakest mountain peak, thus engaging with the least formidable opponents to secure their place among the top 100. The other chi refiners and elders nodded in agreement, stating, "If one's strength is sufficiently robust, there is no need to wait. They can charge forward and secure the high platform directly." Zhang Yu glanced around, and indeed did not spot Li Xionyang or any other young masters from the top 10 clans. Shui Qingyin had also departed, her whereabouts unknown. "Xinhua, have you noticed where Tianxiang Lamu has gone?" Xinhua paused slightly and replied, "I perceive my surroundings through your eyes. If you see nothing, then neither can I. Do you wish to confront Tianxiang Lamu?" "Young Yu, she is the essence of a demonic deity, not merely an ordinary disciple of the upper academy. Her prowess is such that characters like Shui Qinghe are not even worthy to carry her shoes." Zhang Yu turned his gaze toward the mountain peaks. Observing that some individuals had already arrived, claiming the high platforms, erecting totem poles to establish formations, and engaging in combat with the disciples who had pursued them. After a moment, it became clear that each high platform was occupied, igniting a series of fierce competitions. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then set forth along another path, contemplating, "With Tianxiang Laomu's overwhelming strength, if I do not encounter her now, I shall surely meet her amidst the 100-person duel. There is no need to rush." He proceeded onward, encountering few disciples, as most had already gathered near the high platforms. In the skies above, elders and chi refiners watched his movements with astonishment, exchanging glances and murmuring, "Can this young man truly be so lacking in discernment?" After much deliberation, he has chosen this path. The high platform was occupied by Shui Qinghe, a core disciple of the Shui Tu clan, one who possessed the qualifications to vie for the title of the strongest disciple in the upper academy. How could he have chosen this path? Was he not merely inviting trouble upon himself? Such a decision seemed exceedingly unwise. It appeared he was simply unable to see clearly. The elders and chi refiners shook their heads in disbelief, finding Zhang Yu's choice both laughable and lamentable. Zhang Yu strolled leisurely and soon reached the mountain's summit, where he beheld a vast torrent of water obscuring the high platform. Water dragons coiled around, with totem poles standing tall, while water swords and ice swords crisscrossed in a formidable array, repelling the onslaught of the upper academy's disciples below. As a disciple from the upper academy soared into the air, intending to launch an aerial assault, a sudden jet of water sword energy shot forth, striking him down from the sky. Shui Qinghe stood guard over the platform, and none could breach his defenses. Chapter 49. In a simple gesture, Shui Qinghe, embodying the essence of the river god, executed grand and sweeping movements, standing solitary atop the high platform as numerous disciples from the upper academy attacked from all directions. Many wielded soul weapons, yet none could ascend the platform. Those who managed to set foot upon it were swiftly sent flying. The core disciples of the renowned Shui Tu clan, personally instructed by formidable masters, were akin to ferocious tigers and agile dragons. Although the upper academy was home to many skilled individuals, they were no match for such extraordinary figures. As of yet, Shui Qinghe had not resorted to using soul weapons. He effortlessly suppressed dozens below, indicating his ample reserves of strength. Zhongshan Zhongyu. Shui Qinghe, standing upon the water-laden platform, suddenly cast his gaze over the crowd. Landing upon Zhongyu, his eyes gleaming, "Junior brother Zhong, our agreement of 3 exchanges need no longer be postponed. You may join them. I invite you." His fighting spirit surged, and the confidence he derived from dominating the assembly was unprecedented. Shui Qinghe now possessed an indomitable conviction, believing he could vanquish any foe. This newfound confidence liberated him from all constraints, enhancing his mental acuity, enabling his techniques to flow more seamlessly and with greater potency, thereby amplifying his overall prowess. This was the essence of an invincible mindset. In the past, Li Xiaonyang sought out Zhongyu for this very invincible spirit, maintaining an unyielding momentum all the way to the finals. Alas, the disparity in strength between her expectations of Zhongyu and the reality of their confrontation was vast, leading to her bitter defeat. Xinhua remarked, "You don't even qualify to carry the shoes of the Celestial Mother." Zhongyu narrowed his eyes. Halting 20 paces from the high platform, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm directed towards the platform, contemplating. "If you lack the merit to carry the Celestial Mother's shoes, then you certainly lack the privilege to carry mine." He bore no trace of combat intent, nor did he exude any spiritual energy. Even the sword case at his back remained tranquil. Only his palm faced the high platform and Shui Qinghe upon it. Crackling lightning surged forth from his palm, tendrils of thunder coiling and dancing, as delicate as strands of hair, seemingly alive like diminutive dragons. However, upon closer inspection, these fine threads of lightning were composed of intricate totem patterns of thunder and dragon. Yet, all of this was mere fade. The true essence of the lightning lay in the sword aura of the free-flowing greatsword technique. The lightning strands emanating from his palm were a fusion of 12 thunder totem patterns, 8 dragon totem patterns, and that singular sword pattern, transcending the mere thunderbolt sword technique. Let me witness if you have achieved the essence of agility, ferocity, and resilience. Ripples coursed through his consciousness, gently stirring. Although Zhongyu's mental fluctuations were subdued, Xinhua was visibly exhilarated, bouncing atop Zhongyu's spirit, cheerfully exclaiming, "Blast him! Just blast him! Xinhua, come witness the might of my strike." Zhongyu's expression remained as calm as a still pond. He gently shook his raised palm and murmured, "Thunder!" Boom! An explosive crack of thunder resounded, stunning the dozens of upper academy disciples besieging the high platform, leaving them momentarily dazed. Their visualization shattered, their minds overwhelmed by the sheer force of the sound, rendering them incapable of focus. All attacks aimed at Shui Qinghe disintegrated. Soul weapons clattered to the ground as the disciples stood transfixed, oblivious to their surroundings. Along. Resonant dragon's roar erupted as the threads of lightning shot forth from Zhongyu's palm, traversing the 20 paces in an instant, so swift that the eye could scarcely perceive. As these lightning strands reached halfway, they transformed into elongated dragons, surging towards the high platform, growing to over 12 paces in length. In this singular gesture, Zhongyu unleashed 12 dragons, corresponding to the 12 forms of the Thunderbolt Sword technique. It appeared as a synthesis of the Thunderbolt Sword technique and the Dragon Totem technique. Yet the execution was rooted firmly in the free-flowing Great Sword technique. The vibrant dragons were, in essence, manifestations of the sword aura. The dragon's movements were merely the sword aura's fluidity. In that moment, the surrounding water dragons, water swords, and ice swords shattered, water columns collapsed, and a throng of dragons surged forth, shattering the totemic pillars that had formed a protective array, which disintegrated under the onslaught of the dragon horde. Shui Qinghe's countenance shifted dramatically. The speed was overwhelming. From Zhongyu's gesture to the explosive release of lightning and the dragon's assault upon the high platform, it all transpired in the blink of an eye, barely enough time for him to blink. In that fleeting moment, the array he had established atop the platform collapsed. Before him, 12 ferocious, menacing dragons bared their fangs and claws, their dragon heads fearsome and grotesque, each exuding the mystery of divine powers, launching at him from various directions. Zhongshan, do not underestimate me. I had thought I would reserve my ultimate techniques for the final battle against the core disciples of other clans. Yet it seems I must first employ them against you. Shui Qinghe bellowed, his voice erupting with explosive intensity, his spiritual energy surging to the brink of eruption. The embodiment of the river god became immensely stable and robust, transforming him into a towering figure of 10 paces. A hissing sound resonated as scales burst forth from his skin, resembling a suit of scaled armor. Upon closer inspection, each scale overlapped with the others, indicating a dual-layered defense. Moreover, each scale acted as a shield, adorned with protective totem patterns, akin to a miniature defensive array, given the sheer number of scales enveloping his 10 paces tall form. How formidable was his defensive array? The strength of this scaled armor was unparalleled. It was this armor that emboldened him to contend with other Upper Academy disciples, including Li Xionyang and Yu Zhenglong, core members of the 10 prominent clans. Furthermore, beneath the scaled armor, the skin of the river god bore an additional layer of totem patterns, reinforcing his defenses. With such formidable protection, who could breach it? If his adversaries could not overcome his defenses, he would remain invincible. If he was invulnerable, then it would be his opponents who faced defeat. As the 12 dragons descended, curiously, there was no sound of collision. Instead, they emitted the sound of slicing through the air. These were not mere dragons, but dragon-shaped sword auras, interwoven with the essence of thunder. In the instant the 12 dragons collided with Shui Qinghe, the high platform trembled violently. A figure was sent flying, the dragons twisting and turning, relentlessly battering the figure until it was hurled several miles from the mountaintop, before finally descending. The figure soaring through the air was none other than Shui Qinghe, his scaled armor riddled with holes, ultimately consumed by the last dragon's assault, shattering his form completely. Boom! Shui Qinghe crashed to the ground, tumbling through a grove of trees, creating a scene of utter devastation. Zhongyu stepped forward, and under the watchful gaze of the Upper Academy disciples, he ascended the high platform. Upon the platform, Shui Qinghe was nowhere to be seen, only Zhongyu stood resolutely. In the distance, atop Wusong Peak, the elders and Qi refiners observed this spectacle, nearly leaping from their seats. With a mere gesture, the high platform had changed hands. Zhongyu had chosen this path. They had initially believed him to lack discernment, mistakenly targeting Shui Qinghe, a core disciple of the Shui Tu clan. Yet, they were astounded to find that with a distant wave of his hand, Shui Qinghe had been sent flying, ceding control of the platform. An elder murmured, "Could it be that this Zhongshan possesses a naturally gifted spiritual essence, akin to Feng Jianghe and Feng Wuji? Brothers, may I seek your guidance?" Zhongyu's voice, soft and ethereal, resonated from the stage. Below, dozens of disciples from the Upper Academy exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they felt the pressure emanating from the platform. The young man did not exude an astonishing aura nor reveal extraordinary spiritual prowess, yet his mere presence instilled an intangible weight, rendering them motionless. With a mere gesture, he sent Shui Qinghe tumbling off the stage, leaving the Upper Academy disciples in a state of utter bewilderment. While Shui Qinghe's strength did not evoke a sense of despair, Zhongyu's prowess instilled a profound hopelessness. "Zhongyu, your power and momentum are indeed formidable, like a hungry tiger descending the mountain to plunge into a flock of sheep. A venomous dragon emerging from the abyss, traversing a desolate expanse. This raw ferocity, this overwhelming force, is precisely what is needed. Your spirit is resilient, akin to an emperor seated in the center of the court, and for your current realm, it is impeccable. Within his sea of consciousness, the flame of knowledge suddenly shook its head and remarked, however, I do not perceive the aspect of fragility. True fragility means having an indomitable strength, obliterating mountains, shattering deities, achieving tenfold results with but a fraction of effort, and unleashing the sheer power without reservation." Zhongyu furrowed his brow, sensing a dissonance within. "Flame, I comprehend your words. Yet that is akin to murder. Achieving tenfold explosion from a mere fraction of strength necessitates flawless coordination of every limb, every sinew, every bone, muscle, blood vessel, and organ. Uniting one's spiritual energy and spirit with the body, transforming it into a pure force to be released in an explosive manner, liberating it with unrestrained vigor. This is what you refer to as fragility. However, it is a technique for killing, a pure technique for murder. One can easily envision the fate that awaits Shui Qinghe should such power be unleashed. He would explode upon contact, meeting a tragic demise. Despite his disdain for the Shui family, Zhong Yu did not believe that Shui Qinghe was involved in the matter concerning the Celestial Mother, and thus deemed it unnecessary to eliminate him. Flame. I shall demonstrate that I have fulfilled your requirements. My strength is sufficiently fragile, my spirit sufficiently resilient, and my momentum sufficiently fierce. Standing atop the stage, Zhong Yu scanned the surrounding peaks, finally locating Shui Qinghe. He calmly stated, however, Shui Qinghe is not worthy. As this week draws to a close, it is disheartening to note that the recommendation votes for the Supreme of Humanity have not exceeded 10,000, standing at only 8,200, far from the target. Yet, the next week is fast approaching. Brothers, let us unite with the homebuddy pig to accomplish this goal and surge towards the 10,000 recommendation votes. An excellent opportunity with delightful rewards awaits. Cool smartphones are up for grabs. Follow the Qijin Chinese website official account, WeChat, at friends, at official account, input Kdred, to participate now. Everyone wins. So follow the Kdred official account immediately. Chapter 50. Short memory in a mere span of 2 months. How could this individual have become so formidable? At the foot of the mountain, Shui Qinghe, tattered and bruised, bore the scars of a fierce battle with the dragon formed from the Thunder Sword Qi, having been cast down from above, leaving him battered and bruised. After a brief respite, he struggled to rise. Zhongshan clan's Zhong Yu. In terms of cultivation, I am no match for you. However, one's strength cannot solely be measured by cultivation alone. Shui Qinghe gazed up at the mountain peak, his garments fluttering in the wind. As the sound of tinkling bells echoed, he beheld a series of slender silver needles, akin to tiny swords, materializing before him. These silver blades measured merely 4 inches in length, possessing both blade and hilt, exceedingly delicate, glimmering in the air like fine silvery threads, nearly imperceptible. 8 silver swords. His soul weapons had been summoned, but he had been caught off guard, struck down by Zhong Yu before he could wield them. These precious soul weapons, known as the 8 Treasures Sword, were painstakingly forged over months by Shui Zian, an elder of the Shui clan, each inscribed with 8 different totems. Initially, Shui Zian commanded his disciples to compete for this set of swords, allowing only the strongest to claim them. Shui Qinghe triumphed over his peers, thus obtaining this invaluable treasure. The 8 Treasures Sword is remarkably flexible, capable of being concealed against the skin, tucked beneath clothing, or even hung from the tassels of other soul weapons, appearing merely as decorative embellishments. Yet, these silver blades are perilously lethal. Once activated, they are difficult to detect and can form the water sword formation. Working in tandem with the Shui clan's visualization techniques, hidden within the icy sword Qi and the flowing essence of the Wei River, rendering them nearly undetectable. From a distance, Shui Qinghe observed the stillness atop the mountain. While other peaks were alive with combat among the upper courtyard disciples, this particular summit remained silent, having been thoroughly subdued by Zhong Yu's singular strike, leaving no one daring enough to engage. One by one, disciples descended from the mountain, redirecting their efforts towards other peaks, believing it futile to contest Zhong Yu for dominance here. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Qinghe gritted his teeth and turned away, heading towards another mountain. Contemplating, the Zhongshan clan is exceedingly powerful. Even if I manage to surpass him with the 8 Treasures Sword, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, resulting in mutual devastation. If I sustain grave injuries in this clash, I shall suffer dire consequences in the subsequent competition for the top 100. My goal is to secure the foremost position within the upper courtyard and attain the finest legacy from the Linghong Hall. I cannot afford to lose sight of the greater prize for a minor skirmish. 2 hours passed, and still, no one challenged Zhong Yu. Suddenly, the high platform beneath him trembled gently as it flew forth, carrying him towards Wusong Peak, where he descended. In this unrestricted duel, victory was contingent upon holding the high platform for 2 hours. Others were already ahead of me in claiming the title of the top 100. The upper courtyard disciples regarded him with nods and smiles, yet their eyes betrayed a watchful wariness, clearly recalling his decisive victory over Shui Qinghe. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another high platform approached, revealing Li Xionyang, standing amidst her disheveled garments. Her attire marred with numerous tears and her hair cascading chaotically behind her, bearing the marks of a fierce battle. That wild girl, Yufian, certainly wished to contend with me. Humph, has she not already been defeated by me? Junior brother Zhang. It appears we are destined to face each other in the top 100 competition. Li Xionyang regarded Zhong Yu, not with surprise, but with a sense of inevitability. Smiling as she remarked, "The last time I fell to you, but come the top 100 competition, we shall settle the score." Zhongyu nodded with a smile. "I hope, Senior Sister Li, that you will show mercy then." Yu Zhenglong, Tao Yinzhan, and others felt a jolt, their eyes again drawn to him. Growing increasingly vigilant, Li Xionyang has also fallen to him? This Zhongshan clan, previously unheralded, has now bested 2 core disciples from the top 10 clans. Junior brother Zhong, I have prepared my trump card for you. I shall not hold back when the time comes. Li Xionyang's fighting spirit soared as she chuckled. To show you mercy would be to invite humiliation. I would lose most decisively. Before long, another high platform arrived, this time bearing Yufian, her attire equally ragged, her body marked with numerous wounds, evidently having endured a grueling battle against Li Xionyang, suffering significant setbacks. The 2 young women stood upon their respective platforms, glaring fiercely at one another, seemingly eager for another confrontation. Gradually, more high platforms descended. Apart from Zhongyu and the core disciples of the top 10 clans, the remaining upper courtyard disciples exhibited similar levels of cultivation, resulting in arduous battles, with platforms changing hands frequently, making it difficult to ascertain a decisive victor. The victorious disciples bore numerous injuries, most having achieved hollow victories. This contest persisted from morning into afternoon, and then into night, with battles still raging on, the remaining high platforms dwindling as the encounters grew ever more intense. At dawn on the following day, the unrestricted duel for the top 100 finally reached its conclusion. Ting Lanyue also claimed the title of the top 100, while Tao Dairan was eliminated, leaving her dejected, surrounded by many young women offering consolation. Shui Qinghe also reclaimed a high platform, having avoided elimination. An elder rose and declared, "Shin dragons, cease your powers and switch to another." The myriad peaks suddenly vanished, and the Shin dragons yawned, releasing a torrent of boundless waters, swiftly transforming the air into a vast ocean, upon which floated a city adorned with towering edifices and numerous temples. You shall each drink, eat, and tend to your wounds. After 1 hour, the battle for the top 100 will commence. The elder's gaze swept over Zhongyu and the others, his voice firm. "Do not blame me for not granting you rest, for in true combat, your opponents will offer you no respite. You may also choose to forego the battle. Even without participating in the top 100, you may still enter the Lingkong Hall. Incense shall be burned, and the timer shall begin." Before long, over half of the 100 upper courtyard disciples withdrew, leaving only 30 or so, all bearing injuries. Some severely wounded. 1 hour of recuperation was hardly sufficient. "All right, the hour has elapsed." The elder rose with vigor, proclaiming, "Open the Lingkong Hall." "Yes." One by one, the Qi refiners echoed, "Open the Lingkong Hall." Above Jianmen Mountain, the air suddenly surged with intense vibrations, as 4 colossal bronze figures, each towering over 50 feet, came to life, grasping the chains that extended into the sky and pulling with great force, producing a cacophony that resembled gears turning in the air. Gradually, a magnificent portal concealed within the heavens was revealed, shaped like a sword gate, leading directly to the Lingkong Hall. Those who withdrew may now enter the Lingkong Hall. The elder surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Within the Lingkong Hall, the 10 mightiest spirits have been sealed. The remaining spirits are yours to sense, if you can perceive them. You shall be recognized as a Qi refiner. For those within the inner sect of Jianmen, should you fail to sense them, you shall wait until next year. If you are already 16, gather your belongings and depart from Jianmen. The remaining participants shall contend for the top 10 among the 100. Remember, above the sea lies the battlefield. Now, the duel begins." The upper courtyard disciples immediately sprang into action, leaping into the ocean conjured by the Shin dragon's spiritual energy. Racing towards the city atop the sea, Zhongyu too took flight, his feet skimming the water's surface, a dragon manifesting beneath him, propelling him swiftly toward the oceanic city. Simultaneously, a cadre of Qi refiners soared through the air, over 30 in number, each trailing an upper courtyard disciple to offer protection, wary of the intense confrontations that might leave the Shin dragons unable to safeguard them. In the event of a sudden threat to life, the Shenlong's mental prowess could swiftly rescue the endangered party. However, the Shenlong, despite its formidable abilities, is not infallible. Thus, all practitioners, alongside their disciples, must be prepared to intervene and save those whose lives are in jeopardy. In such circumstances, the likelihood of slaying the celestial matriarch is nearly non-existent. Zhong Yu's gaze was intensely fixed on Shui Qingyan, who was skillfully riding the waves across the sea with remarkable speed. Unless my sword's brilliance is swift enough to elude even the Shenlong and the practitioner's reactions. Suddenly, the sea surged dramatically, and Shui Qinghe transformed into the River Lord. His body adorned with shimmering fish scales, appearing before Zhongyu. Zhongyu of the Zheng clan, please proceed, he intoned calmly. Before Shui Qinghe's words could fully resonate, he commanded the great waters to surge forth. A series of hissing sounds echoed as the Beijian sword melded into the surrounding sea, concealing its presence amidst the swirling waters, which were alive with icy sword energy and water dragons. Zhongyu advanced, his mental force surging forth like an expansive ocean, with serpentine dragons entwining around his arms and legs. He struck with an explosive force, shattering the water curtain and dispersing the icy sword energy, the water sword energy, and the water dragons. The Beijian sword shot forth from the cascading spray, aimed directly at Zhongyu. At that moment, fine strands of dragon-like sword energy materialized before Zhongyu, engaging the Beijian sword in a dazzling display of colliding lights. The sword energy, shaped from Zhongyu's mental prowess, successfully intercepted the Beijian sword, allowing him to close the distance to Shui Qinghe. Zhongyu's fist descended, and the River Lord's form erupted upon impact. Shui Qinghe, filled with astonishment, looked up to see a colossal hand descending upon him, gripping his face and forcefully pressing him downwards. With a thunderous roar, the sea erupted as waves cascaded outward, and Shui Qinghe plummeted into the water like a meteor, rendered unconscious by the shock. Brother Shui, why do you not learn from your mistakes? Zhongyu stepped forward, a dragon rising beneath his feet, carrying him across the tumultuous waves directly towards Shui Qingyan, while behind him, Shui Qinghe lay sprawled on the surface of the sea. Another week has passed, and it is once again Monday. I implore my brothers to log into their accounts and cast a few recommendation votes for the Supreme Being. This week, we must achieve over 10,000 votes. Let us assist the Homebuddy Pig in fulfilling this long-held aspiration. An excellent opportunity has arisen, with splendid prizes awaiting. Follow the Chidrin Chinese website official account, WeChat, at friends, at official account, input Cred, and participate immediately. Everyone wins. So do not hesitate to follow the Cred WeChat official account now. Chapter 51. The 10 Fiendish Soldiers, Sword Cocoon Shui Qinghe was eliminated, missing out on the top 10. In the air above the sea, a Qi refiner's thoughts stirred, and the unconscious Shui Qinghe was gently lifted and sent out of this spiritual sea domain. The Qi refiner gazed at the swiftly moving figure of Zhongyu and muttered solemnly, "This Zhong family scion possesses immense strength, both physically and spiritually. With an astonishing explosive power, he is likely one of the most concealed individuals among the Upper Academy disciples, erupting in this unrestricted confrontation with the aim of making a remarkable debut and seizing first place. Such a person is akin to Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzong, extraordinary talents who, in their time, had refined their abilities to rival those of Qi refiners before even sensing the spirit. Zhongyu is no different. Another Qi refiner, who had been following Zhongyu, stepped lightly in midair, keeping pace behind him, whispering, "Of course, he cannot compare to the likes of Feng Jianghe and Feng Wuji, born with innate spiritual bodies, yet he is not to be underestimated. However, his delayed revelation of strength may prove troublesome for me. I must stay close to him to prevent him from overwhelming his opponents." In the past, Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzong had concealed their powers until the unrestricted duel, where they suddenly unleashed their strengths, defeating all adversaries and claiming the title of the strongest disciple in the Upper Academy, thus establishing a solid foundation for themselves. Both were remarkable figures, though not on par with Feng Jianghe and Feng Wuji. Their rapid progress and cultivation due to obtaining the strongest spirit from the Linghong Hall made them formidable competitors. However, during the unrestricted duel, Zhuo Xiangxing lost control and ended up slaying his opponent, causing quite a stir and leading to the punishment of the Qi refiners responsible for their safety. Subsequently, Zhuo Xiangxing was assigned to assist Tianfeng in managing the Bikuan Hall, which was related to this incident. He could have been entrusted with significant responsibilities as the Hall Master of the Sword Sect, but ended up overseeing the outer disciples instead. Zhongyu noticed the Qi refiner closely following him, and with a flicker of thought, he swiftly changed his movements over the ocean's surface, resembling a dragon navigating the sea, stirring up waves, yet he could not shake off his pursuer. If this Qi refiner keeps a close watch on me, along with the Qi refiner guarding the Tianxiang Old Mother and that Shindong dragon, can I truly strike under their noses and slay the Tianxiang Old Mother? The Qi refiner was equally astonished. Although Zhongyu was not yet a Qi refiner, lacking the cultivation of a spirit and the mastery of chi refiner level techniques. His fluid movements made it challenging for the chi refiner to keep up, like a lurking dragon in the abyss, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This Zhang family scion exhibited the potential to transform into a dragon, yet still lacked the ability to sense the spirit. The chi refiner mused, "This Zhang family scion has accumulated tremendous power. After this 100-strong battle, you will undoubtedly transcend." At that moment, many individuals encountered one another over the sea, engaging in battles with rising and falling fortunes. Those of lower cultivation were eliminated on their journey to the oceanic city, unable to reach the top 10. Only those confident in their abilities could venture into this vast ocean, but to enter the heart of the ocean and reach the city, one must at least possess the cultivation of spiritual power transformed from the ethereal to the tangible. Merely achieving the transformation of spiritual power is insufficient. Powerful techniques must support it, along with superior totem pillars and soul weapons, to establish a foothold on the sea and within the city. Zhongyu rode the dragon as he rushed after the Tianxiang Old Mother, who successfully eliminated her opponent and ascended to the oceanic city. Upon entering the city, Zhongyu beheld towering temples and countless grand buildings resembling a dense forest, with streets crisscrossing in every direction, while the Tianxiang Old Mother had vanished without a trace. This oceanic city spanned over 10 miles, created from the spiritual power of the Shindong dragon, where everything appeared as tangible as reality. Searching for an individual's whereabouts here proved to be exceedingly difficult. The chi refiners accompanying him could locate others from their positions and then launch surprise attacks. Zhongyu's mind stirred as he looked up to see the chi refiners stationed at the city's edge, guarding their respective areas, not following the upper academy disciples into the city. This approach wouldn't work either. Zhongyu's gaze flickered as he glanced at the sky above the city. Suddenly witnessing an individual employing flight techniques, their spiritual power transforming into a bird with a wingspan of several zhang, soaring into the air to search for opponents. This person was rather reckless. Just as he thought this, a surge of spiritual power erupted within the city, manifesting various visualization techniques. Fish and dragons danced, thunder rumbled, and water patterns spread, launching an array of totem techniques that severely injured the upper academy disciple. Fortunately, a chi refiner at the city's edge intervened to rescue them. Otherwise, that individual would have been annihilated. A glimmer sparked in Zhongyu's eyes as he observed the water-based totem techniques. Immediately, he soared from the city wall like a wild goose, gliding into the city, heading straight for the source of the water-based totem techniques. The Tianxiang Old Mother, occupying Shui Qingyin's body, must have used a water-based totem technique to conceal her presence, and with Shui Qinghe eliminated, the water patterns lingering in the air were undoubtedly her doing. He dashed through the streets, while others within the city also moved, making their way towards the locations where the previous totem techniques had originated to seek their opponents. Towering buildings rose up to dozens of zhang, exuding grandeur. And as Zhongyu sprinted, a voice suddenly called out, "Are you looking for me?" Zhongyu halted and looked up to see a young girl standing between two skyscrapers, her feet on a shimmering silver thread that spanned the two grand buildings. This girl was Shui Qingyin, barefoot on the thin line, her gaze clear as she curiously scrutinized Zhongyu. As their eyes met, a glimmer of hope ignited in Zhongyu's heart. He revealed the wound on his arm, inflicted by a beast while rescuing Shui Qingyin, and smiled. "Shui Shimi, do you not recognize me?" Shui Qingyin tilted her head, observing him with intrigue. Her eyes somewhat perplexed. "You have repeatedly harbored murderous intent towards me. I am quite curious about your reasons. Does Shimi still remember this wound?" Zhongyu continued. "I believe I have not offended you. Why do you harbor such murderous intent towards me?" Shui Qingyin countered. Both spoke their minds, and suddenly fell silent. Shui Qingyin lightly tapped the silver thread beneath her feet and giggled. "It seems our conversation is not fruitful. We shall have to resort to action. Be careful." A voice echoed in Zhongyu's consciousness. "The Tianxiang Old Mother has developed murderous intent towards you. It must be due to your repeated displays of hostility, raising her suspicions." Zhongyu took a deep breath, his energy and spirit unified to an unprecedented degree, as the dragon blood sword box behind him clicked open, releasing a dragon's roar as the dragon-scaled sword emerged halfway. Shui Qingyin's feet shifted, and she floated down from the air, watching as the silver thread coiled into a small cocoon hanging from her hair. "Be cautious of this sword." The voice within the flames sounded unusually grave and urgent. "This sword is not to be trifled with. If you channel your soul into the dragon-scaled sword, do not let it collide with the sword, or your dragon-scaled sword will not withstand it." and the soul within will be annihilated. This is a sword? Zhong Yu's heart raced as his gaze fell upon the silver cocoon, which shimmered like silk, revealing a faint sword light. It truly was a sword, yet as slender as a silk thread, more than 10 times finer than a strand of hair. Sword silk. Sword cocoon. The so-called sword cocoon is crafted from finely ground and forged exquisite silver, with totem patterns imprinted onto a sword body as fine as silk, while maintaining the toughness and strength of such a slender blade. Forging sword threads exceeding 10 zhang allows one to form a sword cocoon the size of a fingertip. This diminutive cocoon, exquisite to the utmost degree, also harbors immense danger, serving as a soul weapon. The sword cocoon can be concealed within the ear, nestled in the hair, tucked in pockets, fastened at the waist, or hung upon garments, rendering it nearly undetectable. Such soul weapons are perilous, as they can be activated unnoticed, easily forming a lethal array that could lead to decapitation with a mere lapse in vigilance. Your vision appears to be quite discerning. Shui Qingyan observed his gaze and chuckled softly. This is the sword cocoon. The fact that you can perceive its threat indicates you are not an ordinary individual. Outside the city, 2 Qi cultivators also took notice of the scene. One of them fixated on the sword cocoon dangling from Shui Qingyan's hair, his expression shifting dramatically as he murmured, "Alas, that is the sword cocoon refined by Elder Shui Zian. Why would Elder Shui present such a deadly weapon for the disciples of the clan?" The other Qi cultivator gasped, trembling at the realization. The sword cocoon. One of the 10 fierce weapons? This is bound to result in bloodshed. What should we do? Should we allow these two to engage in combat? The 10 fierce weapons of the sword sect are steeped in bloodshed. The sword cocoon, crafted by Elder Shui Zian of the Shui clan, is as fine as silk, measuring 20 zhang in length, incredibly resilient and sharp, with a total of 64 sword cocoons. It is deemed a fierce weapon because, during Elder Shui Zian's youth, while traveling beyond the great wilderness, he was ambushed by enemies. He utilized the 64 sword cocoons to form a sword array, annihilating hundreds of foes without a trace, scattered into minute fragments. Not a single complete bone remained. After mastering sword qi, the sword cocoon became of little use to Elder Shui Zian, as his own sword qi surpassed its efficacy, leading him to forsake it. For elder-level qi cultivators, soul weapons have diminished utility, and many elders of the sword sect have sealed away their soul weapons. The elders have commented on the soul weapons used by their predecessors, placing the sword cocoon among the 10 fierce weapons, recognized as one of the most lethal soul weapons. Although Shui Qingyan possesses only one sword cocoon, even a single one can cause death as effortlessly as mowing grass. It is exceedingly lethal, and even a Qi cultivator or a Shin dragon would be unable to intervene in time to save anyone. Go notify the elders. I shall remain here. One of the Qi cultivators immediately took flight, while the other, visibly anxious, fixed his gaze on Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan, silently praying that they would refrain from combat. With a resounding chime, the sound of a clear sword cry echoed as the dragon scale sword returned to its sheath behind Zhong Yu. He raised his leg and swept it across, his leg entwined with the dragon, delivering a powerful strike against a pillar atop a grand building, which shattered with a loud crack. Grasping the thick pillar, measuring over 10 zhang in length, he solemnly declared, "Please, brothers, we are merely 200 or 300 recommendation votes away from elevating the human Tao Supreme to the front page of the recommendation list. Let us return to the realm of ancient Chinese mythology and inscribe the tale of humanity's resurgence in the wilderness. Only the human Tao Supreme can achieve this. Brothers, I implore you for your recommendation votes." Chapter 52, The Battle of Divine Powers. The two combatants engaged. The Qi refining practitioner silently lamented, glancing around to discover that other disciples from the upper academy were also embroiled in battle, leaving no opportunity for assistance. He could only grit his teeth and watch as Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan clashed. In the city below, the confrontation between the young man and woman was fraught with peril, causing the Qi refining practitioner to feel a surge of anxiety. Zhong Yu swept a leg, shattering a stone pillar, not to wield it as a close combat weapon, but rather to hurl it like a projectile. With a powerful twist of his waist, he launched the pillar with tremendous force. The stone pillar soared like a long spear, imbued with immense power, generating a deafening wind that threatened to burst the eardrums of those nearby as it hurtled towards Shui Qingyan. Water Dragon Whirl. Shui Qingyan's sleeves billowed as her mental energy surged forth, transforming into a torrent of water. As the water surged, it coalesced into 3 azure water dragons, intertwining like braided strands, their heads aimed at the stone pillar, spinning and swirling. A cacophony erupted as the stone pillar collided with the water dragons. The immense force of the pillar compressing and grinding against them, yet the dragons twisted and shattered it into powder in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted as the azure water dragons burst forth from beneath, claws bared, pouncing fiercely upon Zhongyu. He retreated swiftly. But the impact of the water dragons created a cascade of debris, leaving deep craters in the street. The three water dragons coiled together, continuously spinning. When their initial assault missed, they burrowed underground, leaving behind deep gashes in the earth. In the next moment, the three dragons erupted from the ground, soaring towards Zhongyu. Shui Tu Clan's water dragon visualization, a supreme technique. The Qi refining practitioner watching from above gasped in astonishment. Those who attain such a technique are exceedingly gifted. Yet this Shui Qingyin, previously unknown, had remarkably mastered it to perfection. Her water dragons had evolved into a vivid representation of skin, flesh, tendons, bones, membranes, blood, and spirit, embodying the essence of reality, their forms shifting and elusive. Among all disciples of the Upper Academy, her prowess would undoubtedly place her among the top 10. As Zhongyu continued to retreat, his fingers danced unpredictably, each fingertip releasing bursts of mental energy, manifesting into thunderous dragons that darted through the water dragon straight towards Shui Qingyin. These thunderous dragons, resembling both lightning and serpents, were in fact manifestations of his mental energy, infused with the power of thunder and dragon. The only true technique he wielded was the Thunderbolt sword technique, which paled in comparison to the water dragon visualization. Yet when combined with the dragon's strength and the totemic patterns of the great sword Qi, these slender thunder dragons possessed a power comparable to soul weapons. This was the reason Zhang Yu had previously shattered his opponent's 8 treasures sword with the sword energy of his thunderous dragons. Zhang Yu's thunderous dragon sword energy was astonishing. Darting like lightning, swiftly cutting through the onslaught of water dragons, striking at Shui Qingyin with ferocity. The dragon-shaped sword energy slashed, pierced, and sliced with unparalleled sharpness. At that moment, Shui Qingyin conjured a series of water-patterned shields that emerged around her, blocking the torrent of dragon-shaped sword energy. The collision sent ripples through the shields, fracturing their totemic designs, yet they remained unyielding against the onslaught. Crack! Crack! As Zhongyu retreated, his legs swept across the street like a giant guillotine, shattering stone pillars effortlessly. He raised a hand, sending the pillars flying towards Shui Qingyin, the howling wind shattering windows and nearby towering structures. Fortunately, the buildings in this city were mere manifestations of the spirit power of the Shenlong and not solid structures. Otherwise, the destruction wrought by this young couple in mere moments would have reduced half a street to rubble. Those shields were genuine techniques. The Qi refining practitioner watching from the air exclaimed in disbelief, fixated on the water-patterned shields conjured by Shui Qingyin. He realized with astonishment that these shields were also a supreme technique of the Shui Tu clan, known as the Ripple Shield Visualization. Shui Qingyin, having only joined the Upper Academy for less than 6 months, had mastered 2 supreme techniques, and with the sword cocoon of the elder Shui Zian. It dawned on him that Shui Qinghe might not be the core disciple of the Shui Tu clan. This young girl might be. Could she be a natural spirit body? Otherwise, how could her cultivation progress so rapidly? Yet, if she were a natural spirit body, she would have already attained the Qi refining stage. The Qi refining practitioner was engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, Zhongyu felt a sense of alarm, his feet stomped down, and lightning erupted from beneath, propelling him high into the air. At that moment, the ground erupted beneath him, a colossal lotus bud bursting forth from the earth, the water lotus unfurling violently, its pistils resembling swords, shooting upward in a barrage of sword energy aimed at Zhongyu. Simultaneously, loud explosions rang out as the street trembled. Water lotuses erupted from the ground in rapid succession, filling the street with pink blossoms, their pistils shooting forth, the water sword energy engulfing the air above the street. The water lotus sword energy was yet another genuine technique. The Qi refining practitioner hovering at the edge of the city could not suppress his astonishment. The Shui Tu girl, even without employing the 10 fiend weapons, could undoubtedly claim the title of the strongest in the Upper Academy. As the water lotuses bloomed, their pistols transformed into swords. Soaring and striking, the impact was overwhelmingly shocking. Meanwhile, Zhongyu, like a swimming dragon, maneuvered gracefully through the air, landing atop a 9-story building. With a thought, his mental energy surged forth, manifesting into dozens of small dragons that collided with the incoming wave of water sword energy. The water sword energy shattered, and it seemed as though a light rain began to fall from the sky. Shui Qingyin moved, waves of water rising beneath her feet, lifting her higher. With another step, she landed atop the same high building, facing Zhongyu. Her ripple shields appeared intermittently, automatically blocking the onslaught of dragon-shaped sword energy. The relentless barrage of sword energy met the ripple shields in a harmonious clash, sounding like the gentle notes of a zither. The two were nearly transcending the realms of thought. The chi-refining practitioner in the air could not help but murmur in awe. The ability to transform mental energy into tangible forms signifies a profound mastery of mental cultivation. The realms of non-thought and non-thought represent the pinnacle of mental energy application, where non-thought is an essential technique for chi-refining practitioners, akin to the instinctive act of eating or drinking. Conversely, non-thought represents an unconscious visualization, where both the speed and frequency of attacks transcend those of non-thought. A tremendous rumble reverberated as the floor beneath Zhongyu erupted, water dragons surging forth from within. Ferocious and intent on assault, Zhongyu moved swiftly, his form shifting as he approached Shui Qingyan, witnessing the dragons darting in and out, causing the wooden structure to become riddled with holes. Drawl, Zhongyu commanded, and the dragon scale sword flew from its sheath into his grasp. Coil, he shouted again, as the mental energy within him coalesced into a robust dragon, wrapping around his body. With twin dragons beneath his feet, he surged forward, flanked by two more dragons that coiled around his arms and legs. Even the dragon scale sword bore a dragon entwined around its blade. As the two thunderous dragons propelled him directly towards Shui Qingyan. Around him, explosive sounds erupted as water dragons burst forth from the high building, their heads raised high, pouncing down with ferocity. The structure began to collapse, its ornate beams and pillars crashing down. Zhongyu's speed only increased, the momentum fueling his charge as the twin dragons propelled him through the air with overwhelming force. In a dazzling display, Shui Qingyan unleashed a powerful incantation, and from behind her rose a formidable figure of the river god, towering at an impressive 10 or 11 zhang. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a massive ice blade, exceeding 8 zhang in length, and brought it crashing down with formidable force. The brilliance of the sword radiated, thunder roared, and the dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by the thunderous sound of collapsing buildings. The clash between the dragon-scaled sword and the river god's colossal blade produced a cacophony of resonant sounds. At this moment, the towering structure had already crumbled significantly, yet the young man and woman remained suspended in midair, engaging in a rapid exchange that left spectators breathless. The alchemist, his heart racing with anxiety, was transfixed by the duel unfolding between the two young prodigies. The might of the river god and his sword, both embodiments of profound mastery, was astonishing. The prowess of this Shui Tushar maiden was beyond expectation. How much genuine mastery did she possess? The alchemist lamented, pondering the peculiar circumstances. How could the Zhongshan heir, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the thunderous sword technique, contend with this genius from the Shui Tushar? Why was he so unfortunate as to encounter two such extraordinary figures? You possess commendable strength, yet it appears you have knowledge beyond your station. It is time for you to depart, Shui Qingyan murmured, her gaze flickering. Water lotuses began to bloom in the air, encircling Zhongyu and her, numbering over 100. Their resplendent blossoms illuminating the sky. As the water lotuses unfurled, the air became saturated with sword chi. Each lotus bore 18 filaments, representing 18 strands of sword energy, resulting in nearly 2,000 streams of sword chi filling the atmosphere, a spectacle that rivaled the confrontation with the alchemist. The sword chi surged from all directions, leaving no room for evasion. The alchemist was utterly bewildered. Shui Qingyan's mental prowess had transcended the realm of upper academy disciples, displaying an overwhelming and profound mastery akin to that of an alchemist. Do you need me to intervene, young master you? In Zhongyu's consciousness, the spirit of the fire child grew anxious, peering through Zhongyu's eyes to behold the myriad streams of sword chi, the indomitable river god, and the descending colossal blade. Entrust your body to my control, he urged. With a thunderous shout, Zhongyu summoned forth his innate dragon form, causing the surrounding dragon to vanish, replaced by a flurry of dragon scales erupting from his skin. Behind him, an ethereal silhouette emerged, resembling a dragon, a horse, and a tiger, a veritable dragon steed. Instead of envisioning the Flame Emperor, he conjured the image of the dragon steed he knew best, which quickly solidified under the influence of his formidable mental energy. As the dragon steed merged with him, Zhongyu emitted a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Countless streams of sword light converged upon him, piercing through his being. Yet, encased in dragon scales, he remained unscathed as the scales vibrated, producing a series of explosive sounds. The sword light erupted upon contact, failing to breach even a fraction of his defenses. Zhong Yu launched a powerful punch to meet the river god's descending blade, which instantly cracked under the force of impact. The river god's fist collided with his other fist, generating a thunderous reverberation akin to rolling thunder. Shui Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment as the river god behind Zhong Yu erupted in a burst of energy. The tail of the dragon steed swept powerfully, and the dragon-scaled sword surged forward like lightning, aimed directly at the center of Shui Qingyan's forehead, closing in with lethal precision, almost piercing through the young maiden's skull. Chapter 53. Mutual Destruction. A Qi refiner hovering at the edge of the city gasped in alarm, unable to suppress the urge to intervene. Moments ago, when Zhong Yu was struck by 2,000 water lily sword energies, he was already on the brink of action to rescue him. Now, as Zhong Yu's dragon-scale sword approached Shui Qingyan's brow, he felt an irresistible compulsion to save her as well. The swift exchange of offense and defense left even the seasoned Qi refiner flustered, his heart racing uncontrollably. The speed of the Zhongshan clan's sole weapon was astonishing, leaving him no time to obstruct it. Cold sweat beaded on the Qi refiner's forehead, just as the dragon-scale sword was about to pierce Shui Qingyan's brow. The sword cocoon adorning her hair suddenly whirled, releasing the fine silk-like sword threads which unfurled gracefully, slicing downward. Clang! The tip of the dragon-scale sword broke off, reducing in length by an inch, as the sword threads swiftly coiled around it. Once more, the Qi refiner gasped in shock, preparing to rescue Zhong Yu. For with this strike, Zhong Yu had sacrificed his soul within the soul weapon. If the dragon-scale sword were shattered, his soul would be obliterated as well. Before he could act, Zhong Yu abruptly thrust his arms, causing the dragon blood sword box to soar aloft. In an instant, the dragon-scale sword halted its advance, transforming into a streak of light, and with a swift motion, it fell into the sword box before the sword threads could rend the soul weapon apart. Such rapid reflexes. The Qi refiner was taken aback, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. The dragon blood sword box closed, and the sword thread surged forward, piercing straight for Zhong Yu's brow, intent on cleaving him in two. Zhong Yu's body plummeted, descending toward the ground, while Shui Qingyan fell simultaneously. The sword threads flickered erratically in pursuit of Zhong Yu. They landed in quick succession, just as the towering Guanyu building collapsed entirely. Shui Qingyan pressed forward relentlessly, wielding no sword but instead commanding the sword threads to dart about her, swift as lightning. No one could hope to seize such delicate strands. By sacrificing her soul, she infused the threads with her spirit, allowing them to traverse anywhere and assume any form. Zhong Yu had long recognized that the potency of sword energy lay not in its size, but in its finesse and adaptability. Thus, he had cultivated the nimble dragon claw sword energy, fully aware of the peril inherent in such slender threads. The finer the threads, the more dangerous they became, demanding an extraordinary level of mental acuity. These threads were exceptionally fine, requiring an almost grotesque level of mental prowess. Yet, Shui Qingyan was possessed by the formidable Tianqiang Old Mother, her mental strength undoubtedly of a superior caliber. Faced with such indomitable sword threads, Zhong Yu could only retreat, unleashing his mental force in a tempest of thunderous sword energy as celestial dragons soared through the air, relentlessly targeting Shui Qingyan in search of an opportunity. Simultaneously, he embodied a primal deity, his feet entwined with twin dragons, arms and legs entwined with them, pushing his physical strength to its zenith. Boom! The thick wall of a temple was breached by his back, creating a human-sized hole as he retreated inside. Streams of thunderous sword energy, akin to diminutive celestial dragons, erupted from the breach, hurling toward the relentless Shui Qingyan. With a whisper, the sword light flickered in the air, as chunks of the temple wall were cleaved away, crashing into the interior and colliding with the bronze pillar. In mid-air, Zhong Yu's thunderous sword energy was likewise sliced apart. The sharpness of the sword threads was evident. Shui Qingyan stepped into the temple, while Zhong Yu uprooted a bronze pillar, swinging it with the force of a tempest. The sword threads hissed as they coiled around the pillar, and before the pillar could strike Shui Qingyan, its leading half was reduced to countless fragments. The threads suddenly straightened, slicing through the center of the pillar with a swift motion. A streak of blood flashed across Zhong Yu's brow, just as the threads were about to penetrate his skull. He leaped backward, summoning a colossal statue with his mental force to hurl at Shui Qingyan. Water dragons converge. A multitude of water dragons materialized, dismantling the statue. Shui Qingyan pressed forward, and within the temple, they unleashed their full might, sword-like crisscrossing. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the grand temple collapsed, and two figures darted through the dust and debris, bursting into another towering edifice. Boom! The resounding crash soon followed, and that towering structure also crumbled. Finally, the chi refiner hovering at the city's edge could no longer contain himself, diving into the city to glance below, where temples and buildings were collapsing as if two colossal monsters were engaged in a fierce battle. Truly astonishing. They are still fighting, with no victor in sight? The chi refiner's face contorted. The scene was unnerving, yet he could not discern the reality, muttering, "Deaths could occur at any moment, but who shall perish?" These two anomalies. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he witnessed the Guangyu building collapsing, and not far away, Yu Zhenglong and Nanjun were engaged in fierce combat. Both were elite disciples, one nurtured by the Yu clan, the other by the non-Lu clan, both immensely powerful. They spiraled around a building, their mental forces materializing as fish and dragons, as mountains, engaged in a desperate struggle. "Step aside," the chi refiner shouted, waving his hand emphatically. As the two considered their next move, a violent tremor rippled beneath them, as if two gigantic beasts had collided atop the edifice, causing it to sway. They hurriedly looked down and saw sword energies swirling like venomous serpents, densely packed, and in an instant, the building's lower levels collapsed. In that moment, an almost imperceptible sword light flickered, its 20 zhong length slicing through the air with unimaginable speed, reducing everything within its range to fragments. Yu Zhenglong and Nanjun found themselves within that lethal radius. Their scalps prickled with terror, the flashing sword light heralding the arrival of death. Suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped them, lifting them skyward, while a parasol-shaped soul weapon unfurled beneath them, shielding them from the descending sword light. The sound of slicing filled the air as the parasol was shredded to pieces. Above, a female chi refiner grasped Yu Zhenglong and Nanjun, her face etched with pain, clearly distressed by the destruction of her soul weapon. Fortunately, she had refrained from sacrificing her soul within it. Otherwise, her spirit would have been cleaved to shreds. "Is that the sword cocoon among the 10 fiends?" the female chi refiner exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. "Who has summoned the sword cocoon? Is it a member of the Shui-Tu clan? Who possesses the ability to contend with the sword cocoon and remains unscathed?" "It's that Zhongshan disciple who has offended both the Tianfeng and Shui-Tu clans, the one named Zhongyu, and his opponent wielding the sword cocoon is Shui Qingyan." The chi refiner tasked with watching over Zhongyu hurried over, a bitter smile on his face. "I've sent someone to summon the elder. If the elder does not arrive soon, I fear I shall perish from fright." "Ah, the elder is coming." On the sea, an elder soared through the winds, rapidly approaching the maritime city. Below, Zhongyu furrowed his brow, immediately sensing Shui Qingyan's assault intensifying, evidently intent on eliminating him, a potential threat to her secrets, before the elder's arrival. "I must slay you before the elder arrives." Zhongyu's gaze flickered, as the dragon blood sword box leaped into the air, opening with a click. "Go," Zhongyu commanded, as sword light flickered, and the sword cocoon threads swept through the air like a net. Shui Qingyan's intention was crystal clear, to shatter the dragon scale sword the moment it emerged, obliterating it along with Zhongyu's soul, leaving him no chance of survival. However, her efforts were in vain. The dragon scale sword did not take flight. Zhongyu erupted into laughter, striking his hand down heavily as the dragon blood sword box charged forward, seizing the fleeting moment when Shui Qingyan's strike missed. It pierced through the intricate web of sword cocoon and sword threads, hurtling directly towards her. At last, had the desperate struggle begun? Shui Qingyan emitted a cold snort, one end of the sword cocoon and threads slashing towards Zhongyu while the other aimed at the dragon blood sword box. Zhongyu roared, envisioning the thunder dragon. Suddenly, a dragon stretching dozens of feet materialized, its claws gripping the ground as it forcefully tossed a massive chunk of earth measuring 60 feet in diameter, hurling it toward the sword cocoon and threads. The sword light flickered, and the airborne mass of soil was swiftly cleaved open. In that instant, Zhongyu seized the opportunity to leap, landing on the flying earth and sprinting past the sword thread attacks, lunging toward Shui Qingyan. Meanwhile, the dragon blood sword box was cleaved in two by the other end of the sword threads, and from the fractured sword box, dragon scales and broken swords shot forth, aiming straight for Shui Qingyan, a reckless endeavor. Yet, Shui Qingyan revealed a hint of a smile, watching the dragon scales and broken swords hurtling toward her. As the sword cocoon and threads whirled, severing the dragon scales and broken swords to smithereens with a series of hissing sounds. Immediately, the sword cocoon and threads PIV Chapter 54. Exposure within the depths of the sea of consciousness. The venerable Shinho sat upon the forehead of Zhongyu, a flickering flame quietly burning, causing Zhongyu to question whether the eyebrows of his spirit still existed, or if they had been entirely consumed by this small flame. The flame's stillness was somewhat eerie. Had this been in the past, Xinho would have already erupted into action. Between life and death, Xinho quietly spoke. A tremor coursed through Zhongyu's heart, and in that fleeting moment when the silken threads of the sword fell from above, it felt interminably long. While the sword threads behind him appeared to slow down. This was the essence of life and death. After encountering immense terror, his body, spirit, and soul surged with heightened excitement, unleashing a potential that granted him a perception and reaction speed far beyond the ordinary. He had once leaped off the cliff at Inma Terrace, teetering on the brink of life and death, yet as he honed his skills and ascended in power, it became increasingly difficult to enter that state. Now, faced with the sword threads of the 10 fiends, he once again slipped into this profound state of existence. However, this experience differed from his previous encounters with life and death. Previously, it was challenging to attain tranquility. He had to forcibly visualize the Sun Emperor to restore his peace of mind and quell the inner demons. Yet this time, he felt an unprecedented serenity. Though the peril was immense, Zhongyu knew deep within that with Xinho by his side, he would not simply perish. Thus his immersion in life and death had not been profound. This time, he plunged into a deeper level of life and death. Even within this state, the thread of the sword threads persisted. Zhongyu's body suddenly emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds as it twisted at an unnatural angle, striving to evade the encroaching sword threads. His skull caved in, the bones misaligned, as his neck appeared to bend at an alarming angle, while his chest swelled outward, creating a deep pit in his back. The sound of dislocated bones echoed within him, and his sinews emitted a sharp twang. As the ribs in his chest shifted from their original positions, and his spine, like an abacus, moved forward, his muscles adjusted, shifting forward in a desperate attempt to evade the piercing sword threads from behind. His entire skeletal structure seemed to transform into independent entities. Capable two cultivators swiftly departed with Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan. The elder cast a glance at the seaside city, witnessing its considerable expanse, which had been nearly devastated in the brief encounter between the two young warriors, leaving him astounded. Shui Tushur, possessing a pristine reputation and wielding the 10 fiend weapons, posed no significant threat. However, the capabilities of Zhong Shan were a cause for deeper scrutiny. How could he contend with the 10 fiend weapons for so long? Inflicting such injuries upon Shui Tushur? Could a scion from the smallest tribe of the great wilderness truly achieve such feats? The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether Shui Qingyan had genuinely matured to such a level within mere months. This girl, too, seemed rather dubious. Her innocence was far from assured. Within the city, the battle continued unabated. Li Xiaonyang, Yu Zhenglong, Yu Fian, and Tian Yinfeng were still locked in combat, unaware that their struggle was not for the title of the top of the upper courtyard, which had already been claimed. This unrestricted duel had nearly spiraled into chaos. As the cultivators hovering above the city sensed the perilous atmosphere, the healing ointments from the sword sect were of exceptional quality, and Zhongyu felt his wounds mending swiftly. After 2 days, he noticed the ribs aligning and the skin along with the muscles severed by sword threads beginning to knit together. The competition among the upper courtyard's top 100 had concluded, and this battle had propelled the names of the Zhongshan and Shui Tushur clans into the limelight, with many cultivators becoming aware of Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan. Soon, rumors spread that the two were youthful lovers, entwined in a tale of love and hate, perpetually clashing. Yet, Zhongyu remained oblivious to these whispers. Outside his room, cultivators stood guard, ostensibly to protect him, but in reality, they were there to monitor him, as the higher-ups of the sword sect harbored suspicions regarding his rapid advancement in such a short time. "Do not fret," the young attendant of the flame spoke nonchalantly. "If worst comes to worst, we shall unleash the demonic spirits beneath the sword sect and turn everything upside down." In a bar, a beautiful woman approached the man she had long admired, sorrowfully asking, "Can you still not let her go?" The man, with a hint of melancholy in his expression, replied, "I have found my true love. I cherish her,